Zhang Ming gazed at the cold words inscribed on the diagnosis report. Diagnosed with late-stage gastric cancer, and contrary to expectation, he felt a surge of joy. I have inexplicably returned to the month preceding the invasion of countless natural disasters. On this very day, I was diagnosed with gastric cancer, enduring the torment of illness, which led me to experience 3 calamities without seizing the opportunity to become extraordinary. Lu Yu, that wretched woman, I dragged my cancer-ridden body outside to procure fever-reducing medicine for her, only to be murdered by her in collusion with outsiders upon my return. He did not perish in the disasters, nor did he succumb to cancer instead. He met his end at the hands of his intimate companion. The agony of being flayed by a dull knife would forever be etched in his memory. Old classmate, shall we dine together? The enchanting voice of the beautiful doctor, Fang Yunyu, resonated warmly in his ears. Tonight, I have no desire to return home. Her gaze was complex, her charming face adorned with a smile, her physician's robe unable to conceal her alluring figure, as if it longed to break free. At that moment, a panel suddenly materialized before Zhang Ming. Disaster cultivation system activated. Mission issued. Control 3 malevolent spirits. Mission reward, the path of the spirit tamer. I have awakened a system, granting me the opportunity to tread the extraordinary path of a spirit tamer? Zhang Ming pondered, his eyes gleaming with newfound hope. Indeed, the bizarre disaster is set to erupt in a month's time. The notorious malevolent spirits I can now control come at an almost negligible cost. Ghostly calls, ghostly tattoos, ghostly fragrances. Images of over a dozen malevolent spirits flashed through his mind. Merely these spirits could reduce the entire city of Hai to a desolate shell. Coincidentally, the origins of some of these spirits had once been widely publicized, along with their patterns of murder. In this life, I shall stay ahead of everyone else. My parents, my sister, will possess ample power to protect. I shall not allow the tragedies of my past life to repeat. Lu Yu and that pair of lecherous scoundrels. Let them await the true terror that is to descend. Fang Yunyu bit her red lip lightly, continuing, if you don't wish to dine, let's arrange another meeting. Zhang Ming returned to reality, stating, as for dining, it is indeed unnecessary. I prefer to get straight to the point. I know of a rather interesting hotel after all. You were my first love, and we certainly should rekindle our feelings. The hotel. Nightfall enveloped the scene. Outside the room, a young server hurried past, her cheeks flushed. The 2 young individuals within the room were utterly wild, remarkably skilled. For several hours, the sounds that left one weak in the knees had ceased not for a moment. In the passion room, Zhang Ming exhaled smoke, savoring this post-coital cigarette, a luxury he hadn't indulged in for years. Cigarettes had become a hard currency amidst the disasters, allowing for the exchange of numerous resources. Fang Yunyu lay languidly on the bed, her exquisite form sprawled out, surrendering to exhaustion and slumber. In a month, I was supposed to receive your wedding invitation. At the wedding, I encountered your husband, the very man who, in collusion with Lu Yu, orchestrated my demise. Who would have thought? You are still a maiden. Did you invite me today because you were dissatisfied with this marriage? Was it not by choice, but rather a forced arrangement? Zhang Ming's gaze turned icy as he made deductions that were alarmingly close to reality. He was not driven by lust in his past life. He had rebuffed this encounter. Engaging with the wife of his enemy, while listening to her melodious voice, allowed him to relax the taut nerves that had been strained amidst the unending disasters. Moreover, this hotel harbored a yet awakened, terrifying, malevolent spirit, the true target of his visit. Extinguishing the cigarette butt, Zhang Ming used the hotel's landline to call the front desk. Hello, this is the front desk of Century Star. How may I assist you? The young attendant instinctively squeezed her legs together. This detestable man wouldn't dare request another delivery, would he? Zhang Ming offered no reply, a playful smile gracing his lips before he hung up the phone. Indeed, anyone who receives a ghostly call is drawn into this hotel by supernatural forces upon hearing this very message. Subsequently, like a virus reproducing, the victim's contacts will each receive ghostly calls. The destructive potential of this phenomenon spreads across the globe in a remarkably short time. And now, it is merely an ordinary landline. Next, he experimented with various methods: hammering, immersion, and scorching, but none inflicted damage upon the phone. The pitch-black device remained unchanged amid the dancing flames. Only Zhang Ming understood that within it slumbered a fearsome, malevolent spirit, not yet awakened, yet already displaying some characteristics of a malevolent spirit. Ghosts cannot be killed. The only beings capable of confronting ghosts are other ghosts. Discern the patterns of the spirits. Zhang Ming silently recited the 3 laws of malevolent spirits in his mind. He believed that anyone who survived the bizarre disasters would have these laws imprinted in their memory for life. Having never traversed the path of a spirit tamer, relying solely on hearsay posed a significant challenge in controlling ghostly calls. The commotion he created roused Fang Yunyu from her slumber. Thus, she indulged in another round of passion, ultimately succumbing to sleep once more. At dawn, Zhang Ming notified the front desk that he had inadvertently damaged the landline, which he had now disposed of. After compensating an amount, he discreetly made off with the source of the ghostly calls under the attentive gaze of the young attendant. While cleaning the room, the front desk discovered signs of smoke damage. The floor bore small indentations, as if subjected to some form of violent impact. These two must have had quite the thrilling escapade, even breaking the landline. Her mind conjured various images, and she quickly felt her cheeks flush as she exited the room, her legs weak. Zhang Ming did not linger, and after bidding farewell, he was summoned by his supervisor in the work group, receiving several messages. President Jean, official reprimand for Xiao Zhang late today, full attendance deducted, half of this month's bonus penalized. Everyone Zhang Ming. Below, a barrage of responses flooded in. Received, 23. What a tedious corporate culture after the invasion of countless disasters. Such a laughable organization has long since met its demise. With a smile, Zhang Ming sincerely penned a message. Zhang Ming, I could care less, help the boss deduct my wages and save it for your coffin. President Jean, received 2. Lin Yo retracted a message. Wang Ma retracted a message. Zhang Ming exited the group chat. President Jean, Zhang Ming, you are fired. Get out immediately. On the other side of the screen, President Jean wore a knowing smile rather than anger. Yet another savings on compensation. She was the company's hidden financial prodigy. Zhang Ming was indifferent to the meager salary. He owned several properties in High City. In the refreshing breeze, the branches of the greenery swayed, as if rejoicing. He stood on a commonplace street, where pedestrians thronged and dense traffic flowed in orderly fashion. This scene evoked a sense of both falsity and absurd satisfaction within him. The only constant in that devastated, desperate, and struggling world was its relentless change. Towards boundless depravity, infinite darkness, and ceaseless disasters, all undergoing endless transformations. A nearby ordinary gold shop caught his attention, igniting a fervor in his eyes. In the forthcoming bizarre disasters, gold, due to its ability to insulate against supernatural phenomena, would soar in price exponentially, yet remain scarce. He yearned to amass a considerable quantity of gold to construct a safe haven, thereby enhancing the security of his parents and sister. However, due to financial constraints, he set his sights on a haunted house slated for auction. In the recesses of his memory from his past life, he recalled that this haunted house would soon be embroiled in a sensational news story. The ceilings and walls concealed a trove of cash within the layers money meant to buy life that a colossal miser had never dared to spend. The haunted house also harbored another dormant source of malevolent spirit. Thus, this information remained vividly etched in his mind. Perhaps he could utilize that malevolent spirit to aid him in controlling ghostly calls. Chapter 2. Farewell to old Zhang in the community. Zhang Ming stood frozen at the door, taking a deep breath, his eyes unwittingly reddening. The vibrant red spring couplets, the old shoe cabinet at the entrance, and the dilapidated, speckled corridor evoked a nostalgic aroma of home that stifled the bitterness in his nostrils. He felt as though an eternity had passed, yet it seemed like just yesterday that he had departed from home. Having experienced the most despairing dream, awakening from that dream, the door swung open, he was back. Old Zhang sat on the sofa, fixated on his phone, glancing up to greet with a casual wave before returning to his stock market obsession. The pallor of his face, illuminated by the screen, grew increasingly sallow. "Is our son back? What does he want to eat?" "I'll go buy some groceries," Zhang's mother announced, tying her apron as she emerged from the kitchen. Noticing old Zhang standing still, she began to fuss at him with a few gentle reprimands. The playful banter between the elderly couple was a familiar and heartwarming scene. "Yes, I'm back," Zhang Ming smiled. As hidden emotions within his eyes trembled, in his previous life, after he began working, he had established his independence and lived separately from his parents. In a bizarre calamity, the neighborhood where his parents resided was the first to be attacked by a malevolent spirit. When he risked his life to return home, he found his parents peacefully asleep in each other's embrace, their faces adorned with a strange smile, having long since passed away. Beneath their lifeless bodies lay a letter from old Zhang. The scrawl was hasty and illegible, as if penned under dire circumstances, delivering two heart-wrenching lines. Xiao Ming, Xiao Yi, Mom and Dad love you. Since fate had granted him a second chance, such a tragedy must never be allowed to repeat itself. The lunch spread was lavish, featuring fish, shrimp, meat, eggs, and a variety of fresh vegetables. The standard of this meal, had it been during the calamity, would have been utterly extravagant. The warmth of a family meal nearly eclipsed all the hardships and despair he had endured. The steam wafted through the air as his parents' chatter, though repetitive, sounded melodious to his ears. Have you and Xiao Yu discussed when to introduce her to your parents and set a date for the wedding? The elderly couple, eager for grandchildren, paused their chopsticks, gazing at him with anticipation. Zhang Ming replied, "She is not a suitable match. I have other candidates for my daughter-in-law, more than a dozen, in fact, and I am in the process of selecting." In his previous life, he had confided his illness to Lu Yu, who had shown unwavering support, which had touched him deeply, leading to their engagement months later. In truth, that wretched woman had schemed for his family's fortune, wishing for his demise, even tampering with the medication he regularly consumed. He was oblivious until the moment of his death, when all the clues finally converged. That's fine. I've seen a photo of that girl. Her features are sharp, and she doesn't seem like a homemaker, old Zhang remarked gloomily. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, their opinions surprisingly in sync. They had previously favored the child's choice, but now, with clarity, felt free to voice their thoughts. Zhang Ming was taken aback. He had not expected his parents to possess such keen insight into character. By the way, I just remembered something. Zhang Ming turned to old Zhang. I heard that Mingguang Electronics has been fabricating financial reports. The reality is that they have been incurring losses year after year. You didn't invest in that stock, did you? Old Zhang's hand trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he maintained a facade of calm. How could that be? I'm an experienced investor. In reality, he was hastily clicking away, selling off all shares of Mingguang Electronics. A significant portion of his savings had indeed been tied up in that stock. Zhang Ming chuckled. That's good to hear. I have insider information that they will be announcing something in 2 weeks. It's best to sell while you can. He had only just recalled this detail. The chairman of Mingguang Electronics was the very person who had purchased that haunted property. Not only had he swindled the investors' money, but he also profited from the hidden proceeds of the crime, amassing billions. Truly, the world was rife with corruption and injustice, leaving no avenue for resolution. Consequently, old Zhang had suffered significant losses from this stock, resulting in a serious illness that forced him to abandon trading altogether. In the afternoon, Zhang Ming arrived at the bank's loan service center. 3 properties registered in his name awaited assessment. His sister was still in school, and he had originally planned to share half with her in the future. But that no longer seemed necessary. Sir, your 3 properties are estimated to secure a total loan of 5 million. The bank manager, Fei Yao, said with an official smile, extending her courtesy. Zhang Ming frowned. The collateral value was merely 70 of the property's actual worth, and the loan processing time was excessively long. The auction for that haunted house was set to close in 3 days. I need the funds urgently. A little convenience would benefit us both. He urged, Sir, our timing follows protocol. Are you suggesting I accept some sort of bribe? If I can secure the funds in 1 day, I'll give you 100,000. In 2 days, 30,000, and on the 3rd day, not a penny, he proposed. You truly have an eye for people, Fei Yao replied with a radiant smile, her posture subtly bending, accentuating her allure beneath the bank uniform. I will expedite your loan. That 100,000 would suffice for her entire year's salary. Ignoring Fei Yao's sultry glances and seductive demeanor, Zhang Ming had no doubts. He suspected she would not refuse an enticing proposition, but he had other matters to attend to and could not afford to linger. Shortly thereafter, he visited a private lending establishment. The interest rates here were exorbitant, 9 out, 13 back, typically attracting gamblers and those with no way out. Leveraging his strong creditworthiness, he successfully borrowed $3 million, starting next month. He would need to repay a monthly interest of $1 million. Zhang Ming remained unfazed, thinking that when the calamity struck, they could come to claim their debts by evening. The bank's $5 million had been credited to his account. Following their agreement, he transferred $100,000 to Fei Yao, only to receive a message from her shortly after. "Thank you, boss. I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight as a gesture of gratitude. I hope I have the honor." Zhang Ming replied. No, the ominous specter loomed, and he could not afford to waste time on frivolities. Frustrated, Fei Yao abandoned her plans for a seduction. This client was far too cautious, and her charms had met their match for the first time. Zhang Ming hurriedly revisited various lending apps, securing an additional $2 million over the course of several hours. With his savings combined, he now had access to $10 million. He recalled that the haunted property's final sale price was around $8 million. He was now quite confident of his acquisition. Nevertheless, complications arose just 3 days before the auction. Zhang Ming only entered the bidding site 5 minutes before the auction closed, initiating his bids. The current bids indeed hovered around $8 million, as his memory had served him correctly. However, with his entry, the bidding escalated to $9 million. Given this trend, he might not secure it even with $10 million. With just 3 minutes remaining, Zhang Ming ceased his bidding and dialed a phone number. If his suspicions were correct, the individual competing against him was Qin Ziho, the chairman of Mingguang Electronics. In the wake of the financial scandal, Qin Ziho's personal number had been leaked, leading to a barrage of angry calls from disgruntled investors, including Zhang Ming in his previous life. The number was rather flashy, 178 followed by a string of 8s, so he recalled it with some effort. The call connected quickly. "Qin Ziho, I presume you wouldn't want the truth about the fabricated financial reports to leak, would you?" "I don't understand what you're talking about," a heavy voice replied from the other end. Pausing before continuing, "We need to discuss what it would take for you to cease damaging my reputation." Chapter 3, Mastering the Silent Spirit. I demand that you immediately withdraw from the bidding. The final price for this property must not exceed $9.1 million. Zhang Ming's voice was calm and ordinary, yet it left Qin Ziho momentarily stunned. His conversation was being recorded. If this young man dared to extort him, Qin Ziho had 100 ways to ensure he ended up in prison. He had not anticipated that his bidding would be monitored. Who was this person? The property in question was tied to a prominent figure. Failing to secure it would jeopardize even his standing. "As you wish." After a long silence, Qin Ziho hung up. He quickly traced the call back to Dahou City. Soon, someone reported Zhang Ming's identity to him. However, his phone received a text message. "Within 1 month, if any harm befalls me or my family, the information regarding the fabricated financial reports will spread like wildfire across the internet. I trust that Chairman Qin is a wise man and knows how to proceed." Qin Ziho's body trembled with rage, laughing maniacally as he smashed items in his office. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The news had leaked, and he had no choice but to act swiftly, selling off all his stocks today. Clenching his teeth, he felt a surge of madness. He could not afford to offend that influential figure. He had to liquidate his shares in haste, and even the loss of assets was painfully exacerbating. He frantically summoned his secretary to vent, and only after a deep exhale did he push her aside. At this moment, he regained some composure, his gaze shrouded in the dim light as he calmly issued commands. "Contact the underworld. Hire Bloodrose to take care of him and his family." "Boss, Bloodrose is now an A-class assassin. It costs $20 million to take out a single target," the alluring secretary reminded him, her eyes glistening with satisfaction. "What?" Qin Ziho shrieked, his voice reaching an octave of panic. "It's too expensive. This is not a matter of taking his life. It's a matter of taking mine." On the other side, Zhang Ming successfully secured the haunted property, with the final price settling at $9.1 million. He had acted recklessly by making that call, leaving himself exposed. However, if he could successfully master the malevolent spirit and transcend his current limitations, he would have no fear of such troubles. He contemplated as he prepared to accept the new property in Dahou City. Atop a mountain lay a villa complex with breathtaking scenery. One of the 3-story villas was the property Zhang Ming had just acquired. Upon entering, he found the rooms cloaked in dust, a clear sign that they had been devoid of life for quite some time. This location is far removed from the bustling city, sparsely populated, making it an ideal place to construct a safe haven. Not only that, but its elevated terrain ensures that even in the event of a second catastrophic flood, many dangers can be avoided. In a prior life, the arrival of the Great Flood was utterly unforeseen. Within mere minutes, the city of High City was submerged, leaving only a scant few survivors. Zhang Ming surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Upon entering the basement, he found a statue of Buddha, with incense ash piled within the burner, and a stick of incense quietly burning. The incense had been alight for an indeterminate duration, filling the air with a calming aroma. Indeed, the ghostly incense was present, its menacing scent yet to permeate the surroundings. His memories were not mistaken. This place harbored a source of a vengeful spirit that had yet to awaken. He had once watched a terrifying video of ghostly incense claiming lives, where individuals, upon inhaling the fragrance, began to burn from the head down, as if a true stick of incense was igniting. The smoke from the ghostly incense had previously sealed off half of High City, transforming it into a domain of the dead. Though the ghostly incense had not yet revived, it still instilled in Zhang Ming a sense of foreboding. He retrieved the source of the ghostly electricity and placed the device atop the incense, slowly applying heat. This was his hypothesis. If two dormant, vengeful spirits clashed, it might present him with an opportunity to seize control beforehand. Suddenly, the incense, which had been burning for an unknown period, began to accelerate its combustion, shortening in length. The aroma in the basement grew peculiar, reminiscent of some decaying fat igniting, accompanied by crackling sounds. As it burned, instead of ash scattering, a pungent yellowish-white liquid was left behind. Simultaneously, the ghostly electricity, subjected to the heat, began to melt, black liquid seeping down and continuously dousing the ghostly incense, yet failing to extinguish it. The originally putrid scent of the incense mingled with the metallic tang of blood, hastening its burning rate once more, swiftly consuming it down to the root. The ghostly electricity in Zhang Ming's hands completely melted away. At that moment, both the ghostly incense and the ghostly electricity vanished due to the clash of vengeful spirits. The foul, decaying odor dissipated entirely. Zhang Ming ceased inhaling the scent. Only those who had been attacked by vengeful spirits and survived, against all odds, might have the chance to master them. Had he succeeded or failed? He summoned a panel, and the words materialized before his eyes. Current task: Master 3 Vengeful Spirits. Current progress: 2-3. Task reward: The Path of the Spirit Master. He had successfully triggered the lethal patterns of the vengeful spirits. Yet due to their dormant state, he had escaped the fatal consequences. Zhang Ming's expression remained indifferent. This experiment had yielded success. He carefully attuned to his body, noting that his foundational physical strength had multiplied several times. Or rather, his current physique had reached an extraordinary pinnacle. The cancerous pain that had tormented him was now imperceptible. Thus, he had irrevocably entered the realm of the extraordinary. Even should his stomach cancer flare up, threatening his life, the mystical powers would sustain his consciousness, allowing him to live as though he were still among the living. Only when a vengeful spirit completely eroded his awareness would the spirit master meet their demise. Subsequently, he began dismantling certain hollow walls. He had anticipated a considerable exertion, yet with a few heaves, he effortlessly toppled a wall. A multitude of cash bundles, wrapped in plastic, emerged as the dust settled. Zhang Ming's expression remained impassive as he systematically dismantled every accessible area. The ceiling, several meters high, was removed with a mere jump. He gathered all the cash into one place, filling the entire basement to the brim. A sight both overwhelming and spectacular. A rough estimate suggested approximately 1 billion. An investment of 9.1 million had instantaneously yielded a hundredfold return. His gaze remained devoid of emotion, lifeless as he beheld the mountain of bills, his thoughts perpetually chilling. Despite having acquired a vast fortune, enabling the creation of a safe haven and ensuring his family's safety, why could he not muster even a shred of enthusiasm, let alone joy? His state felt amiss. His thoughts were too rational, and it seemed as though his humanity was waning. As Zhang Ming pondered, a phone call came through. Zhang Ming, your illness is so severe. Why haven't you told me? Do you no longer consider me your girlfriend? I will always be here for you. Do not be afraid. The voice on the other end belonged to Lu Yu, weeping inconsolably, though she was secretly elated. Based on her understanding of Zhang Ming, if she married him now, she would certainly inherit a substantial fortune after his death. Hospitals truly meddled. They had contacted family without a follow-up treatment. Zhang Ming quickly grasped the situation. Well, to treat my illness. I have amassed millions in debt. You will help me repay it, won't you? He replied coolly, devoid of emotional fluctuation. You must be joking. How can you still jest at a time like this? Lu Yu stammered, momentarily taken aback, but soon her tone shifted to one of anguish. Zhang Ming then sent her screenshots and details of his debts. You are dying and owe so much money. Are you even human? Lu Yu's voice gradually transformed from sorrow to rage. All of this was her money. She had already studied online courses on how to extract wealth from men, and next she planned to follow the tutorial to have a child with Zhang Ming. Then she would simply ask, after the divorce, will the money and the child belong to me? This wretched man should obediently hand over his fortune. Having a child would also allow her to continue demanding alimony. Depleting Zhang Ming's family's savings under various pretexts, it was over. Everything was finished, no need to pretend. I know about your affair with Hu Pengyu that Hu Pengyu was the outsider Lu you had connected with during the third disaster. How did you find out? Chapter 4, The Ghost School. Have you heard of vengeful spirits demanding lives? Zhang Ming did not respond, his voice flat as he shifted the conversation. A person you killed has returned. In 27 days, you will receive a call from hell. Your soul will emit a beautiful wail of despair. Your body will endure the tortures of hell. Your will shall enough. Ah, Lu Yu let out a piercing scream. You've gone mad. Zhang Ming, you are insane. The call disconnected, yet Zhang Ming remained expressionless, the remnants of human emotion continuing to ebb away. It was no wonder that the spirit masters he had encountered were all so cold. Amidst constant transformation, was he still himself? He analyzed his changes with a calm demeanor, though it seemed he lacked the capacity to alter his fate. Until suddenly, a message from his sister arrived. Zhang Yi, big brother. I scored some gold coins. Zhang Ming, 100,000. You initiated a transfer. Zhang Yi, wait, did mom and dad finally reveal their wealthy status? How did you manage this? I've asked dozens of times. And last time dad said he was also waiting for grandpa to confess. Zhang Ming, not enough. I still have more. He had only a few 100,000 in his account, but the basement was piled with 10 billion. Zhang Yi, forget it. Big brother, I love you. Zhang Ming stood there deep in thought. He had lost joy and sorrow, yet his fragmented understanding remained his own. He still harbored attachments, obsessions, and a sense of right and wrong. He had changed, yet remained unchanged. His thoughts suddenly became clear, and his resolve strengthened anew. Was this the mental barrier faced by spirit masters? If one missteps by even a fraction, they gradually negate their own existence. And the will of the living is supplanted by that of vengeful spirits. Spirit masters, who siphon off supernatural powers, naturally also endure the risk of supernatural backlash. Zhang Ming was aware that many spirit masters lived short lives, their vengeful spirits reviving and meeting tragic ends. The next step was to master the third vengeful spirit and tread the path of the spirit master. The ghost school that had once led to his sister's demise and suppressed countless vengeful spirits. If he could seize the power of that terrifying spirit, he would sweep through the bizarre disasters. He stood atop a mountain, gazing into the distance, his expression resolute and unyielding. It was time to bring his sister back. And thereafter, the construction of a safe haven and the accumulation of vast wealth would be entrusted to his parents and sister. With only 27 days remaining, the dormant vengeful spirits awaited him. He summoned a helicopter, spending over 10,000, and headed to Jingda, the notorious ghost school. Previously, he had thought it expensive. Now, time was of the essence. In just an hour, traversing several provinces, Zhang Ming arrived at his destination. The helicopter hovered above Jingda, and with his keen eyesight, he spotted his sister, who was currently engrossed in a book, laughing and chatting with a few friends as they walked along a shaded path. From a height of several dozen meters, he wondered if he would survive a leap to the ground with his current physique. It was a perilous thought. He refrained from acting on it and waited for the helicopter to land on the helipad before dialing his sister's number. Wait for me at the spot. I've come to your school. I spent all that 100,000. You can't possibly ask for it back, right? I'll give you another billion, but this time, spend it quickly. What? Zhang Yi was taken aback. Just as she thought it was a joke, she caught sight of Zhang Ming, exuding an icy aura, striding towards her from a distance. What's wrong? seeing her in a daze. Her friends began to tease her. "Little rich girl, we all know your brother transferred you 100,000. You shouldn't be so spellbound for so long, right?" As Zhang Ming approached, the summer heat, filled with cicadas and barking dogs, suddenly turned chilly. A gust of wind swept in from an unknown source. Zhang Yi felt Zhang Ming's cold hand gently pat her head. "Take me for a walk." "I've never been to Jingda." Zhang Ming withdrew his hand, and after mastering the vengeful spirits, his body temperature had become frigid under the influence of some supernatural force. Yet, none of this mattered. His purpose for this visit is to attempt to harness the source ghost of the Ghost School. "Wow, is this your boyfriend?" Fang Jing smiled kindly. "This is my brother." Zhang Yi shot her a disgruntled glance and introduced Zhang Ming. "These two are my dear friends, Fang Jing and Cheng Cheng." "Hello, brother." Fang Jing and Cheng Cheng greeted him politely. Both were exceptionally talented women from Peking University, possessing striking appearances and figures, and were at the most beautiful age. Radiating youthful allure, Zhang Ming merely nodded, maintaining an icy demeanor as a form of greeting. By the riverbank of Peking University, the willow branches nervously brushed against the water, creating ripples. Zhang Ming listened with indifference until the sound of the school bell pierced through the air. His expression turning grave, his body tensing up in a past life. The bell of the ghost school served as an unsolvable curse capable of suppressing vengeful spirits. Many ghost tamers would come to this perilous place when they sensed the imminent revival of malevolent spirits, hoping for a chance to survive. Spirits of lesser terror would be subdued into silence, ensuring absolute safety for the ghost tamers in the short term. However, upon stepping outside the bell's influence, they would spiral back into chaos. Yet, when the class bell rang, they would find themselves in a life-or-death situation, with the encroachment of the vengeful spirit within them intensifying. The vengeful spirits wandering within the ghost school would also lose control after the bell rang, beginning a spree of killings. Only by enduring until the class bell rang again could the supernatural powers stack up to allow the vengeful spirit within to truly slumber for an extended period. Indeed, the ghost school was terrifying. Even before revival, the two spirits within me were already subtly suppressed. It is unimaginable what kind of vengeful spirit one must control to counterbalance the ghost school. The cancerous pain within Zhang Ming began to resurface. The two spirits within him sank into a deeper slumber, almost as if they had vanished entirely. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Ming summoned his interface. The task progress still read 2-3. The interface was visible only to him, so he had no need to conceal it from others. Failed. If the next class bell rings, I will abandon the ghost school if it does not work. His complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the absence of supernatural energy allowing his ailments to surge violently. Zhang Yi also noticed something was amiss with Zhang Ming and hurriedly helped him sit down. Her hands flustered with worry. "Brother, don't scare me. I'll call 120.no need. It's an old ailment. I'll be fine after sitting for a while." Zhang Ming declined. According to the rules of the ghost school, once the class bell rang, the vengeful spirits within him would break free from suppression. In the face of such spirits, all human ailments seemed utterly trivial. While the three were taking a brief respite, 2,000 meters away, within a residential building, a pitch-black sniper rifle had already zeroed in on Zhang Ming's heart. Behind the scope was a stunning and alluring face, lightly licking her red lips, her gaze hazy with a smile. According to the orders of that powerful figure, even if Director Qin was unwilling to pay, "You must be eliminated, little brat. The blood rose is about to bloom." Giggle. She was the enchanting secretary at Director Qin's side. A blood rose in the dark world. Chapter 5. 3 Calamities and 9 Tribulations. Bang. Amidst the sound of the class bell at Peking University, a muffled gunshot rang out from the residential building. The bullet spun rapidly, striking its target, a brilliant splash of blood blossoming like a rose in full bloom. She was cautious, using the cover of the class bell to fire that shot. Once the bullet was fired, she didn't look back, certain of her aim, confidence befitting a top assassin. Swiftly disassembling the sniper rifle, she cleverly concealed its components within a custom luggage. Even carrying the luggage through security, no issues would be detected. A wide-brimmed black hat obscured most of her face, revealing a striking yet icy smile at the corner of her mouth. Yet, she made a fatal error. Instead of fleeing immediately, she took out her camera to capture a photo of Zhang Ming's corpse. She had underestimated the situation, never anticipating that her target, struck in the he. Her voice was soft and delicate. As if drained of strength on her blood-stained face, a serene smile lingered, reminiscent of cherished memories. Zhang Ming did not approach. After a few minutes, the light in the blood rose's eyes dimmed until he was certain that her breath had ceased. Only then did he pry open the blood rose's tightly clenched left hand, revealing 2 grenades hidden within her palm. He pondered whether the current supernatural forces could withstand an explosion. He chose not to take that gamble, reminding himself that he was not invincible at this moment. Erasing all traces, Zhang Ming exerted little effort to dig a deep pit, dragging the remains of a vehicle to bury it completely. Who else but Qin Ziho would hire a hitman? Such individuals would rather kill an innocent than let one escape. Zhang Ming's gaze turned cold as it rested on the panel before him. The mission progress showed 3-3 achieved. That shot through the heart had unexpectedly triggered a clash of supernatural forces, leading him to inadvertently master the curse of the ghostly campus. Congratulations on obtaining the reward, the path of the ghost tamer, the will of the living, the body of the vengeful ghost, enduring tribulations, to become a true deity. Chapter 6. The puzzle of vengeful ghosts, the will of the living, the body of the vengeful ghost, to become a god? Zhang Ming's icy gaze turned contemplative, leading him to speculate about the path ahead, requiring practical experience to ascertain the direction of mastering vengeful spirits. Moments later, the panel shifted once more. New mission released. Complete the vengeful ghost puzzle, as you currently control 3 vengeful ghosts. Following the eerie revival, you are certain to perish in the conflict among them. You must complete the puzzle to achieve restraint and balance. Perhaps you can attempt to control more vengeful ghosts. Carving a path to survival amidst an inevitable demise. Mission reward. Upgrade safe house. The world is like a prison. You need a sufficiently secure stronghold. It was no wonder that in his previous life, during the 3rd catastrophe, ghost tamers had nearly vanished from existence. Utilizing the power of vengeful ghosts also meant enduring the terror of their encroachment. Zhang Ming had not been a ghost tamer before. Yet from the rumors he had heard, some infamous ghost tamers had indeed been accompanied by more than one vengeful spirit. Without system prompts, relying solely on survival instincts, they had managed to command multiple vengeful ghosts. Seizing hope and despair, a blend of misfortune and fortune, he checked the mission progress, which displayed 03, corresponding to the 3 vengeful ghosts he commanded. With 27 days of life remaining, his physical existence craved survival. Yet his will insisted that this was inconsequential. Was his perception being distorted by the vengeful ghosts? Zhang Ming fell into thought, his expression as frigid as a corpse, an unsettling chill radiating from him. He had long accepted the inevitability of dying in chaotic times, yet he would never relinquish his life easily. Living again, the poignancy of existence had almost brought him to tears, imparting profound realizations. With determination set, his will became as sharp as steel, severing the notion of life and death as mere illusions, and his aura seemed to swell. Zhang Ming returned to Jing University, where the air was thick with youthful exuberance. And confident young men and women laughed as they passed, sharing amusing anecdotes, oblivious to the impending disaster that loomed. One noticed Zhang Ming in the secluded corner by the riverbank. Fang Jing and Cheng Cheng trembled. Slumped on a bench, their skirts revealing more than they realized. Zhang Ming, however, paid no mind. His silent gaze bore an invisible pressure that made the two shiver incessantly. I offer you 2 choices. First, to become corpses. Second, to stay at my home for a month. Zhang Ming's gaze was unyielding. You will accompany them for this month. Any information regarding your brother must remain confidential. It concerns our lives. Understood, brother. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered. The fact that her brother had resurrected from decay clearly hinted at some hidden secret, and she knew what to do. It was time to make a choice. Zhang Ming spoke indifferently, his cold gaze sweeping over the 2 women. Had it not been for their assistance during the catastrophe in his previous life, he would have shown no mercy, and the riverbank would bear 2 more corpses. Fang Jing and Cheng Cheng no longer hesitated, opting for the second choice, which implied enduring a month of unlawful confinement, yet it was undoubtedly the wiser decision compared to death. Minggu, I've heard from my sister that you are a wonderful person. I trust you won't harm us, Fang Jing said, regaining her composure after an initial panic, tossing her wind-swept hair with a gentle smile, seemingly untroubled by the situation. Chang Chung quickly nodded in agreement, though her eyes still reflected anxiety, starkly contrasting Fang Jing's calm demeanor. The two came from different backgrounds. Zhang Ming was aware that Fang Yunyu's family, the Fang family, held considerable prestige in High City, exuding an air befitting their noble lineage. Soon, a helicopter stirred up a whirlwind as it took off, carrying several passengers. An hour later, at the foot of the mountain villa, old Zhang and his wife awaited Zhang Ming's arrival. A helicopter descended not far from the villa, and a man with a chilling presence stepped down. It was Zhang Ming. Zhang Yi and her three youthful companions trailed behind, radiating youthful exuberance, while Fang Jing and Chang Cheng, dressed somewhat provocatively, swayed in their short skirts like a captivating scenery. The elderly couple's eyes brightened. These two girls were impressive. Has Xiao Ming decided to bring his girlfriend to meet us? They mused. They are my close friends, Jing Jing and Cheng Cheng, Zhang Yi explained. The thought of her friends potentially becoming sisters-in-law left her feeling uncertain. The elderly couple, unfazed, suggested, introduce them to your brother. Who knows, he might take a liking to them. Zhang Ming's expression remained cold, yet he attempted to muster a smile, though it appeared forced, resembling a wax figure's grin. If you two are happy, then let them become daughters-in-law. Zhang Ming was trying to remind himself of his humanity, rather than remaining a soulless, vengeful spirit. You little rascal, spouting nonsense again. The elderly couple dismissed the topic, though they found it curious that the three girls occasionally cast strange glances at Zhang Ming. Upon opening the door, a cloud of choking dust greeted him, and the dilapidated walls of the room trembled, threatening to collapse. I purchased this villa. From now on, our family will live together. Wow, how much did this cost? I could play the stock market for a lifetime and never earn this much, old Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. Despite its appearance as a dangerous structure, it was indeed a precarious building. This house needs to be torn down and rebuilt. I excel in engineering design, so leave it to me. He was eager to get started. The heart of an old construction worker stirred within him, especially since this was now his home. Stop boasting. You ought to take some of our savings to help your son out, Zhang Mother retorted, having grown accustomed to their bickering over the years. After instructing Yi to keep her friends company at the door, Zhang Ming led old Zhang and his wife to the basement. As the lights flickered on, the basement was instantly illuminated by piles of cash, filling the air with the scent of money. Old Zhang and his wife gawked in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. My goodness. How much is this? Old Zhang's forehead glistened with sweat. Son, where did all this money come from? Don't worry, Dad. The source of the money is definitely unorthodox, and no one will come looking for trouble, Zhang Ming reassured him, knowing that the only person who might pose a threat would soon be dealt with. All right, as long as it's unorthodox, I can relax. Old Zhang seemed not to take it to heart, reveling in the windfall as he eagerly caressed the bills. This is all your son's money. Your saliva is getting all over it. How inappropriate. Zhang Mother chastised, equally entranced by the sight. Don't mind it. This 10 billion needs to be spent quickly. In 27 days. The world will undergo a major upheaval. An unprecedented war is coming, and gold will appreciate 100-fold. Zhang Ming briefly recounted the situation, merely framing the catastrophe as a war. After analyzing the current tense global situation, old Zhang and his wife expressed their agreement, willing to listen to their son's plan. Zhang Ming continued, the above-ground structures can be casual. The focus is on building an underground fortress. We must act swiftly and spare no expense to complete it within 27 days, acquiring at least 9 billion in gold in preparation for the impending storm. Once the underground fortress was completed, he would personally oversee the operation, cloaking it in gold to create a safe house impervious to vengeful spirits. Leave it to me. Your father could easily rally 10 construction teams for round-the-clock work, and it could be finished in 20 days. After some consideration, old Zhang provided a concrete plan. With that, Zhang Ming felt a weight lift from his shoulders, able to spend time with his family until evening when he received another message from Fang Yunyu. Fang Yunyu, brother, darling, dad, I miss you. Over the past few days, Fang Yunyu had consistently reached out, though Zhang Ming had never replied. Zhang Ming, I'll come to your house tonight. Fang Yunyu, my parents are home. Zhang Ming, are we still going to do this? Fang Yunyu, yes, I'll send you my location. Upon receiving Fang Yunyu's address, Zhang Ming confirmed his memory was accurate. Her home was at Tanghai Pin, situated in the same upscale villa district as Qin Ziho. That night, at a villa in Tanghai Pin, Dark clouds enveloped the moon, and the wind howled through the night sky. After hours of fervent engagement, Fang Yunyu stifled her cries, succumbing to unconsciousness, her lips slick with drool, utterly satisfied. Compared to their previous encounters, Zhang Ming was more forceful, as though he wanted to exhaust her completely. Yet for Zhang Ming, this was merely a role he played. His cold heart lacked desire, following instinct as he attempted to reclaim some semblance of humanity. With disaster looming, even as he sought to master the vengeful spirits in peace, there remained individuals like Qin Ziho, who dared to provoke him. Zhang Ming's gaze hardened as he leapt from the dark third-floor window, cloaked in shadows, heading towards Qin Ziho's residence. Chapter 7. The Ghost Pistol Before the Resplendent Villa. Zhang Ming scaled the wall, effortlessly leaping to the second-floor window. Pushing the window open, he stepped into the room, his footsteps silent and stealthy. Zhang Ming meticulously controlled his bodily strength, appearing to succeed in his endeavor. In a room filled with a fragrant aroma, a sultry young woman swathed in a bathrobe reclines upon the bed, revealing a glimpse of her alluring figure. With her eyes closed, her face is smeared with some sort of creamy substance. She appears relaxed, oblivious to the chilling figure that silently glides past her. Amidst the barely audible creak of the door, Zhang Ming has already stealthily positioned himself at the railing of the second floor. His icy gaze surveying the vast living room below. In the center of the room sits Qin Ziho, impeccably dressed in a suit, facing three men whose expressions are as cold as ice. Even under the cloak of night, they don oversized sunglasses. Assassins are notoriously unaccustomed to collaboration, and Qin has breached their code. A short, stout man suddenly produces a cold blade from his sleeve, driving it into the table with a clang. His sinister smile suggesting he is ready to act at any moment. Bang! In an instant, a gaping hole appears in his head, his smile frozen in place, blood oozing from the wound. Another tall, lean man retracts the smoking barrel of his gun beneath his coat. No cooperation? Then let there be no cooperation. The remaining bald man remains expressionless, as if nothing had transpired. Qin Ziho wipes the sweat from his brow, his legs trembling slightly. He harbors a persistent feeling that these two could eliminate him at any moment. If only he could quickly eradicate the Zhang family, a generous reward would await him. In a previous life, the infamous ghost master Shen Mingyi was notorious for his malevolent reputation, remaining an active practitioner even amidst the third cataclysm. His formidable spirits possessed astonishing abilities, enabling him to reverse aging and survive 3 catastrophic events without any of his spirits resurrecting. Moreover, every ghost master who had crossed paths with him met their demise, rendering him a figure of terror in the realm of the supernatural. In the distant metropolis of dying, even through a mere screen, Shen Mingyi felt a chilling sensation as he observed a bloodied figure effortlessly lifting a safe with one hand. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's perplexing words, he furrowed his brow, yet he remained confident in his ability to quell any disturbance. As one of the central figures in the dark underworld, the energy he commanded was immensely formidable. The core members of the organization were all top-tier dignitaries. A mere stomp of their feet could reverberate throughout the entire world. On the other side of the screen, Zhang Ming had already acted decisively. With a sharp sound of slicing wind, his cold right leg lashed out like a whip, sweeping across Qin Ziho's neck. I was wrong. Please spare me. I will never dare again. Qin Ziho's pleas were abruptly silenced as he beheld his own kneeling figure and the chilling, indifferent specter before him. Before he could comprehend, the world spun around him, and with the heavy thud of the ball hitting the ground, he lost all consciousness, bringing an end to his sinful existence. The seductive woman seemed momentarily paralyzed with fear, her exquisitely beautiful face glistening with tears as her phone clattered to the ground. Amidst her cries, a frantic voice pleaded, "Don't kill me. I'm quite capable. Spare me." Zhang Ming merely cast a glance, understanding that killing was merely a means to an end. He held no fondness for taking lives, yet even she harbored ill intentions towards him. What? The alluring woman, appearing quite pitiful, raised her gaze, tears cascading down her graceful form. Your methods of concealing poison are quite cunning. However, I have no interest in you and no desire to delve deeper. Otherwise, you would realize that even if you concealed poison there, it would not harm me in the slightest. Possessing extraordinary senses, Zhang Ming quickly detected a source of poison among the myriad of scents and colors. You? The seductive woman gasped in astonishment. She too was an undercover agent sent by Shan Mingyi, codenamed 13 Fragrance. Even some high-ranking officials from various nations had fallen at her hands, yet she had not anticipated encountering a setback today. Without granting her a chance to speak further, a heavy safe swept past, and her alluring body was splattered with blood, crashing heavily to the ground. The lifeless form, resembling a tattered sack, bore a face of sheer shock and beauty. The phone on the ground continued to buzz, and Shan Mingyi deduced the outcome from the cacophony. "Heh, you give face yet are ungrateful, Zhang Ming. There are many things in this world far more terrifying than death." With a sharp crack, Zhang Ming casually stepped over the safe, reducing the phone to a pile of dust in a privileged area of dying. Within a grand villa, Shan Mingyi chuckled lowly, his shoulders shaking as he lightly applauded, the sound icy and devoid of warmth. His subordinates trembled. It had been years since he had accompanied by a series of anguished screams, for lifeless bodies tumbled down from the sloping mountain path, each with a gaping wound in their foreheads, their faces still etched with disbelief. These corpses were armed with heavy weaponry, including even a rocket launcher, and as they hit the ground, shells rolled out, causing Zhang Ming to retreat a few steps in alarm. The malevolent spirits had yet to revive. He had no confidence in withstanding such devastating injuries that could easily crush a body. It appeared that not only had the police station been arranged, but there was also a sinister force conspiring against me. Firearms are regulated items, and the presence of a rocket launcher, a military-grade asset, indicated an immense level of power. With his family settled, it was now time for Shan Mingyi to meet his demise. Having wasted yet another night on such trifles, Zhang Ming's thoughts turned, and he observed the officers. Their previously unwavering confidence began to wane upon witnessing such marksmanship. The officers who had just spoken now found themselves parched and retreated completely behind their cover, fearful of a stray bullet from the Grim Reaper. Among the officers still maintaining a standoff, only the female officer remained, her hands gripping her weapon with a resolute gaze as she squeezed the trigger. With two sharp gunshots, bullets struck Zhang Ming's left and right arms, blood splattering and staining his clothing. Truly, it was Yin Bing, Captain Yin. Who would have thought I would see you again, though the circumstances are rather unpleasant. Perhaps we should save our conversation for another day. Zhang Ming did not express anger. Instead, he returned to his vehicle, restarted the engine, and extended his bloodied, pale left hand out of the window, holding his weapon as if nothing were amiss, calmly stating, "Clear the way." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and as he lifted his hand, a tremendous force surged through Yin Bing's weapon, sending it flying from her grasp. This left Yin Bing in astonishment. Those two shots had clearly hit their mark. Yet why did it seem as though this man was unaffected? "Move the vehicle. You have 10 seconds. For every second of delay, I will take a life point 10. The vehicle's headlights cast a dim glow as Zhang Ming, arms stained with blood, bore a cold and calm expression, exuding a terrifying aura. How brazen have fugitives become these days? Several officers, filled with righteous indignation, quickly moved the obstructing vehicles aside. As Zhang Ming passed by Yin Bing, their eyes met through the window, his cold visage curling into a smile that appeared somewhat stiff, reminiscent of a clay effigy grinning. "I buried you on a mountain with a splendid view, untouched even by floods." Due to excessive reliance on the powers of malevolent spirits, Yin Bing had not survived the calamity in her previous life, perishing amidst the ruins. After her revival, she roamed, taking lives, her withered, wooden-like corpse standing as if still embraced by the vengeful spirit of ingratitude. Zhang Ming had dragged his ailing body to bury her in a desolate mountain, and it was then that a second devastating flood struck. He had narrowly escaped disaster once more, watching as the city of Hai transformed into a sea within 5 minutes. Yin Bing coldly watched the vehicles depart, finding his words inexplicable, the fugitive's smile chilling her to the bone with disgust. Deep within, she vowed never to falter again. All criminals would face the judgment of justice. As the vehicles sped toward the military district, Fang Yunyu anxiously checked Zhang Ming's injuries, tearing open his sleeve, only to be astonished to find his bloodied arms completely unharmed, cold and pale. Yet, an inexplicable stench began to pervade the air, spreading quietly. Chapter 10. The shock of the soldier king upon entering the mountains. The vehicle passed several checkpoints, arriving at a vast iron gate. Zhang Ming's indifferent gaze swept across, spotting concealed sentinels clad in camouflage, the distant sounds of training commands echoing from the camp, and massive searchlights patrolling the area. After the sentries confirmed the license plate, the vehicle entered a compound of stark, robust buildings, forged from concrete and steel, towering like giants in the night. The military district was solemn. Yet, even such a powerful and disciplined stronghold had been obliterated on the first day of the bizarre calamity. In the past, when the disaster first erupted, television news announced the military's arrival for stabilization, but just minutes later, the message shifted to urging residents to remain concealed, as the military district had been slaughtered by a vengeful spirit. The broadcast showed a ghastly figure, dripping with the water of the dead, wandering among the corpses that filled the compound, seemingly still searching for the living. The memories of that scene began to merge with the military district before Zhang Ming's eyes. If he could survive until the calamity struck, he might be able to intervene in some way. Such thoughts flickered momentarily. Although his humanity was waning, he was not unwilling to lend a helping hand. Upon disembarking, he found his parents and sister already within the military district, braving the cold wind as they awaited him. This matter entailed too many complications. They should remain in the military district for a few days, where they would be protected. Zhang Ming offered little explanation, determined to resolve this issue. After settling his family, Zhang Ming was introduced to the commander of the military district by Fang Yunyu. "Uncle," Fang Yunyu greeted. Commander Fang Zhe, draped in a black coat, possessed a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect. "You are causing trouble, using my name for protection?" As if the military district were a playground, just as Zhang Ming was about to speak, Fang Yunyu discreetly interrupted him. "If you are unwilling, uncle, I shall call grandfather. He would surely take pity on my unfortunate husband." "Unfortunate husband? Without my permission? Who in the Fang family dares to acknowledge you?" Fang Zhe retorted aggressively. "You are Zhang Ming. Where did you acquire the evidence of the Shen family's crimes? What is your intention in approaching Yunyu? Speak." "This ledger was obtained through one of his accomplices," Zhang Ming replied calmly, producing the ledger. Not only would the commander of the military district fear him, but even the president of the United States would think twice within 5 steps. "As for my relationship with Yunyu, it is mutual. Your focus need not be so narrow. I will exchange the evidence for a month of protection for my family. Perhaps only a few days will suffice for me to deal with Shan Mingyi." Fang Zhe sneered coldly. "My Fang family has enmity with the Shen family, but even I must address Shan Mingyi as commander. Who do you think you are to speak such wild words? Though I do not place importance on lineage. Your words are reckless and muddled. I will not allow you to be together." Fang Yunyu was taken aback, realizing her uncle's sudden judgment made the prospect of dissolving the engagement even more unlikely, let alone being with Zhang Ming. Yet, her gaze toward Zhang Ming grew more resolute, filled with tenderness and affection. To hell with the arranged marriage with the Hu family. She wished to escape with her beloved. Foolish child," Hu Zhe sighed at this scene, tossing the so-called evidence onto the table. "I choose to protect you merely because you are innocent, and I happen to know of this matter. I cannot bear to see you slaughtered by Shen Mingyi. That is all. As for dealing with Shen Mingyi, there is no need to mention it again. Even with tenfold evidence, it would create no ripple against the Shen family's power. Unless the Yin family of Dying City intervenes, but that is impossible. They maintain a neutral stance and would never engage in such matters." Zhang Ming replied indifferently, "There is no need for such roundabout discussions. I will set off now and return after killing Shen Mingyi." Hu Zhe chuckled derisively at this absurd jest, but nonetheless dispatched a private aircraft to take Zhang Ming to Dying City. Amidst the roar of the helicopter, he intercepted Fang Yunyu, who was trying to follow, murmuring to the sky, "If you are wise, do not resist. Once Yunyu is married, you will naturally be allowed to return." 1 hour later, the helicopter broke through the dark clouds, and Zhang Ming, seated within, had a cold expression. "Pilot, how much longer?" The pilot, Wang Ting, a robust figure, replied nonchalantly, "Soon, soon." However, the next moment, a cold hand gripped his neck tightly, causing his face to flush red as he struggled violently, attempting to break free. Yet, the immense strength of the icy grip instilled a sense of despair, as if he were ensnared by a creature clad in human skin. "Dying City lies to the north. Are you taking me to the extreme south, Dazang City, to dig your own grave?" Even at several thousand meters in the air, Zhang Ming's keen eyesight discerned the road signs of Dazang City below. along with various advertisements showcasing its unique geographical features. Zhang Ming's cold hand continued to exert pressure until Wang Tung's expression grew increasingly twisted and grotesque. Only then did he relent, realizing that killing the pilot and plummeting from this height offered no assurance of survival. Regardless of the orders Commander Fong has given you, head towards Dying City now. Wang Tung's heart raced with dread. He was a soldier king, capable of taking on 100 elite troops single-handedly. Yet, in that brief exchange, he felt as though Zhang Ming, with a single hand, could take on dozens of him. What kind of joke is this? I nearly died. Had it not been for the altitude and my remaining usefulness, I have no doubt he would have killed me like a chicken. I was ordered to take you far from Hai City and ensure your safety for a month. We are not enemies, and I will not engage you. Wang Teng's voice was hoarse, his throat burning like fire. He had refused to fly towards Dying City. It was a dangerous place teeming with powerful forces. Had it not been for his orders, he would have drawn his weapon to retaliate, confident that with military-grade weaponry, Zhang Ming would not pose a threat. Your level is too low. You lack the strength to protect me. If you persist in this absurd decision to avoid Dying City, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Zhang Ming's expression remained devoid of warmth. His icy tone brooked no dissent, as if he were prepared to strike at any moment. I acknowledge your formidable skills in hand-to-hand combat. But if you can best me in a contest of weaponry, I shall agree to go to Dying City. Wang Tung's pride flared. The king of soldiers possesses unparalleled attributes, earning him the title that validates his formidable prowess. It seems you remain unconvinced. The skills honed during your military career serve as your crutch, yet your understanding is woefully limited, merely scratching the surface of the world's vast complexities. Even in marksmanship, you fall far short of comparison. Yes, the helicopter's windows rattled with the fierce winds. A cold hand extended outward, gun in hand, aimed at the ground thousands of meters below. Initially, Zhang Ming fired a casual shot, testing his aim, then decisively discharged 3 more rounds before retracting the smoking muzzle. Wang Tung, bewildered, pondered Zhang Ming's erratic shooting at such a staggering altitude of over 3,000 meters. Yet, as he followed the trajectory of the gunfire, using the precision display screen to survey the ground, his eyes nearly fell from their sockets in shock. Several spent shells lay scattered in a rural courtyard. A flock of hens nestled quietly, while 3 roosters nearby strutted and crowed, but upon closer inspection, each rooster's comb had been punctured by a bullet, bearing scorch marks from gunpowder. This, Wang Tung was astounded. Theo hit the combs of chickens from 3,000 meters high. Aboard a swiftly moving helicopter with a handgun, Chapter 11. A tragic catastrophe. Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? Wang Tung's heart raced with terror, astonished by such terrifying eyesight, unable to fathom the rigorous training required to achieve such marksmanship. This skill shattered his previous understanding, and his gaze towards Zhang Ming turned fraught with trepidation. It appears you still cling to delusions. Even with such marksmanship, it won't suffice to alter your course. I shall not hold back in fulfilling your desire for combat. Zhang Ming was loading bullets, the cold metallic clinking of the magazine seeming to pierce through everything. No, it's unnecessary. I am requesting a flight path and am in the process of changing course. Wang Tung, drenched in cold sweat, was unwilling to engage, utterly convinced. Amidst the thunderous sound of the helicopter blades, the rising sun pierced the night, banishing the darkness. Approximately an hour and a half later, the helicopter arrived in Dying City, and a man emanating an icy aura disembarked. None other than Zhang Ming, clad in a black mask and baseball cap. Being on the run, his brazen presence in Dying City would attract too much trouble. Should there be a coordinated assault with heavy weaponry, he could not guarantee his survival. Shun Mingy, today I shall settle our scores. Zhang Ming smiled coldly, though the expression was somewhat rigid, reminiscent of a corpse attempting to feign a smile. Zhang Ming, your confidence is excessive. Shin Mingy resides in Zhonghai, the epicenter of power. I understand your anger, but this matter requires careful deliberation. Wang Hai had pursued them. His orders were to protect Zhang Ming, and he would not stray from his side. At Zhang Ming's insistence, Wang Ting, familiar with the terrain, reluctantly guided him around the outskirts of Zhonghai. Various top-tier power institutions nestled amidst ornate architecture in the Zhonghai region. The Zhonghai area alone spans 200 hectares, and we can only tread the fringes. Venturing closer is unfeasible. Wang Tong was disheartened, perceiving Zhang Ming's intentions as somewhat fantastical. The villa district where Shan Mingyi resided was centrally located, with the entire Zhonghai region boasting a high level of security, fortified with cutting-edge technology, leaving no blind spots. Having been in the military, Wang Tong was privy to some of the darker undercurrents and knew that even in such high positions, there were parasites who considered themselves above the people. Shan Mingyi was among them, having committed countless heinous acts. You make a valid point. Even if I were to eliminate him, all eyes would turn towards me. And that is far too perilous. Zhang Ming, after careful consideration, weighed the pros and cons. They were too far from the villa district. Even with the longest-range sniper rifle, accuracy would be insufficient. Infiltrating Zhonghai through alternative means also posed significant risks. And should Shan Mingyi come under attack, all attention would inevitably fall upon him. Given his extraordinary physique, he would find himself in a life-threatening predicament if he were to wait 26 more days. When the malevolent spirit awakens, he would have 1,000 ways to eliminate Shan Mingyi. Even a nuclear explosion would not harm him. The awakening spirit would embody true terror and insurmountable dread. The search for the malevolent spirit's puzzle had already endangered his family's lives. Could he truly afford to allow Shan Mingyi to live for another 26 days? As pedestrians bustled along the streets, Zhang Ming's cold gaze turned inward, suddenly recalling a news story from his previous life. A catastrophic accident involving a high-speed train in Dying City, which had derailed and caught fire shortly after departure, resulting in the tragic deaths of hundreds and leaving many more injured. If memory served correctly, this calamity seemed to occur on this very day in his past life. He had mourned for his unfortunate compatriots. Yet now, having been granted a second chance, his heart was cold as ice at the recollection of the news. Even if one survived the accident, they would still face the unending despair of natural disasters. With the malevolent spirit's resurgence turning the world into a living hell, Zhang Ming interrogated his own conscience. If one possesses the ability to alter the course of events and chooses not to save lives, how do they differ from the malevolent spirit? Is my will still that of a living being? Wang Tang, prepare the helicopter. We must depart. Zhang Ming made his decision. It is reassuring that you have come to this conclusion. We should hasten our exit from Dying City. Where to, then? Wang Tang sighed in relief. Seeking to kill Shan Mingyi was no different from courting death. The train station. Zhang Ming offered no further explanation, directing Wang Tang to the Dying City train station. Time had blurred his memory of the train number and the time of the derailment, and he could only seek answers now. Wang Tang complied without question. Seated within the helicopter, Zhang Ming's gaze swiftly scanned the area below for the train, while simultaneously sending a message to Fang Yunyu, requesting her to utilize her abilities to halt today's train. However, an unfortunate scene unfolded. Boom! A series of dull thuds echoed from the distant railway as a train had completely derailed. Wang Tang, descend to rescue. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming leaped from the helicopter as it hovered 10 meters above the ground. Landing with apparent ease, a height equivalent to 4 stories, devoid of any cushioning. Wang Ting watched in disbelief. Zhang Ming's throat filled with a metallic taste, yet in an instant, the reverberating injuries were erased by supernatural forces. A foul stench of decay beginning to waft through the air. Wang Tang, too astonished to marvel, was propelled by the instincts and sense of duty ingrained in him as a soldier, without Zhang Ming's command. He had already initiated the descent, his eyes reddening with urgency. A whole train had derailed. How many lives were at stake? Inside the train, the situation was dire. Screams, weeping, and wails resonated through the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke. Zhang Ming understood that the initial shock had not been fatal, as the train had only just begun to accelerate, resulting in minimal casualties from the derailment. However, the ensuing fire would become the most devastating catalyst of this catastrophic event. Peering through the train window, he could already see the interior in disarray. Some were bloodied, others unconscious, while children cried out in terror. Passengers, caught in the tumultuous upheaval of the train, were piled together. If they lingered any longer, some would be crushed. Those with a strong will to survive were already attempting to break windows, fighting desperately for their lives, but many were too injured to muster the strength to escape. They had 10 minutes to evacuate everyone. Zhang Ming recalled the news. 10 minutes after the train derailed, an explosion occurred within the carriages. While rescue teams had only just arrived, their hearts breaking as they extinguished the flames. The charred remains of bodies within the mangled train cars would become the haunting conclusion of this tragic accident. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ming, without tools, decisively struck with his fist. The thunderous force shattered the train window, sending spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward before the entire pane fell away, creating an escape route. Even the tightly locked train doors, when he yanked with all his might, emitted a piercing metallic screech, warping under his incredible strength before bursting open entirely. In this manner, Zhang Ming prioritized creating multiple escape routes, and by the time Wang Ting touched down, he had already breached several carriages, establishing paths for escape. Quickly, assist those unable to move out of the carriages. Then organize everyone to distance themselves from the train and be wary of the impending explosion. Zhang Ming instructed, continuing his efforts to break doors and windows. The sheer strength he displayed was astonishing. Wang Ting felt both amazed and grateful for Zhang Ming's extraordinary presence, knowing many lives would be saved. All right, ensure your safety. As flames engulfed the train, Wang Ting plunged into the thick smoke of the carriages. With a wave of his arm, he lifted a person under each arm, disregarding their injuries, prioritizing survival above all else. However, this state of affairs did not last long. The flames escalated, accompanied by acrid smoke, and Wang Ting soon found himself exhausted. After rescuing individuals from 2 carriages, his body was blackened, skin stinging all over, and even taking a step became increasingly difficult. Yet his eyes brimmed with determination as he struggled to re-enter the 3rd carriage, only to be repelled by the raging flames, collapsing to the ground. No, I must save them. He continued to fight against the odds, yet he knew he was powerless. Witnessing the horrific scene inside the train, streaks of tears traced down his soot-covered face. Chapter 12. The charred corpses in the fire. Zhang Ming's speed outpaced Wang Ting by several folds. He had opened escape routes through 10 carriages, his shadow darting swiftly within, saving multiple lives with each round tripped in the blink of an eye. He had rescued over 100 people from 4 carriages, sparing them from the clutches of death. Once more, he charged into the next carriage, where the surging flames scorched the air. His clothing had long been reduced to tatters, and he had discarded his mask and cap. Despite the chilling aura that enveloped him, his visage had been charred to a deep black, flesh curling from the burns, and his body was riddled with horrific injuries. Under the influence of supernatural forces, he resembled a charred corpse amidst the flames, the stench of decay permeating the air, yet he remained unyielding to death. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, several gunshots rang out, striking this disfigured figure. A middle-aged man, disguised as an unconscious passenger, had made his move. The gunfire ceased, and his voice turned icy. After 2.5 years of meticulous planning, I finally awaited this serendipitous opportunity for murder. How many lives do you possess to dare disrupt my scheme? Flames licked hungrily towards the middle-aged man, the searing heat and the anguished cries of the wounded intoxicating him, almost compelling him to dance and sing. In mere minutes, he would orchestrate a flawless act of accidental homicide. Even the perpetrator himself would be reduced to ashes in this conflagration, leaving the police experts ensnared in a web of confusion. Yet, a chilling scene unfolded before him. That cold, spectral figure turned to gaze at him. What manner of visage was it, with flesh charred and a putrid aroma of decay wafting from the seared skin? Yet the expression remained as placid as that of a long-dead corpse. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-aged man's countenance shifted dramatically, his eyes trembling in chaos, and in a fit of panic, he emptied his magazine, gasping heavily. Surely, this must be the end, right? Even amidst calamities, some vengeful spirits do not claim as many lives as you have. Yet, the terrifying figure appeared undeterred, speaking calmly. A being like you is no different from a true malevolent spirit. Zhang Ming's body, riddled with bullet holes and rendered blurry by flames, bled profusely, with blood vaporizing amidst the fierce inferno. Soon, the flow ceased, and instead, a yellowish, foul liquid seeped from the spectral figure, extinguishing the flames that had been scorching it. Simultaneously, the horrific wounds and bullet holes began to vanish, replaced by fresh, pale flesh as the rancid liquid continued to ooze forth. You. The middle-aged man collapsed from his chair, retreating in abject terror, his eyes filled with boundless dread. The wisdom he relied upon, his weapons, and the artistry of murder he once embraced crumbled in an instant under the shadow of this dreadful figure, leaving him with nothing but retreat, trembling, and horror. In the next moment, a frigid hand pressed against his head, and under immense force, his bones cracked one by one, his body being mercilessly compressed into a bleeding mass. The excruciating agony felt akin to hellish torture. Blood gushed from his mouth, his face torn and stretched, unable to emit a single cry of despair, only a silent scream resonating within. His trembling pupils bore witness to a cold leg descending upon him. Boom! Under the tremendous force of Zhang Ming's whip-like kick, a cloud of blood mist erupted, scattering debris and filth. This entire sequence transpired in mere moments, and Zhang Ming resumed his rescue efforts. Minutes later, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, various rescue teams finally arrived, only to be met with waves of scorching heat. Amidst the blazing inferno, the train lay in charred ruins, a nauseating stench filling the air. "We'd have arrived too late." Many wept, cursing themselves for not arriving sooner. The crowd of onlookers grew, disbelief mingling with sorrow on their faces. A significant portion of the train had derailed and exploded. How many lives had been lost within? Among the hurried crowd from the station, many families had just bid farewell to their loved ones boarding this train, only to find themselves separated by the veil of death in an instant. Countless individuals knelt upon the ground, wailing uncontrollably, their sorrow palpable. "It's over. It's over." Mayor Yin was also on this train. "My official cap." The police chief knelt trembling, weeping like a child, his face streaked with tears and snot. Shouting, "What are you waiting for? Lead the charge. Bring Mayor Yin back to safety." Behind him, some officers gritted their teeth, preparing to rush forward, yet the flames were too fierce, rendering entry into the car impossible. An icy figure, appearing seemingly from nowhere, obstructed their path. The person's visage was blackened, and their clothing nearly carbonized, as if they had just escaped a fire. "I do not advise you to undertake such foolish sacrifices. The people on the train have already been saved. First, organize doctors and nurses to attend to the injured." He pointed the way, directing them beyond the tangled rails, where hundreds were gathered on a hill. Some lying, others sitting. "What?" Police Chief Sun Sheng sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes. "Quickly, follow me. Protect Mayor Yin." Doctors and nurses arrived swiftly, providing initial treatment to those in critical condition, who were then carried on stretchers and prioritized for transport to the hospital. Tragically, 8 individuals had succumbed to their injuries, having sustained fatal wounds during the train's derailment. "Nurse over there, come here. We must take Mayor Yin to the hospital first." "Mayor Yin, it's a relief that you are unharmed. I was ready to rush into the flames to save you." Sun Sheng, who had been scolding just moments before, now wore a sycophantic smile. He inclined his body before a middle-aged man with a square face, whose faint gaze held a glimmer of vitality. This man was supported by a stately woman, and with a sigh, he began, "Prioritize the severely injured. My wounds are not grave, yet my heart aches. Our transportation facilities harbor immense safety hazards, causing suffering to so many people. A thorough investigation and overhaul are imperative." Yin Guozhong had just awakened from his stupor, and after conversing with a man named Wang Tung, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Ignoring Sun Sheng, he firmly grasped the icy hand. "Thank you, young comrade. I am grateful that you saved my wife and me. I would like to invite you to my home as a token of my appreciation." His expression was sincere, and his smile seemed genuine. Mayor Yin appeared to be a member of the Yin family from Dying City. Was the middle-aged man's target for assassination none other than him? Zhang Ming also connected the dots, realizing why, after the catastrophic accident in his past life, the National Railway Departments underwent rigorous scrutiny and reform, leading to the downfall of numerous high-ranking officials. Moreover, he had previously overlooked the striking resemblance between the noblewoman beside Mayor Yin and the police officer Yin Bing, as if she were merely a younger version of the same person, evoking a sense of fondness within him. "Then I shall impose. I have matters to discuss as well," Zhang Ming replied calmly. He needed to secure some support from the Yin family to swiftly resolve the issue with Shan Mingyi. Chapter 13. Terrifying supernatural artifacts. Thank you, thank you. Survivors and their families expressed their gratitude through tears. Had it not been for Zhang Ming's intervention, many families would have been shattered, engulfed in grief. "Live well." Zhang Ming said little, his charred face betraying no emotion. Yet, in his heart, he mused, at the very least. Before the calamity, he could experience a few more days of luxurious happiness. He declined the reporters' interviews, leaving behind only his departing silhouette amidst the live broadcast, accompanied by the journalists' admiring voices. This nameless hero, who wished to remain anonymous, had saved 412 lives at the accident scene, thereby preserving 412 families. Zhonghai, Yin family villa. What? This was not an accident, but a deliberate act. Yin Guozhong's fury erupted. He glanced at his wife, fear etched upon her face, his trembling hands betraying his wrath. Indeed, the perpetrator perished in the inferno. I had no time to interrogate his identity. Zhang Ming recounted the events concerning the middle-aged man. Investigate. Find out the truth. The mastermind deserves to be punished, Yin Guozhong commanded. Beside him stood an elderly man, Yin Jun, the true backbone of the Yin family, equally incensed. His gaunt visage and deep, resolute gaze emanated a formidable presence. A clear indication of his high-ranking status. An attack on Yin Guozhong and his wife was tantamount to a declaration of war against the Yin family. Few could withstand the brunt of his ire. Young comrade Zhang Ming, I have a question that lingers in my mind. How is it that a person of such integrity as yourself has found yourself on the wanted list? Yin Jun inquired. His demeanor toward Zhang Ming warm and paternal. Zhang Ming recounted the earlier events, explaining that he had merely sought to develop quietly and rid himself of the vengeful spirit awakening within him. Yet Shun Mingyi had overstepped his bounds, crossing his line. I trust your character. I will assist in retracting the warrant issued by the police. Yin Jun spoke slowly. He had conducted a preliminary investigation into Zhang Ming. Discovering that alongside the wanted notice, there was a hefty bounty from the underworld, issued almost simultaneously. The convergence of this information led him to conclude that Zhang Ming spoke the truth. Now, he was a benefactor to the Yin family, and naturally they would not allow him to suffer such oppression. For Yin Jun, resolving this matter was but a mere formality. Young friend Zhang Ming, there is also a bounty of 1 billion on your head. For the time being, you may stay in the Yin family. No one will dare to harm you. I will negotiate with the underworld on your behalf, Yin Guozhong added. He was equally eager to repay Zhang Ming's kindness. As the eldest son of the Yin family, the resources at his disposal were staggering. Thank you very much. Zhang Ming's icy gaze shifted toward a transparent glass display case, showcasing numerous ancient artifacts. I also have a small request. I am quite intrigued by this ancient tome. Might I persuade you to part with it? Upon entering, he had noticed the blue ancient book, its cover weathered with age. Somewhat faded and antiquated, it bore a striking resemblance to a powerful supernatural artifact he had encountered in his past life. This is my prized collection, yet if you, young friend Zhang Ming, are interested, please take it. Yin Guozhong instructed his attendants to retrieve it. As Zhang Ming held it, he felt a chilling touch. With a slight exertion, he found the cover's paper remarkably resilient, seemingly impervious to tearing. This was no ordinary paper, transcending the mundane. Indeed, it exhibited certain supernatural characteristics. Zhang Ming confirmed it to be the Book of Life and Death, an immensely potent cursed artifact, feared even by the top exorcists. Should one's name be inscribed within its pages, there was a significant likelihood of death in his previous life. This terrifying object had instilled fear in all exorcists, kept under the jurisdiction of the National Exorcist Headquarters, deterring many rogue exorcists from reckless actions. During the initial stages of the calamity, it had played a crucial role in maintaining social stability to some extent. Regrettably, in my past life, my status was far too humble. Within the grand city of dying, I was only aware of the existence of a terrifying, blood-stained wooden stick. Zhang Ming was lost in thought. Perhaps I will be unable to assemble the pieces of this supernatural puzzle and will perish when calamity strikes. Yet these paranormal artifacts can be wielded by ordinary people, collected within their homes to enhance their foundation and provide protection. To be tainted by the supernatural is, in essence, a misfortune, but under the duress of impending disaster, it becomes the sole means of survival. Several supernatural items are scattered across various cities, each having once stirred significant turmoil in my previous life. I must promptly deal with the cunning old fox. Shen Mingyi, to secure them, my own pieces of the supernatural puzzle can no longer bear the weight. Shun Mingyi's bounty is perilously enticing. He fears being eliminated by some massive weapon while seeking answers outside. As he pondered, news arrived from Yin Guozhong and his son. An alarmed guard hastened in to report that the culprit behind the train derailment had been identified, emerging from the dark underworld and affiliated with Shan Mingyi. Within mere minutes, the Yin family's intelligence network had pinpointed the true mastermind behind the scenes. How dare Shan Mingyi presume to act with such audacity? Yin Jun's hair stood on end, his long-standing military presence looming like a thick, ominous cloud. Zhang Ming was somewhat taken aback, but given Shan Mingyi's typical modus operandi, it seemed entirely plausible. Yin Guozhong's expression turned grave, his resolute features betraying a flicker of anger. The Yin family has always maintained a neutral stance, harboring no grievances against Shan Mingyi. It appears that our prolonged subtlety has allowed others to forget our significance. Yin Jun's position still subtly eclipses that of Shan Mingyi. Our influence is vast. Yet we have dedicated ourselves solely to serving the people, remaining indifferent to the machinations of power struggles. This generation of the Yin family is poised to rally. Few can withstand the connections we have amassed. If they cannot secure our support, they seek to eliminate the Yin family. This is tyranny. This is hegemony, Yin Jun declared. This is the realm of the people, not Shan Mingyi's dominion. Father, the time has come. We have gathered evidence for so long. It is time for him to answer to the people. Yin Guozhong also made a pivotal decision. The stormy autumn has arrived, and all the second and third generations of the Yin family have returned home. Yin Jun considered the matter more thoroughly. A final thread of doubt lingered in his mind as he sighed. That old fox Shan Mingyi is overly cautious, although the evidence has its connections. It lacks substantial proof of his orchestration behind the scenes. I fear that if we gamble all our resources, we may end up with nothing. Yin Jun's instincts were sharp. He understood that this evidence alone would not be sufficient to bring down the old fox. This was also the reason the Yin family had refrained from taking action until now. Zhang Ming's cold gaze shifted. What if Shan Mingyi were to confess voluntarily? Yin Jun shook his head. Deep in thought, that is unlikely. I have an idea. If your Yin family can cooperate, not only can we compel him to confess, but we can also witness a thrilling performance unfold. Subsequently, Zhang Ming articulated his detailed plan. I cannot agree. That is far too perilous. Yin Guozhong rejected the notion. Yin Jun, however, began to contemplate earnestly. What is your level of certainty? 99%. Zhang Ming's cold smile was unsettling, resembling a mask of paper. The father and son of the Yin family felt an inexplicable chill seep into the air, causing them to shudder. Chapter 14. The opinions of the Yin family. The streets of Dying were bustling with life. Pedestrians moving about, each individual diligently engaged in their respective pursuits. A vehicle of exceptional privacy, unremarkable in appearance, bearing the license plate Jing A000000, suddenly entered the thoroughfare, drawing numerous curious glances. The mere sight of the license plate was enough to intimidate. My goodness, how enviable! I'll go home and have some of my brother's eggs. You little rascal, he works so hard. You're not allowed to eat my brother's eggs. Wow. The guards of Zhonghai let him through without question. This is quite the important figure. Inside the car, Yin Bing, dressed in casual attire, appeared softer than in her police uniform, resembling a certain celebrity. Uncertain of the reason for her grandfather's sudden summons, she felt an unsettling premonition that something significant was about to transpire. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the Yin family villa. It had been a while since her last visit, and the familiar sights offered her a slight sense of comfort. The atmosphere at home was lively. Her uncles, the second and third, had returned with their families, crowded into the living room. Her heart skipped a beat, her stunning visage furrowing in concern. I am back. Anxiety gripped Yin Bing in the next moment. She spotted a familiar, sinister figure, her pupils dilating in shock as she instinctively reached for the gun at her waist, only to find it empty. Everyone has left, the guard unit. Yin Bing's eyes were filled with disbelief. Zhang Ming, how could a dangerous person like you appear in my home? I warn you, do not cause any trouble. She adopted an exceedingly cautious demeanor, unable to believe the scene before her. This was Zhonghai, the safest place in the country, and yet he had infiltrated her home without a sound. What a joke, Binger, how unbecoming. Yin Guozhong reprimanded her, stating earnestly. He is my savior. You two are of similar age and should get to know one another. Savior a benefactor? Yin Bing found the notion to be rather absurd. Just last night, he had been the fugitive she was pursuing, yet today, he was hailed as her father's savior. With the explanations provided by her father and mother, Yin Bing and the other members of the Yin family came to understand the deeds Zhang Ming had accomplished. Young hero, in the future, should anything arise in Dahu City, seek out your Uncle Yin. Yin Guoqiang, the second son of the Yin family, wore a serious expression as he shook Zhang Ming's hand. He felt immense gratitude. His elder brother was the family's other pillar of strength aside from their aged father, and their bond was profound. Had Zhang Ming not been near the train that day, the tragic events that may have unfolded were too horrific to contemplate. The Yin family owes you a debt of gratitude. Should you ever visit Dachuan City, I will treat you well. Yin Guixiao, the third son, also expressed his sentiments. If anything were to happen to my elder brother, our father would likely not be able to endure much longer. Thank you for saving my parents. I shall repay you within my means. Yin Bing's voice turned cold, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. You are far too dangerous. I do not wish for you to linger in my home. The image of Zhang Ming, bloodied arms resting in the dimly lit vehicle, coldly threatening the police, flashed vividly in her mind. Zhang Ming replied, It seems you still harbor prejudices against me. That is understandable. In 26 days, you will come to understand my actions, for what I have been doing is merely self-preservation. The time until the calamity descends grows ever shorter, and Zhang Ming sounded alarm bells within his own mind. He must survive and strive to control more malevolent spirits. Once Yin Jun saw that everyone had gathered, he commenced the family meeting. The elder was gaunt, yet still exuded an air of authority, causing the younger generation to fall silent. The matter concerning Guozhong indicates that someone is deliberately orchestrating murder, disregarding the Yin family's standing. To that person, even numerous lives are but a trifling game. What? Yin Guoqiang leapt to his feet, exclaiming, Father, who is responsible for this? I will see to it that they suffer. His eyes blazed with fury, yearning for retribution against the perpetrator. This is intolerable. Have we been too low profile for far too long? Yin Guixiao clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, trembling with rage. It is the Shun family, Shun Mingi. Yin Jun's gaze darkened, suppressing a profound fury. Guard unit, follow me. Capture that old dog alive and bring him to apologize to my elder brother. Yin Guoqiang roared, his eyes practically aflame. Second brother. Yin Guixiao intervened, his teeth clenched, shaking his head. If we had concrete evidence, it would not fall upon you and me to take action. After all, it is Shan Mingyi. We must deliberate further. This is precisely why father summoned us back. Indeed, the second brother is too impulsive. Take a cue from your younger brother and think twice before acting. Yin Jun admonished, feeling a twinge of anger as he coughed a few times before continuing. However, at this juncture, there is a method proposed by our comrade Zhang Ming. He outlined Zhang Ming's audacious plan, which struck many as fanciful. Even Yin Guoqiang, a man of brute strength, furrowed his brow, casting a look of astonishment at Zhang Ming. This lacks feasibility. A single person cannot compel Shin Mingyi to confess. Yin Guixiao dismissed the idea. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Yin Bing's gaze was frigid, her eyes conveying everything unspoken. I have faith in him. Comrade Zhang Ming possesses extraordinary abilities, and I believe there is a significant possibility of success. Yin Guozhong voiced his support. Yet inwardly, he resolved to ensure the safety of comrade Zhang Ming at all costs throughout this plan. I am confident beyond 90%, provided the Yin family grants me the necessary support. Zhang Ming spoke calmly. Such a monumental undertaking seemed to him as commonplace, as if he did not regard the inherent dangers involved. His entire demeanor radiated an icy resolve. That old dog Shun is overstepping. Not only has he issued a nationwide manhunt for me within the police system, but he has also hired assassins from the dark underworld. Threatening my family and crossing a line we cannot accept. We are on the same front. You can rest assured. Zhang Ming's words were directed at Yin Bing. Unacceptable. It would be more satisfying to confront them directly. Guard unit, obey my command. Yin Guoqiang could no longer contain himself. Anyone who dares to harm my elder brother will meet a swift demise. However, when Yin Jun's composed gaze swept over him, Yin Guoqiang instantly felt unsettled and ultimately returned to his seat with a muffled grunt. Ahem, let us proceed according to comrade Zhang Ming's plan. Elder brother, second brother, third brother, prepare yourselves. We act tonight. Yin Jun commanded solemnly. After much contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced to Zhang Ming's scheme, even though he perceived the chances of success as exceedingly slim. Yet, even if it serves merely as a smokescreen, It must be enough to disrupt that old fox. The Yin family has remained silent for too long. When we strike, it must be with a thunderous impact. You have made the right choice. Tonight, I shall expose that old dog for what he truly is. Zhang Ming's indifferent voice reverberated through the hall. He had to make some simple preparations, not merely to bring Xian the old dog to justice, but to inflict genuine and ruthless torment. The name Shun Mingyi would be eternally nailed to the pillar of shame, even in death. Chapter 15. Shun Mingyi on his knees that night, at the Shun family's villa. Patrols moved about outside, vigilant and alert, leaving no stone unturned. Occasionally, eyes would glance toward the upper windows of the villa, where an elder and 8 graceful figures could be seen chasing one another in the room. Among the guards, a squad leader named Zhang Jian, with a resolute gaze, muttered, "This is absurd. Indulgence has reached such an unrestrained level." He had endured in silence for far too long, from joining the army to becoming a member of Shun Mingyi's security detail. A long and drawn-out period. But at last, the day had arrived. The day of reckoning for that old dog. A shadowy figure emerged from the night, his face somewhat pale, with cold, lifeless eyes resembling a soulless puppet, locking gazes with him. Subsequently, Zhang Ming boldly entered the villa, while Zhang Jian and his men seemed oblivious, continuing their patrol. Even the guards at the villa's entrance willingly opened the door, their eyes fixed on the distance without a glance aside. The Yin family had not boasted, but 9 out of 10 members of Shun Mingyi's security detail had been infiltrated. Zhang Ming was well aware of this. When he had killed Qin Ziho, he had to sneak in quietly. Now, he could openly confront them. He adjusted the tiny camera on his chest, confirming it was activated, and as he stepped into the Shun villa, a live stream titled Daring to Reveal the Shocking Truth rapidly gained traction on Doubo. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. As Zhang Ming walked, the view count soared in mere seconds. Wow, is that a staircase made of gold? How could such a staircase possibly be made of gold? With the current gold prices, a pound of gold weighs a pound. Cut the nonsense. What are you even talking about? Just get to the selling part. Can I buy it or not? The comments exploded with fervor. But Zhang Ming couldn't see them, nor would he respond. The sound of his firm footsteps echoed on the golden spiral staircase, the villa's opulence exceeding Zhang Ming's imagination. He even suspected that the wiring within the walls might be made of gold. It was no wonder that with such wealth, Shun Mingyi had navigated the initial phases of mysterious disasters in his past life unscathed, becoming a notorious ghost tamer. Approaching the door to Shun Mingyi's bedroom, a cacophony of lascivious voices wafted out unabashedly. "Did I enter the wrong channel? Host, do you even screen your own streams? I'm ready. Message me privately. I'm a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, committed to rejuvenating every man's vigor." The comments surged as the online viewer count broke 1 million. Those selling content found their nest, seizing the opportunity to shower gifts. Zhang Ming casually pulled out a knife, avoiding the camera on his clothing, and swiftly inflicted several bloody wounds upon himself. Not satisfied, he dragged the blade along the cuts, exposing bone beneath. Blood dripped, pooling beneath him, his injuries grotesque, his visage pale as if he had been dissected by a madman. A strong S in the grand hall, a colossal projection dominated the space, as the Yin family fixated on the commencement of the live broadcast, each member gripping their palms with cold sweat. Yin Jun, the venerable patriarch, maintained a composed gaze, having already reached out to several old friends. Even if this operation were to fail, there were still subsequent waves of retaliatory strikes planned. The notion of conjuring phantoms to extract confessions was sheer folly. Yin Bing also watched intently, harboring little faith in Zhang Ming's capabilities. Then, in the footage, Shun Mingyi inexplicably produced a handgun and brazenly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire reverberated, the bullets seemingly on the verge of piercing the screen. Yin Guozhong exclaimed in shock and anger. Young friend Zhang Ming. Yet it was of no avail. He had arranged for those to provide cover during the retreat, situated among the patrolling forces outside. The Yin family hall fell into a chilling silence, the soft sounds of the broadcast echoing like gunfire. But in the next moment, Zhang Ming's chilling voice resonated once again. Shun Mingyi, the stench of your sins is overwhelming. How could this be? Yin Bing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Surely this man would not perish, HM? The patriarch of the Yin family, whose eyes had remained as tranquil as water, now exhibited signs of disturbance. The live footage remained steady, showing no signs of evasion from the gunfire. Could it be that Shan Mingyi had truly aged, unable to hit his target from such a distance? Soon, Shan Mingyi appeared to succumb to some form of terror, his countenance paling and contorting. This young comrade had come prepared. The old patriarch felt a sense of satisfaction, allowing a smile to grace his features. Following Shan Mingyi's confession of guilt, the members of the Yin family erupted with excitement, each one astounded, never having anticipated that this young man could truly achieve such a feat. But at that moment, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded before them. Kneel, not just before me, but before all the people. Zhang Ming's icy voice echoed. The once arrogant Shan Mingyi, amidst his struggles and hesitations, gradually lowered his knee, ultimately collapsing before the camera. The members of the Yin family stood in shock, astonished, while the second son of the Yin family, nearly petrified, gaped in disbelief, his jaw almost dropping. What? Yin Bing's gaze was filled with incredulity. This young comrade. The old patriarch's voice trembled, his eyes widening in sudden realization, nearly popping out of their sockets in that instant. He forgot all subsequent thunderous actions. In a corner of Dazhong City on the map, a towering structure stood, a division of the dark world. A massive screen displayed the scene of Shan Mingyi kneeling. A figure cloaked in black trembled, their hand gripping tightly, knuckles turning white, teeth clattering in a restrained fury. Brother, I have long advised you, in the face of such gravity. The cloaked figure gradually calmed. You may depart in peace. Regardless of who is behind this, I will settle all scores. With an expressionless countenance, they pressed a blood-red button, pausing momentarily before applying force. On the screen, Shan Mingyi's kneeling form was met with a resounding explosion, scattering blood and flesh, accompanied by several harrowing screams. The live broadcast was abruptly cut off. The cloaked figure remained seated. Dear Zhang Ming, I must extend my gratitude for your commitment. Yin Guozhong smiled benevolently, feeling quite elated after eliminating the Shin family. Presently, no one in the Yin household seemed to care about this promise. Yet there were no mockeries either, only goodwill abounded. Zhang Ming promptly departed from the Yin residence, rebuffing any attempts to retain him, for the calamity that awaited him had little time to spare. Half an hour later, in a remote suburb of Daijing City, a factory sprawling over thousands of acres reverberated with the thunderous clamor of machinery. Outside a warehouse piled high with goods, a shadowy figure emerged. Zhang Ming, with a swift tug, he pulled on a chain, its metallic clinks echoing as it snapped effortlessly under his formidable strength. The cut as smooth as if severed by a razor-sharp instrument. With his newly augmented physique, the act was akin to pulling cotton. Inside the warehouse, the goods were meticulously arranged, primarily industrial products destined for export. Zhang Ming's gaze was icy as he flicked a stone he had casually picked up. Shattering several probing eyes within the warehouse, it was rumored that the terrifying coffin-lifting stick resided within this very factory in a past life. A renowned ghost master had posted about its whereabouts. The lethal nature of the coffin-lifting stick was inscrutable. To touch it was to meet one's death, claiming countless ghost masters who had fallen victim to its dreadful power, only to see malevolent spirits resurrected on the spot. Zhang Ming swiftly surveyed the warehouse, effortlessly lifting goods weighing several tons along with the pallet before setting them down again, meticulously examining every corner. After several breaths, he had thoroughly scoured the premises, finding nothing amiss. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps began to echo, but Zhang Ming paid it no mind as he proceeded to the next warehouse. This factory was vast, boasting over a dozen warehouses, and his search would require considerable effort. He moved swiftly to the next warehouse, which was unlocked in a corner. He could hear the labored breaths of a man and a woman. Zhang Ming employed the same method, smashing the probing eyes, and caught sight of a couple entwined in a passionate embrace, lost in their own world. With a swift motion, he hurled 2 stones with precision, rendering them unconscious. The chilling figure of Zhang Ming flitted through the warehouse, continuing his search. Meanwhile, a couple of female officers, seated in an ordinary sedan a mere dozen meters from the factory, were fixated on a live feed of one of the warehouses. Moments ago, they had witnessed an impassioned scene, which had now descended into darkness. One officer, with a youthful visage yet a voluptuous form, was Officer Huang Ting. The other, exuding an exquisite coldness and possessing an air of nobility in her every gesture, was Yin Bing. Having been discovered, they sprang into action. Yin Bing pressed the accelerator, resolutely charging into the factory. She was tasked by a friend to investigate a suspect, and her keen instincts now urged immediate apprehension. For the quarry was already alert to their presence. Bing Bing. Huang Ting hesitated, her gaze laden with unspoken words, but upon recalling her kidnapped parents, her expression hardened with resolve. Chapter 18. The thugs were terrified. The warehouse lay in eerie silence, save for the figure of Zhang Ming, swift as a wraith, who raised dozens of tons of goods, as if he were a vengeful spirit in search of the living. "Not here," he declared, his gaze icy. Outside, a stir of activity caught his attention. With his extraordinary senses, he discerned Yin Bing's voice drawing near from a vehicle. He saw no need to evade or hide, remaining steadfast in his position. An air of coldness enveloping him. Since mastering the ghostly tongue, his supernatural powers seemed to have deepened, amplifying their influence over him. He had no doubt that should the ominous calamity descend, in his current state, he would surely perish on the spot. When Yin Bing cautiously pushed the door, adopting a tactical stance, she aimed her weapon at the chilling figure within the warehouse. "You?" she questioned inwardly, yet she shifted her gun away. "What are you doing here?" "There's a danger in this warehouse. Compared to you, it hardly qualifies as perilous," Zhang Ming replied. "I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us be quick." With a pallid arm, he lifted the unconscious man and woman, casting them at Yin Bing's feet. "You?" Yin Bing's striking features momentarily faltered. However, just as she produced silver handcuffs to restrain the suspect, a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of her head. "Don't move," Huang Ting commanded, her other gun trained on Zhang Ming. "Ting Ting, is that you?" Yin Bing's eyes widened in astonishment. She had been too complacent, falling into a trap crafted by none other than her close friend. "Bing Bing, I had no choice. Please forgive me," Huang Ting murmured softly, her predicament dire. Torn between her parents and her closest friend, anyone would find themselves at a crossroads. "It's your fault. I originally planned to act in 2 days, but now I must advance the timeline." Huang Ting's expression hardened as she squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shot struck true, piercing Zhang Ming's chest, a decisive end to his existence, extinguishing any possibility of a leak. "Zhang Ming!" Yin Bing's expression shifted, conflicted. Gazing at the gunshot, her emotions swirled. Had this dangerous individual met his end due to her entanglement? Yet, a horrifying turn of events unfolded. Blood gushed forth from Zhang Ming's chest, the shot seemingly striking a vital artery, rendering divine intervention futile. Still, he spoke with a calm demeanor. "Since fate has intertwined our paths, I shall take responsibility for this matter. Are you pretending to act in a play at the brink of death?" Huang Ting's face contorted as she fired 2 more shots. The frigid bullets struck him squarely in the chest, hastening the flow of blood. An acrid stench filled the air, reminiscent of a long-dead rodent hidden in some corner of the warehouse. Yet, Zhang Ming maintained an expression of indifference, as if the blood-soaked body was not his own. Despite the grievous injuries, he took a step forward, resembling a puppet, impervious to pain, manipulated by a chilling will from behind. Huang Ting felt a chill creep through her body at the sight. This was too eerie. Such an injury should elicit cries of anguish, yet he remained unnaturally silent. What the hell is he? Human or ghost? "Stay back, don't come any closer." Huang Ting trembled, repeatedly squeezing the trigger until an entire magazine was expended, spent casings littering the ground. Yet each shot landed upon him as if striking a soulless corpse, failing to halt Zhang Ming's advance, their distance only diminishing. With a swift kick, Zhang Ming unleashed a force akin to a bulldozer, the gust of wind whipping through the air as it impacted Huang Ting's arm. She stumbled backward, unable to evade the blow. In an instant, immense power surged through her arm, accompanied by a series of sickening cracks as a bloodied, contorted limb was flung away, crashing to the ground. "Ah!" The excruciating pain contorted Huang Ting's youthful features, tears streaming uncontrollably, her voice filled with venomous rage. "Why arm?" In that moment of liberation, Yin Bing raised her weapon, her icy gaze fixated upon her former friend. "Bing Bing, I didn't want this. I never wanted this," Huang Ting stammered, retreating several steps in a pale attempt at justification. "Whatever you have to say, let us discuss it at the precinct." Yin Bing's voice was cold, sensing the impending doom, and rushed to assist Zhang Ming, who had sustained severe injuries and needed urgent medical attention. At that moment, the warehouse door swung open once more with a creak. The iron door trembled. Amidst the sound of synchronized footsteps, the ground seemed to quake as over 20 burly figures wielding rifles appeared at the threshold. Their expressions twisted into grimaces. Huang Ting, whose complexion had paled, suddenly brightened. But the leader of the gang spoke, draining the color from her face. "Open fire, leave no survivors." Over 20 men raised their rifles, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that erupted like rain. Bullets swept across the unconscious couple on the ground, past Huang Ting and towards Yin Bing, who was aiding Zhang Ming. "Get down," Yin Bing shouted. They were too far from cover, the open warehouse offering no refuge. With fury in her eyes, she gritted her teeth, determined to shield Zhang Ming, her stunning figure trembling. "Today, I repay the debt for saving my parents." Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zhang Ming's blood-soaked form, ghostly in its swiftness, materialized before Yin Bing. He extended his pale arm, encircling her, as bullets rained down upon his back. Each thud echoed like the splatter of flesh, tearing at Yin Bing's heart. You." She stood frozen, her beautiful eyes reflecting his cold visage. Now becoming a blur, she felt so foolish, her misunderstanding of Zhang Ming had run too deep. "Officer Yin," Zhang Ming coughed up blood. "Should I perish, I hope you will protect my family." He ruminated on the day calamity would strike. If he did not survive the resurrection of malevolent spirits, having a responsible ghost master like Officer Yin would add a layer of security to his family's safety. Yes, Yin Bing nodded, tears streaming down her face. She had never anticipated that even in his final moments, Zhang Ming would be thinking of his family. "Stop," the gang leader commanded. The gunfire ceased, smoke billowing as the warehouse was left in disarray, littered with remnants of corpses and a stench of blood. However, as the haze dissipated, the scene that unfolded before them sent chills through the merciless thugs, as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their bodies freezing and their weapons nearly slipping from their grasp. A corpse, its skull shattered, its back nearly hollowed out, continued to shed fragments of flesh as it turned to glance at them. What kind of gaze was that? Cold, lifeless, and eerie, resembling a clay effigy of a vengeful spirit, devoid of humanity, a ghost. The thugs were paralyzed with fear, a wave of foul liquid streaming down their trousers. No, don't be afraid, charge." The leader gulped, retreating in panic. Glancing back, he saw his underlings fleeing faster than ever. "Boss, I'll burn paper for you next year." Chapter 19. The speculation of ghostly equilibrium. "Since you've seen me, then all of you shall remain." Zhang Ming's voice was cold and unyielding. Amidst the stench of decay and rust, chunks of flesh continued to fall from him, blood dripping in a relentless cascade across the floor. The thugs felt their souls leave their bodies. This ghost was far too powerful, unfazed by bullets, able to roam and kill even in broad daylight. One runs faster than the other, lamenting only that their parents did not bless them with 2 more legs. Yet, in a heartbeat, the sharp crack of gunfire resounds. Zhang Ming draws his ghostly handgun and fires. No matter how far they flee, it is but a single shot that swiftly claims their lives. As he swiftly changes several magazines, within mere moments, the bandits are nearly eradicated, leaving only their leader, who appears paralyzed with fear, crawling on the ground. Gazing at the eerie, almost inhuman figure, he steadies his aim. While the bandit leader trembles, No, I confess everything. I succumb to darkness." Before he can finish, a bullet pierces his brow. His pupils widen in terror, the head, steeped in dread, slowly droops. "I have no interest in your child's play." Zhang Ming states coldly. However, he finally spots something intriguing among the bandits, a wooden stick clutched in one of their lifeless hands. Removing it from the corpse, it feels cold and slightly greasy to the touch. The stick appears splattered with red paint, yet seems to be stained by age-old blood, the crimson hue seeping through, remnants of an unknown time. Its dimensions are akin to that of an ordinary stick, reminiscent of images he had seen in his past life of a coffin-lifting staff. He has verified its resilience. It is tougher than steel, bending not even under his full strength. Another supernatural artifact acquired. So far, he possesses 3 items: the ghostly handgun, the Book of Life and Death, and the coffin-lifting stick, items that ordinary ghost tamers could scarcely fathom. Once I complete this puzzle, combined with these terrifying artifacts, I wonder if I could confront those formidable spirits in the desolate regions. Zhang Ming recalls his past life, where a few true forbidden zones for the living emerged only after natural disasters ravaged the land, like the Bone Forest, Eternal Night Mountain, and Wangwei, which were deemed taboo territories. Analysts surmised that profound secrets lay within these regions, perhaps unraveling the origins of the disasters. Consequently, the headquarters had dispatched ghost-taming teams for exploration, yet all had perished there, their messages never returning. Zhang Ming dismisses these thoughts. In this brief moment, his injuries have healed significantly. Upon closer inspection, a viscous, yellowish-white liquid flows from his wounds, resembling oil extracted from some creature. In the warehouse, Yin Bing gazes in utter disbelief. Everything unfolding before her shatters her worldview. Despite being riddled with bullets from dozens of rifles, he remains standing, even managing to turn the tables on over 20 fierce bandits. Now, that spectral figure wields a blood-stained wooden stick, flesh peeling away, as fresh, pale blood seemingly regenerates. Officer Yin, I understand you have some doubts, but now is not the time for questions. Zhang Ming's voice is icy. Today's events must remain confidential. Zhang Ming, I am truly grateful to you. Yin Bing states, her expression softening. If even a whisper of this reaches the outside world, you will answer to me. Initially repulsed by Zhang Ming, her attitude has undergone a significant transformation. She tucks a fragrant strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze becoming gentler. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Yin Bing proactively exchanges contact information. Zhang Ming pays it little mind. Had she not shielded him in his past life, he might have become a lifeless corpse today. He has far more pressing matters at hand. Heading next to Dawan City, an hour later, at the airport in Dying City, amidst the shrill sounds of friction, a passenger plane ascends into the sky, as if to tear through the heavens. Seated in first class, Zhang Ming's cold gaze causes the tall flight attendant to flinch, her heart racing. Merely passing by him, she feels a chilling aura, suggesting he is far from ordinary. The passenger system has registered Zhang Ming's identity, and his military rank of colonel commands their utmost respect, as they serve him with great caution. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming is deep in thought. The ghostly phone call and the spectral words achieved a certain equilibrium, leading him to refine his theories regarding the puzzle of the vengeful spirits. Following the revival of the ghostly phone call, not only did it emit strange sounds, but also a voice, and the murder medium of the spectral words is likewise a sound. The conflicting patterns of their lethality suggest a possibility of balance, an opportunity to complement the puzzle. He summarizes that the data samples are too limited to be definitive. Yet, in his previous life, such findings would have astonished the scholars of vengeful spirits, as his recent discoveries align closely with their theories derived from extensive datasets. If his conjecture holds true, the source of the vengeful spirit in Mianyang County, Dawan City, must not be overlooked on the first day of the cataclysm in his past life. Cities that had not completely fallen into ruin received warnings about the emerging vengeful spirits. This particular spirit in Dawan City was among those for whom individuals risked their lives to upload details. Continuously refining its profile. It is an ancient red copper bell, codenamed the Ghost Bell, known for its cursed attributes. Its curse is the antithesis of the ghost school bell. The first ghost tamer to hear its chime will awaken the vengeful spirit within them. Only by enduring 12 hours and hearing the bell again will the suppression effect manifest. The supernatural power of the ghost bell is exceedingly terrifying, prompting most ghost tamers to opt for a confrontation at the ghost school rather than face this seemingly fatal bell. Lost in thought, the plane arrives in Dawan City. Zhang Ming's chilling presence soon weaves through Mianyang County. After hours of searching, he finds no viable leads. Neither online resources nor the local elders seem to recall a bell of such description. As night falls, the dim alleyways are lined with specialty dining and snack stalls, the aroma of spicy delicacies wafting through the air. Zhang Ming's figure moves swiftly, almost ethereally, as he prepares to search through the night for traces of the ghost bell. Zhang Ming? A voice of confusion calls from nearby. Zhang Ming turns to see a familiar yet unfamiliar face, dining on hot pot, gazing at him in bewilderment. Oh, is that really you, Ming Gu? The individual, slightly plump and clad in an executive jacket, sports a neatly groomed hairstyle reminiscent of an old bureaucrat. Zhao Quan, it has been ages, Zhang Ming recalls. Zhao Quan is a university classmate with whom he shared a good rapport, yet now appears older than his years. His demeanor more polished. It has been so long. You seem distant. You arrive without even a greeting. Zhao Quan laughs, inviting Zhang Ming to join him. At the table sits a young woman, graceful and intelligent, who smiles gently at Zhang Ming as a form of greeting. Since he began taming spirits, Zhang Ming has scarcely tasted food, as sustenance has become a mere formality under the influence of supernatural forces. Nonetheless, he accepts the invitation, his chilling presence settling at the table. Zhao Quan, a local, wields some influence in the county. Perhaps he can save Zhang Ming some time in his quest for the ghost bell. Cheers! Zhao Quan raises his glass, excitement evident in his voice. "TOC, my good friend from university, unexpectedly today." "Cheers," Zhang Ming replies calmly. The bubbling red oil hot pot simmers, yet he finds himself unable to recapture the emotions of old friendships. "Later, let us go for a foot massage. I know a great place." Zhao Quan, slightly inebriated, exclaims, "I'm afraid you'll collapse on the way." Zhang Ming declines. The intelligent woman at the table, named Zhu Jiahui, is Zhao Quan's wife. Her gentle smile accompanied by a hand already gripping Zhao Quan's waist. Such minor gestures cannot escape Zhang Ming's keen observation. They reminisce about the past, as if their youthful days are resurrected, continuously toasting and exchanging pleasantries. "Ha ha ha, your drinking capacity has improved tremendously, your demeanor has grown resolute. I almost did not recognize you," Zhang Ming remarks. "You two have changed significantly, maturing considerably." He raises his glass in response. "I am here seeking an ancient red copper bell. It is a matter of urgency, akin to a death sentence." Zhao Quan, slightly tipsy, seems to recall something familiar. "Please elaborate. I will see what I can do to help." He listens intently to the detailed characteristics, eagerly offering to assist Zhang Ming. "Then I shall not hold back. Gauge your abilities, and I will seek alternative methods," Zhang Ming responds. They drink for quite some time, until the night's chill spreads and the hot pot gradually cools before parting ways. "You just got promoted to a deputy position and already you're boasting. What makes you think you can help your classmate while relying on family connections?" Zhu Jiahui chides as they walk away. "He is my good friend." "What do you know, woman?" Zhao Quan retorts. Years ago, he faced malicious discrimination from a mentor, jeopardizing his graduation, but it was Zhang Ming and several close friends who stood against the pressure from the institution, exposing the mentor's vile actions, allowing him to escape the turmoil. Each incident remains etched in his memory. Yet soon, the pain from the tender flesh at his waist prompts Zhao Quan to exclaim, I was wrong, but I am determined to help Zhang Ming." Zhu Jiahui chuckles helplessly. "You are such a soft-hearted fool. It's no wonder I fell for you." As the two gradually walk away and enter a vehicle, Zhang Ming observes them from a distance, his gaze steady until the vehicle departs, before shifting his focus elsewhere. "Should I ascend to an official position, if it is a benevolent one, I could leverage some connections to elevate your status. But given the precarious state of affairs, it seems unnecessary." His chilling presence, akin to a specter, meanders through ancient alleys and buildings in search of the ghost bell's whereabouts. With only 24 days remaining until the cataclysm descends, he vows to leave no stone unturned in completing the puzzle and surviving in this damned world. The following morning, during his vacation, Zhao Quan receives a call from his superior, Xiao Zhao. The colleagues in the secretarial department are swamped. Many urgent documents remain unprocessed. Please come in at your earliest convenience. Director Chen, I understand the challenges faced by my colleagues, but I am currently unavailable. Zhang Ming, still feeling somewhat dazed, does not forget his commitment to assist his friend in locating the bell and cannot afford to delay. Comrade Zhao Quan, where has your sense of discipline gone? Where has the principle of serving the people vanished to? Director Chen's voice was stern. I do not care what monumental issues you may have. If I do not see you today, I will have to reconsider your eligibility for promotion next time. Yes, I will arrive promptly. Zhao Quan gritted his teeth in frustration. Ever since he was appointed deputy section chief, this deputy director Chen had been constantly making things difficult for him. The higher the rank, the heavier the pressure. Although he had some connections to smooth things over, he could not openly confront his superior in the bureaucratic system. Certain fundamental mistakes cannot be tolerated. Regarding the ancient bell, he made a phone call to his father, mobilizing some personnel to search for clues. The day passed swiftly, and by the time night fell, a weary Zhao Quan returned home, still engrossed in revising official documents. However, after sending the meticulously polished files to Director Chen. He received a reprimand mere seconds later. Your document quality is disappointingly subpar. You need to reflect and learn more. For this occasion, I can only use it as is. The cold words made Zhao Quan's veins throb, yet he managed to suppress his anger. Your criticism is valid, and I will certainly study and implement it earnestly. Another day slipped by, and in the early morning, Zhao Quan was jolted awake by a call from Director Chen. Today, a high-ranking leader will be inspecting our work. Everyone must be present. Hurry up and come over. I suggest you refrain from taking leave unless I specifically request you. Zhao Quan felt his frustration boil over. What did the leader's inspection have to do with him? Time and again, this kind of formalism and bureaucratic nonsense left him under constant criticism, making his diligent efforts feel utterly unappreciated. Director Chen had been making things difficult for him for an entire month, and even his voluntary leave could not provide an escape. The place he once longed for now appeared filled with nothing but murk and chaos. Once enjoying a smooth path since graduation, Zhao Quan could only begrudgingly swallow this bitter pill of growth. After hastily arriving at the office, he called Zhang Ming. Rest assured, my friend, I have already mobilized over 100 people in the search. I seem to recall something about that ancient bell, but it eludes me for the moment. Haha, it's no trouble at all. You're being overly considerate. He worried that Zhang Ming might be anxious. So he took the initiative to update him on the progress. A comprehensive search has already commenced within the county, and several areas have been scoured. This endeavor required substantial manpower, resources, and finances, which he chose not to mention, instead brushing it off with laughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming had just exited an ancient temple, feeling a chill envelop him as the clear chime of a bell echoed from behind. He had searched every ancient temple and found no sign of the bell. Could it only appear when disaster struck? After a day and a half of inquiries throughout the county, he had uncovered no leads. He could not afford to waste all his time on this phantom bell. There was another source of malevolent spirits in High City, suspected to be linked to a puzzle of ghostly incense. Perhaps it was time to return. His thoughts shifted. There was also a supernatural artifact in Dachuan City that he had yet to investigate. The increasingly pressing timeline compelled him to focus all his attention on the puzzle of the vengeful spirits. Zhao Quan had indeed exerted himself, and he had also encountered individuals searching for that ancient bell. Zhang Ming was well aware. Although his tone remained casual over the phone, after spending years together, he could discern that something was amiss. With 23 days of tranquility remaining, let them pass in peace. He decided, before departing Dachuan City, to assist an old friend. This was hardly a difficult task. With his current power, wealth, and capabilities, a mere word from him could resolve what seemed insurmountable for an ordinary person. A cold figure swiftly moved, vanishing before the misty ancient temple. Soon after, in an office, Zhao Quan bowed his head as someone vehemently chastised him. Chapter 21. The hidden Zhang Ming. The office was simply decorated, with monochrome lines cutting across the tiles and ceiling, resembling a series of welded iron tracks. Deputy Director Chen was spitting as he exclaimed, Zhao Quan, I say, young comrade, how is it that your ideological awareness is so lacking? The leaders are about to arrive. Having you clean the office is to showcase our positive working demeanor and leave a good impression on the organization. Normally, being slow is forgivable, but at such a time, aren't you just dragging the reputation of our secretarial department through the mud? His high cheekbones twitched as his thin lips moved like a razor's edge, hurling one accusation after another at Zhao Quan. Finally, he slammed a thermos cup onto the desk, the sound echoing like a vortex as the tea swirled. Zhao Quan lowered his head, forcing a smile. Director Chen, please take a breather. We mustn't let anger harm your health. I will resolve these issues promptly. His clenched jaw gradually relaxed, yet his forced smile remained rigid as his hands tightened into fists. Zhu Jiahui looked at her husband with concern. They worked in the same office and had grown to appreciate Zhao Quan's capabilities, which eventually led to their union. Faced with Chen's deliberate rebuke, she felt distressed for her husband, unable to voice her troubles, merely waiting for the storm to pass. The rest of the office staff seemed unfazed, preoccupied with their tasks, and no one was willing to offend the soon-to-retire old cadre, let alone stand up for Zhao Quan. Some even secretly rejoiced, as Zhao Quan's promotion had blocked their own paths. At that moment, a chilling figure stood at the office door, a dim shadow entering the room. An icy aura spread, sending shivers through everyone present. It was Zhang Ming, who wasted no time and directly utilized his authority to locate Zhao Quan. Shut off the air conditioning, Chen barked, then continued, Deputy Section Chief Zhao, I believe you need not participate in this year's evaluation. It's best for you to continue your reflection and self-improvement. You, old fool, how about you reflect on your own actions? The bureaucratic arrogance you display towards your colleagues is a serious form of bureaucratism. Zhang Ming interjected. Only then did everyone notice the stranger in the office. Who are you? Chen felt a jolt of apprehension. The newcomer's gaze was piercingly cold, and he bore a peculiar redwood staff, exuding a deep and intimidating presence that Chan did not recognize. This is my friend, Zhao Quan quickly interjected, pulling Zhang Ming aside, whispering, What brings you here? This area is restricted. You should leave quickly. I'll find you after work, and we can have a good time together. He tried to pull him away, not wanting his friend to be implicated. However, upon contact, the icy sensation sent a shiver down his spine, and his strength felt as if it were pulling a heavy stone sculpture. I am about to leave Dachuan City. Before I go, I'll help you resolve a troublesome matter, Zhang Ming stated. All right, I appreciate your goodwill, Zhao Quan nodded earnestly. The old fool has some power, and he wished to avoid causing trouble for his friend. Stop, you're not allowed to leave, Chen finally reacted, declaring, I suspect you are a spy, here to gather intelligence. I will have the police handle this. Given that he was Zhao Quan's friend, Chen assumed he wouldn't be of high status and was nearly intimidated. Chen dashing. I advise you not to overstep, Zhao Quan erupted. I toil and labor for the people, and now you wish to oppress my friend as well? His gaze darkened. If it were just himself being oppressed, he could endure, but involving his friend was simply unacceptable. What did you call me? Do you think you can defy authority? Chen's expression morphed with rising anger. A newcomer daring to confront a superior? Isn't this just a minor suppression? Why is he so intolerant? He had accepted bribes to facilitate others' promotions, only to have Zhao Quan preempt him. This debt had yet to be settled. Zhao Quan hurled the cloth he had been holding, his eyes ablaze. Chen dashing. Since you no longer care for this thin veil of propriety, I shall tear it away. I am here to accomplish real work, to serve the people, not to be your caretaker. In the future, don't come to me for trivial matters that you could resolve yourself. Cleaning the office is a daily task handled by the cleaning staff. Why must you have me scrubbing toilets? Anyone can see through your petty schemes. If the documents are well done, the credit is yours. If something goes wrong, I bear the blame. I have had enough of this. The office fell into a stunned silence. Zhao Quan's wife was taken aback. His colleagues gaped, unable to close their mouths. Chen dashing trembled, stammering. You almost choking on his words, he continued. You can make mistakes with your food, but not with your words. You're finished. We shall see. Zhao Quan, unfazed, realized that this confrontation would only lead Chen to seek his father's assistance later. What did he care if he didn't advance? He had originally taken leave today and was now unwilling to entertain further disputes, pulling Zhang Ming along to leave. I'll help you handle the grievances you've suffered, Zhang Ming stated, not moving but dialing a number. Officer Yin, I need a call from the leadership team in Mianyang County. It's a personal matter. Chen dashing, overhearing, found the situation laughable. Keep pretending. Are we role-playing now? You think you're a big shot. Don't think that even if the county secretary and mayor stood before you, they could handle me. Young people still don't understand politics. Hurry. Don T let it spiral out of control. Zhao Quan whispered, Don't worry. I'll take the heat if anything goes wrong. Zhang Ming replied calmly, yet his words carried an undeniable weight. At that moment, in the Dachuan City Discipline Inspection Office, Director he was leisurely sipping tea when a call from Zhonghai almost made him spit it out, cold sweat trickling down. Yes, absolutely, haha, rest assured. After hanging up, he wiped his brow, relieved, and pondered before contacting the county's Discipline Inspection Committee, in Mianyang County's Secretarial Office. Just as Chan Dashing was growing impatient, a team of personnel arrived at a brisk pace. Leading them was Secretary Fong of the county's Discipline Inspection Committee, a woman in her 30s whose stern countenance bore an underlying grace. She glanced around and smiled, extending her hand to Zhang Ming. You are indeed Colonel Zhang Ming, a promising talent at such a young age. Greetings, Comrade Fong, Zhang Ming replied with a faint smile. This left Zhao Quan utterly bewildered. Colonel Zhang? Surely, there must be some mistake. The mere combination of these words was almost unrecognizable to him. Secretary Fong refrained from elaborating further, instead adopting a serious demeanor as she approached Chen Dashing. We have received reports of your severe violations of law and misconduct. Please accompany us. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Dashing realized he had struck a hard wall. Yet he still clung to a glimmer of hope. Trembling, he lit a cigarette and forced a smile. This must be a misunderstanding. Just the other day we visited Director He's home. Humph! Secretary Fong interjected with a wave of her hand. I have seen many cases of baseless accusations like yours. Take him away. Her subordinates swiftly assisted the nearly collapsing Chen Dashing, dragging him out. Old Fong, Secretary Fong, Fong Ping. Chen Dashing's face drained of color, his voice trembling. Who gave you the authority? I demand to see Director He. His voice faded into the dim corridor. Secretary Fong smiled and turned to Zhang Ming. Rest assured, we will deal with this parasite of the people with utmost seriousness. This individual was certainly not someone to offend. Secretary He had hinted at his connections to Zhonghai. Zhang Ming remained unaware that Yin Bing had no grassroots contacts. At best, she had reached the director of the Dachuan City Discipline Inspection Commission. Nevertheless, his objective had been achieved. I request the organization to conduct a thorough investigation and provide an explanation to the people. Zhang Ming responded that he declined Secretary Fong's invitation to dinner, his cold gaze escorting her departure. Having an official title certainly made things easier, eliminating the need to resort to extreme measures. Chapter 22. Zhao Quan's shock. The office fell into a profound silence, followed by a chorus of gasps. The incredulous gazes of everyone turned towards Zhao Quan and Zhang Ming. Qin's decades of maneuvering had ended so effortlessly. Zhu Jiahui rose, her intelligent gaze filled with astonishment. Her husband's classmate was so young yet wielded such power? No, this can't be true, could it? Zhao Quan stood frozen in disbelief. From the moment the Discipline Inspection Commission arrived until their departure, his mouth had remained agape, his eyes nearly bulging out. In situations like this, there's no need to overthink. A single phone call can resolve everything, Zhang Ming stated calmly. Good, 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 Zhao Quan responded with a smile. You've become quite the official yourself. I can hardly believe it. You've got me covered. He reminisced about their time in school, feeling happy for Zhang Ming. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the office, the sound arriving before the person. I find the work of the county's secretary office to be quite lacking. Some comrades need profound reflection and learning. A lean, middle-aged man with a briefcase strode in with purpose. His expression was stern as he scanned the room, inquiring, "Who is Deputy Section Chief Zhao?" Upon recognizing the visitor's identity, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. They had thought Zhao Quan's fortunes had turned, only to realize he had unknowingly offended this formidable figure, jeopardizing his career. Zhao Quan stiffened, his face paling. What's his background? Zhang Ming inquired. Dachuan City Secretary Chen Defa. He is not someone of Chen Dashing's ilk. So do not act impulsively, Zhao Quan whispered. He then stepped forward. I welcome Secretary Chen's guidance on our work. Chen Defa immediately erupted in anger. Your document preparation is abysmal, causing us to lose face before our leaders. This is utterly irresponsible. Is anyone fit to serve as a deputy section chief? Chen Dashing had informed him yesterday about a troublesome subordinate, prompting today's leadership review. Yet, he scanned the room with a fierce gaze, puzzled as to why Chen Dashing had yet to appear. Now, let us see that document. I shall pass judgment, Zhang Ming interjected coldly. What rank are you to speak so to your superior? Your county's secretary office is utterly unacceptable. Chen Defa shouted in fury. He was known for his harshness towards subordinates and paid no heed to dissent from below. Adhering to hierarchy and being aggressive towards comrades is a serious bureaucratic flaw. When issues arise, one must first reflect on oneself, Zhang Ming stated firmly. Let me make this clear. Even if the mayor of Dachuan City stood before me, I would still hold him accountable for any wrongdoing. Zhao Quan frantically gestured, desperate to intervene. Well, what splendid bureaucratic practices, Chen Defa scoffed. You and Deputy Section Chief Zhao both have serious work issues. Prepare for a suspension and reflection. The organization will deliberate on the serious mistakes you've made. No subordinate could dare to tarnish his reputation. He would employ severe measures to establish authority. Zhao Quan's face turned ashen. His connections at home were insufficient for this level, and he realized he was truly in peril. His future severely compromised. Simultaneously, guilt washed over him for inadvertently creating an enemy for Zhang Ming. Then let us handle you as well, Zhang Ming said indifferently as he dialed a number, briefly explaining the situation before hanging up. Qian Defa's expression shifted to one of suspicion. However, at his level, a mere phone call would not suffice to resolve matters. The next moment, his phone rang urgently, and upon seeing the caller ID, his breath quickened and his face paled, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Ming. Trembling, he answered the call. The icy voice of Director He from the City Discipline Inspection Commission froze him in place. Comrade Chen Defa, I trust one need not summon you. Please come to the City Discipline Inspection Commission for an investigation regarding your overseas accounts and substantial assets. The organization will ensure a fair and just evaluation. Before he could explain, the call was disconnected. Comrade, this is all a misunderstanding. Chen Defa forced a smile, hurriedly pulling out a cigarette to offer Zhang Ming. Go and explain yourself to the organization, Zhang Ming replied with a cold demeanor. With a wave of his pale arm, Chen Defa stumbled back several steps, his expression a mix of anguish and laughter, ultimately turning to flee, his figure vanishing into the dark corridor. The office fell into stunned silence. The atmosphere thick with shock, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Zhu Zhehui's eyes widened in disbelief, as though witnessing the most extraordinary event. Her husband's friend possessed even greater influence than she had imagined. Zhao Quan, equally stunned, slapped himself, the sound sharp and painful. Damn it, Chen Defa personally offered you a cigarette, and you turned him down, leaving him in such a daze? His hair was a disheveled mess. As if he had awoken from a bizarre dream, a former classmate now wielding such extraordinary power. He had thought himself doing well, but now felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. A significant upheaval is on the horizon. Do not fixate on such lowly matters, Zhang Ming remarked. Such trivial issues can be resolved with a few phone calls. They are hardly worth mentioning, if he survives. I would not hesitate to extend my protection to friends like Zhao Quan, even in the face of calamity in the impending era of chaos, amidst the endless disasters to come. I may need to establish a strong foundation to seize the initiative and shape the future. Everything is ultimately for survival. That moment, in Dachuan City, within the office of the deputy mayor. The sound of rain drumming against the banana trees echoed outside. Inside, a man and a woman were entwined, the alluring woman answering a phone call, responding with soft murmurs. Moments later, a composed middle-aged man exhaled deeply, and the two finally separated after 2.5 minutes of entanglement. You rascal, knowing full well I was on the phone. Yet still so enthusiastic, the woman scolded, my husband just called, and Director He from the Discipline Inspection Commission has him in his sights. He wants you to protect him. Her hair was damp with sweat, her body exuding a sensual aura. Deputy Mayor Li Nuo rubbed his pointed head. Calm him down, instruct him to watch his words. I will find a way. Speaking, he contacted a significant figure in the underworld. Yes? Indeed, take action today. This is crucial to avoid any mishaps. As you wish, today, Chen Defa will meet a discreet end. The voice on the other end was grave. And what of my brother's death? Should that be forgotten? The influence of the Yin family is truly terrifying. Li Nuo's tone turned harsh. 2 days prior, his brother had died during an operation in the underworld. Till this day, he had not dared to inform his parents, fearing they could not bear the news. I apologize. I understand your feelings. Recently, I too lost a dear relative. Everything is for the benefit of the organization. All will face reckoning, though the time has not yet come, the voice on the other end responded solemnly. The speaker was none other than Shan Mingyi's brother, Shan Mingxin. Chapter 23. The Clue of the Ghost Bell on the Other Side. In the secretary office of Mianyang County, everyone remained in a daze. Zhao Quan's expression was still one of shock. Chen Defa is said to be in Deputy Mayor Li's faction. With such connections, he too could only retreat in disgrace. As he pondered, a sudden epiphany struck him, and he murmured, Deputy Mayor Li, the Li family, I figured it out. That red copper bell, it belongs to the Li family. Right there in the Li family estate. Recalling distant memories, Zhao Quan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally found a lead. Specific location? Zhang Ming's cold gaze shifted. He had planned to return to Dahuang City to control another ghost. He hadn't anticipated a clue would emerge at this moment. Shortly thereafter, guided by Zhao Quan, Zhang Ming arrived at a rather grand ancestral hall. Spanning several hundred acres, the building featured emerald tiles and vermilion eaves. Exuding a vintage charm, with a massive copper incense burner positioned in the courtyard, the scent of burnt incense lingering as if it would never dissipate. Stop right there. This is the Li family ancestral hall. No outsiders are permitted inside. Two burly men with unfriendly expressions blocked the entrance. We come for a visit. Could you please make an exception? Zhao Quan smiled, offering 2 packs of cigarettes. Get lost. Do you think our ancestral hall is just any place? One of the burly men shouted, shoving Zhao Quan back several paces, causing the cigarettes to fly from his grasp and crash to the ground. The other burly man coldly snorted, stepping forward, ready to escalate the confrontation. However, that powerful swing was firmly intercepted by a cold, pale arm. The robust limb was squeezed with such force that it emitted a sharp crack, causing him to let out a wretched howl. He struggled to break free, but it felt as though some colossal machine had ensnared him. The pain radiating from his arm pierced to the very marrow, rendering his vision momentarily blank and causing cold sweat to break out all over him. The one who had struck was none other than Zhang Ming, who coldly inquired, "May I enter now?" Pain, pain, pain. Yes, of course, you may enter. The burly man, his face contorted with agony, quickly amended his words. We've already given you a warning. If you wish to enter, please do so, sneered another large man. Though his companion's prowess far exceeded his own, he harbored no intention of intervening. Beneath the ancestral shrine lay a clandestine drug manufacturing den, replete with weapons and ammunition. Anyone daring to intrude would do so at the peril of their life. Remarkable. How did you hone such skills? Truly astounding. Zhao Quan's eyes gleamed with admiration. It comes at the cost of my life. Zhang Ming replied. To be entangled with malevolent spirits is to invite misfortune. He had mastered 4 vengeful spirits, and in the event of a calamity, death could strike at any moment. The two proceeded deeper into the ancestral shrine, the scent of incense thick in the air. Zhang Ming's icy gaze scrutinized every corner. I passed by here before and did not notice a bronze bell. Do you have any specific recollections? I vaguely recall it being placed in a courtyard. But now it seems to have vanished. Zhao Quan strained to remember. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed ominously, causing the ground to tremble. A group of 40 to 50 armed men appeared, led by a figure bearing a grotesque scar across his face. He bellowed, "Leave no survivors," at his command. The crowd's eyes glinted with ferocity as they grinned menacingly, unleashing a volley of gunfire, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. So, it was indeed a drug den. Zhang Ming's expression remained impassive. He had sensed the approaching danger long before, piecing together the unusual scent in the air. He withdrew his cold, coffin-lifting staff, fingers gripping it tightly as he channeled a powerful force, creating a swirling crimson afterimage that sliced through the air, shielding himself and Zhao Quan. Clang, clang, bullets struck the wooden staff, producing an eerie metallic clashing sound, ricocheting back with a shriek. Zhang Ming aimed to utilize supernatural artifacts to deflect the gunfire, revealing nothing of his extraordinary abilities unless absolutely necessary. The opposing force of 40 to 50 men intermittently cried out in agony. As one by one they fell, blood splattering. They have guns too. There are only 2 of us. Fire at will, the scarred leader shouted fiercely, intensifying the barrage. The sound of clashing metal rang out relentlessly, and the number of men standing with the scarred leader dwindled until, after depleting his magazine, only 5 or 6 remained upright. The ground was littered with cries of despair. The blood of brothers spilled, saturating the air with the scent of rust, as the smoke dissipated. A chilling figure emerged from across the way, twirling a blood-stained wooden staff that gradually came to a halt. The staff seemed soaked in crimson, the mottled surface suggesting something sinister. The scarred leader's eyes widened in terror, his voice trembling. What the hell is this? A single wooden staff blocking the fire of dozens of guns. Instinctively, he turned to flee, but in the next instant, the bloodied staff loomed larger before him. Thud, like piercing a candied hawthorn, the staff penetrated his skull, creating a gaping void. The scarred leader's pupils dilated as his lifeless body collapsed. Zhang Ming approached indifferently, retracting the staff and shaking off the foul blood. He pointed the staff at a few of the crumpled henchmen, his voice frigid. "Have you seen a red bronze bell?" I have seen it. It's underground in the ancestral shrine," one of the henchmen stammered. "Excellent. Zhang Ming produced a ghostly pistol, his gaze indifferent as he squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Those who spoke slowly found a blood hole newly formed in their foreheads, their breaths extinguished. Lead the way, Zhang Ming commanded coldly. Quan, stay close. There may still be danger. He will protect you. Zhao Quan, having been utterly astonished from the moment the staff deflected bullets, stood dumbfounded, as if the world had split open before him. This was simply unscientific. Zhang Ming's decisiveness and execution left him parched. The room reeked of iron and blood, with dismembered corpses strewn about, causing Zhao Quan to feel dizzy and nauseous. You've changed so much. It feels unfamiliar. He said, catching up. It is this world that has transformed. Zhang Ming's cold gaze seemed to pierce through the very essence of humanity. I have never been able to determine the nature of such change. Zhao Quan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he knew little of Zhang Ming's past, the profound sorrow that must have wrought such a transformation in what was once a bright youth. Zhang Ming offered no further words as they followed the henchmen into a concealed underground entrance. Descending the dim, narrow staircase, the lighting brightened. The acrid scent of chemicals wafted through the air, and colossal machines roared to life, while conveyor belts automatically packaged bundles of white powder in the vast underground space. Only a few scattered individuals appeared to be inspecting the machinery. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could react, Zhang Ming dispatched one with a bullet. Instantly, several bodies thudded to the ground, collapsing into pools of blood. The production and trafficking of white powder had shattered countless families. And these individuals' actions were no different from those of true malevolent spirits. Death was their due. The henchman leading them faltered, trembling slightly, yet beneath Zhang Ming's chilling presence, he guided him to a secret chamber. After entering the password, the door to the chamber slowly creaked open. The space within was small, dark, and narrow, permeated by a faint odor of decay. In the corner of the chamber hung a massive bronze bell. Solitary and cold, the ancient, intricate patterns adorned the bell's surface, seemingly conveying some strange message. The bell itself appeared drenched in a crimson hue, as if extracted from a pool of blood. The designs on the bell, under this ominous backdrop, resembled contorted, shattered human faces, silently wailing in despair. The leading henchman's expression grew uneasy as he discreetly pressed a hidden button on the wall, establishing contact with Vice Mayor Li. He had deliberately lured the enemies here for this very moment. Chapter 24. Harnessing the ghost bell, the one donning the funeral garment. Zhang Ming's heightened senses detected even the slightest movements and sounds from the henchmen, which could not escape his notice. Seeking death, he said coldly. Whoosh. A crimson shadow of the staff sliced through the air, crashing with a thunderous impact against the henchman's face, distorting it in terror. What the hell? The henchman cursed inwardly, his eyes a tumultuous blend of rage and fear. In the next instant, his head was reduced to a pulp, bouncing a few times before bursting forth a shower of blood that splattered against the wall. Zhang Ming's gaze remained icy as he drew forth the staff once more, shattering the two hidden surveillance devices within the chamber. Just moments ago, in the office of the vice mayor of Dazhong City, Li Nuo was grooming his spiky hair when an urgent alert blared from his phone, sharpening his gaze with a menacing glint. The alarm indicated extreme danger. The secrets beneath the ancestral shrine were on the verge of exposure. He checked the surveillance and witnessed a pallid figure wielding a crimson staff, the image abruptly cutting out as the staff struck. The wooden staff? My brother's staff? Li Nuo's countenance trembled with a mix of shock and rage. A bunch of useless fools. Over 50 men were bested by one individual armed with a mere wooden staff. His brother had perished in an operation in the dark world, and now their family heirloom was in someone else's possession. This man was undoubtedly connected to his brother's demise. While his brother may have been foolish and inept, he was still Li Nuo's brother. The sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows felt blinding. He abruptly drew the curtains, enveloping himself in darkness. The flickering light from his phone revealed a call had connected, illuminating his conflicted visage. Moments later, the phone was answered. Shuyi, I've encountered a predicament and require your assistance. Once accomplished, I shall leverage all my connections to grant your sister her freedom. Li Nuo's gaze darkened. He had inadvertently befriended a terrifying figure, and under calculated pretenses, he had utilized official power to capture his sister and imprison her. He had provided various conveniences and, over time, had grown confident in his means of subjugation. You can reach out to your contacts now. Since I am intervening, I shall ensure all obstacles are cleared. The voice on the other end remained calm, though faint cries echoed distantly. All right, here are the details. Act swiftly. Li Nuo relayed the specifics, sending over images captured from the surveillance footage. Within a lavish mansion in Dazhong City, the pungent stench of blood permeated the air, shattered bodies lay strewn across pools of crimson, and a few individuals still clung to life, their limbs severed and helplessly wailing. The arriving police officers, accustomed to the sights of life and death, were taken aback by the hellish scene before them. It was brutally savage. Emerging from one of the rooms was a tall figure clad in a tattered black robe, reminiscent of a bygone era, though it reflected an eerie glow. The fabric was oddly crumpled, as if crafted from paper. His head was shrouded by the robe's hood, and his face concealed behind a solid iron mask, devoid of any breathing holes, even obscuring his line of sight as if it were embedded in his very countenance. Drip, drip. The voluminous robe trailed to the ground, and with each step he took, blood seeped from beneath the garment, and no matter how one looked at it, he was the architect of this gruesome scene. Stop, halt. The police, gripped by fear, drew their weapons. Take another step, and we will fire. The dark figure paid them no heed. Advancing nonchalantly, exuding an air of unyielding coldness. Bang, bang. The police opened fire, but an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded. The bullets ricocheted off his tattered robe, producing a sound of impossible metal clashing. Even when striking the iron mask, it merely caused him to pause momentarily to eye in the next heartbeat. A horrifying sight transpired. Dozens of shadowy, icy arms erupted from the dark robe, swiftly crawling along the ground. Before the officers could react, the arms swiftly climbed their legs, constricting around their throats. Crack, crack. The chilling sound of bones fracturing resonated throughout. The police valiantly sacrificed themselves for the greater good. Their bodies sprawled in a pool of blood, necks grotesquely twisted, eyes vacantly reflecting the terror that lingered within. This body was woefully inadequate, having absorbed an overwhelming amount of fear. It could only withstand a minuscule fraction of my power. The chest beneath the dark robe heaved with labored breaths. It bore an immense burden. Yet it was unsatisfied with its own frailty. This world was strikingly ordinary, devoid of extraordinary powers, a realm yet untouched by the baptism of calamity. Upon unexpectedly discovering this passage to another world, I expended a certain cost to descend and observe, only to find the realm pitifully weak. However, I stumbled upon a peculiar burial garment, perhaps concealing undiscovered secrets. This individual was indeed the one connected to Li Nuo. Traversing this world under the guise of a burial shroud, Li Nuo, with her pointed head, would never have fathomed such a mysterious origin. Before long, a luxury car erupted from the mansion's garage, careening wildly towards the ancestral hall of the Li family. The figure in the black robe remained unfazed within the vehicle. A visit to the ancestral hall of the Li family, then retrieve my sister. After all, that nominal sister served as my second layer of insurance for this world. The passage to this realm exhibited chaotic fluctuations, vanishing after my will had traversed through. Should my true self wish to descend, corresponding anchor points were needed, in the underground chamber of the Li family ancestral hall. Zhang Ming prepared to harness the ghostly bell, a potential piece of the puzzle that could significantly enhance his chances of survival during a natural disaster. Quan, you stay hidden outside the chamber. I need some time, I'll take you with me afterward, Zhang Ming instructed. Understood, Zhao Quan replied. The eerie red copper bell was unsettling, its mere sight sending chills down one's spine, prompting him to avoid lingering. As the chamber door closed behind him, the space grew increasingly dark and elongated, resembling a vast, living coffin. Zhang Ming's gaze hardened, and in the next moment, his frigid body collided with the ghostly bell. Buzz! He had controlled 4 vengeful spirits, his body akin to a half-ethereal object. At that moment of impact with the bell, a supernatural collision ensued, the resounding clang echoing within the confined chamber. If Zhao Quan had remained within, the sheer force of the sound waves could have killed him instantly. Amidst the oppressive chime, the vengeful spirits, previously dormant within Zhang Ming, suddenly began to erode his very being. A foul mist materialized abruptly, swiftly spilling out of the chamber and drifting outward. An inexplicable ringing, accompanied by anguished cries, reverberated as well. The crisp sound of a school bell chimed unexpectedly, seemingly balancing the tolling of the ghostly bell. While the still resounding ghostly bell gradually weakened, its body trembling. Just as Zhang Ming thought he could successfully harness it, an unforeseen event occurred. The bell, vibrating ominously, seemed to be suppressed by an unseen force to its limits before crashing to the ground. The second toll began, just as all vengeful spirits felt a vague suppression. Then, the third toll erupted uncontrollably. The fourth, fifth, sixth tolls followed, resembling an invisible vengeful spirit striking the bell. The twisted patterns upon its surface quivered incessantly. As if countless bloodied, shattered faces mocked him, by the time the ninth toll resonated, the chamber itself trembled, debris falling from the walls, suggesting a significant qualitative change was underway. Even Zhang Ming sensed an impending crisis. The vengeful spirits within him, previously subdued, appeared on the brink of awakening. His skin began to crack, yellowish-white fluid oozing from each pore, enveloping him like a candle, while blood seeped relentlessly from beneath him. The encroaching mist grew ever more sinister, shifting from white to a deep crimson, the stench of charred corpses wafting through the air, as if flames lurked within the mist. The sounds of ghostly communication. The spectral bell and the school bell faded into near silence, as if entirely subdued by the tolling bell. Chapter 25. Is this the world of vengeful spirits? Zhang Ming possessed extraordinary power, yet at this moment, he was ensnared by the yellowish-white fluid, struggling to break free. With each exertion, his body grotesquely tore apart. Moreover, within the ghostly fragrant mist, ominous flickers of flame illuminated the surroundings, the temperature rising, the acrid scent intensifying. As though a dangerous fire was about to ignite, he instinctively felt that should a spark appear, his demise would be excruciatingly tragic. He had to stop it, or another toll must sound. With an icy gaze, Zhang Ming fixated on the ghostly bell. Its ominous ringing persisted, the source of peril, unlikely to dissipate anytime soon. According to the bell's mechanics, multiple tolls were required to suppress the vengeful spirits and restore silence. He strained to approach the ghostly bell, but the viscous yellowish-white fluid bound him, rendering him immobile, as his body continued to fracture, blood seeping like a fountain. Yet he drew ever closer, mere inches away, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. I refused to accept death at the hands of an unsummoned ghostly bell and a sudden surge of strength. His pale arm twisted and tore as he grasped a blood-stained wooden stick. His arm nearly broke, blood gushing forth. Tendons hung from his limb, the yellowish-white fluid clinging to him. Without it, his arm would have surely fallen off. Go. Zhang Ming summoned all his might, wagering his icy resolve. His bloodied arm completely severed, the stick flying forth, aimed directly at the ghostly bell. Buzz. The 10th toll of the bell reverberated. The ghostly bell seemed to reach its limits, cracks appearing along its surface, accompanied by sharp splintering sounds, as if a frigid, vengeful spirit were shattering. Simultaneously, a flicker of crimson flame crept upon Zhang Ming, freezing in place at the sound of the bell, before flickering a few times. Reluctantly dissipating, the ghostly fragrant mist lifted, the yellowish-white fluid dripping onto the floor, slowly vanishing. His arm regenerated, rapidly regrowing to half its original form. The sounds of several curses faded away, the noises of the ghostly school bell and the ghostly bell gradually returning to silence. Moments later, tranquility enveloped the chamber. Zhang Ming's cold figure remained intact, his aura even more chilling and terrifying. The foul blood pooling on the ground testified to the horrors that had transpired. Zhang Ming picked up the bloodied wooden stick, observing the fragments of the ghostly bell on the floor, gradually vanishing as if consumed by some vengeful spirit. He glanced at the task panel. Current task. Complete the vengeful spirit puzzle. Current progress, 2-3. Task reward. Upgrade safe house. The likelihood of survival had increased. The balance of vengeful spirits now rested solely on ghostly fragrance. Zhang Ming's indifferent gaze swept the area. The recent commotion had stirred the dust above, debris continuously falling, the geological structure trembling as though it might collapse. Zhang Ming smashed open the chamber door, seizing Zhao Quan from the corner like a chick. His cold figure soared, covering thousands of meters in mere moments, traversing the dark, narrow staircase to return to the surface. Arriving outside the Li family ancestral hall, Zhao Quan's heart raced, his complexion as pale as a sheet. The eerie sounds and mist from the underground space had left him unnerved. He had sought refuge in a corner. Unable to escape the feeling that danger lurked at every turn, he even feared Zhang Ming had perished within the chamber. The ground trembled beneath him, an indescribable terror coursing through his veins. Fortunately, Zhang Ming had survived. Otherwise, Zhao Quan's own condition would have rendered him unable to escape. Behind them, the Li family ancestral hall was collapsing, while before him, the sunlight poured down, reminiscent of rebirth. Just as Zhao Quan wished to speak, he noticed Zhang Ming's grim gaze fixated on the distance, a sports car hurtling towards them at the end of the road, the engine roaring ominously. Someone had donned the ghostly burial shroud. With keen perception, Zhang Ming instantly recognized the tattered black paper robe. This was an otherworldly artifact he had studied in his previous life, possessing a reputation for invincibility when worn by a ruthless individual. Its origin traced back to Dachuan City. He had intended to head to High City in search of pieces of the ghostly fragrance puzzle, neglecting the ghostly burial shroud, only to unexpectedly encounter a living person donned in it. He abandoned Zhao Quan, his cold figure racing thousands of meters in mere moments, halting before the speeding sports car, drawing forth the red stick. Bang! The car was hurled hundreds of meters away by an overwhelming force, exploding violently, leaving nothing but wreckage in its wake. Zhang Ming's gaze did not linger on the destruction but shifted to a bloodied figure ejected from the car window, blood streaming across half the road. The form beneath the ghostly burial shroud appearing withered. Such wounds clearly indicated death. Why apologies? Zhang Ming expressed politely to the corpse. He had merely intended to intercept the vehicle, but after harnessing the ghostly bell, his constitution had undergone another qualitative change, resulting in a loss of control over his strength. What unfolded next was beyond Zhang Ming's expectations. The tattered black robe began to writhe, forming a series of hands. A twisted humanoid figure standing upright, exclaiming in a hoarse, excited voice, "Ha ha! I never imagined this world possessed extraordinary powers. What an exhilarating discovery! It is worth my true self descending to plunder this realm." He paid no mind to the horrific injuries he bore, blood saturating the entire road. In the next moment, from beneath the crinkled ghostly burial shroud, a dozen bloodied black hands emerged, swiftly scuttling across the ground. Like crimson streaks, they moved with such speed it was nearly imperceptible. Even Zhang Ming felt a chilling aura, the sensation crawling up from his pant leg to his head, an overwhelming force accompanying it. His vision began to blur violently, and he only realized too late that his head had been severed. I should be the one apologizing. Thank you for the good news, the figure in the black robe chuckled. Despite his own grievous wounds, beneath the ghostly shroud lay only a tangle of flesh, yet the dark hands managed to awkwardly form a semblance of shape. But it mattered little, he had left behind a medium, allowing his true self to descend at any moment. Yet what unfolded next left the figure in the black robe dumbfounded. What a joke! You harnessed the vengeful spirits. Zhang Ming's severed head spoke, its gaze icy, akin to that of a true specter. His body trembled, the chilling bloodied hand from his headless form falling away, as the stick followed suit, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, reducing the bloodied hand to a puddle of congealed liquid. Zhang Ming realigned his head, yellowish-white fluid surging from his neck, binding tightly. A foul, rancid odor permeated the air, a sensation of dread enveloping him. What is this? The figure cloaked in black revealed a look of astonishment, as the shattered mask let decayed flesh continuously fall away. Is this the world of vengeful spirits? No, it doesn't quite resemble it. There is no aura of awakened malevolence. The shadow in black was entangled in turmoil. If this were indeed the realm of vengeful spirits, even if his true form descended and confronted the source of utmost terror, a tragic demise would be inevitable. As he pondered, his will was already insufficient to endure the toll on this body. Beneath the ghostly shroud, a cold and inky hand dripped a dark liquid, slowly vanishing. Before Zhang Ming could take action, the black-robed figure's decayed flesh had already collapsed. Zhang Ming lifted the ghostly shroud, revealing nothing but a pool of black water, with flesh and blood having entirely dissipated. The essence of life completely extinguished. With a forceful shake, he cast off the impurities clinging to the shroud, this malevolent supernatural artifact now resting in his grasp. Meanwhile, within a prison in Dachuan City, A woman of delicate beauty was enjoying her freedom in the exercise yard. In the next moment, her graceful silhouette began to subtly transform. Cold, claw-like shadows crawled upon her, gradually fading as if merging with her own shadow. Yet, there was no abnormality about her. The sunlight continued to cascade as usual. Chapter 26. Emoji and his origins. This was a world akin to the blue star. The night had deepened. Urban neon lights flickered, and the sky was filled with enormous blood-red eyes surveying the realm. In the dim corners of alleyways, severed limbs lay scattered, the stench of blood overwhelming. Occasionally, indifferent passers-by strolled by, seemingly desensitized to the gruesome scene. Among a pile of corpses lay a rotting body, split into 4 pieces, suddenly opening its eyes, filled with astonishment. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, I understand now. This is a world where vengeful spirits have yet to awaken. Desperation surged. The ground was littered with unawakened spirits, ample enough for me to take the risk and allow my true form to descend. His name was Emoji, a notorious figure who had surpassed his quotas in killings last month and was now being hunted by both the underworld and the law, living a wretched life while hiding amidst the corpses. However, before his descent, Oji's thoughts stirred. From the shadows of a nearby residential building, cold, ink-black hands emerged, rapidly multiplying like a tide, swiftly crawling through door cracks. The building echoed with the crackling of breaking bones and the gnawing sounds of feeding, blood dripping incessantly from various doorways. Yet, apart from these sounds, the interior of the building was eerily silent. As if no living soul had ever inhabited it. Emoji greedily inhaled, savoring the delicious fear. Soon, alarm bells rang, and the residential building was enveloped in a vast, blood-red halo, tainting it with crimson. The source of this light emanated from one of the enormous blood-red eyes in the distant sky. Upon seeing this, Emoji hesitated no longer. From his split body, cold, ink-black hands continuously emerged, pulling and intertwining, his form gradually reassembling. In an instant, he became a complete human figure. From the darkness emerged a cold, ink-black hand, bearing a massive blood-red finger bone, moving slowly as if burdened by immense pressure. Following this, more cold, black hands appeared, pouring forth from Emoji's body, ceaselessly crawling towards the finger bone. Upon contact, they vanished as if diving into water. Absorbed by the blood-red bone, the world of vengeful spirits was too distant. According to their time, his true form's descent would take 23 days. As the black hands surged forth, Emoji's body steadily shrank. His lower half disappeared, and his upper body gradually faded as well. Himph, when I return riding the vengeful spirits, all who have wronged me shall perish, Emoji chuckled. His body expelled the last black hand, and the final fragment of scalp vanished. Only the enormous blood-red finger bone fell straight towards the ground. At that moment, an inexplicable cold black hand appeared in the air, grasping it, and then they both vanished. There was no longer any trace of Emoji. Not far from the Lee family ancestral hall, hundreds of police cars approached with great fanfare, sirens blaring. Many armed officers, with serious expressions, checked their weapons in the vehicles. Preparing for the capture of a drug trafficking syndicate, Li Nua sat in one of the police cars, alongside Director Who, sharing a knowing smile. Director Who was one of their own, and this operation had been orchestrated by him. Director Who, we must be ruthless in our crackdown on drug traffickers. We cannot show mercy. These scoundrels are utterly ruthless, causing countless families to be shattered. Li Nua's expression was fierce. He had his own agenda: to eliminate the enemy while seizing the shroud, thereby securing his foothold. Rest assured, Mayor Lee, this gang's actions are too heinous, audacious enough to build a drug factory beneath the ancestral hall of the people. We, the police, will restore your reputation and give them a proper reckoning. Director Who declared with righteous indignation. They were old partners, well versed in this type of operation. They had played this game of capturing criminals countless times before. It was impossible to count how many innocent lives had been thrown into prison, lost their lives, and had their fortunes devoured. Soon, the police cars surrounded the Lee family ancestral hall. Teams of armed officers took combat positions, while snipers positioned themselves at a distance, always ready to take aim. Above, police helicopters whirred. Director Who felt a twinge of unease. If they were to take down the Lee family's drug factory, he had anticipated at least dozens of armed individuals. However, before the collapsed ancestral hall, It was eerily quiet, with only a shadow cloaked in black and a pale, weak-looking man standing beside him, none other than Zhang Ming and his companion. Even in the face of such a formidable display, Zhang Ming remained cold and indifferent. He donned a tattered black cloak, its material oddly resembling paper, matching his pale complexion, like a paper figure with a hint of life. Quan Zi, a monumental change is about to unfold. Convert all your assets into gold, Zhang Ming stated. He had contacted Yin Guixiao upon sensing the commotion. No matter how troublesome the situation, the top authority in Dachuan City could resolve it. This doesn't seem right. Why do I feel like they are coming for us? Zhao Quan raised his hands in compliance, signaling Zhang Ming, and exclaimed, I am Zhao Quan from the Sheep County Secretary's office, and this is Colonel Zhang Ming from the military. We are good people. Please do not act rashly. Ha, such sharp tongues. From my perspective, you both look like key players in drug trafficking, having just escaped from the drug factory, Director Hu sneered, his voice amplified through the loudspeaker. Indeed, you are quite bold, daring to manufacture and sell drugs beneath the Li family ancestral hall. If it weren't for the tip-off, I would have remained in the dark. Li Nua's face was filled with fury as he commanded with emphasis. Take these two down and execute them on the spot. Click, click. The officers sprang into action, loading their weapons and preparing to fire. Zhao Quan's face turned pale as he instinctively retreated, yet he shouted, You son of a bitch, Li Nua. Your family's drug trade is so crude that such lowly tricks can only fool yourselves. At the brink of death, he stood resolute, full of courage. What a bold accusation. Zhang Ming's voice was icy. Your authority is small, yet you wield it without discernment. I have also brought someone to handle the Li family's drug case. Perhaps you should wait and see. Ha, in other places, I might concede to you, but in Dachuan City, we are the law, we are the heavens. Director Hu dropped the facade. The officers he had brought were all his loyal subordinates. Indeed, Li Nua nodded vigorously. Today, it wouldn't matter who came. You two are doomed. Open fire. As the situation escalated, his confidence swelled. Soon, he believed he could not only govern Dachuan City but also claim territories beyond 3 cities. Such arrogance. I would like to see whether Dachuan City bows to you or to the law. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice floated over Li Nua and Director Hu turned to see their faces drain of color, sweat pouring down. The newcomer, with tiger-like eyes and a square face, was none other than Yin Guixiao, who was stepping out from a discreet vehicle. Chapter 27. Li Nua's surrender. Comrade Zhang Ming, it's been a few days. Have you grown distant? You arrive in Dachuan City without even a word, Yin Guixiao said with a cheerful smile. Having received the call, he rushed over immediately, with a military unit not far behind. Ready to restore order at a moment's notice. If it weren't for your presence, I shudder to think how many lives could have been lost today. Zhang Ming's voice was cold. The number of vengeful spirits under his control was increasing, and the loss of humanity was becoming more severe. Human lives, to him, seemed increasingly like cold, hard numbers. He had no qualms about eliminating the police force before him. Beneath the Li family ancestral hall lay a vast drug manufacturing facility. This matter needed to be settled without sparing anyone. Zhang Ming's icy gaze fell upon Li Nua and Director Hu, the two leaders, both guilty. He made his move. A shadow clad in black swiftly swept past, and several officers felt a chill at their waists, as if a shadow had brushed by. Moments later, Li Nua and Director Hu found their vision blurred, powerfully dragged away. Within seconds, their arms were twisted behind their backs. Silver handcuffs clamped down, kneeling before Zhang Ming and his companions. What the hell? Li Nua struggled in fear. In mere seconds, he had crossed a distance of over 100 meters, now shackled and kneeling on the ground? This was more absurd than any dream. Director Hu was equally stunned, his eyes wide, breathing heavily as if he couldn't catch his breath. Zhao Quan stared, bewildered. What was happening? Zhang Ming and the top authority of Dachuan City seemed to be well acquainted. Moreover, the two kneeling on the ground, he recognized, Li Nua and Director Hu, brought low by Zhang Ming. How fantastical! Even Yin Guixiao was taken aback, having never witnessed such a display from Zhang Ming. You? What are you doing? This involves some secrets, and it's not yet the time to discuss. Zhang Ming replied, I have no time to linger in Dachuan City. I leave this to you to handle. Recently, a flight to the coastal city was about to take off. He was in a hurry to confront the malevolent spirit. leaving no time to concern himself with trifles. Yin Guixiao and Zhao Quan stood in stunned silence, watching as Zhang Ming sped away. His pace rivaled that of an automobile. When had the human body surpassed such limits, however, the helplessness of Vice Mayor Li and Director who indeed facilitated his actions. Yin Guixiao's gaze bore an imposing authority as he commanded, "All personnel, clear the ruins of the Li family ancestral hall. I demand a thorough investigation into this matter." Under his orders, Li Nuo and his companion were also handcuffed inside the police vehicle. Separated by glass, as they watched the debris of the ancestral hall being unearthed, it was over. All was lost. Director Hu trembled uncontrollably. He had botched the operation. Not only would he lose his position of power, but the dark underworld would not spare him either. "Calm down, stay composed." Li Nuo's eyes brimmed with resentment as he contacted the underworld. "The drug factory has been exposed and I, along with Director Hu, have been captured. Please send assistance. Help is on the way." A deep voice emanated from the clandestine communication device. "Moreover, I want to place a bounty on Zhang Ming. My brother's death and the exposure of the drug factory are closely linked to him." Li Nuo's anger made his head spin. In his preliminary investigation, Zhang Ming was likely the murderer of his brother. "The bounty on Zhang Ming started at 50 billion. Are you certain about this bounty?" The voice paused, clearly aware of whom Li Nuo was referring to. "What?" Li Nuo's gaze turned incredulous. This amount was outrageous, comparable to that of some national dignitaries. Behind Zhang Ming, there was undoubtedly a formidable force. I withdraw the bounty," Li Nuo stammered. Such a figure was beyond his capacity to offend at present. Just then, a police officer knocked on the car window, his gaze profound, signaling a subtle code. Rescue was indeed arriving. Li Nuo quietly alerted Director Hu that he reciprocated with the same signal and rolled down the window, a smile spreading across his face, believing he was about to escape. However, what greeted him was the cold barrel of a gun thrust through the window. The officer's expression remained impassive as he pulled the trigger repeatedly, bang, bang, bang. The two inside the vehicle were reduced to a bloody pulp, their breaths quickly fading, their eyes wide open in disbelief, with the final gunshot. The officer took his own life, by the time others arrived. Only 3 lifeless bodies remained. That moment, Li Nuo's hidden communication device sparked to life before the call was severed. The device began to burn. Flames rapidly engulfed the interior of the vehicle, erasing traces of the incident in Dazhong City, within a towering edifice. The lighting was dim, and Shan Mingxin's expression was frigid, his gaunt face betraying deep contemplation. He sipped from a cup of cold tea, listening to the busy tone of the interrupted communication. 2 Utterly incompetent individuals had failed, rendering themselves of no value now that the matter had been exposed. "Zhang Ming." Coldness filled Shan Mingxin's eyes. "I haven't sought you out yet, but it seems you have delivered yourself to me. Guiyao, eliminate him." "Understood." From the shadows emerged an unremarkable young man, stepping out of the building. In the main hall, a tall figure with golden hair and blue eyes sat at the head of the table, his prominent nose sharp. He spoke in halting Chinese. "Minister Shun, 3,000 special forces have been deployed, and the subsequent military supplies will continue to arrive. Are you prepared?" He was David, a special envoy from the headquarters of the Dark Underworld, bringing news of Shan Mingxin's appointment and essential assistance. "I am always prepared to respond to the organization's plans." Shan Mingxin maintained a lowly demeanor. "Excellent. The organization will not forget your contributions." David smiled. "The Shun family will, like the Dark Underworld, continue its legacy of brilliance." The Shun family was a lineage supported by them. For this grand plan, the Dark Underworld had been laying the groundwork for a century, with countless tentacles extending into every aspect of society. Deeply rooted in this land, the time for harvest was drawing near. On the other side, at Dazhong City Airport, a delayed flight. With the arrival of a shadowy figure, the delay was suddenly lifted, as if it had been awaiting his presence. This individual was none other than Zhang Ming, who had exercised his privileges to halt the departing aircraft. With the ominous calamity looming in just 23 days, he refused to squander any time. The passenger plane was far swifter than a helicopter in first class. A woman in a suit was fuming. "What is going on with your airline? I have an important client to meet, and time is running out. Bring your chief flight attendant to speak with me." She was impeccably dressed, and despite being in her 30s, her skin appeared as youthful as that of a girl, exuding a more mature charm. However, her frown deepened as a pale, cold figure entered first class. Zhang Ming? She was Jean, Zhang Ming's former supervisor, who had dismissed him from their work group. Zhang Ming's icy gaze swept over her. But he chose to ignore her, sitting quietly to the side. Jin's status was too trivial. The previous conflicts at their company no longer warranted his attention. Following Zhang Ming, an ordinary-looking young man entered first class, dragging a seemingly heavy suitcase. Noticing Jin's frown, he shyly smiled, resembling an inexperienced college student. Chapter 28. The bomb at 10,000 meters. As the last two tardy passengers settled into their seats, the aircraft swiftly raced down the runway, roaring into the sky. Jan furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable scent of blood lingering in the cabin. Moreover, Zhang Ming's eerie attire, a tattered black robe that hung like a shroud, added an unsettling aura, as if it had been stripped from a corpse. Even seated a few steps away, Jean could feel an icy chill seep into her bones, despite the several blankets covering her. She absently rubbed her beautiful legs, clad in stockings as if to ward off the cold. Zhang Ming, it's been a while. Where have you been recently? Jin's tone was somewhat condescending, though she wore a smile, the pride in her eyes betraying her demeanor. After all, in her perspective, Zhang Ming was merely an inconsequential subordinate. Although they had exchanged barbs in their work group, she deemed him unworthy of serious consideration. Let us skip the pointless pleasantries. I'm in a hurry. Ignorance is indeed bliss, Zhang Ming replied coldly. This remark seemed to strike a nerve with Jean. Her meticulously crafted facade faltered, revealing her embarrassment. She thought to herself, this guy has become too peculiar. His words are utterly nonsensical. Could it be he has lost his mind? Perhaps it's best to keep my distance. Jan fell silent, while Zhang Ming's attention drifted entirely away from her. His gaze, almost imperceptibly, landed on the commonplace young man, a sense of familiarity washing over him, accompanied by a hint of danger. The young man, catching Zhang Ming's stare, smiled back. That simple smile sparked a vivid recollection from Zhang Ming's past life. This young man appeared harmless yet belonged to an anti-human organization, becoming a perilous spirit master following the onset of the ominous calamity. His codename was Grinning Ghost. Those who met their demise at his hands bore an eerily grotesque smile. Grinning Ghost operated beyond the confines of official authority, and as the official headquarters waned in power, he ran rampant, aligning with other rogue spirit masters to dominate a city, relishing in murder. Zhang Ming's recollection was further substantiated by the bulging illegal weapons strapped to the young man's waist. Having recalled this, Zhang Ming would not allow such a dangerous aberration to continue existing. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming sprang into action. His black robe billowed as his pale, cold arm seized the young man by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. This provoked a startled scream from Jean. The young man's face turned a deep shade of red and purple as he struggled in vain. With a sudden surge of force, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the cabin. Moments later, the young man's head tilted at an unnatural angle, his struggles ceased, and his breath faded away, blood dripping from his body onto the cabin floor. The scent of iron permeating the air, his eyes, wide open in death, bore an unsettling calm, as if even the instinctual fear of death had vanished. Just after takeoff, such a commotion erupted, prompting a chorus of terrified screams from first class. Led by Jean, passengers rushed to open the first-class door, their faces pale and trembling as they beheld the silhouette of the cold figure in black robes. The air marshals, also startled, had been concealed in plain clothes. Observing from the shadows for just such a moment, two plainclothes officers quickly approached, flanking Zhang Ming to apprehend him. Yet, Zhang Ming's reaction was swift. With a mere sweep of his hand, he lifted both officers and cast them onto the plush seats without a struggle. Stand down. This man is a terrorist. Do not attempt to engage him. It would be a futile sacrifice. Zhang Ming shook the lifeless body, dropping several firearms with a clatter. The two air marshals exchanged bewildered glances, both astonished and shaken. They had not anticipated that someone could smuggle weapons under their noses. Should a gun be fired, it could very well compromise the cabin's pressure, endangering the flight. Just as they wavered in disbelief, the aircraft's intercom crackled to life, a sinister voice intoning, "Zhang Ming, your life is remarkably resilient. But the question remains. Can you withstand this time bomb at 10,000 meters? Approximately 30 seconds remain until detonation." 30:29. The captain's voice interjected. This is the captain speaking. Someone has hijacked the intercom. What bomb? Someone tell me what is happening. The countdown continued, cold and unyielding. The countdown reached 25, 24. The passengers erupted into chaos. Fear and cries filling the air. Some reached for their phones to record their final messages, bidding farewell to their loved ones. Mr. Jean hurriedly opened the work group chat, swiftly dictating a voice message. I encountered a bomb hijacking while on a business trip. I am about to die. This qualifies as a work-related injury, and the boss must compensate. Zhang Ming's gaze turned icy. It was evident this was aimed at him, at such heights, even if he commanded 4 vengeful spirits. Survival was uncertain. Silence. He dragged the lifeless body in his grasp, blood seeping continuously, his expression cold and menacing. The passengers, confronted with the imminent threat of death, were momentarily subdued by his chilling presence. Zhang Ming immediately focused on detecting the faint ticking of the bomb. His sharp eyes scanning the scene until he discerned the subtle sound of gears moving, emanating from the corpse in his hands. It was merely a matter of time before the bomb within was triggered. His voice was devoid of warmth. Captain, open the cockpit door and throw the bomb out. He knew that only the cockpit's side windows could be opened without jeopardizing the aircraft's flight. However, the captain's response was resolute. The cockpit is too critical. There's no bomb. I am responsible for all the passengers, and I cannot comply. The security level of the cockpit door was akin to that of a small vault, and the captain would not allow any mishap on his watch. Should a criminal have infiltrated and taken control, he would bear the blame. The ominous voice continued its countdown over the intercom. 20. 19. There was no time left for explanations. Zhang Ming acted decisively, his pale, cold arm gripping the door. Nav, you cannot possibly open it. The captain, watching the surveillance footage, fell silent, his face draining of color as his eyes widened in disbelief. The alloy door, under Zhang Ming's force, began to twist and contort as if burdened by an immense weight. In the next moment, he ripped the door wide open. The tremendous sound reverberated through the aircraft. The captain was utterly stunned. Did it even matter if the door was closed? Was this feat even possible for a mere mortal? Calm down. For heaven's sake, do not act rashly, he stammered. Zhang Ming disregarded his pleas and hurled the blood-soaked body out of the aircraft, shattering the glass as he did. Moments later, an explosion erupted in the sky, a firework-like display blossoming. The deafening blast and shockwave jolted the plane, but the captain, with 2.5 years of flying experience, managed to stabilize the aircraft. Chapter 29. The attack of the surface-to-air missile. Is there truly a bomb? The captain, still shaken, regarded Zhang Ming with a mix of disbelief and gratitude. He had just locked the cockpit door, nearly endangering all the passengers. At that moment, the slender flight attendant entered the cockpit, her previously serene demeanor now tinged with anxiety. The situation had been perilously close to disaster, endangering everyone aboard. Captain Kai. This is Colonel Zhang Ming. Fortunately, he was here to neutralize a terrorist and avert the bomb crisis. The flight attendant expressed her gratitude, her beautiful eyes glimmering with admiration. After the crisis was averted, she announced the good news to the passengers and thanked Colonel Zhang. Many passengers wept tears of joy, expressing their appreciation for the cold figure who had saved them, while also harboring a sense of curiosity. Dressed in an unusual, tattered black robe, his pale visage appeared deceptively youthful, a colonel at such a young age. For those who understood military ranks, the implications of his background were staggering. Mr. Jean, recovering from his shock, realized that Zhang Ming was not a terrorist. In fact, he had saved everyone on the plane. However, she had just terminated his employment a week prior. How could a mere employee transform into a colonel? Her phone trembled in her grasp, and her once exquisite features now seemed strained. Colonel Zhang Ming, there may have been some misunderstanding. Here is the severance compensation from your dismissal. She forced a sultry smile for the camera, her voice quivering as she rehearsed her lines. This was her attempt to mend the rift, yet she found herself hesitant to confront Zhang Ming. After a moment of thought, she loosened the buttons of her blazer, revealing a hint of alluring skin, continuing her rehearsals. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ming, Mr. Jin's intentions were far from benign. He remained within the cockpit, his voice cold and unyielding. Cunning little rat, I know you're listening. You'd better hide well, or I will make you regret ever coming into this world. A rustling noise crackled over the intercom, followed by a sinister chuckle. Heh, you are indeed exceptional. To escape this deadly trap is commendable. But you celebrate too soon. This is merely an appetizer. The voice on the intercom grew chaotic, footsteps echoed, and a strange voice emerged. The portable surface-to-air missile has locked onto its target. The sinister voice laughed. After you perish, I will ensure your family reunites with you. Fire! The intercom erupted with a deafening launch sound, as if something ominous were approaching the aircraft. All passengers heard a massive explosion reverberating, rapidly closing in. Those near the windows glimpsed a terrifying fireball barreling toward them. Even the flight attendants felt their legs weaken, the air thick with the stench of urine, a palpable sense of death enveloping the plane. Captain Kai was on the verge of tears as he turned to Zhang Ming. What are you doing? If we don't provoke them, they might have a chance to survive. Now that the missile has been launched, it feels like waiting to die in a cage. However, Zhang Ming's extraordinary vision not only detected the incoming missile, but also allowed him to pinpoint its origin on the ground below. There, in Dazhong City, stood a towering structure bustling with activity, concealing thousands of individuals and the sounds of weapon training. On a high platform, a muscular man hoisted a weapon resembling a rocket launcher. Beside him stood an emaciated old man, eerily reminiscent of Shen Mingyi, his gaze dark and menacing. Zhang Ming's lips curled into a chilling smile, devoid of warmth. So it is a member of the Shun family. I found you. A rusted handgun, smeared with bloodstains, appeared in his hand. His infamous ghost Jiuan s the time for the impending disaster drew near. The supernatural item's form seemed to have undergone some bizarre corruption. Yet it remained functional. Zhang Ming squeezed the trigger, sending a blood-colored bullet flying out the window, directly towards the missile. The air crackled violently as the two projectiles collided mid-flight, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The resounding blast reverberated throughout Dazhong City. Many looked up, witnessing what appeared to be an explosion in the sky, shockwaves rippling outwards, turning the clouds crimson. Red? Shouldn't the blood of an aircraft passenger evaporate instantly? On the platform of the skyscraper, Shun Mingxin felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. Yet in the next moment, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment as the blood-red shockwave dispersed, revealing an intact passenger plane soaring through the sky. What kind of joke was this? What had the missile collided with to cause such an explosion? Shun Mingxin was utterly flabbergasted, his heart brimming with resentment. If the missile had struck the plane, he had means to cover it up, but with the missile failing, he heard through his earpiece that the aircraft was reporting an attack. Now, even the location of this division would have to be relocated. A complete failure. In a fit of rage, Shun Mingxin shot the missile operator. This is all your fault, you worthless fool. He needed a justification to explain to headquarters, no matter how flimsy. Everyone, assemble urgently. Evacuate the materials and initiate Plan A. He issued the command, and the building began to tremble on the plane. Zhang Ming also issued orders. Make an emergency landing back at Dazhong City Airport and state that it was my command. High above, he felt constrained. Given that a group of clowns threatened him and his family, a thorough eradication was necessary. His family remained safe in the military district for now, but today's events served as a reminder that even safe houses required fortification to intercept modern technology. Soon, the aircraft descended back to the airport, releasing the passengers. Mr. Jean hesitated, lacking the courage to speak to the cold figure, and melded into the dispersing crowd. Zhang Ming, meanwhile, searched through the assassin's belongings. He violently dismantled the black suitcase, discovering uniquely crafted garments, smooth and dark. Concealed within were several weapons, seemingly designed to evade security scans. However, this was of little consequence. Zhang Ming's true target was the source of the vengeful spirits. Having been a ghost master in his past life, he hoped to uncover something valuable. Indeed, he discovered a weathered, oversized mask adorned with patterns resembling an ancient human-shaped totem, alongside faces that appeared to be laughing. The mask was pale and chilling to the touch, possessing an indestructible quality. This mask was likely the source of the ghostly laughter. Zhang Ming did not dare to control it recklessly. Instead, he secured it close to him. Captain Kai, sensing Zhang Ming's icy determination, restarted the aircraft, taking him to a specific location in Dazhong City. Colonel, this is too dangerous. I've never done anything like this before. Bring me over that building. I will ensure your safe departure. Zhang Ming's words left no room for debate. The passengers had been evacuated, leaving only the captain, who was now assured. The Shin family at this time, I will eradicate them entirely. Chapter 30. Shun Mingxin's dismay amidst the roaring engines, the plane ascended, gradually piercing through the clouds. Reaching great altitudes. In approximately 3 minutes, we shall reach our destination. Captain Kai felt a slight perspiration in his palms. According to Zhang Ming's instructions, a few minutes later, there would be a segment of low-altitude flying that would truly test his piloting skills. However, he was the champion of a prestigious reality show titled Captain Trainee, which held considerable merit, and he successfully executed the maneuver. The aircraft flew perilously low, with a vertical distance of merely a few dozen meters from the towering edifice. From above, it appeared as though a collision was imminent. "Colonel, we have reached our limits," Captain Kai hastily remarked, despite being unaware of Zhang Ming's ulterior motives behind his commands. "Prepare to ascend? You will return alone?" Zhang Ming said coldly. Timing his move, he swiftly emerged through the side glass of the cockpit and leaped down. The frigid wind howled, causing the ghostly shroud to flutter ominously in midair. Zhang Ming's expression was one of chilling resolve. The drop of several dozen meters was well within his capabilities. No, this... Captain Kai's eyes widened in helplessness. The colonel's death was far too abrupt. Could it be deemed murder or complicity in murder? But then a shocking scene unfolded before him. The surveillance footage revealed Zhang Ming landing deftly atop the building, the stone rooftop beneath him cracking under the impact. Yet, he appeared unfazed, rising nonchalantly in his hand. He brandished a rusted pistol, aiming it at several patches of overgrown weeds and dilapidated machinery, pulling the trigger with a resounding bang. Blood quickly spread across those areas, revealing that adversaries had been lying in ambush. Captain Kai's heart raced. Flying had proven too perilous, and he thought, should he have a son, he would encourage him to pursue singing and dancing instead. Today had been filled with too much terror, and his complexion paled as he contemplated retreat during the return flight. Meanwhile, within the building, thousands were busy across various floors, gathering supplies and destroying documents. Shun Mingxin was also sorting through classified files when he suddenly received a radio transmission from an intelligence officer. As the officer's incoherent description unfolded, Shun Mingxin's expression turned grave. "You mean to say that from a height of several dozen meters, he descended without any means of cushioning, landing precisely on the top floor of the building, and casually fired a few shots to eliminate our sentinels? Incompetent fools, all of you. If you're going to make excuses, at least make them believable." Shun Mingxin's gaze was serious and perilous as he bellowed. "Ross team, respond. Move to the top floor and eliminate the target." Today had brought too many unexpected events, filling him with a sense of impending doom. Out of caution, he dispatched a 100-strong special operations team to probe the enemy's situation. Simultaneously, he ordered the incineration of countless documents that could not be transported, instructing everyone to retreat to the underground passage. Just as Shun Mingxin approached the concealed route, he heard faint screams and the sounds of gunfire, which soon fell silent. The intelligence officer reported again, his voice trembling, "Minister, this is the intelligence officer. They're all dead, all of them." The scenes he witnessed through the distant surveillance camera resembled a hellish nightmare. A chilling specter harvesting lives like a grim reaper. "What?" Shun Mingxin erupted in fury, his gaunt face quivering. "What kind of joke is this? One person annihilating a 100-man special forces team in such a short time. Even slaughtering a chicken requires effort, right? Stop with the reports and arm yourselves." Shun Mingxin personally reviewed the playback, witnessing Zhang Ming's pale, chilling visage, clad in a bizarre, tattered black robe, its texture reminiscent of crumpled paper. It seemed as though it had been peeled from a corpse. Zhang Ming? The footage of him slaying the Ross team left Shun Mingxin's eyes trembling in shock. The massacre was executed with astonishing ease. Gunfire was disregarded by Zhang Ming as he braved the hailstorm of bullets, relying solely on a rusted pistol to eliminate the Ross team. The black robe he wore seemed to be composed of some new material, impervious to bullets. Shun Mingxin quickly realized the necessity of issuing further commands, dispatching a heavy weapon squad of 300 to encircle Zhang Ming. This time, the force was formidable. The heavy weapon squad successfully ambushed Zhang Ming on a certain floor. Yet, it appeared Zhang Ming had anticipated their movements. Even when faced with heavy artillery bombardment, he merely pulled out a pale mask and donned it. This was the source of the ghostly smile. And prior to the resurrection of the specter, It possessed only some spectral characteristics, impervious to destruction. With the ghostly shroud and this mask, all he needed was to shield himself from the residual shockwaves. Conventional heavy weaponry posed little threat to him. Zhang Ming was aware of this. He seized the opportunity to test the limits of his current physical capabilities. Fire! 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 The squad leader's face was fierce as he commanded the formation. A barrage of explosions rocked the building, causing it to tremble, with walls being riddled with smoke-filled breaches. However, once the smoke cleared, a scene emerged that chilled everyone to the bone. The figure clad in a tattered black robe, adorned with a ghostly pale mask, stood straight and cold amidst the carnage. Rivers of blood and mangled flesh flowed from beneath the black robe, staining the ground, and an acrid stench of decay wafted through the air. Everyone felt an instinctive dread, believing that within the black robe lay a mass of shattered flesh. Yet, that chilling silhouette stirred, as if the brutal injuries it bore were of no consequence to it. Since you dared to strike at me, you must be prepared to meet your demise. Zhang Ming's voice was frigid, causing the entire squad to feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. A ghost! A ghost! Many screamed in terror, their training forgotten as they succumbed to their primal fears. Calm down, everyone! The squad leader hoisted a rocket launcher, attempting to fire a shot, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. No need to rush. Everyone will die. With the crack of a rusted ghostly pistol, Zhang Ming's voice proclaimed death. A blood-red bullet shot forth, piercing the squad leader's brow, plunging his consciousness into a void. Leaving behind a visage of shock, Zhang Ming emptied a magazine slowly, then, opting for a bloodied wooden club, his spectral figure weaved through the crowd. Each flash of the crimson club heralded another body crumpling to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the floor echoed relentlessly. Those desperately fleeing, hearing the ghastly sounds, realized that the icy specter was behind them, harvesting lives, and their courage quaked. Yet no matter how fast they ran, they could not outpace Zhang Ming's lethal swiftness. Soon, hundreds of lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground, each face twisted in horror, their expressions reflecting the terror they had endured. Zhang Ming did not linger, his form gliding like a wraith, descending to the next level. Meanwhile, Shun Mingxin, fixated on the surveillance feed, was frozen in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. What kind of joke is this? Chapter 31. Shun Mingxin's despair. Shan Mingxin's face turned ashen, the deathly crimson hue of the surveillance footage revealing a procession of cold corpses falling into despair. What manner of monster is this? Flee! Escape quickly! Shun Mingxin's heart screamed in despair as his rigid body stumbled forward, gathering all his strength to flee. Except for the transport soldiers carrying supplies and the guards, everyone else, stay behind. A thought struck him, and he barked an order. His steps regained firmness. He could not fall here. No matter the cost, he must survive the clutches of that monster. Regret flickered in his mind. Given the chance for a do-over, he would never have provoked this fiend. Although the special forces were puzzled as to why so many were left behind, they complied with the orders and charged toward the upper floors of the building, akin to entering a true inferno. They soon found themselves in a veritable hellscape. Bloodied clubs swung like skewers, slicing through a series of bodies. The crack of the rusted crimson pistol inevitably claimed lives. The chilling figure, now drenched in blood, darted swiftly among the crowd, employing hand strikes and kicks with ease to reap a harvest of souls. No matter the weaponry, explosives, or tactical formations deployed, they could not waver him. Only blood dripped occasionally from beneath the robed. It was as if he had emerged from the depths of hell, instilling fear in all. Minutes later, Zhang Ming dispatched the last desperate fugitive, lifting his pale hand from the severed remains. Numbers hold no significance for me. Listen to the despair of this moment, Zhang Ming proclaimed. His icy gaze lingered on the corner surveillance cameras, not to destroy them but to convey the terror of this deathly silence. Shun Mingxin, horrified, felt his heart race uncontrollably. A mere glance at the footage instilled a sense of being hunted by death itself. The scythe of mortality seemed poised to descend at any moment. He was currently fleeing through a dimly lit underground passage, with the main force close behind. The air was damp and tense, the chaotic sounds of footsteps reverberating. Shun Mingxin's face hardened as he pressed a demolition button. Boom! Amidst the thunderous explosion, the entire building erupted, its steel and concrete structure fractured, beginning to tremble and collapse. The noise was so deafening that residents within several kilometers could hear it, with many windows shattering from the shockwave. Fortunately, there were few pedestrians nearby. The earlier gunfire had scared many away. The entire building tilted and crumbled under the cacophony, walls bursting apart and dust billowed forth, completely obscuring the underground passage. Good riddance, whether you are man or ghost. May you remain here forever. Shan Mingxin's eyes gleamed with madness. The ceiling quaked violently, debris cascading down the tunnel, and the horrific images on the surveillance feed abruptly ceased, replaced by a faint rustling. He had exhausted his final means, hoping to bury Zhang Ming beneath the weight of the collapsing edifice. Outside the building, however, Zhang Ming's figure had already vanished over a kilometer away, leaping across rooftops with astonishing agility. Today, no matter the obstacles, I shall sever all potential threats. Zhang Ming, hearing the distant sound of frantic footsteps, followed stealthily until he arrived at a riverside thicket near a filthy, disheveled garbage dump. The area was desolate, the sparse leaves falling around him. Zhang Ming gazed at a withered leaf. Among the foliage, this particular leaf appeared more vibrant than its surroundings. Albeit only subtly so, if not for his keen eyesight, it would have gone unnoticed by others. Clearing the leaves away revealed the bare earth beneath, which indeed differed significantly from the surrounding soil. It seemed that this was the entrance to the tunnel. Meanwhile, the sound of footsteps from below drew nearer. Unperturbed, Zhang Ming stood coldly to the side, clutching a blood-stained coffin pole. Down below, Shan Mingxin, upon noticing the approach to the exit, immediately dispatched personnel to scout the situation at the tunnel's mouth. A robust figure promptly began to lift the wooden board, exposing the entrance, with sand and sunlight cascading down. His head poked out, just half of it above ground. In the next moment, a sharp sound pierced the air, as a bloodied corpse with a half-severed skull tumbled into the tunnel. Continue the advance. Shan Mingxin's expression changed dramatically. Yet he still issued the command. He quietly retreated. There was more than one exit, and not far from the garbage station, there awaited a vehicle for extraction. The Special Forces soldiers, who were meant to obey orders, trembled with fear, finding it difficult to move forward. The enemy was an invisible terror. Out of thousands, only a few hundred remained alive. Just as they hesitated, a crimson pole shot through the tunnel, piercing the skull of a thin soldier. His eyes remained wide open, lacking the rigidity of death, as if he had not even sensed his demise before collapsing. Panic ensued among the soldiers as they witnessed the pole being withdrawn. Blood sprang forth, illuminating the tunnel with a burst of crimson light. Thud. The pole plunged in once more, claiming another life. Thud, thud, thud. The speed of the pole's onslaught quickened. In a mere second, anguished screams erupted, the number of casualties unknown. Some frantically drew their weapons to retaliate, others fled, while some stood frozen in terror. Yet, the outcome was the same. One after another, they fell. The wielder of the pole appeared to be toying with them, dispatching lives with a casual ease, one strike at a time. In a short span, the tunnel became a stream of dripping blood. Bodies sprawled haphazardly, each face frozen in sheer horror, their skulls marred by grotesque wounds. A mist of blood hung in the air as shafts of sunlight breached the darkness, as if embracing the lifeless forms. Shan Mingxin, oblivious to what lay behind him, was gradually left alone with the echo of his footsteps and the pounding of his heart within the tunnel. Having lived in comfort for too long, his lungs burned like fire, his breaths resembling the laborious pull of a bellows. Only the will to survive propelled him forward, staggering onward. Finally, he reached the exit beneath the garbage station. Swallowing a mouthful of metallic-tasting saliva, he cautiously poked his head out. The surroundings were eerily silent, the garbage station as desolate as the area around it. He quickly scrambled out, disregarding the need to conceal the entrance, and dashed towards a nearby SUV. Climbing in, he hurried to the back seat, where the driver had been waiting for what felt like an eternity. "Hurry, let's get moving." Shan Mingxin kept glancing back, fearful of catching sight of that chilling figure. However, what puzzled him was the vehicle's sluggish ignition. Just as he was about to reprimand the driver, his pupils dilated in shock. Seated in the driver's position was a figure clad in a blood-stained black robe, a chilling visage that turned to face him. It was Zhang Ming. His pallid face twisted into a smile, yet it appeared unnatural, resembling a paper figure grinning. "Were you looking for me?" The atmosphere in the vehicle plunged to an icy chill. Amidst the horrific wails and pleas for mercy, the SUV began to shake violently, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. The cacophony persisted for several minutes until the rear door swung open, revealing a bloodied, twisted hand reaching out, trembling with effort, revealing a mask that vaguely retained a human shape. However, another pale and frigid hand swiftly seized the bloody mask back. Moments later, Zhang Ming emerged, holding a stack of blood-stained documents. The information on them was unmistakably a defense map of Dachuan City, annotated with strategic offensive plans, in his past life. Such an event had never occurred. Zhang Ming surmised. The operation had not even been initiated. Yet strange calamities had already descended. The Shun family truly deserved their fate. He promptly dialed a number to inform Yin Guixiao to assist him in covering his tracks. Subsequently, he re-entered the tunnel to search for any additional documents. Indeed, he uncovered several that could corroborate that the Shun family intended to jeopardize national security. Furthermore, these soldiers were laden with an abundance of supplies, including over 100 tons of gold. With such wealth, he could perhaps lay the groundwork to produce a cadre of golden weapons, arming a formidable force. Zhang Ming's heart stirred at the prospect. Of course, golden weapons would have minimal impact on malevolent spirits. But in the early stages of the calamity, they could sufficiently deter certain practitioners of the supernatural. Chapter 32. Zhang Ming's military district. When Yin Guixiao received Zhang Ming's call, he was still in a daze. A large-scale gunfight had erupted within a skyscraper, leading to its collapse and causing significant societal upheaval. He had already dispatched a military district to eradicate the terrorists. Yet Zhang Ming informed him that the situation had been resolved. Yin Guixiao was skeptical, instructing his men to continue excavating the building's ruins while he led his troops towards the garbage station indicated by Zhang Ming. "Are you saying he single-handedly killed thousands of heavily armed terrorists?" The accompanying military commander regarded him with disbelief, wholly unconvinced. Such a figure seemed only to exist in legends. While ordering heightened vigilance, he also sought assistance from other military districts. He possesses certain extraordinary qualities. But I lack the authority to reveal further details. Yin Guixiao's gaze deepened. In front of the Li family's ancestral shrine, Zhang Ming's exposed abilities had been truly terrifying. He had already submitted a dossier to his father. At this moment, Zhang Ming's personal information had been classified as top secret, with only a few individuals in the entire nation granted access. As they spoke, the team arrived at the garbage station. On the vehicle, Commander Wu caught sight of a chilling figure in a black robe. The material was peculiar, refracting iridescent hues in the sunlight, resembling a shroud made of paper. The complexion was ghastly pale, akin to a corpse freshly exhumed from a coffin. Just from a distance, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He could not shake the impression that this was Zhang Ming, drenched in blood. Otherwise, the horrific scene of dripping blood was indistinguishable from that of a malevolent spirit. "Comrade Zhang Ming, where is the substantial evidence you mentioned?" Upon disembarking, Yin Guixiao's first inquiry was this. The revelations Zhang Ming had shared were utterly shocking. An intricate military defense plan had been leaked. Should the enemy intend to attack, the military apparatus of Dachuan City would be rendered completely incapacitated. Zhang Ming handed over a stack of bloody documents, the stains still fresh, the scent of blood pungent. "This?" Commander Wu glanced over, taking the documents into his hands, his fear escalating with each passing moment, his hands trembling. The defense map was authentic, detailing the locations of hidden sentries. Within the entire military district, only a select few were privy to such information. There must be a traitor within the military district. I will conduct a thorough investigation. Commander Wu ground his teeth in anger. Based solely on Commander Wu's reaction, Yin Guixiao could ascertain the veracity of these documents. "What of the Shin family member you mentioned?" Yin Guixiao inquired. "Dead beyond doubt. Such a threat could not be allowed to live," Zhang Ming replied coldly. "Such scourges deserve death. You've accomplished a remarkable feat once again." Yin Guixiao's gaze gleamed with satisfaction. Uncovering a drug factory, saving an entire flight of passengers, and now quelling an insurrection while exposing a grand conspiracy, all within the span of a single day. He had achieved what others might spend a lifetime trying to accomplish. However, as a soldier pried open the SUV that continued to ooze blood, their expressions turned ashen. Inside the vehicle, warm blood splattered the interior. The seats bore gruesome claw marks, remnants of shattered nails embedded within. The so-called Shun family member had been reduced to a mass of indistinguishable flesh. No one could tell what had transpired during their life. It was unfathomable to imagine the struggles and torment this fragmented body had endured. Even Commander Wu, upon witnessing this, nearly lost his composure, his gaze towards Zhang Ming shifting to one of profound strangeness. Meanwhile, another squad of soldiers entered the tunnel, dragging out cold, lifeless bodies, each with gaping wounds in their skulls, their faces frozen in extreme terror. Hundreds of such corpses were unearthed, leaving one to ponder the sheer horror they had faced in their final moments. Commander Wu's expression grew grave. The sense of security provided by the military's presence dissipated entirely. He mentally calculated how they could survive if faced with Zhang Ming, only to conclude that the chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Thus, he fully believed the claim that Zhang Ming had single-handedly killed thousands. I have used for this gold. I will be taking it with me. Additionally, I hope to acquire a production line for weapon manufacturing, Zhang Ming stated. The supplies were cleared away and neatly arranged on the ground. After a moment of contemplation regarding Zhang Ming's request, Yin Guixiao conceded. Given your substantial contributions, not only will I grant you a production line, but I will also call my father to secure you a military district. Yin Guixiao made a call, pausing briefly before handing the phone to Zhang Ming. On the other end was the jovial voice of Yan's elder. Comrade Zhang Ming, you have accomplished a remarkable feat. Your rank will be elevated to at least a major, and you are permitted to establish a military district. The location is yours to choose, and we will provide the necessary resources and personnel for its construction. What do you think? If centered around a safe house, it could form a military district capable of countering extreme weaponry. A thought flickered through Zhang Ming's mind. He had intended to assemble a team to prepare for the calamity. Military personnel would be quite suitable for this purpose. Thus, Zhang Ming acquiesced. I will personally vet the personnel for the military district in his strategic plan. These individuals were meant to ensure the safety of his family, and thus, even the Yin family could not interfere. Absolutely no problem. The voice on the other end readily agreed, adding further details. Zhang Ming sensed that the Yin family's methods of garnering loyalty were indeed sophisticated. Through the matter of the military district, he now owed them a favor. Consequently, he was unreserved in proposing conditions for the construction of a military factory, and these preliminary requirements were mutually agreed upon during their discussions. Subsequently, Zhang Ming wasted no time, utilizing a military transport aircraft to transport over 100 tons of gold to Dahuai City. According to his recollection from his previous life, Dahuai City was suspected to harbor the source of the malevolent spirit known as the Ghost Fragrance Puzzle. In the midst of the ghostly mists that enveloped the city of Dahu, rendering half of it a domain of spirits, there existed a ghost tamer who, paradoxically, leveraged this very realm to further develop his own formidable ghostly abilities, momentarily placing him at the forefront of his peers. According to his boastful claims, the ghostly eyes he commanded showed no signs of revival. Instead, they had descended into a profound slumber. This led to the inference that the two entities were likely complementary pieces of a larger puzzle. This ghost tamer was known as Hu Penggo, hailing from the illustrious Hu family of Dahu. He was indeed the same Hu Pengyu who had collaborated with Lu Yu to dismember Zhang Ming. The origins of the ghostly eyes could potentially be traced back to Hu Penggo. Zhang Ming gazed out of the transport aircraft, observing the clouds lazily sprawled across the high heavens, as if they were settling some trivial matters. At that moment, an unfamiliar number called through. Upon answering, the sound of Fang Yunyu's weeping pierced through the line. Zhang Ming, I do not wish to marry another. Will you come and rescue me? She implored. My family is filled with wicked individuals, controlling me and forcing me. She sobbed. You must hurry. In 2 hours, I will be compelled to wed. Suddenly, an elderly woman's voice echoed. You are to be married imminently. What is this wailing about? Who gave her a phone? Step forward, or face the family's consequences. With a sharp bang, the call was abruptly terminated. Was today not the day of my own marriage? Did it advance due to my intervention? Zhang Ming maintained a calm demeanor. Fang Yunyu had been of immense assistance and was quite capable. Her family remained under the protection of the Fang military district, all due to her prior contributions. Thus, he could not simply stand by while the Hu family was settled with. Confronting them was akin to playing with children. Chapter 33. The Hu family's Pengfei Pharmaceuticals, Dahu City. The Hu family estate, situated in the city's prime location where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, boasted a value of approximately 10 billion AT. This moment, the Hu family was festooned with decorations. The streets paved with gold and silver, adorned with exquisite dragon and phoenix motifs. Passers-by cast envious glances, marveling at the unattainable luxury. Nearby girls gazed dreamily, fantasizing about such a grand wedding. With only 2 hours remaining until the nuptials commenced, the groom, Hu Pengyu, remained unhurried, managing company affairs while being attended to by a top-tier private makeup artist. Before him stood a nearly transparent mirror, reflecting a remarkably clear image that exuded an air of sophistication. The man in the mirror possessed sharp features, his gaze deep and perilous, embodying the essence of a suave rogue. Behind the transparent mirror sat a stout figure, his half-brother, Hu Pengyu. Has the news about the gastric cancer cure been released? Hu Pengyu inquired. The pharmaceutical launch went exceedingly well. Within 5 minutes, our Pingfei pharmaceutical stock price soared tenfold, Hu Pengyu replied, brimming with excitement. And this is merely the beginning, Hu Pengyu chuckled. With the distribution of that batch of counterfeit drugs, coupled with our stock, our names will soon be prefixed with that of the elite wealthy. This would be his final battle in the business world. The dark forces were poised to launch an offensive to upend the status quo, and he intended to seize the moment to take a substantial bite out of the lucrative pie. Are the emergency medications designated by the organization ready? The alluring makeup artist, Jenny, smiled seductively, her eyes glinting mischievously. Unbeknownst to many, she served as the liaison between the Hu family and the underworld. Rest assured, everything is prepared and ready for deployment, Hu Pengyu affirmed earnestly. That is splendid news. Jenny giggled, her voluptuous figure swaying enticingly. With the tide of events shifting, she chose to align herself with the underworld, determined to establish her worth and secure her position. 2 hours later, the luxurious wedding procession rolled into the Hu family estate. The lead car carried a stunning bride, her demeanor gentle yet her eyes betrayed a lingering defiance, frequently glancing back toward the window as if searching for someone. She was Fang Yunyu, ultimately unable to escape her family's grasp. She had exerted every effort yet found herself forcibly ushered into the wedding car, destined to marry into the Hu family. Zhang Ming, she silently lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had once made that call, but knew all too well how unrealistic it was. With Zhang Ming's capabilities, how could he possibly stand against the Hu and Fang families? Everything was merely a figment of her unwilling imagination. Yunyu, today is a joyous occasion. Cheer up, Hu Pengyu remarked, his smile polished. He had indulged in many beautiful women, yet the unique status and grace of the Fang family heiress stirred a primal heat within him. Just the thought of it was almost uncontrollable. Yunyu, is that what you wish to be called? Why pursue me when there are so many others? Hu Pengyu retorted, his expression hardening. This wedding would not proceed smoothly. She would resist to the bitter end. Hu Pengyu's countenance stiffened, yet he unexpectedly chuckled, a dangerous smile creeping across his lips. Such spirit. I eagerly await your struggle. This was merely a familial union, both parties fully aware. Yet this woman was utterly oblivious to the nuances. It seemed inevitable that she would need a lesson in decorum. The wedding commenced as scheduled. A multitude of dignitaries were present, including Commander Fang, who served as the officiant, alongside various influential figures and high-ranking officials invited by the Hu family. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of power and wealth, an awe-inspiring sight of individuals rarely seen in everyday life. Following a series of speeches and rituals, the ceremony reached its final segment, amid the resounding applause of the gathered guests as the bride and groom made their entrance. Fang Yunyu, adorned in her wedding gown, was escorted to the stage by her family. During the exchange of rings, the officiant symbolically inquired if both parties consented. Fang Yunyu seized the microphone. I do not consent. I do not consent. I do not consent. Instantly, the grand hall fell into a profound silence. The expressions of the Fang family darkened. Hu Pengyu's smile turned icy. How dare you? Commander Fang raised his hand, his eyes blazing with fury. Yunyu, have you lost all sense of decorum? Before the crowd, including several of his peers, Fang Yunyu's actions were akin to dragging the Fang family's reputation through the mud. Go ahead. Strike me. Fang Yunyu defiantly retorted. You can make me say it 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, but I will never agree. I am a person, not a tool to be married off at your whim. Slap. The cold hand struck Fang Yunyu's face, sending her staggering back several steps. Her veil fell, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, yet her resolve only strengthened. This slap I owe to the Fong family. I shall return this life to you today. With that, she produced a small fruit knife, poised to slash her throat, that a gasp swept through the crowd. The suddenness of the event left Commander Fong momentarily paralyzed. He had watched this niece grow up, her innocence intact, yet never had he anticipated such reckless folly. He rushed forward, but the distance remained, helplessly witnessing the blade's glint near her fragile neck. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed, and Commander Fong beheld a crimson flash as the fruit knife was effortlessly sent flying. Clattering to the ground, Fong Yunyu was momentarily stunned by the abrupt shot. Her heart was set on death, only to find an unexpected turn of events with a marksman in attendance, who had disarmed her with a single shot. Then, from the entrance of the Grand Hall, an ominous figure emerged, none other than Zhang Ming, obscuring a portion of the light as he strode forward. I will take you away. There is no need for such foolishness. His cold voice resonated, indifferent to the powerful elite gathered within the hall. Having lived once more, he understood the preciousness of life and would not allow it to be squandered in vain. Zhang Ming. Fong Yunyu stared in disbelief. A smile broke across her face, tears cascading down. She never imagined Zhang Ming would truly appear today. As sunlight streamed in, her hero stood defiantly against the assembly, as if lifted from a dream. Seize that troublemaker and expel him, Commander Fong commanded, his voice trembling. This wedding must not be derailed. Yet Zhang Ming had to be preserved. He could not fathom the depths of Yunyu's sorrow should he fail to protect her. A squad of fully armed soldiers immediately stepped forward. Hold. Everyone, stand down. A voice emerged from the crowd, a formidable figure, with a square jaw and a robust physique. It was Yin Guoqiang, the foremost authority of Dahu City. As he rose, a multitude of officials from Dahu City followed suit, creating a formidable presence. Observing this scene, Commander Fong frowned and gestured for the soldiers to retreat. I find this wedding rather inconsistent with the spirit of romantic freedom, Yin Guoqiang remarked leisurely. Invited to attend the wedding by a prominent taxpayer of the city, he had not anticipated such a spectacle, especially concerning Zhang Ming, and felt compelled to intervene. While his temperament was impatient, years in the political arena had honed his skills in diplomacy. He continued, if the populace cannot even enjoy the right to marry freely, it is akin to reversing the course of history, gravely diverging from the people's will. Indeed, this could hint at a sordid exchange of money and power, egregiously undermining the most fundamental rights of the people. I propose that this wedding be annulled for the time being, Yin Guoqiang asserted proudly, his words deftly articulated, even if he appeared the villain in this scenario. At a critical juncture, he was indeed reliable. However, the next moment, Zhang Ming's words left the entire hall in stunned silence. Beyond the wedding issue, the case of Pengfei Pharmaceuticals selling counterfeit drugs, thereby victimizing patients, with the principal perpetrators being Hu Pengyu and Hu Penggo, must be thoroughly investigated and addressed. Zhang Ming's icy voice reverberated throughout the hall. Chapter 34. Dr. Wang's formal report. He remained composed. It was only a little over 2 hours ago that he had commenced the sale of a miraculous drug for gastric cancer, and the patients would require time to realize the implications. As for the other medications, they could withstand scrutiny. Yin Guoqiang was uncertain, and as he approached Zhang Ming, he whispered, "Is there any evidence?" Fong Yunyu had already dashed down, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around her, and tightly embraced Zhang Ming. The Hu family is not to be trifled with. We must leave quickly and refrain from mentioning counterfeit drugs. Yet, as she held him, she felt an unsettling chill, as if she were clutching a block of ice. However, her heart swelled with emotion, allowing her to overlook such details, believing that the mention of counterfeit drugs was merely a rhetorical flourish on his part, a gesture of support for her. Why words carry legal weight. Zhang Ming asserted coldly. In his previous life, as a gastric cancer patient, Zhang Ming had purchased this so-called miracle drug at a staggering price of 200,000 per pill, ultimately spending $1 million for a complete course of treatment. Among the patients, many had gone bankrupt and incurred debts in their desperate hope of recovery. Yet, 2 weeks later, an increasing number of them discovered that their conditions had not only failed to improve but had, in fact, worsened. It was then that Dr. Fong from Pengfei Pharmaceuticals, in tears, exposed this deception. Her entire family was under the control of the Hu family, and the moment she spoke out meant a severing of ties with them. A national uproar ensued, the stock price of Pingfei Pharmaceuticals plummeting, followed by revelations of financial discrepancies and embezzlement of public funds, leaving countless shareholders trapped in a financial quagmire. That night was bitterly cold, and many took to the rooftop. Meanwhile, the Hu brothers had long since fled abroad to revel in their freedom. It was not until the first outbreak of supernatural disasters that the Hu brothers, having presumably endured some misfortune, returned to Dahu City in a state of disarray. Hu Pungo, by sheer coincidence, had managed to harness a malevolent spirit, instilling fear in everyone, while the criminal cases preceding this calamity garnered no further attention. It was only when Hu Pungo suddenly vanished, perhaps succumbing to the very spirit he had commanded, that Hu Pengyu, akin to a rat scurrying across the street, hid in corners, unaware of when he had become entangled with the wretched Lu Yu, leading to Zhang Ming's demise. Yet now, he could finally settle the score. Zhang Ming's gaze was icy as he drew his thoughts back. He looked at the audience in the hall, focusing on a woman with an intellectual demeanor. Perhaps in her 30s, whose eyes flickered with apprehension. This was Dr. Wang. He then quietly conveyed a few words to Yin Guoqiang, revealing a secluded address. In his previous life, Dr. Wang had been summoned to this address after the expos to retrieve the bodies of the victims, with signs of abuse evident throughout the premises. Following that, Dr. Wang had spiraled into madness, lost to her own delusions, and eventually disappeared without a trace. Among the guests, a woman dressed rather provocatively, with an attractive visage, shrank back at Zhang Ming's gaze, attempting to conceal herself. This was Lu Yu, originally a pharmaceutical representative for Tongfei Pharmaceuticals, who, after being promoted to Hu Pengyu's secretary, had employed every tactic to gain numerous advantages. At this moment, her expression was one of utter shock. Her initial intention in courting Zhang Ming was to find a naive man to take over, believing she could slice a share of the family fortune from him. The audaciously armed Zhang Ming bore little resemblance to the simpleton she had envisioned. Moreover, even the high-ranking officials of Dahu City treated him with surprising warmth, hinting at some undisclosed rapport, which only intensified her desire to shrink into the background. However, such attempts at concealment were rendered futile under Zhang Ming's discerning gaze. He had long since recognized the worthlessness of such lowly individuals and had no intention of sparing them. Today, he would settle accounts with the Hu family and clean up the mess. Enough! This is utter nonsense, Fang's father exclaimed, visibly embarrassed. Who is this insignificant brat, disrupting the joyous occasion between our two families? His close business ties with Tongfei Pharmaceuticals had made this situation particularly intolerable. Brother Fang, no need to be angry. This low-level character can only make a fuss. I shall teach him that every action has its consequences. Hu Pengyu replied with a sinister smile. You seem quite confident. I hope you can still smile when the evidence arrives. Zhang Ming's tone was devoid of warmth. Evidence? I suspect you are merely stalling for time. Bodyguards, throw him out. Hu Pengyu's smile faltered, at his command. 7 or 8 burly men surged forth from behind Zhang Ming. They were elite bodyguards, all seasoned veterans, each one a former soldier of remarkable caliber. Their objective was clear, to disarm and subdue. Yet, in the next instant, accompanied by the sickening sounds of bones breaking and muffled groans, the figures soared through the air, crashing violently against the wall, blood oozing and trickling down. This left Yin Guoqiang, who had been prepared to shout, momentarily stunned. Hu Pengyu, do you dare to instigate a bloody scene in my presence? The audience quickly realized that Zhang Ming had substantial backing. The terrifying prowess displayed by him rendered Hu Pengyu's actions trivial in comparison. Mayor Yin, I harbor no such intentions. He slandered Pingfei Pharmaceuticals first. I only sent a few subordinates to help him regain his composure, Hu Pengyu retorted, taken aback. Zhang Ming's swift actions had caught him off guard. He barely registered what had transpired as the elite bodyguards were dispatched in an instant. It was only upon seeing the rusted barrel of Zhang Ming's gun that he truly felt a lethal threat, as if his life could be extinguished at any moment. Yin Guoqiang remained silent but answered a phone call, subsequently nodding at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming turned his attention to the intellectual woman among the guests, Dr. Wang, and said, Your family has been rescued. Yin Guoqiang cooperated, activating the speakerphone, and the voice from the other end resonated clearly. Mommy, I want mommy, came the pitiful voice of a child. Dear, it's all right. Everything is fine now. The police have rescued us. A man's voice quivered with joy. Daughter, Pingfei Pharmaceuticals has acted unscrupulously, unlawfully imprisoning our family. You must heed the officer's instructions and cooperate fully with any requests. The voice of an elderly man, filled with righteous indignation, followed. Instantly, the hall erupted in chaos. The guests struck dumb with disbelief. Unlawful imprisonment? Counterfeit drugs? Such sensitive terms seemed intertwined, leading them to wonder if this pallid young man was indeed speaking the truth. Dr. Wang trembled all over, tears of joy streaming down her face. The sunlight streaming into the hall felt incredibly warm. In the next moment, she stood up. I, Wang Yunjing, chief researcher at Pingfei Pharmaceuticals, hereby formally accuse this company of unlawfully imprisoning the relatives of employees, falsely advertising a cure for gastric cancer, producing and selling counterfeit drugs, and deceiving countless patients. Every word is true, and I bear legal responsibility for this information. Nonsense. This is pure slander. Hu Pengyu shouted, his anger palpable. His heart sank as he looked at Zhang Ming with growing trepidation. Since Zhang Ming had entered the hall, the situation had spiraled out of control. Within moments, hostages had been freed, and employees had stepped forward to formally accuse the company. Damn it, facing such evidence, even he found himself in a tight spot. Numerous entertainment reporters were present in the hall, their cameras flashing frantically, vying to break this sensational story. Among the crowd, Hu Penggu's rotund figure retreated. His expression darkening, he sensed the gravity of the situation was shifting unexpectedly. But before he could take more than a few steps, a cold figure intercepted him, a chilling hand lifting him as if he were a mere chick, tossing him aside. Zhang Ming's gaze remained fixated on Hu Penggu, suspected to be the source of the malevolent spirit, and he would not let him escape easily. Mayor Yin, let's first secure the suspect. No personnel from Pingfei Pharmaceuticals is allowed to leave, Zhang Ming stated icily. Indeed, no one is allowed to move. Those unrelated to Pingfei Pharmaceuticals must be verified before they can depart, Yin Guoqiang asserted firmly. He had already summoned a contingent of police while coordinating the rescue of the imprisoned individuals, and they were now stationed outside. With his declaration, dozens of armed officers entered, their expressions resolute. Damn it! Damn it! Hu Pengyu was both furious and terrified. Faced with such a situation, he offered no resistance, raising his hands to his head as the officers cuffed him. Based on the additional evidence in Dr. Wang's possession, he knew his chances of turning the tide were slim. However, he still had a backup plan. Rescue would come from the underworld. As long as he kept his mouth shut, he could wait for salvation. Thus, all personnel from Pingfei Pharmaceuticals were apprehended, while guests verified as unrelated departed in droves. Lu Yu, too, was filled with fear. She had no knowledge of the counterfeit drugs and was also cuffed, crouching on the ground with her hands on her head. She appeared pitiful and delicate, regarding Zhang Ming with a gaze that seemed to plead for something, though she hesitated to speak. Zhang Ming, however, paid her no mind. From the moment he was reborn, he had harbored thoughts of avenging himself against this wretched woman. Yet, he was cautious of the law, knowing it could bring unnecessary trouble. Given his current status, dealing with the likes of Hu Pengyu and Lu Yu was no more challenging than squashing an ant. Still, the immediate priority was to set these two aside for the moment, master the ghostly eye, complete the puzzle, and then concoct a fitting resolution. At Zhang Ming's behest, the officers searched Hu Penggu and Hu Pengyu's belongings. Presenting them to Zhang Ming, the items were disordered, including lace stockings, an oddity to carry. Yet, among them, he indeed discovered a rather peculiar object. An amber ring. It felt smooth, almost akin to some adhesive skin. Within the blood-red amber lay the eye of an unknown creature, its lifeless scara featuring a double pupil, quietly staring at Zhang Ming from various angles. Found it, Zhang Ming confirmed swiftly. The amber on this ring was the ghostly eye. And the puzzle concerning the malevolent spirit that had plagued him was on the verge of resolution. Commander Fong and his family approached. I never anticipated nearly marrying my niece to a calamity. Commander Fong remarked, his gaze complex. Daughter, we misjudged him. Rest assured, your mother and I will promptly seek a more suitable match for you, Fong's father stated with righteous fervor. You may leave. My daughter has been unfilial. Do not mention this matter again. Fong Yunyu's expression was one of sorrow. Consider me as never having existed. Do not seek to see me again. The attitudes of her parents and family have become transparent to her, and she no longer harbors any illusions. Child, How dare you speak to your father and mother like that? Commander Fong exclaimed, his irritation palpable as he raised his hand, ready to strike again. However, his arm halted midair, firmly restrained by a pale, cold hand. Commander Fong, please desist that I am grateful for your protection of my family during these days, Zhang Ming interjected. Yun Yu's love is her own to decide, and no one shall interfere. Zhang Ming, you acknowledge my assistance, yet you still dare to call me commander even though you have been promoted to colonel. Commander Fong's frustration was evident, his face a shade of iron. He had learned from Wang Peng about Zhang Ming's recent promotion to colonel. Your information is outdated, Yin Guoqiang chimed in with a smile. Zhang Ming is now a major general, your equal, and you can no longer act so arrogantly. What? Commander Fong was taken aback. He had toiled his entire life to reach his position, while Zhang Ming had leaped several ranks in just a few days. Such words from Yin Guoqiang could not be dismissed as mere jest. You? Commander Fong's resolve weakened. He sighed deeply, casting a complex glance at the Fong family before stomping his foot and departing with his men. Young friend Zhang Ming, now that the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Yin Guoqiang offered generously. As a leader of a major pharmaceutical enterprise, this egregious criminal case would certainly bolster his reputation, and Zhang Ming had been of immense help. I do indeed have a matter for your assistance, Zhang Ming contemplated. He intended to establish a pharmaceutical factory and hospital within the military district, necessitating the acquisition of a substantial quantity of medicinal materials, relevant technical equipment, and the corresponding talent. Upon sharing this idea, Yin Guoqiang chuckled. Given the situation with Pengfei Pharmaceuticals, they will be facing indefinite suspension. I can facilitate the consolidation of these undesirable assets for you. After a brief discussion, Yin Guoqiang departed with the police officers. The once grand hall now felt desolate, leaving only Zhang Ming and Fong Yunyu in each other's presence. What are you doing? Fong Yunyu's eyes sparkled. Dressed in a pristine white wedding gown, her radiant face exuded charm, her desires palpable. In this moment, she yearned to give herself entirely to Zhang Ming. I have urgent matters to attend to. I cannot. Zhang Ming declined. Mastering the ghostly eye was crucial, yet he could not resist the allure of the enigmatic ghost bow. The two shared a passionate kiss. Entangled in a fervor of intimacy. It's so cold, Fong Yunyu pouted. Then warm me up, Zhang Ming replied non-committally. The overwhelming presence of numerous malevolent spirits had rendered his body unnaturally cold. Outside the hall, the sound of celebratory gunfire erupted, echoing continuously. The fountain outside flowed endlessly, warmed by the sun's rays. Hours later, Zhang Ming returned to his old residence with Fong Yunyu. Controlling the ghostly eye required a relatively secluded environment, away from prying eyes. Temporarily sending Fong Yunyu away, he retrieved the ghostly eye encased in amber. With a forceful grip, the amber shattered into fragments, revealing the chilling, heavy eye nestled within his palm. Zhang Ming had successfully mastered 5 malevolent spirits. The process was now second nature to him, and he had formulated his own approach. His pale, frigid fingers pierced through one of his own eyes. Blood seeping forth, as the yellowish-white liquid oozed out, he inserted the heavy ghostly eye into the gory, gaping socket. Soon, the yellowish-white fluid enveloped the ghostly eye, yet, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Amidst the overwhelming stench of decay, a mist of ghostly fragrance filled the room, rapidly expanding. Suddenly, a flicker of flame ignited within the mist, racing toward Zhang Ming and engulfing him in flames. Having long since lost the sensation of pain, Zhang Ming's icy pupils narrowed in surprise. The fire consumed him, gnawing at his very core with agonizing intensity. This flame was imbued with supernatural power, as if even the malevolent spirits were burning alongside it. Chapter 36. Death in 3 days. Zhang Ming's body continuously oozed the yellowish-white liquid, thick and viscous, interspersed with solid fragments of flesh, resembling some form of fat. The vivid flames scorched, igniting even the yellowish-white liquid. Soon, amidst the acrid scent of charred flesh, the fire blazed fiercely, threatening to incinerate everything in its path. Zhang Ming's skin shriveled and blackened, his hair curled and fell away, and even his teeth were singed to the point of melting. He struggled against the flames, yet no amount of flailing could extinguish the supernatural fire. Strangely, within the inferno, the other items in the room remained untouched, as if impervious to ignition. Moreover, the flames grew ever brighter, shifting from a deep crimson to a radiant golden hue. From Zhang Ming's charred and hollow eye sockets, two eyes suddenly emerged, bearing heavy pupils, cold and unsettling. In the next moment, the golden flames surged forward, all converging into the heavy pupils, causing a flicker of golden light before the flames mysteriously vanished. Zhang Ming's gaze turned steely, the heavy pupils swirling restlessly. Summoning the interface, he saw that the progress of the malevolent spirit puzzle had reached 3-3. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Upgrade Safe House. The host may freely select the safe house and utilize this function at any time. A flicker of interest sparked in Zhang Ming's heart, and a massive light screen appeared before him. The illumination cast by the screen enveloped the room, bathing all items in a golden glow. Current safe house area, 89 square meters. Do you wish to upgrade? Zhang Ming sensed that he could summon this function at will, and with his experiments in mind, he certainly would not choose this old house. Simultaneously, he felt this was not the limit. In his mind, he designated the safe house to encompass the entire building. Current safe house area, 1.63,000 square meters. Do you wish to upgrade? Trying once more, he expanded the safe house to cover the entire neighborhood. Current safe house area, 583,500 square meters. Do you wish to upgrade? Indeed, the functions provided by the system were not so simplistic. Moreover, he had a feeling that if he chose to upgrade, all buildings in the neighborhood would significantly enhance their defenses against malevolent spirits and advanced technology. A miraculous scene would unfold, with all structures undergoing a massive upgrade overnight, leaving traces of construction in their wake. Based on the existing facilities in the neighborhood, even new buildings would spring forth. Subsequently, he conducted further experiments, discovering that the safe house also had a limit, capable of covering approximately half a district's area. Just in time, as I need to construct a military district, leveraging the upgrade function of the safe house could greatly accelerate the construction process, potentially completing it overnight. A preliminary plan began to form in his mind. Retrieving the light screen, a new task appeared on the interface. New task released. Replace the body of a malevolent spirit. You have controlled 6 malevolent spirits. While gaining terrifying supernatural power, you will also endure even more horrific corrosion. Your body will completely collapse and face death in 3 days. Only by replacing it with the body of a malevolent spirit can you struggle to survive. Task reward. Infinite growth potential. The ominous calamity. Though only 23 days away, now demanded that I replace the body of a malevolent spirit within 3 days, directly forcing me toward death. Zhang Ming's eyes turned frigid. Before the calamity arrives, the malevolent spirits remain hidden. There are no bodies to be found. Reflecting on all memory threads, he deduced various possibilities, seemingly glimpsing threads of death. He felt a shiver, glancing at the pale, cold hand, as yellowish-white liquid seeped and dripped. One of his pinky fingers was visibly melting at an alarming rate, even the yellowish-white liquid unable to mend it, as if this supernatural corrosion suppressed its power. At this rate, he would not last even 3 days. Would I ultimately become a puddle of yellowish-white liquid, dying silently? Yet, he refused to give up easily. There were still actions he could take that might prolong his life. In his memory, there was a supernatural object in Dahu City that could save his life. A pitch-black ghost coffin. A ghost master had melted into a pool of blood, clinging to life with the ghost coffin, managing to survive for 7 days before the malevolent spirit awakened. However, he could only recall the coffin's appearance and had heard it originated from Dahu City, making it quite difficult to locate. As for the body of a malevolent spirit, he had a lead. It came from an ancient grave in Dahu City, but the prerequisite was surviving until the day of the calamity. When the malevolent spirits would manifest. That moment, Zhang Ming received a call from Yinbing. It turned out she had arrived in Dahu City to assist Zhang Ming in establishing the military district. After agreeing on a meeting place, Zhang Ming settled Feng Yunyu before heading to the Shanjing Villa. The establishment of the military district was crucial for the safety of his family, warranting his attention. The search for the ghost coffin would also require manpower. He could propose the matter of military personnel, dispatching several teams to seek clues. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he soon arrived at Shanjing Villa. The sky was dimly lit, and the outline of the villa, having been demolished and rebuilt, was beginning to take shape. The construction progress of the villa was nearing completion, with old Zhang remotely overseeing the work from the military district. Zhang Ming was aware of this, though from his current perspective, the villa seemed somewhat small. He envisioned transforming it into a sprawling estate, with the estate at its center, radiating throughout the military district, to be constructed upon this very mountain. Yin Bing soon arrived, dressed in a purple knitted dress, her striking features exuding beauty and adding a touch of allure. The funding for the military district has been approved. You may share your thoughts, and I will facilitate communication and implementation, she offered, her tone softer than before. After resolving their misunderstandings, Zhang Ming appeared much more agreeable in her eyes, and she willingly accepted the task from the Yin family to assist Zhang Ming in preparing the military district. That would be a great help, Officer Yin, Zhang Ming expressed. The preparations for the military district were intricate, and he lacked the time to manage them himself. Trustworthy individuals were necessary. Having Yin Bing handle it was indeed a commendable choice. Zhang Ming then outlined the general planning and construction of the military district, which would include a military factory, pharmaceutical factory, hospital, residential quarters for families, and even space allocated for vast agricultural development, among other things. Yin Bing's delicate face was serious as she listened attentively, meticulously taking notes. The military district will also need to stockpile a substantial amount of supplies, Zhang Ming added. The variety of supplies is extensive, ranging from everyday consumables and various seeds for crops to energy and military necessities. The exaggerated demands left the typically aloof Yin Bing somewhat taken aback. It hardly resembled preparations for a military district, as it was replete with everyday necessities, akin to constructing an apocalyptic stronghold. Furthermore, Zhang Ming had made some peculiar and urgent requests, insisting on establishing a foundational framework with great haste, rather than adhering to conventional construction protocols. In the end, I require you, Zhang Ming stated earnestly. This seems inappropriate, Yin Bing stammered, her cheeks flushed and her autumn-like eyes wide with confusion. What are you saying? As long as you join my military district, your status will be second only to mine. Zhang Ming's voice was cold yet solemn. He held a profound confidence in Officer Yan's capabilities. Should it be anyone else, such treatment would be inconceivable. With his guidance, Officer Yin would undoubtedly evolve into an exceedingly powerful ghost master, far surpassing her previous life. I understand you may harbor doubts. However, what I can offer you is something even the Yin family has never encountered. Zhang Ming's piercing gaze shifted coldly. He was prepared to unveil some harrowing secrets regarding malevolent spirits, aware that time was of the essence. He had a reckless plan to cling to life, determined to endure until the day of the impending calamity, at which point he would replace the ghostly form within the old grave. Yet, the supernatural collision was fraught with peril. He could not guarantee survival, and it was possible he might not even last until the disaster arrived. His family needed protection, and Yin Bing was among the few he deemed trustworthy. Chapter 37. Obtaining the Ghost Coffin. What? Upon hearing Zhang Ming's account, Yin Bing was utterly astonished, her beautiful eyes widening. The notion of malevolent spirits existing in the world, and the idea that humans could harness them to gain extraordinary powers, was simply unfathomable. Indeed, Zhang Ming replied calmly. He proceeded to disclose the 3 fundamental laws governing malevolent spirits, principles gleaned from the blood of countless ghost masters in his past life. A mere 3 sentences that were worth their weight in gold. Allow me a moment. Despite your assertions, it remains difficult to believe. Yin Bing was left in shock. This revelation shattered her worldview, and she required some evidence to validate it. I shall demonstrate, Zhang Ming asserted, taking immediate action. Before Yin Bing could react, the sound of wind swept through, and her service pistol was suddenly in her grasp, aimed directly at Zhang Ming's head. Zhang Ming's icy fingers seized hers, pressing her finger against the triggered. No, I believe. Yin Bing's pupils dilated, but in the next instant, a gunshot rang out. Bang! The acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air as a bullet tore through Zhang Ming's forehead, creating a gaping wound. What followed was a sight that horrified Yin Bing. Zhang Ming's chilling gaze was restless, a glimmer of golden light flickering within his pitch-black pupils. His pallid complexion twisted into a smile. Yet it was so stiff that it was almost indistinguishable, resembling a corpse weeping. Now, do you believe in the existence of malevolent spirits? Amidst the faint stench of decay, a thick yellowish-white fluid oozed from the bloodied hole in Zhang Ming's forehead, rapidly mending the flesh as if nothing had transpired. I believe. Yin Bing gasped, still shaken. Taking a deep breath, I agree to join the military district. The allure of such extraordinary power was undeniable, if she possessed it. How many crimes could she prevent? To be tainted by malevolent spirits was unfortunate, as the average lifespan of a ghost master dwindled to merely a year. Make your decision wisely. At the appropriate moment, I shall offer you the opportunity to harness malevolent spirits. If it were not for the impending calamity, no one would take this step, condemning themselves to a short life. Yin Bing exclaimed, bewildered. What? You can only live for a year? No, Zhang Ming shook his head. If luck is not on my side, I may have only a few days left. His desperate measures were fraught with supernatural dangers and uncertainties. No one could be entirely assured of survival. My time is limited. From today onward, you shall be my deputy, Zhang Ming commanded. Effective immediately, construction in the military district shall commence overnight. In his estimation, as long as there was a framework in place, the functionality of the safe house could be upgraded, allowing the military district to be established swiftly. Moreover, this would surpass the quality of conventional construction, enhancing defenses against malevolent spirits and modern technology. Yet, he still reserved some time for unforeseen circumstances. Yes, I assure the task will be completed. Yin Bing regarded Zhang Ming's pallid visage, her eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. However, she refrained from saying much and set about fulfilling the command. Her responsibilities were vast, encompassing the relocation of the mountain villa, coordinating a large construction design team, procuring countless building materials, all of which needed to be organized expeditiously. Subsequently, Zhang Ming inquired about troop resources. I have selected an acquaintance to assist you in screening from the personnel pool. Yin Bing made a phone call to a contact. Greetings, Commander. A robust figure soon arrived. It was none other than Wang Tong. Major Wang, long time no see, Zhang Ming greeted. Their exchange was smooth, as Yin Bing had indeed been meticulous. Having previously worked with Wang Ting made the collaboration seamless. With 80,000 personnel in the military district, that was excessive. They would initially filter down to 20,000, selecting the finest. Zhang Ming had his own strategy. Once they narrowed it down to 20,000, further selection would follow. He sought a unit willing to fire upon malevolent spirits. Even those prepared to become ghost masters, an iron-willed force a few thousand would suffice. Otherwise, the pace of resource consumption would be unsustainable. Wang Ting swiftly filtered out 20,000 soldiers with superior qualifications through the database. Excellent. Bring these personnel to Dahuai City. Tomorrow, they will execute the first order, to locate a particular item. Zhang Ming detailed the characteristics of the ghost coffin to Wang Ting. Understood. Wang Ting replied resolutely. He promptly set about his duties, aware that the first command from his superior must not falter. Zhang Ming also rose, stepping into the night, swiftly vanishing into the distance. The clues regarding the ghost coffin were scant, and he could only roam Dahuai City, hoping for fortune to smile upon him. Simultaneously, he contacted private organizations, offering a bounty of 5 million for the coffin's retrieval. The following day, an additional 20,000 soldiers would embark on a comprehensive search throughout Dahuai City for the black coffin. He had done all he could. Time swiftly passed until the following afternoon. Zhang Ming still had not garnered any leads on the ghost coffin, lurking in the remote village alleys, where passers-by merely felt a chill in the air. Oblivious to his presence at that moment, he received a message from Wang Ting. Commander, the coffin has been located. Please confirm. Upon viewing the image Wang Ting sent, Zhang Ming saw a dark, cold coffin that appeared somewhat worn from the passage of time. At the seams of the coffin lid, a faint red paint, oddly viscous and fresh, seemed to be seeping out. Well done. Who was responsible for this success? They shall receive a generous reward, Zhang Ming replied. Beyond the accolades, he also prepared 5 million as a bonus for the soldiers. At this level, wealth was as insignificant as dirt to him, and with the impending calamity, the future currency would be various essential supplies. Having influence certainly facilitated matters. He could not guarantee he would have found it alone within 3 days. Report, Commander. It was a young scout with a background in reconnaissance. Wang Tong relayed the detailed information. Subsequently, Zhang Ming ordered the troops to regroup, bringing the ghost coffin, and convening the entire military district in front of the Mountain View Villa. A vast area had been cleared, designated for the estate. The surroundings were chaotic, with the deafening roar of machinery, coarse earth scattering, and the air thick with the scent of sweat. Towering cranes dotted the landscape, and the construction teams were busily engaged, creating an indistinct mass of workers. The 20,000 soldiers assembled before the villa, standing tall under the scorching sun, their backs straight and their gazes resolute, emanating an air of elite determination. Everyone has performed admirably in this mission. Those who have earned merit shall be generously rewarded. Zhang Ming, as the commander, sought to win the loyalty of his troops. If the hearts of the men were not united, the fault would lie with the leader. Soon, to the incredulous gazes of the assembled troops, a lean young man received a check for 5 million along with several commendations. The young man, Yue, was utterly stunned, feeling as though he had stepped into a dream. I've only been in the army for a short time, and I'm already striking it rich? What kind of miraculous military district is this? The eyes of those below were filled with envy and jealousy, a heat of ambition igniting within them. Eager for the next task to prove themselves, the military district was still under construction. They would rest in place tonight. Now, all personnel assemble into teams of 100 and integrate into various construction sites to assist in the engineering efforts. With the aid of this contingent of soldiers, the pace of construction would accelerate once more. That night, he intended to upgrade the safe house, completing the military district's construction in a single night. Simultaneously, he would test the soldiers, filtering out a cadre of truly capable individuals. Chapter 38. Construction of the military district. The construction of the military district was a bustling scene, with tens of thousands of workers engaged in the endeavor. Zhang Ming traversed the various construction sites to monitor progress, accompanied by Yin Bing, who donned a safety helmet, her hair dampened by perspiration, exuding a unique charm. Dig 10 wells here. A few meters deep will suffice. But they must be well formed, Zhang Ming instructed. The family compound doesn't require trenching, it would waste time. Simply mark the locations for water and electricity directly on the walls. It's much more efficient. Additionally, let's outline the placement of the furniture as well. In his estimation, as long as a rudimentary structure existed, the safe house could be upgraded, allowing for the manifestation of essential utilities like water, electricity, and furniture. He provided directives based on the on-site conditions. Though some were quite outlandish, leaving Yin Bing in a state of bewilderment. There were even more absurd ideas, such as digging an oil well and filling it with oil. Zhang Ming's intent was to test whether he could conjure something from nothing, even manifesting an oil well. It was merely an experiment, and if it failed, no harm would be done. He had reviewed the energy and material procurement list Yin Bing provided, which was sufficient to sustain the entire military district for 10 years. Though no one would complain about an abundance of energy, having lived through a time of calamity, Zhang Ming was acutely aware of the value of energy. There are still hospitals and pharmaceutical companies. Contact your second uncle and procure the talent, technology, equipment, medications, and inventory of Pingfei Pharmaceutical. The situation regarding Pingfei Pharmaceutical has also emerged, with confiscated assets and hefty fines, while the criminals led by Hu Pengyu have been sentenced to life imprisonment. In the apocalypse, medications are akin to life itself for ordinary people, valued more than gold. In the future, a properly functioning pharmaceutical factory within the military district will serve as a perpetual mint, capable of maintaining a balance of income and expenditure. Zhang Ming has already inspected all construction sites, including defensive fortifications and farmland, with distant areas still awaiting planning. Given the limited flat terrain, under Zhang Ming's direction, efforts are underway to blast mountains and fill in certain areas to create necessary functional zones. Zhang Ming has meticulously briefed Yin Bing on the corresponding plans for the filled areas as they walk and observe. Enveloped in a tattered black robe, an almost imperceptible stench of decay emanates from him, with yellowish-white fluids continuously seeping from his body. His condition is dire, with one arm and one leg dripping with the same yellowish-white liquid, nearly entirely eroded away, giving him an ethereal appearance. Before the manor, a pond is to be excavated for fish farming. Upon arriving at the manor, Zhang Ming's cold, heavy gaze shifts. After old Zhang ceased trading stocks, his only passion has become fishing, and this is intended for him. The overall outline of the manor's construction has been completed, with the perimeter walls hastily erected, enclosing a substantial area. The structure of the manor itself remains merely a rough outline. With uncured cement, within one of the buildings lies a pitch-black coffin, before which Zhang Ming and Yin Bing stand. The coffin's darkness is profound, even more so than the night. A slick red paint seeps from the coffin's seams, as if it conceals a body within, bleeding. Upon pushing open the heavy coffin lid, which feels hard and dry to the touch, reminiscent of some skeletal structure, they find the interior remains shrouded in darkness. Seemingly unfathomable, this eerie sight sends a shiver through Yin Bing's heart. I cannot endure much longer. I need to rest for a while, T-Knight. You may open the coffin and call me forth. Zhang Ming's voice is chilling. He seeks to utilize the ghostly coffin to extend his fleeting 3 days of life. As he descends into the coffin, it slams shut with a resounding thud. In the oppressive darkness and silence, Zhang Ming listens to the continuous dripping of yellowish-white liquid and the slow flow of blood, as if everything outside has been isolated by this ghostly coffin. The rate of erosion slows, but the effect is still inadequate, merely halting it by half. Zhang Ming's heavy gaze shifts anxiously, a fleeting golden light illuminating the moment. Pale, bony hands emerge from the coffin's interior, reaching toward the person inside at an agonizingly slow pace, imperceptible to the naked eye. Outside the coffin, Yin Bing's expression is complex as she glances at it, only to have her pupils constrict in horror as an anomaly occurs. Red paint begins to drip from the coffin's seams, leaving bright crimson trails across its dark surface, plopping onto the ground. The scent of decay, reminiscent of a corpse long submerged in water, quickly spreads. This unsettling phenomenon prompts Yin Bing to step back a few paces. However, having been somewhat prepared by Zhang Ming's earlier actions, she steels herself and departs with determination. Zhang Ming's demands for the military district's construction are ludicrous, bordering on wasteful and detrimental, yet they are his final requirements, and Yin Bing is left to bear all consequences. The project progresses swiftly into the depths of night. Under Yin Bing's strict supervision, the entire military district's pace quickens. The gaze of a coldly beautiful woman spurs the young men, who feel her watchful presence, into a frenzy of effort, culminating in the completion of all projects by midnight. Deputy Commander Yin Wangpeng, too, is immersed in the construction, utterly exhausted after finally catching up with the progress. You mentioned that Commander Zhang has some mysterious plans. I have never seen a project planned in such a manner. Do not inquire further, simply execute the orders. Yin Bing's tone is icy. Only when addressing Zhang Ming does her voice soften. Understood. Wangpeng shivers, feeling somewhat foolish. Following the incident of the train explosion, he has developed an immense trust in Zhang Ming. Yet his curiosity remains piqued, unable to comprehend the actions being taken. Each construction team has received a generous sum of money and has dispersed joyously. In other projects, payments are often withheld, yet these soldiers are reliable. This time, the soldiers have been instrumental. Without their assistance, the timeline would have been impossible to meet. As the final construction site is completed, Yin Bing, after a meticulous inspection, heads toward the manor. The black coffin appears disfigured, with blood-like liquid dripping ominously, staining the ground outside. Yin Bing reaches out to push the coffin lid, recalling how easily Zhang Ming had lifted it. She exerts all her strength, trembling, yet only manages to create a small gap. Within that opening, 4 pale, cold fingers suddenly reach out, gripping the coffin lid tightly, and in the next instant, Zhang Ming's figure in the black robe rises. How long has it been? Is the construction progress complete? Zhang Ming inquires. It is now 1:12 a.m. on the second day. The construction has been completed to your specifications, Yin Bing responds, her exquisite features tinged with fatigue, revealing a fragile beauty after a day and night without rest. Excellent, I shall begin now, Zhang Ming declares. With a thought, he activates the upgrade function for the safe house, and a colossal light curtain envelopes the entire military district. Of course, this light curtain is visible only to him. Current safe house area, 18,953,200 square meters. Would you like to confirm the upgrade? Confirm upgrade. Chapter 39. The military district's eerie transformation, a night of miracles. In the tranquil night, an invisible light curtain surrounds the entire military district. Zhang Ming feels a stirring, his cold, heavy gaze drifting toward the window. The winding dirt path emerges at the edge of the military district, and a vague, indistinct figure, somewhat obscured, slowly approaches from the end of the path. In just a few steps, it crosses the long road and enters the military district. The light curtain trembles, flickering momentarily, as the figure's features gradually sharpen, akin to a surreal entity materializing into reality. The figure is gaunt, its skin stretched tightly over bones, marked by corpse-like spots, and its eyes hollowed deep within. Draped across its back is a vivid red wedding dress, within which a pair of thin, dark hands encircle its neck, The old man's lifeless gaze slowly lifts, fixating on Zhang Ming, merely drawing his attention before continuing onward. With each step, the twisting dirt path extends further, as pale, icy hands and feet break through the surface. Resembling scattered remains or serpentine intestines infiltrating the military district, the area beside the dirt path appears to have its mist dispersed, revealing a glimpse of ancient woods and dilapidated graves, within which cold figures flicker into view atop the mounds. Subsequently, these figures descend from the graves, each one bizarre and indistinct. One towering figure, 3 to 4 meters tall, strides into the family compound, shedding yellow earth along its path. The rough, shell-like family building suddenly illuminates with a ghastly white light upon the figure's entry. As the exterior walls ooze vibrant red paint in erratic patterns, while tall wooden doors and windows manifest, creaking ominously in the chilling wind, the bloated figure plunges into a well, producing a muffled bubbling sound from the depths. Seemingly bottomless, a slender, bamboo-like figure approaches the perimeter defenses, and an inexplicably constructed towering wall rises from the ground, featuring tiny, eye-like shooting apertures encircling the entire mountain. A multitude of terrifying, icy figures continues to appear, following the dirt path as they disperse throughout the buildings. What nonsense is this? Upgrading the safe house with vengeful spirits. Zhang Ming's gaze is frigid. Yin Bing, beside him, is equally stunned. She now observes the encroaching dirt path and a chilling, flat figure entering the manor. Zhang Ming attempts to capture it, yet it slips through his grasp as though traversing the very air. He retrieves a golden box, intending to seal the source of the ghostly laughter. Yet the golden influence passes through the flat figure with no effect. Like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water, it is visible yet unattainable. He resolves to walk the dirt path, suspecting that the old man bearing the wedding dress is the source of the haunting. This is an opportunity to seize the spirit's vitality before calamity strikes. The corpse-marked elder ambles forward, impervious to Zhang Ming's approach. In the next instant, Zhang Ming finds himself behind the elder. All his supernatural tools seem to fail him, rendering him unable to close the distance. Even the bullets from his ghost handgun, designed to affect consciousness, veer off course before the elder, as if an invisible hand is warping the space around him. Zhang Ming blows his whistle. All personnel, assemble. He had initially intended to masquerade as a vengeful spirit to test the soldiers, leaving behind a braver cohort, yet now he finds himself sidelined. The soldiers, stirred by the sound of the whistle, awaken to the bizarre circumstances. Many falter in fear, yet under Zhang Ming's command to attack, they muster the courage to fire. After a brief skirmish, the soldiers are horrified to discover that the ancient figure on the dirt path cannot be targeted at all. A significant portion of them abandon their weapons, their faces stricken with terror, wishing for additional limbs to escape. Only a small contingent gathers around Zhang Ming, particularly Wang Peng and the young soldier Yu Wei, who approach him immediately. This terrifying supernatural spectacle instills fear in everyone. Yet how one confronts fear divides them into various responses. Wang Peng, make sure to keep a record. All soldiers who fled must sign a confidentiality agreement and be cleared from the military district. Zhang Ming said coldly. He had exhausted all possible means at his disposal and, in a state of helplessness, could only watch as the yellow earth path extended endlessly. The old man, burdened by a wedding dress as red as blood, walked away, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading into silence. The eerie old grave forest also vanished in tandem. Zhang Ming returned to the estate, which had completed its upgrade. The walls glimmered with a myriad of golden points of light, each resembling a golden tooth. The lawn had sprouted anew, lush and well-nourished. The architecture was resplendent, bathed in a golden glow, with the main area already coated in a layer of gold. After upgrading the safe house, this layer of gold had been infinitely thickened, making the estate's several buildings gleam as if crafted from gold, an unimaginable level of opulence. Upon entering the room that housed the ghostly coffin, Yin Bing, with her stunningly beautiful face, appeared somewhat astonished, seated upon a magically materialized soft bed. The room was illuminated by a romantic rosy light, accentuating her alluring figure. The military district had been established. Yet regrettably, I missed an opportunity. Zhang Ming's voice was icy. Upgrading the safe house, he had not anticipated the emergence of malevolent spirits. There was no time for revival. Had he crossed a timeline? Or was he from another world? He could only make somewhat mad conjectures. As for the malevolent spirit, he could not approach, let alone subdue or exchange bodies with it. The ability of the corpse-marked elder to remain untouchable was exceedingly rare in the realm of ghosts, a domain of which Zhang Ming knew very little. After all, as a novice ghost master, his keen perception made it difficult to discern the characteristics and layers of the ghost realm. He only wielded the ghostly fragrance associated with the ghost realm. In his past life, a thick fog had once sealed off half of the great sea city, causing many ghost masters to become lost. Zhang Ming, your time is running short. Do you have anything you wish to say to me? Yin Bing suddenly interjected. According to the timeline, Zhang Ming had less than 2 days left to live. Indeed, my condition is deteriorating rapidly. Underneath his black robe, a significant portion of his body had already vanished. Dripping yellowish-whitely, a cold figure clad in a black robe sat quietly by the pond, 2 luxurious golden fishing rods placed beside him. Early in the morning, Zhang Ming emerged from the coffin, taking his seat by the water's edge, seemingly awaiting something. Before long, old Zhang, yawning, strolled leisurely out of the manor, his habit of morning exercise prompting him to rise early. However, as he gazed at the expansive estate, he felt a profound sense of disbelief. Having been hurriedly brought here yesterday, he initially feared something was amiss, only to find that a villa had been transformed into a grand manor. In the dim light of that evening, he noticed that the nearby cluster of villas had vanished, replaced by peculiar new structures, and the mountain was now encircled by towering walls. That night, his son merely instructed them to rest, and old Zhang, without further ado, chose a room to sleep in. Upon waking, he felt as though he had stepped into a surreal dream. Were it not for his recollection of the path that led him here, he would have believed he was in an entirely different mountain. Old Zhang, come cast a few lines, Zhang Ming suddenly said. The pond had not been stocked with fish fry, yet under the influence of malevolent spirits, it teemed with many strange and formidable fish, some sporting slimy, whisker-like appendages, others elongated with multiple limbs, and some flat as paper, reminiscent of deep-sea creatures. Each was ferocious by nature, surpassing even the size of mature giant snakeheads, splashing violently as they stirred the water. Given old Zhang's penchant for fishing, he could hardly resist casting a few lines, certain to reel in a satisfying catch. Hey, the kid's changed his ways. You never used to accompany your father fishing? Old Zhang remarked, finally noticing Zhang Ming. The attire his son wore struck him as odd, resembling a funeral shroud made of black paper. Somewhat ominous, he had always braved the elements to find a good fishing spot. And now, for the first time, his son was by his side. Let us have a competition, just the 2 of us, old Zhang declared, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. With the fishing gear and spot prepared, he settled beside Zhang Ming. Yet, the pond carried a peculiar scent, an almost imperceptible stench wafting through the air. Soon, however, as the fish began to bite, old Zhang dismissed such thoughts, his face lighting up with excitement. Goodness! What vigor! He sensed he was on the verge of breaking his personal fishing record, perhaps landing a fish that had been nurtured for 2.5 years. With a culmination of his lifelong angling expertise, he soon hoisted a bizarre fish with 2 horns out of the water. Son, quickly take a picture of me with this catch, he exclaimed, cradling the fish, which was nearly half his size and weighed several dozen pounds, albeit with an unusual appearance. Shortly thereafter, he shared the photograph in the local fishing enthusiast group, igniting a flurry of envy and admiration among his peers. Great Emperor this fish looks strange. Old Zhang, don't act rashly. Send me your location, and I'll come find you immediately. Common catch. I'm no fishing expert, but I don't recognize this fish at all, as I mentioned. I am not a fishing specialist. Master Li, the water-level expert. Goodness, old Zhang, send us your location. My big basin is already itching with anticipation. Dang Lianin. I suspect this fish is a variant of the silver carp. My hands are itching to head out for a fishing trip. Old Zhang reveled in the attention, enjoying the camaraderie with his fellow anglers, exchanging playful banter. Son, whose pond is this? I have a few friends keen to come fish. I wonder if the owner would permit it, he inquired. He could tell the pond had been cultivated. This pond is a gift from me to you. Feel free to invite anyone you wish to come fish. Zhang Ming replied, a yellowish-white liquid silently seeping from beneath his robe, nearly obscuring half his form as he merely lingered there, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Old Zhang was delighted and felt no need to impose limitations. Ah? Old Zhang was taken aback. His son had become so thoughtful as to prepare such a gift. Moreover, this entire mountain is now a military district, and I am its commander, Zhang Ming stated. Which friends do you wish to invite? I'll have the sentries register them to AT that moment. He conveyed to old Zhang that there was no need for any restraint. The entire mountain was under his jurisdiction. Commander? Old Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. The role of a military district commander was no trifling matter. He understood little about it, but knew it likely required at least a general's rank. He could hardly contain his shock. Standing dumbfounded before the shimmering pond, though he quickly regained his composure. Regardless of Zhang Ming's rank, he was still his son and a source of pride for the Zhang family, in a fishing venue somewhere in the city of Dahu. Master Ding, known as the Emperor of Silver Carp in the fishing community, donned a sleek black vest and gazed at his phone with excitement. He had gained some renown in the fishing world, having won numerous accolades in various international fishing competitions, and was a pivotal figure among the fishing enthusiasts in Dahu. He was currently preparing to participate in a fishing contest. The image old Zhang shared in the group revealed the pond's background, where numerous dark currents hinted at the presence of massive creatures. Furthermore, the peculiar two-horned fish that old Zhang had caught struck a chord with him. Capturing various bizarre fish was a rare delight for avid anglers. Upon old Zhang posting the location and inquiring how many would come, he immediately replied, "I'm on my way." Master Ding swiftly packed away his fishing gear, neglecting to inform the event organizers, and sped off in his car. The organizers were left bewildered, several staff members trailing behind, calling out, Master Ding, what will we do without you for this competition?" Master Ding was a heavyweight guest. Alas, they could not catch up, and a meticulously planned event was thrown into disarray. Naturally, Master Ding paid no heed, as he had only joined the competition out of respect for his fellow anglers. Now, abandoning the contest was no obstacle to a fisherman pursuing his dream fishing spot. Other members of the group were also taking action. In a humble dwelling, Emperor he sprang from his warm bed, swiftly gathering his fishing gear and heading towards his fishing-dedicated pickup truck. Behind him, his wife chased after him, her voice laced with a thick Dazhong accent. "He Chong, if you dare go fishing this morning, I'll make sure you don't come back tonight, believe it or not." He Chong cast a nonchalant glance over his shoulder, embodying the distinctive bravado of a fisherman. He offered no response as he approached his truck. "He Chong, I'll make sure you come back home tonight. I'll take your last name," his wife shouted, clad in a white silk nightgown, still hurling threats. "Get back here, He Chong." He Chong merely glanced back without uttering a word. His resolve unmistakable. The Emperor remained silent, steadfastly pressing forward. Chapter 42. The shock of the bizarre giant fish. Master Deng drove toward the fishing spot indicated by old Zhang, increasingly sensing something unusual as he approached. Observing the surrounding mountainous scenery, he had a vague recollection of having been there before, yet wondered when a pond had appeared, along with such large creatures. The closer he drew, the more the landscape transformed, revealing a towering wall, several dozen meters high, that coldly encircled the entire mountain. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he followed the mountain path until he arrived at an expansive iron gate, where a squad of armed soldiers knocked on his car window. Knock, knock. Master Deng rolled down his window, verified his identity, and was granted permission to enter. "Follow me. The commander has briefed us that you are a guest of our military district." A young soldier led the way. "Fishing, and I've ended up in a military district?" Master Deng was puzzled, steeling himself to follow the soldier to the pond. The architectural style of the entire military district felt peculiar, with a somber palette of gray-white and deep red walls, occasionally illuminated by mysterious golden glimmers, the source of which remained unclear. The strange shapes and atmosphere imparted to him an inexplicable sensation, as though he had stumbled upon a grand mausoleum erected atop a bustling living landscape. After a 10-minute drive, he finally caught sight of the pond, its waters shimmering with signs of massive creatures, and he felt a wave of relief and excitement wash over him. The world of fishermen is simple. As long as there are fish to catch, everything else pales in significance. Even if the world were to end, it could not disturb the allure of fishing. He eagerly exited the vehicle, fishing gear in hand, and found that several friends, including Chong, had already arrived and begun fishing in a pond teeming with gigantic creatures. There was no need to choose a specific spot. A small distance apart was sufficient. Old Zhang, you truly have a knack for this. You've managed to get us access to a fishing spot in the military district, Master Deng marveled. I never expected that old Zhang, who usually keeps a low profile in the group, had such status and means. He thought, I just managed to get you all in. Old Zhang chuckled, recognizing that this was all thanks to his son's authority. He knew that fishing with a few friends would pose no issue. Hey, I've got a bite! I've got a bite! Exclaimed Chong, his eyes sparkling as he felt the weight on his line, a thrill surging through him as he hadn't caught such a large fish in ages. Drawing upon years of experience honed from countless nights spent fishing, he successfully reeled in a vibrant, lively fish, its forked tail thrashing against the ground. How strange, old Zhang! These fish look utterly bizarre. This is exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Chong laughed. You're off to a great start. We'll be landing fish soon. The other anglers chimed in, brimming with excitement. Master Deng wasted no time, casting his secret bait and patiently awaiting a bite. Zhang Ming, seated nearby, felt a tug on his rod as well. Although he had no interest in fishing, he simply lifted it effortlessly, bringing up a fish that bore a striking resemblance to a human face, weighing around 100 pounds, which he placed into a golden fish basket. The fishing gear, newly upgraded since the military district's establishment, was robust and durable, capable of withstanding even Zhang Ming's casual handling. Observing old Zhang and the others reveling in their catches, he chose to remain silent, instead savoring the tranquility of the moment. A few leaves drifted down behind him, and the nearby greenery began to shed its foliage as early autumn approached. Beneath his dark robe, a trickle of yellowish-white liquid oozed forth, dripping into the pond, as the erosion of his body intensified, leaving him with little more than half of his former self. His condition grew increasingly dire. Yet Zhang Ming was acutely aware of his plight and chose not to mention it to his family. It was a matter of life or death. A natural disaster loomed on the horizon, and death would become a commonplace occurrence. He harbored a frenzied plan, one that might yet carve a path to survival. Master Deng was in wait, and suddenly, the fishing rod transmitted an overwhelming force, pulling him forward and nearly causing him to tumble into the water. This strength, Deng was astonished. After half a lifetime of fishing, even in the ocean, he had never encountered such power. The creature on the line must weigh over a ton. Before he could react, the terrifying force intensified once more, dragging him forward, leaving deep imprints in the ground beneath his feet, as if he were on the verge of being pulled into the depths. Observing this, several fellow anglers rushed to assist, grasping onto one another. 5 or 6 of them strained to hold him back, preventing an immediate plunge. Yet they too were being inexorably drawn forward, their feet carving trenches into the earth. At that moment, accompanied by a tremendous wave, the anglers beheld a sight they would never forget. A colossal fish, its size comparable to several automobiles, leaped from the water, its scales shimmering in the sunlight like small fish. Its blood-red eyes glared, and its massive mouth opened to reveal teeth as sharp as spears, glinting ominously. Merely gazing from afar, one could almost sense the metallic tang of blood. Strangely, this fish possessed not one but multiple heads, with 2 irregularly shaped ones protruding from its body, evoking a sense of the bizarre akin to a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. The anglers were struck with terror, immediately yanked forward. Even with gritted teeth, they could not hope to contend with such might, let alone employ any fishing techniques. Master Deng, too, was left speechless, unable to withstand the force as half his body was dragged into the water. Relying solely on the grip of his fellow anglers to keep him from being fully submerged, his trousers nearly stripped down to his legs. As a fisherman, one could never bow to a mere fish. Yet, at that moment, his fishing rod snapped with a sharp crack, sending the anglers sprawling on the shore like rubber bands released. Deng was drenched and incredulous. The rod that had accompanied him for nearly a decade had shattered just like that. Damn it, this fish is cursed. Deng's eyes widened in disbelief. Unwilling to concede, he retrieved a spare rod, casting bait once more, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the bobber, determined to engage this monstrous being for another round. After a while, the others had managed to catch a few fish, yet the massive creature's silhouette had not re-emerged, leaving them with a profound sense of emptiness. If they could reel in such a behemoth, their conversations for the next decade would be assured. The sense of conquest it would bring was unparalleled by any ordinary catch. At that moment, Deng, who had been intently watching the water, suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there at the surface! The giant has resurfaced." The group followed his finger and indeed sighted a leisurely giant fish, occasionally breaking the water's surface to reveal its 3 crimson heads. The anglers fell silent, each afraid that any disturbance might scare the creature away, preventing it from biting. The enormous fish swam slowly closer, and after a moment, it seized a golden fishing line, causing old Zhang's bobber to plunge beneath the surface. A tremendous force surged through the rod, sending old Zhang flying towards the water. However, at that moment, a pale, cold hand grasped old Zhang's fishing rod, the line taut in that grip, rendering the rod seemingly weightless. It was Zhang Ming who intervened. He could not allow a fish to drag old Zhang into the depths. Chapter 43. The nutrient-rich giant fish, ghostly talismans within its belly. Zhang Ming held the golden rod in one hand, his icy figure remaining still while the giant fish wreaked havoc on the water's surface. The anglers stood in awe, initially intending to assist, but now finding themselves frozen in place. Master Deng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Incredible! No one understood better than him that the force exerted by this giant fish in the water rivaled that of a sea monster, yet it was being held in place by a single hand? The strength of this frail figure in black robes far exceeded his understanding of human power. However, his gaze was predominantly fixed on the ferocious fish, believing that although Zhang Ming could restrain it, he was still engaged in a struggle that would likely prevent him from reeling it in any time soon, with the possibility of the rod snapping looming large. He quickly gathered the fishing lines of the others in hand. His eyes glued to the giant fish, and after a rough estimation, he awaited the moment the creature briefly broke the surface. Now, Master Deng decisively cast his line. 5 or 6 fishing lines flew from his hand, tracing a graceful arc through the air, striking the fish's mouth with precision, and miraculously avoiding entanglement. This exquisite casting technique alone was worthy of the title of master. "Quick, let us reel it in together," Deng urged swiftly. His eyes unblinking, he assessed the giant fish's every movement, issuing commands accordingly. The anglers who took hold of the rods were filled with excitement. The experience of collaborating to reel in a fish was exhilarating, akin to opening the door to a new world. Old Zhang watched enviously, yet his rod remained firmly in Zhang Ming's grasp, bearing the weight of absolute strength. Zhang Ming, however, refrained from exerting force. Otherwise, the giant fish would surely soar into the air. This joy of fishing was one he wished to reserve for old Zhang. Thus, he returned the rod to old Zhang, instantly increasing the pressure on the anglers, who were now being dragged along the shore. Losing shoes in the process, panting and sweating, feeling as if they were the ones being reeled in, Zhang Ming picked up a smooth pebble, and with a swift motion, it soared through the air, transforming into a gray shadow that skimmed across the water's surface, striking the giant fish's red eye with pinpoint accuracy. Blood gushed forth, staining the water's surface. The giant fish emitted a strange cry, a sound both mournful and pleading. Zhang Ming's shot not only blinded one eye but also penetrated its brain, causing the giant fish to lose its strength momentarily. The anglers on the shore, initially startled by the eerie sound, soon realized the creature's strength had diminished significantly, allowing them to maintain their hold. With old strength waning and new energy rising, hope blossomed within them, and under Master Deng's guidance, they gradually gained the upper hand in the struggle. Even so, after nearly an hour of effort, the breathless, 3-headed giant fish was finally dragged onto the shore. Old Zhang and the anglers collapsed in exhaustion. Seated on the bank, facing the sprawling, 3-headed giant fish that flopped weakly before them, the sheer size of the creature eclipsed that of all of them combined. The sense of accomplishment from catching such a monstrous being brought smiles to old Zhang and his companions. While Zhang Ming insisted on capturing photographs to commemorate the occasion for old Zhang and their friends. Yet, Zhang Ming noticed something peculiar about this fish. Despite its bizarre and fearsome appearance, it lacked the muddy smell typical of fish. Instead, emanating a fragrant aroma that stirred a desire to eat. It was worth noting that he was in a state of diminished humanity, and possessing an urge to consume it was inherently strange. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Ming summoned the kitchen staff to begin preparing the fish for a feast, instructing them on various methods of cooking, from frying to grilling. Just the heads alone, with 3 in total, could yield enough for 3 pots of spicy fish head stew. We shall slay this great fish today and host a banquet, Zhang Ming declared. There was no concern for the safety of the ingredients. He would taste the first bite to ascertain its quality. As he prepared to sample the strange fish, the anglers laughed. They too caught a whiff of the sweet aroma wafting from the fish's body, and merely imagining it was enough for them to envision the tender and succulent texture of the flesh. Meanwhile, the kitchen staff worked diligently, gutting the fish, lighting the fire, and preparing the pot, the vivid red blood quickly spreading along the bank, mingling with the water and releasing a delectable scent. "Report, Commander!" shouted a robust young man as he opened the fish's belly. "There is something inside." Zhang Ming approached the open cavity, where amidst the blood-stained insides lay a stack of tattered yellow talismans, pristine and incongruous against the blood. They felt cold and smooth to the touch, resembling some kind of leather, crafted into yellow paper adorned with uneven red patterns, akin to fresh blood that had yet to dry. Ghostly talismans within the belly of the monstrous fish. Zhang Ming recognized this artifact in his previous life. He had encountered it on a forum dedicated to ghostly matters. The poster claimed it was a disposable supernatural item developed by the official Ghost Tamers headquarters, capable of temporarily warding off supernatural attacks, exceedingly rare, and only distributed to a select few Ghost Tamers tasked with perilous missions. In critical moments, it could save a life, worth its weight in gold. And no one would dare sell it. This stack contained no fewer than 20 pieces, an invaluable strategic item against malevolent spirits. He immediately proceeded to gut the other fish he had caught, yet found no such anomalies within. Could it be that only those of a certain size exhibited this peculiar change? Zhang Ming mused, intending to have Yin Bing attempt to catch various sizes of fish for documentation. If his suspicions held true, the fish in this pond would become strategic resources for the military district, potentially fostering a new generation of formidable ghost tamers under the protection of the talismans. The cultivation cycle would require further assessment. All these meticulous tasks would be entrusted to Yin Bing. He cast the fish carcasses into the water, where strange, large fish emerged, splashing and creating ripples before slowly sinking beneath the surface. These smaller fish carcasses lacked the sweet aroma and abnormalities. Thus, they were all used for fish feed, thrown back into the pond. The anglers, witnessing this, also returned their catch to the water, realizing that the act of fishing paled in comparison to the significance of the moment. Exhausted yet satisfied, they basked in the flickering flames of frying, boiling, and cooking, as the increasingly rich scent of fish wafted through the air, tantalizing their taste buds. After a prolonged wait, the fish meat began to cook, and Zhang Ming accepted a bowl of fresh, white fish soup with one hand, the tender flesh bobbing in the broth. He took a small sip, and the rich, savory flavor exploded in his mouth. The sweet and springy fish meat dancing on his taste buds. His body, once cold and suffering from supernatural erosion, now felt a warmth flowing from his stomach to his limbs, a sensation of comfort that was fleeting. This fish was not only harmless. For an ordinary person, it could even enhance their constitution, clearing meridians and regulating bodily functions, surpassing the benefits of many tonics, though it was best not to overindulge. Zhang Ming swiftly made this assessment. The anglers, filled with delight, eagerly indulged in the expertly prepared fish, the succulent flesh bursting with flavor, rendering their eyes wide with astonishment, as though they were experiencing a celestial delicacy. Their appetites were insatiable, yearning to devour every morsel, yet one by one, they found themselves unable to consume much before succumbing to satiation, gazing longingly at the remaining fish, unable to partake further. Old Zhang's lips glistened with grease as he patted his round belly. His previously ailing and weary body felt rejuvenated, though he remained oblivious to this anomaly, lost in the reverie of exquisite taste. "Send a portion to my mother and sister, and distribute the rest among the soldiers," Zhang Ming instructed. The kitchen staff sprang into action, and the dining hall soon became infused with the delightful aroma of fresh fish. Under the warm midday sun of the coastal city, countless buildings shimmered with reflections of the sky. At the bustling station, a plain-looking middle-aged man, burdened with various packages, flowed with the crowd, accompanied by a stout woman, who incessantly berated him. "I don't care. She has only you as a brother. Our son needs money for his wedding, regardless of who she has to beg," Chao Hongxia exclaimed, her high cheekbones accentuating her fervent expression, her eyes darting about as she spoke with fervor. "Did we not agree to visit our sister? Can we not refrain from discussing money?" The middle-aged man, Wang Finjin, wore a somber expression, his voice matching his demeanor as he replied, "My nephew Zhang Ming is also at the cusp of marriage. Who among us has extra funds?" He was aware that his brother-in-law's family was relatively affluent, yet he had never contemplated asking his sister for financial assistance. "You are hopelessly stubborn, utterly lacking ambition." Chao Hongxia glared at him, her eyes bulging like those of a fish. She continued her tirade as they walked, drawing sidelong glances from passers-by who were also subjected to her diatribe, displaying an astonishingly fiery temperament. Chapter 44. Visitors from Mother S family upon arriving at his brother-in-law's neighborhood, their bickering persisted. "We agreed that you would borrow 800,000 yuan for the house, car, and dowry. With such expenses, relying solely on our savings means the daughter-in-law we have long awaited will slip away, leaving your son destined for a life of solitude." As Chao Hongxia meticulously listed their financial woes, Wang Finjian felt overwhelmed. "Oh, you think money grows on trees? Do you expect it can simply be borrowed?" He retorted after a lengthy pause, puffing away at his cigarette, oblivious to the ashes that accumulated. "Well, your sister's family is wealthy, having purchased several properties. If we can't repay it, we can simply leave it pending. No one has said we wouldn't pay it back." Yet, deep down, Chao Hongxia was acutely aware that borrowing money through sheer willpower was not her intention. She merely needed her husband to leverage familial ties. Uttering a few platitudes to placate his stubborn disposition, "Let's discuss this later. Once we reach your brother-in-law's home, you must not bring up the subject of money." As they entered the corridor, nearing their destination, Wang Finjin murmured. He pressed the doorbell, but after several rings and no response, knocking only stirred a layer of dust. The ground before the door was coated in a thick layer of old dust, suggesting it had been ages since anyone had come or gone. A chill ran through Wang Finjin's heart. Could something have happened to his brother-in-law's family? He quickly fished out his phone, dialing the number, each ring echoing with an agonizing slowness. Finally, the call connected. "Sister, are you home today? Hongxia and I have arrived." Wang Finjin exhaled in relief. "Finjin, we've recently moved. I haven't had the chance to inform you." Zhang Mu's voice faltered. This moment, within the military district's hillside villa, Zhang Ming suggested, "Since uncle is here, why not take the family out for a stroll? I'll make a reservation to treat him." The family had been cooped up in the military district for several days. It was time to breathe some fresh air, especially with him present to ensure their safety. Furthermore, with calamities looming ever closer, the vibrant scenes around them would soon shatter. Zhang Mu thus conveyed over the phone, "I will send you the location shortly. Xiaoming wishes to treat you." After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Zhang Ming then summoned the entire family to head to a private dining establishment to welcome his uncle. During the previous calamity, he had lost many relatives, and his uncle had consistently reached out, even sending supplies. However, as the situation with vengeful spirits spiraled out of control, communication had ceased, and they had lost touch. Fang Yunyu had also dressed elegantly, linking her arm with Zhang Ming's, her smile radiating sweetness. She exuded a youthful charm, resembling a close friend alongside Zhang Yi. The group boarded a chauffeur-driven vehicle, a bomb-proof model provided by the military, spacious and comfortable. Yet, Yan Bing's icy demeanor appeared, her striking features fixed upon Zhang Ming. Her eyes flickering as she stood outside, lost in thought. "Let's go together, Officer Yan," Zhang Ming invited. Yan Bing remained silent, silently entering the vehicle and taking a seat beside Zhang Ming. After a moment's contemplation, she grasped one of Zhang Ming's arms. However, she could only clutch the empty sleeve, as the physical form on that side was already being consumed, with yellowish liquid seeping from the expansive black robe. Yan Bing tightly pressed her lips together, as if grasping an unspoken truth, her gaze firmly fixed on Zhang Ming. Old Zhang and Zhang Mu observed with detached expressions, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Though internally, they were elated. Their son was indeed making the family proud, attracting the attention of two stunning women. Zhang Yi pretended to be engrossed in her phone, feigning ignorance. Fang Yunyu shot a resentful glance at Zhang Ming, pouting her lips slightly, yet said nothing further, merely hugging him tighter, as if to assert her claim. She understood that at this level, he would not lack for female companionship and needed to display the poise befitting a primary partner. Having known Zhang Ming for so long, She was aware that during their affectionate moments, Yin Bing had been nowhere to be found. Soon, the vehicle arrived at a restaurant situated in a secluded area, with a clear river and delicate willows swaying gently, creating a serene atmosphere. The establishment, reminiscent of an ancient royal palace, stood as a culinary landmark in the coastal city, with a family banquet costing no less than 100,000 yuan. The decision to dine here was also motivated by the sisters' long-standing desire to indulge in a lavish meal, a promise unfulfilled in their previous life, now finally realized. Zhang Ming's cold hand ruffled Zhang Yi's hair. Get out? Today, you can eat as much as you desire. He flashed a faint, icy smile, albeit somewhat pale and stiff, as he watched his sister dash toward the restaurant, filled with joy. Yi is too innocent. You must teach her more in the future. Zhang Ming remarked to Yin Bing. With disaster looming, the threats extended beyond vengeful spirits. The more populated a place, the greater the danger. Indeed, Yin Bing softly replied. The group arrived at a private courtyard, where Zhang Ming effortlessly reserved the highest standard of private dining services. Even if it weren't available, it had to be arranged. Zhang Yi eagerly ordered a plethora of dishes, and before long, her uncle Wang Fenjin and Aunt Chao Hongxia arrived. This is quite extravagant, Wang Fenjin remarked. Feeling slightly out of place. This is a renowned culinary landmark in the coastal city. I heard even a bottle of mineral water costs hundreds. It's unimaginable, enough for several meals elsewhere. No worries, uncle. Today, my brother is treating. Zhang Yi chirped, excitedly taking photos. She knew her brother was financially secure and didn't hold back, ordering everything she desired. Ahem. Chao Hongxia nudged Wang Fenjin, signaling that if their nephew was so affluent, he should be the one lending money. Wang Fenjin pretended not to notice. Then I shall benefit from your generosity. He preferred not to discuss money, understanding that his nephew earned his money through hard work. As an uncle, he felt it inappropriate to bring it up. And these two are, he inquired next. Yin Bing and Fang Yunyu sat on either side of Zhang Ming, one exuding an icy beauty, the other radiating youthful vibrancy, possessing an allure surpassing that of television stars. This is my girlfriend, Zhang Ming stated, gesturing toward Yin Bing. And this is also my girlfriend. Huh? Wang Fenjin nearly sputtered his tea in shock. Nephew, you are truly fortunate. After a long absence, he was taken aback by how extravagant his nephew had become, not realizing that he was quite unaccustomed to such revelations. Soon, an array of dishes was presented, each portion delicate and exquisite, some emanating steam, others ignited with flames, showcasing culinary artistry that engaged all senses to the utmost. After a few bites, Chao Hongxia, despite her attempts at subtlety, found it impossible to coax her obstinate brother-in-law into discussing money. The conversation remained confined to family matters. She had no choice but to pivot the topic to her son. Xiao Hua's wedding arrangements are nearly settled. But we are still short on funds. The bride's family has yet to relent. The bride-to-be was a professional scam artist, having absconded with the dowry, her identity supposedly fabricated. Zhang Ming, perceptive as ever, recognized his aunt's intentions. In a previous life, his aunt had indeed married during this period, resorting to tears and threats to secure funds, and old Zhang had been unable to resist, lending a substantial amount, only to later discover that the bride had vanished with the dowry. This incident had deeply upset Zhang Mu, as the borrowed money had gone to waste, almost landing them in the hospital. Zhang Ming produced a dossier, recalling his uncle's visit, and within a short time, he had uncovered all the pertinent details regarding the bride-to-be. Chapter 45. Could one phone call resolve everything? Chao Hongxia and Wang Fenjin stared at the pages of information, their astonishment growing with each line, the chilling text causing their hearts to sink. All the details concerning the prospective bride, Yin Dongping, were laid bare. Previously, she had been married 3 times, each union ending in a quick divorce. Moreover, she had fabricated her identity to defraud 5 or 6 victims of their dowries and wedding expenses before disappearing, marking her as a habitual offender in the eyes of the police. Xiao Ming. Wang Fenjin gasped, is all this information accurate? He could hardly believe that the promising match his son had found was, in fact, a con artist, living off such nefarious schemes. Chao Hongxia, equally dumbfounded, marveled at her nephew's capabilities. She had barely begun to voice her concerns when Zhang Ming effortlessly produced a document that unveiled the true nature of the so-called fiancé. I have no need to deceive you. Zhang Mingdao's uncle is a man of simple character, having treated Zhang Ming well throughout his life, which is why they are hosting a welcome gathering for him. Such hidden dangers have been exposed. This woman truly deserves her fate. Wang Fengjin, with his honest disposition, is exceedingly angry. Their family already struggles financially, and being deceived again would render them almost unable to recover. The nature of this matter is too vile. It is imperative to report her to the authorities. Chao Hongxia is also filled with rage. Fortunately, they have not yet reached that point. She has been astute and calculating her entire life, yet has found herself completely ensnared in deception. However, before they could report it, a call came in from a police station in Dainan City. "Hello, are you a relative of Wang Hua?" The voice on the other end is neither warm nor cold. Exuding a bureaucratic demeanor, Wang Fengjin replies, "I am his father." "Who are you?" "This is the S County Police Station in Dainan City. Your son is suspected of intentional assault and has been detained. The victim intends to file a lawsuit." "Who will handle this matter?" came the response. "There must be some mistake. My son is a law-abiding citizen. There must be a misunderstanding," Wang Fengjin hurriedly insists. "All evidence and witnesses are present. I have already informed them. Please come to the S County Police Station to address this matter," the voice concludes before hanging up. Wang Fengjin, immediately filled with unease, rises and pulls his wife along, stating that their son has been taken into custody, seemingly for having assaulted someone, and the police have instructed them to handle the situation. "Uncle, do not panic. I will inquire about the specifics," Zhang Ming calmly asserts. With his keen hearing, he has grasped the situation well, although he does not recall such an event in his past life. Perhaps his uncle believes they are of no assistance, as it was never mentioned before. He understands a bit about Xiao Hua. He is not the type to intentionally harm others. "Xiao Ming, if you can find out more, please help. Your brother Xiao Hua has never been in trouble with the law." Chao Hongxia wipes her tears. A glance from Zhang Ming conveys his intention to Yin Bing, who then contacts someone to obtain a personal number for the head of the Dainan City Police Station. In a short while, she successfully connects and speaks coldly. "Hello, is this Director Duan of Dainan City?" "Yes, how may I assist you?" replies a middle-aged man's voice, cheerful yet cautious. "Please investigate an intentional assault case at your S County Police Station involving a suspect named Wang Hua. Ensure that no innocent person is wrongfully accused, and no guilty party escapes justice," Yin Bing states with a chilling tone. "Understood. I will personally look into it immediately," the man assures her promptly. "Very well." Yin Bing responds coolly before ending the call. Wang Fengjin and Chao Hongxia wait anxiously. "Xiao Ming, what should we do? Do we need to seek further connections? I have a distant cousin who works in the S County police system." Wang Fengjin hurriedly suggests. "That connection is too distant. Even if the nephew is well connected, it may not have any effect. IT has already been resolved." Yin Bing interjects. "Soon, your son will call to report that he is safe." Upon her words, Director Duan knows what actions to take. At the very least, he will ensure the release of the young man. Is this truly resolved? Chao Hongxia questions, half in disbelief. When dealing with matters, one must always extend hospitality and gifts, especially when it involves judicial cases. Is it possible that a mere phone call from a nephew could settle everything? That exceeds my expectations, at that moment. Within the dim and damp confines of the S County Police Station in Dainan City, a young man bears the marks of a beating, his hands cuffed behind a steel railing, fixed at an uncomfortable height. He is Wang Hua, who has been detained for several hours. The injuries on his face were inflicted during a confrontation. Hours earlier, he had gone to see his girlfriend Yin Dongping, who worked at a nightclub, and upon discovering she was being harassed, he confronted the assailants, only to be attacked by 7 or 8 men and subsequently arrested. "Still not confessing? You're quite resilient." A police officer enters, his features obscured by the shadows. "I have already said everything I need to say. Is there no law, no justice, in how you treat victims like this?" Wang Hua's voice is hoarse from neglect since his detention. "Stay quiet in this place where even light cannot penetrate," the officer, Bai Weigong, retorts coldly, his baton deliberately grazing the wounds on Wang Hua's back, causing him to wince in pain. "Who told this young man to provoke the children of the police?" The assailant is the son of the S County police chief, accustomed to acting with impunity. This little black room has broken many, and he will not risk his political future for this young man. "You wait and see. I will never yield. I will file a complaint. If not in Dainan City, then in Dying City. There will be a way to bring your corrupt group to justice." Wang Hua's voice trembles with determination. The coldness of the small dark room seeps into him. His outerwear has been stripped away, leaving him clad in thin clothing. You think you can escape? Since you do not cherish this opportunity, you shall remain here for a few more days. Bai Weigong turns to leave, slamming the iron doors shut behind him. Returning to the police office, he takes a sip of warm tea, the steam rising gently, mirroring the state of his life at that moment. Once filled with dreams, he had long since resigned himself to reality after being assigned to a county station for having offended someone. Why work so hard? Build a rapport with local gentry, enjoy life together, placate superiors. There's a certain comfort in that. 2. Suddenly, the wailing of police sirens pierces the air, the noise from multiple police cars jarring him from his thoughts. He wasn't aware of any planned operations today. Soon, accompanied by the obsequious face of the S County Chief, a figure exuding righteousness strides into the police office. He recognizes him as Director Duan of the city police, followed by several officers. Bai Weigong instinctively stiffens. What is happening? He quickly feigns focus on the paperwork before him. However, Director Duan approaches him directly, the harsh fluorescent light casting a shadow that weighs heavily upon him. He straightens his posture and meets Director Duan's steady gaze, who inquires, "Are you the one handling the case of Wang Hua's intentional assault today?" Bai Weigong's expression freezes, an overwhelming chill coursing through his entire career as a police officer. The room falls silent, the sound of heartbeats echoing. Bai Weigong's face pales, and he feels dizzy, caught in a state of confusion. He stutters, vacantly leading Director Duan and his entourage to the damp, cold holding cell. "I will never confess. Whatever means you employ, do your worst." Wang Hua shouts hoarsely, exhausted and bruised, yet his fierce gaze remains fixed on the faces lurking in the shadows. A dozen officers have arrived, and regardless of the pressure, he vows to hold out until dawn. "Bring down that young comrade Wang Hua," Director Duan barks with authority. He immediately recognizes the deception at play. These base-level officers have resorted to coercive tactics once more. Having reviewed the case details, he sees the discrepancies. Observing the scene before him, he understands that these subordinates are once again causing chaos. Bai Weigong hurries forward, fumbling with the keys, struggling to unlock the cuffs. "Young comrade, I apologize for your ordeal. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation." The S County Director's son hastily instructs someone to support the unsteady Wang Hua, his voice rising in indignation. "Bai Weigong, how dare you? You clearly have no regard for your badge." He speaks with righteous indignation, eager to distance himself from the incident, acutely aware of the severity of the situation now that the city director has personally intervened. "Is this how you will release me?" Wang Hua ponders, bewildered. He steps out, draped in a military coat, feeling warmth envelop him, as others offer him warm water. The treatment he receives now starkly contrasts with that during his interrogation. Meanwhile, Bai Weigong collapses in the dark room, weakened and defeated, knowing the outcome is sealed. He has become a pawn in this game. His eyes reflect a complex mix of regret, realizing that the seemingly unremarkable Wang Ping possesses a significant background. He recalls a time when he, Bai Weigong, was a spirited newcomer in the police force. The path leading to this moment seems dictated by an inescapable fate. "I wish to report the illegal activities of S County's director's son, including accepting bribes, harboring criminals, and instigating wrongful convictions." Bai Weigong rises resolutely, each word ringing with strength. You. Director's son's face pales, turning sharply to glare at him. "Do you even understand what you are saying? Everything I have said is the truth, and I possess relevant evidence. I am willing to cooperate with the investigation." Bai Weigong stands firm at this moment. Fully aware that he is about to become a target, he feels an unexpected sense of liberation. "I will personally oversee this case, and the organization will initiate an investigative procedure." Director Duan's voice is low but resolute. The organization will not overlook any wrongdoing. His sharp gaze sweeps over all present officers, who feel a prickling sensation of fear. Director Sun's complexion turns ashen, as if struck by a harsh realization, nearly causing him to falter. Today's events serve as a lesson to Director Duan. A lack of strict oversight can lead to endless repercussions. Following a brief examination, Director Duan orders Wang Ping's release, along with a substantial compensation, personally apologizing and escorting him out of the station with warmth. Standing at the police station's entrance, Wang Ping feels the sun's warmth wash over him. Still a bit dazed, during the proceedings, he learned of the city police chief's identity. Why would such a high-ranking individual treat him with such courtesy? With no time for further contemplation, he pulls out his phone to assure his family of his safety. At a restaurant in Daqing City, the banquet, Wang Fengjian remained somewhat dazed until his son's phone call ended. He gasped sharply, casting a gaze at his nephew Zhang Ming that resembled one of sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Chao Hongxia, who had just listened to the call, widened her eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom that the nephew she had scarcely paid attention to possessed such formidable influence. In her imagination, having the chief of the city police intervene at the behest of a single phone call was akin to summoning the mayor himself. Her posture instinctively straightened. It felt as though she was pricked by needles, and what had originally seemed like a casual gathering now took on a gravitas that was almost overwhelming. Thank goodness. My eldest nephew, Xiao Hua, is safe. All thanks to your assistance, she spoke softly, her voice almost a whisper. She refrained from mentioning money, sensing the silent authority emanating from Zhang Ming as he sat quietly. A presence that made her hesitant to speak out of turn. I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Xiao Ming, Wang Fengjian thought, filled with emotion. With a successful nephew, he no longer needed to worry about his sister. It was merely a small matter, Zhang Ming replied. Both my uncle and cousin are decent people. Assisting in such matters was effortless and hardly worthy of commendation. The banquet concluded under a markedly different atmosphere. Wang Fengjian and his wife, amidst Zhang Mu's insistence, declined the invitation to visit their new home, expressing countless thanks as they made their way back to Don City. Zhang Ming observed this scene with an indifferent gaze. Yin Bing, there are still some vacancies in the military family compound. Before the resurgence of the vengeful spirits, send someone to bring my uncle and his family over to provide them with some shelter. These were among the few relatives he held dear, and their relationship had always been amicable. He did not mind extending what assistance he could. Including Zhao Quan, Zhang Ming added casually. From his perspective, a friend like Zhao Quan was quite reliable. Should his abilities match up, there would be opportunities for him to rise to prominence and become part of his inner circle. Indeed, Yin Bing replied succinctly. Her words few but decisive. Time passed rapidly that day as Zhang Ming remained by his family's side, quietly observing, listening, and absorbing the atmosphere. As night deepened and the lights of the estate gradually extinguished, Zhang Ming stood silently in the expansive, cool courtyard, the green grass beneath him stained with a yellowish-white liquid. The same liquid began to seep from his cold visage, trickling down his fractured body. Even his face was beginning to fade. Time was running short, and it was time to gamble with his life. Without looking back, Zhang Ming stepped into the darkness and a seldom-trodden old forest in the coastal city. Dense weeds and fallen leaves surrounded a figure in a black robe, accompanied by a coldly elegant woman, who stood before a dilapidated mound, behind which lay a black-capped red coffin. The mound rose solitary, illuminated by a pale, chilling moon, casting a ghastly red hue upon the earth, damp and coarse to the touch. A twisted, darkened branch plunged into the mound, its gnarled limbs grotesquely sprawling, in a time of bizarre natural disasters in his previous life. This mound had transformed into an eerie old grave from which vengeful spirits emerged. However, after the pattern of their killings was deciphered, the authorities sealed off the area to prevent further casualties. Zhang Ming scooped handfuls of red earth, scattering it into the ghostly coffin, aware that the vengeful spirit's killing pattern dictated that touching the grave soil would lead to death. He intended to lie within the coffin, to be buried in this old grave, thereby ensuring a chance to seize the ghost's body during a supernatural assault. Soon, with his actions, the mound was easily excavated, and he placed the coffin within. Zhang Ming calmly lay down inside, donned in a ghostly shroud, equipped with a ghostly pistol and a stack of talismans, while the rest of his belongings were secured in a safe house. He informed Yin Bing that they could be retrieved in critical moments. Yin Bing gazed at Zhang Ming within the coffin, her coldly beautiful face wavering with unspoken sorrow, yet she adhered to his wishes. Closing the coffin lid and covering it with handfuls of red earth. Only by being buried can there be a chance to come back to life, he had said. Within the pitch-black coffin, Zhang Ming resolutely raised the ghostly pistol, inserting it into his mouth. Bang! The rusted ghostly pistol erupted with smoke, shaking violently, while Zhang Ming's consciousness began to dull as the yellowish-white liquid surged forth. The pistol became enveloped, gradually vanishing from sight. This ghostly pistol was the source of a spirit capable of influencing will. He had forcibly commandeered the seventh vengeful spirit under the condition of completing the puzzle. A certain balance was swiftly disrupted. The body within the ghostly shroud began to dissolve like water, every part of him, skin, flesh, and blood, dripping away as yellowish-white liquid. In mere moments, the ghostly shroud shrank, leaving behind only a pool of yellowish-white liquid, silently flowing. Yet, within the liquid, two cold, heavy eyes stirred restlessly. It was a success. These types of vengeful spirits could indeed maintain their conscio. The situation was anything but ordinary. He retreated with his wife and daughter to the bedroom, only to be horrified by the realization that an incessant stream of smoke was seeping into every portal of the house. Bedrooms, bathrooms, all, gradually, a sound akin to a doorknob turning echoed from behind the door. And the doors themselves began to tremble, as if some malevolent force was attempting to breach their sanctuary. The child, frightened, burst into tears, while the wife clamped her hand over the child's mouth, tears of despair streaming down her face. Her gaze towards her husband a complex tapestry of emotions. There was a pattern. Malevolent spirits had their ways of killing, their own rhythms. The father forced himself to remain composed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. His frantic eyes drawn to the television screen where 3 lines of red text stood out starkly. It was evident that something terrifying lurked beyond the door. The news reports were dubious at best. Yet they were the only means to combat this malevolent entity. What was the nature of this entity's pattern? He was on the brink of collapse. Were it not for being on the 6th floor, he would have surely leaped out of the window with his family, rather than confront this horror. Doors, smoke, coughs. There were far too few clues. The father was already remarkably rational, even in such dire straits. Facing a vengeful spirit for the first time, he could still think effectively. The tightly locked security door seemed utterly useless. The doorknob was bouncing rapidly, as if reaching a breaking point, with the thing outside desperate to enter. The visible smoke filled the room, leaving only a small pocket of air in the living room. He had a strong premonition that once the smoke enveloped them completely, the 3 of them would meet a grim fate. There was no more time to waste. The young father's gaze was resolute. He strode forward, plunging into the searing smoke, and pulled open the security door with fervor. Creak. The door groaned, as if affected by some unseen force, rust clinging to it in abundance. The space before him was empty, save for the silent hallway. The foul, putrid smoke within dissipated in an instant, as if it had never existed. He had gambled, and the gamble had paid off. The key was the door. The father felt a rush of exhilaration. Jingwen, take the child. We must leave at once. There is a vengeful spirit here. We cannot linger. We must head to my parents' home in the countryside, where the population is sparse, and there is arable land for sustenance. The hurried footsteps of the family echoed in the hallway, but soon, 3 pairs of hurried footsteps resonated behind them. This sound began chaotically, thumping as if a hammer were striking the hallway, but gradually, it overlapped with the footsteps of the trio. Their faces became stiff, devoid of sensation, and they fell in a heap upon the floor. Like 3 marionettes, rigidly rolling down the stairs, life extinguished. Subsequently, in the now desolate hallway, 6 pairs of orderly footsteps rang out, echoing quietly in the city of the Great Sea. An ominous crimson grave trembled, its earth cascading downwards. Within, a figure covered in grave soil emerged from a ghostly coffin, lying upon a small pool of yellowish-white liquid, as if ensnared. It bore no visage. Its features were composed entirely of grave dirt, continuously falling, forming small mounds that concealed the liquid beneath. Chapter 48. The figure emerging from the old grave. Zhang Ming had awaited this moment for far too long. Within the yellow-white liquid, 2 cold, heavy pupils rotated, gazing at the dirt as it cascaded and became engulfed. In the next instant, the earth ignited in golden flames, illuminating even the eerie darkness within the coffin. The walls of the coffin were gripped by pale, bony hands, moving slowly. This was the supernatural essence of the coffin. Once captured, there was no doubt that something dreadful would ensue. Zhang Ming remained vigilant. Experiences from his past life warned him that confronting the supernatural was perilously risky. Even the most adept ghost tamers would not foolishly await an attack, instead evading the murderous patterns of vengeful spirits. Those who were careless met their demise early. The viscous yellow-white liquid flowed forth with the flames, permeating the encroaching dirt, a horrifying supernatural clash unfolding. From the soil emerged two blood-red heavy pupils. Excellent, the first step of erosion was complete. Zhang Ming struggled to maintain lucidity. His current situation was far from optimistic. He felt disoriented, as if forgetting why he was there. Where was this place? In a daze, as he instinctively harnessed the erosion, a rusted ghost materialized. It appeared thin and ethereal, devoid of features, yet gradually became more distinct, acquiring a faint outline, becoming increasingly real in contrast. The dirt through which the yellow-white liquid flowed became coarser, as if an exquisite sketch had been carelessly erased of many lines. Furthermore, Zhang Ming lacked any sense of resistance. As if this were a matter of course, allowing the rusted ghost to attack him, his logical reasoning and awareness being erased. The rusted figure grew increasingly defined, its features emerging, somewhat resembling Zhang Ming yet distinctly different. As if disparate features were pieced together, the rusted figure opened its mouth, seemingly attempting to speak, but no sound escaped. Its cold, desolate eyes were devoid of emotion, fixated on Zhang Ming, its mouth moving silently. Gradually, indistinct sounds began to form, echoing as if from a great distance. Swiftly approaching, it was on the verge of completing its attack, ready to obliterate Zhang Ming entirely. Zhang Ming felt dull and sluggish. This assault on his consciousness went unnoticed. The confrontation between the earth and the supernatural unfolded instinctively. Until that moment, the ghost continuously shedding dirt vanished, creating a higher mound, spewing forth golden flames, with the yellow-white liquid seeping from within. The two cold, heavy pupils opened wide, releasing a mesmerizing light. Zhang Ming rose, entirely composed of the grave soil, as if a clay figure had come to life anew. The rusted ghost's incessant mouth movements were interrupted as it expelled grave soil, which also continuously seeped from the void, quickly burying its form. An ancient grave materialized from thin air, interrupting a dreadful assault, establishing a certain balance. The rusted figure and the old grave became increasingly ethereal, as if being erased by an eraser, vanishing in mere moments. I had just endured an attack from a vengeful spirit. Was this the source of the ghostly firearm? Zhang Ming's will returned to clarity. He had successfully tamed 6 ghosts, only to be stealthily eroded by a vengeful spirit, nearly losing himself in the process. The gamble had succeeded. The bodies and wills of the vengeful spirits indeed formed a puzzle. Zhang Ming felt no fear, only a chilling calm. However, he understood the gravity of what had just transpired. Had he guessed incorrectly, he would have been entirely erased. This heightened his vigilance. Vengeful spirits were numerous, their methods terrifying, and each encounter with the supernatural required a readiness to wager one's life. Exerting all of one's strength, I declare that from the grave soil, a body shall solidify, to manifest in my likeness. Zhang Ming's clay mouth opened, attempting to harness supernatural powers. As the vengeful spirit revived, he became attuned to his abilities to control the spirits, now attempting to utilize ghostly speech. Capable of transforming falsehood into truth, at this moment, there were 8 vengeful spirits within him, achieving a delicate balance, possessing subtle connections. For the time being, there was no need to worry about the resurgence of the spirits. This was the dreamlike state that all ghost tamers longed for, having transcended the realm of the living. Standing at the pinnacle, as his words fell, the clay figure's face sprouted flesh-colored features, its pale, cold arms slowly taking shape, enveloped in the clay hue. Simultaneously, its mouth uncontrollably opened, emitting a sound as if to articulate something. This was the erosion of ghostly speech. To wield supernatural power came with the price of enduring its encroachment. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of an old-fashioned telephone rang out, interrupting Zhang Ming's attempt to speak, plunging him into a peculiar silence. This degree of supernatural power could easily be countered. He sensed that even allowing it to encroach would not inflict any harm upon him. Zhang Ming understood. Through a simple test, he gained a preliminary understanding of the supernatural power he currently wielded. Summoning a panel, it displayed that the task of changing ghostly bodies had been completed. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Infinite growth potential. Your supernatural grave soil body has undergone a certain transformation. Successfully burying and eroding other vengeful spirits will grant you one of their abilities. Infinitely stackable. You may also choose to convert it into disaster points for flexible use. Disaster points, 0. As disasters arise, the system begins to absorb the energy from the source, accumulating 100 disaster points daily. Please swiftly enhance your strength and develop the vengeful spirits. Ancient, terrifying eyes are watching from afar. New function, Horror Blind Box, 100 disaster points per draw. Drawing from the blind box may be a mistake. New function, Strengthening Vengeful Spirits, 1000 disaster points per enhancement. The terror level of the vengeful spirits determines the upper limit of your developed abilities. Strengthening is required to break through this limit. These functions necessitated cautious testing. Zhang Ming's gaze swept over them. Would the amalgamation of grave soil with other supernatural forces to strengthen a specific ghost create a supernatural imbalance? And what of the horror blind box? Its very mention made him tread carefully. New task released. Strengthen a vengeful spirit once, and amalgamate grave soil with one supernatural force. Task reward, Unlock faction function. A well-organized faction can enhance your growth rate, serving as an effective aid. These functions could be explored when the time was ripe. Zhang Ming pondered that he rose and donned the ghostly burial attire. The supernatural grave soil trembled, in a radius of several hundred meters. The ancient forest lay desolate and blackened. At its center, a crimson grave split in two, revealing a black-covered red coffin, with foul grave soil continuously gushing forth, seemingly inexhaustible bang. The coffin lid was effortlessly lifted, and a cold figure clad in black burial attire stood up. The vengeful spirit revived, the characteristics of the supernatural item becoming more pronounced. The long robe was exceedingly old, made of dark, tattered paper material, buried for countless years. Just a glance instilled a sense of terror. A squad of soldiers stationed nearby, armed with gleaming weapons, fully equipped, also took notice of the commotion. Each one gaped in horror. Commander Zhang has emerged from that eerie grave? Leading was Yu Wei, who was equally astonished. They had been ordered by Deputy Commander Yin to seal off this area for over 20 days. Until today, the vengeful spirits have awakened. And without receiving evacuation orders, we have remained steadfast. As a result, that eerie and silent grave has cracked open on its own, and Commander Zhang has emerged. Is this a human or a vengeful spirit? They are all filled with trepidation. It could be either. There is little distinction. Zhang Ming's voice was calm. Report to Commander Zhang. The military district is under assault from the Dark Realm. We must retaliate. And I request to return to the military district. Yu Wei hastened forward. He had once received a generous reward of 5 million from Zhang Ming, which had greatly aided his family, and he was already devoted to serving him. Even if what stood before him was a ghost, he would not flinch, only strive with utmost effort. Zhang Ming's icy gaze swept over the crowd, instantly instilling a sense of dread, as if they were being targeted by a vengeful ghost. Their hearts racing, driven by primal fear that approved that it is time for the military district to assert its authority. Let our might echo throughout the world. Zhang Ming granted the order. The military district was his sanctuary, his stronghold. No one could encroach upon it. Even vengeful spirits would be buried beneath it. Chapter 49. Yan Bing's resolve, commanding the ghostly laughter. In the coastal city, a military district built atop a mountain. Dozens of bombers soared through the overcast sky like a flock of birds, unleashing massive bombs. Boom. The military district was engulfed in violent explosions, small mushroom clouds erupting in succession, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Dust cascaded down from the defensive fortifications where the commander was stationed, the acrid scent of gunpowder infiltrating the air. Anti-air troops, shoot them down, Yin Bing commanded sternly, clad in a fitted military uniform. Her stunning visage exuded an icy and resolute demeanor, assuming the heavy mantle of the temporary supreme commander. The footage on the monitors was brutally grim. This round of bombing had resulted in hundreds of casualties in the military district, many unable to reach the air defense fortifications, meeting a tragic end outside. Tio, the commanding officer of the opposing forces, you have violated the laws of war. This is a desecration of the sovereignty of the Dragon Nation. We shall show no mercy. Any intruders, regardless of distance, shall be punished. Yin Bing ordered once more, sounding the horn for a counterattack. Various heavy weaponry retaliated, inflicting significant casualties on the opposing ground and air forces. Having undergone comprehensive training from the Yin family since childhood, she possessed a certain level of military acumen, but this was her first battle. Observing the effectiveness of their response inspired confidence in the soldiers. Meanwhile, the opposing commander, David, wore a troubled expression. The two positions were several kilometers apart on the map, yet the enemy's elevated terrain made it easy to defend but difficult to assault, despite expending millions in military funds on a single round of bombardment. He had only claimed a few hundred casualties. What material are their buildings made of? How is it possible that they remain standing under such relentless bombardment? His incredulity deepened as the satellite imagery, precise to the centimeter, revealed that the areas he had targeted remained intact, not even a single window shattered. Unbeknownst to him, the construction of this mill, its form was slender and elongated, its entire body charred and devoid of hair, twisted into bizarre arcs, with flesh seemingly adhered to the door, as if difficult to detach. The ghostly laughter emanating a supernatural force caused it to slowly turn its head. Its visage was a grotesque mask of blackened charcoal, with hollow features that appeared to have been scorched into an empty shell, gradually sliding down the grand entrance. The grating sound of friction pierced the air, momentarily halting the sinister laughter as a second face, bruised and darkened, bore a rigid grin, a trickle of desiccated blood seeping from the corner of its mouth. Truly, it was a formidable malevolent spirit, momentarily subdued, thought Yin Bing, yet evidently, the power of the ghostly laughter had not reached its zenith. She was still probing its use. The supernatural clash persisted, and after a brief silence, the face of the darkened figure re-emerged, its smile deepening to an unsettling degree, nearly stretching to its ears. He, the second round of ghostly laughter erupted, the encroaching supernatural force almost slipping from Yin Bing's grasp. Her cold, exquisite visage began to take on a shade of ashen blue, rapidly claiming half of her face, while one corner of her mouth slowly curled upward, aligning with the smile on the back of her head. She had overexerted the power of the malevolent spirit and would soon bear the price of this encroachment. Yin Bing sensed a foreboding. Should the third round of ghostly laughter be unleashed, she would lose control, her true face irrevocably replaced by the second. The ghostly laughter would awaken. Meanwhile, the figure sliding down the military district's entrance had also halted, its distorted, hollow features curving into a smile, disturbingly eerie. The malevolent spirit had been temporarily restrained. Retrieve the golden coffin to confine the malevolent spirit, Yin Bing commanded without hesitation. During this period, the military district had produced various golden artifacts, stockpiling a batch of golden coffins specifically for the containment of malevolent spirits. She stepped forward, approaching the spirit as tendrils of smoke were dispersed amidst the echoing ghostly laughter. Yet another set of footsteps emerged, thudding ominously behind Yin Bing. She spun around suddenly, but found nothing. As she resumed her stride, the heavy footfalls echoed in tandem with her own. This is... Yin Bing's body froze once more, and icy dread enveloped her. The murderous patterns of this malevolent spirit were numerous, and even the second round of ghostly laughter could not withstand such terror. Her scalp began to tear as a vague human visage materialized above her head, the third face threatening to emerge. This supernatural force had transcended her control. Alas, should a third ghostly face manifest, the malevolent spirit would undoubtedly spiral into chaos and revival. In the fleeting moment before the third face formed, Yin Bing regained a semblance of mobility. She decisively retrieved a stack of ghostly talismans, igniting them, the flames roaring to life. The formation of the third face slowed, yet it remained unrestrained, continuing its gradual emergence. Hold on, confine the malevolent spirit. It must not awaken within the military district, Yin Bing resolutely resolved. She needed to contain the source of the ghostly smoke before the spirit revived, even if it meant lying within the golden coffin herself. Zhang Ming's family resided within the military district. She could not bring such troubles upon them. Just as she braced for the revival, a thick, white mist appeared, easily enveloping the smoked. A figure she had long yearned for emerged from the depths of the mist. Pallid and cold, its icy eyes scanning the surroundings, revealing none other than Zhang Ming. Simultaneously, two eerie school bells rang out, accompanied by a heavy tolling of a bell, echoing into the void. Yin Bing's third face was instantly suppressed, its faint outline vanishing, even the second, rigid, darkened smile stilled, gradually retracting its mirth, its eyes closing. The ghostly smoke dissipated entirely, thoroughly subdued by Zhang Ming's indescribable force. Zhang Ming, Yin Bing uttered stiffly. She was deeply concerned, yet the intensity of her emotions was suppressed by the cold encroachment of the malevolent spirit. This terrifying invasion even eluded her own awareness. You've worked hard. Zhang Ming approached. I survived successfully. Neither man nor ghost can lay a finger on the military district. This was merely the first layer of suppression by the ghostly school bells and the ghostly bell. He had not overexerted the malevolent spirit's power. Should he elevate it to a horrifying degree, the ensuing encroachment would be irreversible. He did not cease his actions. Old gravestones emerged, burying foreign soldiers outside the military district, submerging them beyond reach, each one barely regaining their ability to move before sinking into deeper despair. Tens of thousands of ancient graves stirred, as if someone struggled within, but in mere moments, they fell silent. Plunging into profound stillness, only the commanding officer, Zhang Ming, beckoned to reveal his head above the soil, quietly relishing in the stillness and despair. Such a degree of supernatural power posed no risk of revival to the anomalous Zhang Ming. For ordinary ghost tamers, Zhang Ming had already reached the pinnacle of understanding. Yet it was not over. A larger, deeper ancient grave appeared beneath the military district's entrance, but it could not overshadow the twisted figure clinging to the door. This required a stronger supernatural force to shatter the limits of resistance against the ancient grave. The power of the ghostly grave could still be developed, but there was no rush. To act recklessly would risk shattering the balance. Zhang Ming pondered. At this moment, multiple layers of supernatural forces, including the ghostly school bells and ghostly bells, had coalesced. With a mere external force, he might entomb the malevolent spirit within the ancient grave. He was infinitely intrigued by the boundless potential of ghostly bodies. Even without this malevolent spirit's emergence, he would proactively entomb other spirits for deeper research. I declare, the malevolent spirit before us shall be interred within the ancient grave. Zhang Ming proclaimed. This was the supernatural force of ghostly speech, possessing a terrifying effect of turning falsehood into reality, the supernatural unfolding before them. The ancient grave trembled, turning a deep crimson akin to blood. Putrid blood seeping from the soil that a figure, covered in falling grave dirt, emerged, its face rusted, clawing its way out of the ancient grave, reaching for the malevolent spirit. The sound of ghostly bells thundered, frantic as if someone were desperately attempting to make a call. Zhang Ming's body also began to shed grave dirt, piling into small mounds, the terrifying encroachment from the ghostly grave manifesting. Zhang Ming's gaze remained calm, as 4 ghostly school bells and 3 ghostly bells rang out. All abnormalities were suppressed and ceased, the ancient grave returning to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. I declare, the malevolent spirit on the door shall inevitably slide into the ancient grave. He altered his declaration. Chapter 51. The Interment of the Malevolent Spirit, a scene of utter amazement. As soon as Zhang Ming's words fell, the twisted figure on the door began to slide downward, a ghastly black, dried bloodstain slowly materializing. The grating sound of friction echoed like a beast gnawing at bone, another form of supernatural assault erupting in the air. Zhang Ming's features were smeared with grave dirt, mingled with glistening yellow-white liquid. Though it fell slowly, this level of supernatural assault was easily borne by the strength of his own ghostly form. Yet Yin Bing's half-darkened face instantly seeped black blood, the supernatural encroachment taking effect. Even the recently stilled second face began to ooze black blood, its eyes opening, the corners of its mouth curving upward slowly, a supernatural counteraction materializing. I declare, the face of the person before us remains untainted by encroachment. The darkness shall dissipate. Zhang Ming uttered the ghostly words. Amidst the sounds of ghostly school bells and ghostly bells, the terror emanating from Zhang Ming was sufficiently potent. The supernatural words could not even encroach upon him. Easily suppressed. Yin Bing's cold, beautiful visage shifted, her fair and delicate skin gradually covering her entire face, the black blood receding. The second face also experienced some form of interference, gradually closing its eyes, retracting its smile. The black blood dripping away. The terrifying level of ghostly laughter seemed inconsequential, yet the combination of laughter and visage was destined to reach a horrifying peak. Without mastering the second ghost, they would inevitably face the revival of the malevolent spirit. Zhang Ming's perception was acute. Having commanded 8 malevolent spirits, Even considering his past life, none could claim a deeper understanding of malevolent spirits than he, until the equilibrium with the second ghost was ascertained. They could not push further. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to ensure her safety. I understand. I shall heed your counsel, Yin Bing replied coolly. Her humanity was being eroded by the malevolent spirit. Despite her profound trust in Zhang Ming, she could no longer retrieve that gentle warmth akin to a flickering campfire amidst the icy mountains. Amidst their conversation, the malevolent spirit atop the door slowly descended into the ancient grave. Rapidly enveloped by the soil, yet its body remained rigid and contorted, still maintaining its position against the door, its head continuously spinning in struggle within the earth. Even the surrounding ghostly smoke was buried. Flowing into the ancient grave, suppressing the malevolent spirit, an eerie set of footsteps resonated swiftly, leaving behind chilling footprints upon the ancient grave, each imprint sinking deeper until they finally vanished within, the sound growing muffled. Gradually fading into silence. Blocking my entrance is somewhat bothersome. Zhang Ming's icy gaze shifted, the ghostly aroma of mist expanding, a thick white fog enveloping the entire mountain, rendering figures nearly invisible within a few steps. As the mist swirled, tens of thousands of ancient graves, concealing the tragically deceased cold bodies, flickered like images on a television screen, and in the next moment, those graves manifested at the foot of the mountain, forming a chaotic burial ground. These souls could no longer claw their way out of the ancient grave. An invader must pay the price of trespass. 2 graves appeared before Zhang Ming. 1 was grand. Interring the malevolent spirit, its soil cascading down, fully suppressing the encroachment, yet requiring more time. The other held the commanding officer of this conflict, David, whose face was etched with sheer terror, emerging from the soil. Still alive, unaware of the torment that awaited him. What are you going to do? Please spare me. I surrender. I surrender. David wept profusely, engulfed in fear, his body trembling as he remained rigid within the grave soil. Damn it, what madness led him to this desolate place, confronting a figure of terror, or worse, a malevolent spirit. No, even more terrifying than a malevolent spirit, to dare instigate war during an era of malevolent spirit revival. It would be a blessing to preserve his life, let alone bring forth destructive calamity. Zhang Ming spoke coldly. He dispersed the white mist, the supernatural power of ghostly aroma still capable of expanding further. Though the burden would grow heavier, the expanse of the white mist signifies the domain of the spirits, where he possesses the rare ability to manipulate objects and seal off areas, an exceptional talent among all spirit tamers. The power of this domain can still be further developed, though he remains uncertain if he can endure the strain. According to the system, reinforcing the malevolent spirits may shatter the limitations of his abilities. Once he accumulates sufficient disaster points, he intends to make the attempt. Yes, I apologize, Commander. We failed to defend the military district, but fortunately, you have appeared. Wang Tung's expression was one of anguish and weakness, curled up on the ground. A ring of blood seeping around him, he had suffered an assault from the malevolent spirits, his calves contorting in an unnatural manner. This was not an isolated incident. Hundreds of soldiers had been attacked, their wails echoing in the air. You have done enough. The enemy's strength far exceeds your limits. Zhang Ming invoked the words of spirits once more. I declare that the legs of the individuals before me return to normal, their vitality restored. Even in the face of absolute military suppression and the onslaught of malevolent spirits, his soldiers did not falter. Their resolve could be deemed commendable. Grant them the opportunity to harness the malevolent spirits, and they would undoubtedly evolve into formidable allies in the future. Just moments ago, the warriors were stifling their pain in hushed tones. Now, they were astonished, rising to their feet with their calves unscathed. They were left dumbfounded, caught in a trance. The commander had returned, single-handedly burying tens of thousands of enemies, capable of even subduing the malevolent spirits, and now he had restored their health. Was this not akin to the living dead from myth? With flesh and bone? This. Wang Tung was astounded, rising to his feet, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his body. Zhang Ming's prowess had far surpassed his comprehension. It was as if he existed in an entirely different dimension. Even Yin Bing, with her icy demeanor, felt a flicker of disturbance within her heart. This power was too extraordinary, reaching a level of mastery over the malevolent spirits that she found incomprehensible. When would she too be able to attain such heights? Zhang Ming's cold, piercing gaze turned once more to the old grave, revealing a terrified head. David was equally taken aback by this scene. As for your origins, I have no interest in discerning. It is best to eradicate you entirely, Zhang Ming stated. No, you cannot. David attempted to explain further. Suddenly, the jarring sound of an old-fashioned telephone bell rang out of nowhere. No, no, David panicked, turning his head back and forth in confusion. An inexplicable unease gripping his heart. The ringing grew increasingly frantic, and in the next moment, Zhang Ming declared, I command that the individual before me answer the phone. An old, black rotary phone materialized, vibrating with the incoming call. As if a terrifying presence were forcefully dialing. His hand moved uncontrollably, reaching toward the grave, his eyes wide with panic, yet he could only watch helplessly as he lifted the receiver. Hello, this is the Century Star front desk. We are delighted to assist you. The voice on the other end was muffled, as if submerged in water, sounding hoarse as if inscribing words on bone, sending chills down the spine. Within the grave. David's figure wherever he went, the sound of electricity echoed in his ears, a cacophony that reverberated within his mind, akin to a ticking time bomb poised to explode at any moment. Once his mental tension reached its zenith, an eerie phone call was inexplicably connected. Subsequently, he vanished from the grand hall and was transported to a realm of the supernatural. The figures of the powerful within the opulent chamber wore expressions of despair, one by one disappearing without a sound, until, from a shadowy corner, a trembling figure lifted his head, his face adorned with bizarre paint, a crimson nose dripping with blood. The blood did not fall. Instead, it floated, manifesting as a multitude of vividly red balloons behind him, each emblazoned with the grotesque visage of a tormented human face, their mouths moving as if to utter something. Chapter 53. A Haunted Amusement Park? The cross-dimensional arrival of Mo Zhai. Damn it. Yet another assault from malevolent spirits. The clown in the corner trembled as he raised his gaze. As the phone continued to ring ominously, the colors on his face melted away. Yet they never faded entirely. Instead, his visage grew increasingly gaunt, his appearance deteriorating in mere moments. The red nose dripped blood incessantly, floating upwards, as bunches of crimson balloons began to appear behind him, multiplying in number. Damn it, damn it. His cold gaze was filled with resentment. Having narrowly escaped that haunted amusement park, how could Jin Chengji allow himself to perish so easily here? He forced a smile upon his face, even as his head shrank and his colors faded. The clown's curse dictated that laughter be met with death, yet this power could not reach the vengeful spirit on the other end of the line. No, no. A fierce determination ignited within Jin Chengji, his smile stretching wider, as his grin reached a certain curvature. A peculiar supernatural phenomenon occurred. A tall and silent malevolent spirit, its back turned to the crowd, appeared behind him, gripping strands of pitch-black thread that tethered to the floating crimson balloons. Its entire being was drenched in bizarre hues. Hair as dark as the abyss flowed like liquid, while its pallid skin seemed to shed color. Its attire a blend of stark black and white that resembled a coat formed from clashing colors, evoking a sense of ambiguity, much like a rough impressionist oil painting. The few remaining individuals in the dark realm, not yet captured, gazed in terror at this scene. They scattered, yet all beheld the towering spirit's silhouette. No matter how they moved, that shadow remained fixed in their line of sight, as if it had never changed. Among the vivid red balloons, one bore a distorted visage of a human in agonizing despair, its facial contours shifting, twisting into the image of an antiquated landline phone. The sound of ringing, a relic of the past, echoed forth. The balloon quivering, the shadow of the malevolent spirit extended a pitch-black hand, extracting a tattered microphone from the balloon, placing it to its ear. The chilling sound of the phone abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the hall, and the paint on Jin Chengji's face ceased to drip, his head having shrunk to half its size, an unsettling proportion, yet he remained alive. Just barely, he thought, the fright still lingering in his eyes. The clown that had followed him from the haunted amusement park had appeared. He had a gut feeling that when the spirit emerged, he was meant to perish. Yet the eerie phone ringing, combined with the clown's presence, created a strange equilibrium, calming the restless spirit within him. At least for the time being, he need not fear the resurgence of the malevolent spirit, nor death as if he were a leader. He approached the stage, his shrunken head surveying the remaining individuals, the red nose dripping liquid at a sluggish pace. The shadow of the malevolent spirit stood silently behind him, eventually producing another dark thread that tied to a red balloon. From this moment forth, I shall dictate the Dark Realm. The organization shall be renamed the Freedom Alliance, Jin Chengji proclaimed hoarsely. In this era of terror, those who seek freedom shall follow me. I know of a terrifying place, a realm of the supernatural, rife with opportunities to harness malevolent spirits. The era of horror had commenced, for one man's strength could not contend with vengeful spirits. He intended to seize this opportunity to rally the elite, positioning himself atop the global hierarchy. Under the intimidation of malevolent spirits, the remaining wise individuals willingly submitted, making prudent choices. Heh. Jin Chengji's gaunt head chuckled. What of the Dragon Nation, the Lighthouse Nation, the military complex? The future shall belong to my Freedom Alliance, in the city of Hai, atop a military district. Before a continuously trembling old grave, Zhang Ming's icy, heavy eyes surveyed the scene. The malevolent spirit within the grave struggled, sensing its complete erosion would require time. The system's tasks of layering the grave's supernatural essence and strengthening the vengeful spirit were not to be undertaken recklessly. His body's delicate balance relied on both the ghostly form and consciousness. He needed to fortify these two elements first before piecing together the other malevolent spirits. He intended to refrain from layering the grave's supernatural essence for now, converting it instead into disaster points to accumulate and verify the strengthening effects, deciding later whether to layer. Previously, under the system's guidance, he had continuously commanded vengeful spirits, suffering great losses, teetering on the brink of life and death. Now, with the spirit's revival, his decisions must be cautious. Zhang Ming, I am glad to see you have returned safely. Uncle, aunt, and little sister have all missed you dearly. Yen Bing stood beside him, her stunning visage as cold as snow. Behind her, a shadowy, azure face with closed eyes loomed, a bizarre sight that would terrify even the faint-hearted. Indeed, you have worked hard. Now that I have returned, no one can lay claim to the military district. Zhang Ming replied calmly, with a thought. He invoked the ghostly fragrance's supernatural essence, causing a vast white mist to spread across the mountains, extending further and covering a radius of 10 miles, subtly reaching a limit. In his past life, the ghostly fragrance had nearly enveloped half the city. Now, it spanned only 10 miles, indicating potential for further development within the ghost realm. Zhang Ming pondered. Within the ghostly domain, every rustle and movement was visible before him as he surveyed the surroundings. Although the ghostly fragrance had sealed off half the city in his previous life, isolating many malevolent spirits and establishing a natural safety barrier, there had been no incidents involving the vengeful spirits known as ghost smoke. He continued his inspection, finding no potential hazards. The invasion of the military district by ghost smoke was an isolated incident. The next moment, amidst the encroaching mist of the manor, a chilling figure appeared alongside Yen Bing. Dad, Mom, little sister, I have returned. Zhang Ming declared. In the face of the spirit's revival, family reunions could still provide hope. Ultimately, fate in this life had been altered. In the city of Dazhuan, within a women's prison. The prison guard system had collapsed. There was no one left to maintain order. Behind the cold iron bars, the female inmates exhibited fear, huddled in corners, some bodies trembling. Among them was a young inmate. Xiao Ro, her delicate features marred by terror. In her solitary cell, she clutched her clothes, cowering in the corner, leaving only a narrow gap to cautiously peek outside the iron door. The corridor outside was bathed in pale light. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoing with an icy cadence, reverberating through the empty prison, drawing near, yet revealing no figures. Xiao Ro had no idea what it was, yet every individual who had stepped beyond the prison gate had met a tragic end. Their anguished screams echoing before silence claimed the corridor, leaving only a pool of dark, human-shaped stains, with even their bodies vanished. What horror lay beyond the door, sending shivers down her spine? In this moment, she longed for her brother, wishing for someone to rescue her from this ghastly place. Unbeknownst to her, beneath her, shadows stirred, as dark hands emerged, entwining and shaping into a human form. Legs and feet materialized, while more black hands crawled like a tide, constructing the torso, head, and features. A chilling figure quietly emerged. It was Emo Jai, having crossed dimensions. After a prolonged journey, he had finally arrived in this dreamlike realm of malevolent spirits. Emo Jai inhaled greedily, savoring the air, each breath brimming with exquisite freedom. His voice resonated, shaking the vast and empty prison, as countless dark hands surged forth, spreading a certain supernatural darkness like a tidal wave. All the prisoners before him were engulfed in darkness, fainting instantly. Here, no damned hierarchy existed. All malevolent spirits and fears were his to command. Let Emo Jai's name resonate, let the world tremble. A delightful sensation washed over him. As a lowly entity in another world of malevolent spirits, arriving here, he would reign supreme, dominating the world. A thought that thrilled him immensely. His power could rival that of the historical masters of fear, carving an unprecedented path. The flesh and blood of these wretched beings held no allure for him. Emo Jai glanced disdainfully at the prisoners surrounding him. In the past, he would have reveled in the prospect of slaughter, eagerly absorbing their fear. Yet now, his perspective had considerably broadened. The spirit that had once slain his doppelganger was not far from here. Emo Jai sensed the aura, instantly locking onto Zhang Ming's location. How hard he must have worked. The malevolent spirits he commanded now belonged to Lord Emo Jai. The countless black hands crawling throughout the prison surged with excitement, as if they could barely contain themselves. Chapter 54. Surrender Yinbing? Seeking Death. Within the cold prison, the walls trembled under the relentless onslaught of countless black hands, threatening to topple Emo Jai's body dissolved into an endless sea of dark hands. And in an instant, at the prison's entrance thousands of meters away, a figure formed anew from the entangled hands. Yet it was not over. The black hands continued to weave, forming a path beneath him. The undulating hills and modern structures unable to impede their advance. As they surged forth like a black tide, Emo Jai's silhouette soon appeared at the end of this black road, having traversed several kilometers. This speed surpassed the limits of human technology, a product of the supernatural. Many who remained in their rooms were left dumbfounded by this sight, fleeing from the black road, terrified of a malevolent spirit's assault. However, even Emo Jai remained unaware that amidst the cacophony of writhing black hands, a set of footsteps, now distant, now near, closely followed, unable to be shaken off even at such speed. In the city of Hai. At a golden manor perched atop a hill, within the spacious and opulent living room, sunlight streamed warmly, illuminating a chilling figure amidst three young women, each possessing unique beauty. One was cold and stunning, another youthful and vibrant, while the youngest exuded a charming innocence, evoking a sense of naive foolishness. Zhang Ming's fingers danced across the controller with remarkable speed, resembling fleeting phantoms, provoking a chorus of gasps from the girls. The controller rattled under his deft manipulation as he engaged in a classic fighting game, one he had played with his siblings during their childhood. As expected, Fang Yunyu and her sister faced repeated defeats, while only Yin Bing, with her unique ghost mastering abilities, could push the limits of the controller and barely hold her ground against Zhang Ming. "Brother, don't hit me," Zhang Yi protested, her tone laced with feigned innocence, all the while plotting a secret counterattack. While Zhang Ming paused, however, he remained unfazed. Such games no longer stirred any emotion within him, and her little tricks were unlikely to secure victory. Without needing to glance at the screen, his fingers moved in a blur, executing a series of impressive maneuvers with the cartoon characters on screen, accurately blocking his opponent's skills and thwarting his sister's schemes. "I refuse to accept defeat." "Let us go again," declared his sister, her spirit undeterred. Since there was still a sliver of enthusiasm, Zhang Ming decided to indulge her for a while longer, relishing the rare moment of tranquility. Yet, beyond their playful competition, chaos reigned in the world outside. The resurgence of evil spirits prowled the city, with reports of murder surfacing incessantly in his previous life. The official headquarters for Ghost Masters had been established on the very first day of this calamity. In the vast and resource-rich Dragon Country, gifted individuals emerged, who, even amidst the profound tragedy of that first day, compiled actionable experiences, gathered numerous Ghost Masters, and rapidly organized them into a formidable supernatural force. Such swiftness would be deemed a fantasy in other nations. However, in this lifetime, Zhang Ming was determined to do even better. Through Yin Bing, he had relayed critical information in advance, confident that efficiency would surpass that of his past life. Yin Bing, have we established cooperation with our intelligence department and headquarters? Zhang Ming inquired as he continued to manipulate the controller, casually selecting a character clad in revealing attire emblematic of the Neon Nation. We are in the process of establishing contact, but I have yet to receive any updates from headquarters. I can't shake off this inexplicable unease, Yin Bing replied. Has the Yin family gone dark? Zhang Ming paused, contemplating. He had hoped to secure intelligence support from headquarters regarding the malevolent spirits, which would enable the military district to deploy personnel to train as ghost masters. Handling incidents involving evil spirits could not rely solely on his efforts. At present, he had merely achieved a temporary balance with them. Should he gamble with his life, the risk of their resurgence remained palpable. He was not one to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. His guardianship extended only to what lay within his immediate sphere. With comprehensive intelligence regarding the evil spirits, he could selectively intervene where necessary within the bustling metropolis. His previous life had afforded him a lowly position, leading to a narrow perspective on the nature of these spirits, preventing him from making accurate judgments. All right, I'm preparing to head back to Dying City, Yin Bing announced, as she spoke, her hair, imbued with the visage of a ghostly figure, stirred slightly, and her eyes fluttered open, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Hee, what revealing attire! How delightful! The female character in the game spoke in a sultry, languid tone that drew attention. The character, known as Nozomi, boasted a voluptuous figure, her fiery red skirt accentuating her fair thighs as she lifted it, surveying her surroundings with a satisfied expression. Yin Bing, at last, I found you. You were quite elusive, Nozomi remarked, her eyes narrowing with intensity. Follow me. Guided by the Ghost Forum's administrator, she had navigated the ghostly network for quite some time before finally locating her target. Amidst the crackling sounds, the game screen illuminated, vibrant hues splattering across it as if a paint palette had been overturned, casting the hall in vivid colors, with ominous figures flickering in the shadows. She mused, intrigued. Those terrifying silhouettes did not attack. Seemingly restrained by some unseen supernatural force, Fang Yunyu and her sister were momentarily stunned, startled by the unfolding scene. Having acquired a rudimentary understanding of ghostly powers, they dared to dabble in realms they had yet to fully grasp. Zhang Ming's piercing gaze shifted. A dense, white mist suddenly enveloped the area, obscuring the supernatural lights, indicating something extraordinary was at play. He attempted to infiltrate the game with the mist, but met resistance. An invisible barrier thwarted his efforts. The eerie sounds of ghostly bells and chimes resonated, inducing the resurrection of evil spirits, all directed toward Nozomi in the game. Yet, due to the considerable distance, the supernatural assault proved ineffective. Hee, you must be Zhang Ming, the esteemed commander. Quite the handsome figure. I never expected you to be a ghost master as well, Nozomi purred, her sultry gaze almost dripping with allure. I advise you to relinquish Yin Bing. This is an order from headquarters. If you comply, I wouldn't mind engaging in some delightful adventures with you. She blew a playful kiss. You even know my name. It seems you might indeed be under headquarters command. What should I call you? Zhang Ming replied calmly. Hee, you're quite inquisitive, Nozomi giggled. I am Guan Xiao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming casually inscribed her name in an ancient tome, an enigmatic supernatural artifact known as the Book of Life and Death. You, Guan Xiao's eyes widened in terror. The ghost she commanded, a long-haired specter, spiraled out of control, sprawling across the ground, as tendrils of lifeless hair slithered about, revealing ominous features within. The curse of the supernatural had taken effect. In the next moment, jagged gashes appeared on her body as if from nowhere, her eyes bulging as blood gushed forth, chunks of flesh scattering across the floor. The ghost master Guan Xiao met her demise. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming too bore the brunt of the curse's affliction. His entire Bay Ghost Forum. That is your concern. I am merely giving face to the officials and can only assist in the intrusion. In the city of Hai, within Zhang Ming's estate, the conversation continues. Yin Bing, it seems the Yin family is indeed in trouble. Someone is willing to resort to the powers of vengeful spirits to strike at you. If this truly is orchestrated by the headquarters, the situation is already dire, Zhang Ming remarked in a past life. The Yin family played a pivotal role in the establishment of the Spirit Tamer headquarters, dispatching numerous city officials to handle the complex incidents involving vengeful spirits, thus saving countless civilians. Should another faction gain control of the headquarters and turn against their own, Zhang Ming could foresee a future rife with decay and despair. "I must return," Yin Bing declared resolutely. "The struggle is too brutal. Even the Yin family cannot extricate themselves. The Yin family is her roots. She cannot turn a blind eye, even if it means risking the resurgence of vengeful spirits. She will not compromise. This matter requires decisive action. There is no need for you to be anxious. I will not stand idly by," Zhang Ming replied. The Yin family has aided him greatly. Eliminating Shen Mingyi and establishing the military district were feats beyond his individual capacity. Out of both sentiment and reason, he would lend his assistance. Moreover, a mere group of spirit tamers stands before him. With his current strength, they are no more than a target for a dimensional strike. Especially with a live target presented before them, they can first gather information on the Yin family to ensure safety. Zhang Ming's gaze shifted toward the game's interface. A gaunt young man and a short, rotund old man had somehow materialized in the game, their footsteps echoing as they approached. The youth's face was ashen, his form hunched almost to the ground, as if burdened by a heavy weight. Each movement a struggle, panting heavily. The old man wore a wooden expression, his body rigid, moving like a puppet, accompanied by creaking sounds, as if he were assembled from decayed wood. "This worthless trash died at your hands? Useless beings, the sooner they die, the sooner they are freed." The youth's eyes were shrouded in darkness. "Do not underestimate them, and remember the administrator's words. Do not reveal your name," the old man's voice was hoarse, offering a warning. "There is no need for idle chatter. If you seek death, I shall grant it," Zhang Ming said calmly. Wielding a long red staff, it was an opportune moment to test the safety of the shelter. Whether such a level of supernatural power could breach its defenses, the outcome was evident, as the adversaries pressed forward yet remained firmly stuck within the screen. Unable to overcome the barrier, their eyes wide with urgency. "To think such a level dares to invade my military district," Zhang Ming acted. Two spectral old tombs intruded directly into the image, dimming the light around them. Chapter 56. The Miserable Fate of Headquarters Members. Emoji's bad luck. The hunched youth felt the soil of a grave appear from thin air, cascading down to bury him as the grave soil enveloped his back. Another figure's silhouette emerged, kneeling firmly upon him, its hands gripping his shoulders tightly. This was the spirit he commanded, bowing under the erosion of the grave soil, revealing its true form. A peculiar supernatural resistance began to manifest. The outline on the youth's back slowly bowed, pressing against him. Though it physically struck his flesh, it produced a creaking sound, akin to the tolling of a rusty iron door. With each lift of its head, the youth's back bent further, and the speed of the soil's encroachment slowed. Yet it continued to fall relentlessly. Moreover, the spectral outline seemed to be ensnared by the earth as it bowed again, its movements significantly delayed. Yet it persisted in its gesture. The youth let out a wail, a cry of anguish from the supernatural force, as if his back were being broken, his head nearly touching the ground, while the figure remained firmly knelt upon him, causing him to sway under the oppressive weight of the supernatural. To his great fury, the spirit's repeated bowing merely resisted the encroachment of the soil, while Zhang Ming, from across the screen, remained unscathed, his cold, heavy eyes observing everything with calmness. The old man's plight was equally tragic. His features and limbs were being consumed by the grave soil, which surged forth, eroding him to the point of immobility. As an old tomb gradually took shape, rising above his head, he began to struggle desperately, his two weathered hands becoming ensnared in the grave, his body stretching upward with violent cracking sounds. Yet he remained trapped within the grave's confines. As he reached his limit, his body was riddled with cracks. Yet no blood flowed. Instead, it revealed a more tender hue of wood. He was no longer a living being. Yet the burial by the grave did not cease, now covering his lifeless eyes. Fang Yunyu and her sister watched in shock. First, two eerie presences appeared on the screen, shattering common sense. The terror of vengeful spirits was palpable, as ordinary lives faced deadly threats. Unexpectedly, however, Zhang Ming's command over the spirits proved even more terrifying. They remained unharmed while the spirit tamers on the screen encountered an inescapable erosion. utterly powerless to fight back. This was overwhelmingly powerful. After witnessing this, the two sisters formed a preliminary judgment regarding the capabilities of the spirit tamers. The fear that should have gripped them transformed into calmness, bolstered by Zhang Ming's presence, as they believed that vengeful spirits would not be a rare sight in the future. He bore too much. What could I do to assist him? Fang Yunyu felt an inexplicable pang in her heart as she gazed at Zhang Ming's tranquil visage. Somewhat lost in thought in this terrifying era, the brief moments of peace were afforded by those who bore the weight of adversity. Yan Bing's cold, beautiful features shifted slightly, lacking experience in combat against spirit tamers. She meticulously observed, gaining insights. She was treading a path of righteousness, and Zhang Ming stood at the pinnacle among global spirit tamers, imparting wisdom through both word and deed. She would reap countless rewards. Over time, her own methods and style would increasingly align with Zhang Ming's. What? An invasion through the screen? The administrator, observing from the shadows, was equally astonished. He had yet to encounter a vengeful spirit with such power. Leveraging his immunity to influence, he had evaded many lethal patterns, suppressing one spirit after another, storing them within the network. The vengeful spirit he commanded was immensely terrifying. Even in his presence, I dared not claim invincibility. However, seizing this opportunity, it was time to engage in a test of strength and see who truly reigned supreme. Tang Xiaotian made his move, a haze of light flickering as indistinct shadows emerged, dozens of them. Both young and old, accompanied by a floating mass of hair. The true vengeful spirits were cast deep within the network, these merely a collection of encoded figures, akin to a pirated copy. With his current abilities, these shadows possessed only a fraction of supernatural power. The numerous shadows began to erode the grave soil in various ways, the floating hair expanding as it reached toward the old tomb, attempting to extract both entities. Yet all efforts proved futile, as every supernatural presence that touched the old grave was consumed by the soil, new mounds appearing one after another. Such arrogance. This is my territory. Tang Xiaotian was serious now. The scene on the screen fluctuated, a series of blood-red codes flashing in meaningless waves. After a brief silence, all supernatural entities dissipated. The youth and old man within the image vanished, leaving only a raspy, mournful voice behind. Commander Zhang, you are perhaps being a bit too oppressive. If you possess the capability to allow us to invade, yet have not truly engaged USDO as you wish, it merely changes the location of your demise, Zhang Ming replied indifferently. This was merely the standard defense of the safety shelter. He indeed wished to allow the opposing side to enter, permitting the old tomb to freely consume, accumulating disaster points for him. After all, separated by a space, the invasion into the screen allowed him to distinctly feel that the horror of the old tomb had diminished considerably. Within a 10-mile radius of the military district, there was no sign of life. Tang Xiaotian led the two through the network until they arrived at a common residence situated several miles away. It was a newly built home, with pristine furniture, much of it draped in dust covers, having remained uninhabited for quite some time. The long dormant television suddenly flickered to life, revealing a hunched young man, his back bent under an unending weight, his head drooping to his waist, emerging with great difficulty from the illuminated screen. Following him was an elongated figure of an old man, his body riddled with cracks, revealing wooden textures, his eyes vacant as he stepped forth. I never imagined I would be driven to such extremes. I have nearly reached the brink of vengeful spirit resurgence, the old man rasped, almost maddened. His body was being consumed by the vengeful spirit, transforming into wood, with only a small portion still human. Once fully transformed, he would face the resurgence of the spirit and lose everything. My plight is not much better than yours. There are only 15 spirit tamers in total at the headquarters. He is too terrifying. We are nearly at our wits' end, the hunched youth lamented. The supernatural weight upon his back was overwhelming. The spirit's erosion had intensified, and his spine creaked ominously, as if it could snap at any moment. It is time to fight with all we've got. The headquarters offers generous compensation. This time, we shall push until the vengeful spirit resurges, and our families will be well cared for. The youth's eyes gleamed with madness as he prepared for one last desperate fight in the military district, suddenly exclaiming, "No, this isn't good." The spirit that had been ensnared by the soil, having failed to bow for a third time, suddenly began to stir upon his back. The sound of its bowing echoed like the tolling of a rusty death bell. Despair filled his eyes, fully aware that he was already on the brink of the spirit's resurgence, and there was no avoiding it now. Just then, a black road materialized within the room. No, countless inky, cold hands twisted and surged, forming a path, and a figure abruptly appeared at the end of this road. None other than Emoji. Hurrying along, he did not linger. The black path extended endlessly, continuing toward Zhang Ming's position. He raced forward with all his might, yet in the briefest moment of crossing paths, he stumbled upon the dark road, immense pressure bearing down on his back, cracking ominously, as if his body were on the verge of being crushed. What is this attack? Emoji exclaimed, bewildered and enraged. Chapter 57. The old grave that buries everything. The fleeing MOD. What is this? A world where vengeful spirits have not awakened, and yet I am besieged by supernatural attacks? MOD exclaimed, his voice tinged with both astonishment and fury. His body was compressed to the thickness of a mere palm, black liquid seeping from him in a relentless drip, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds. At this moment, he could not even disperse into shadowy hands, as if an invisible entity had him firmly ensnared, suffocating him. From his prone perspective, he suddenly beheld a pair of old, tattered cloth shoes. They appeared ancient, with coarse stitching that seemed to be crafted from a dried, withered material. The shoes shuffled about, coming closer from all directions, leaving behind a trail of deep brown liquid that formed bizarre footprints. As if many bare toes had trodden there. Damn it! MOD's eyes widened in disbelief. Out of nowhere, he was subjected to a supernatural assault, and a resurrected vengeful spirit was fixated on him. Was this world truly so perilous? After just one round trip, had the spirits completely awakened? Suddenly, a thick white mist enveloped the area, and Zhang Ming's cold figure emerged, wielding a crimson staff, a hunched silhouette, resembling a wooden effigy, stepped forth from the depths of the fog. You have not escaped. Rather, you have been foolish enough to bury yourselves here, Zhang Ming declared, his voice laced with malice. He struck with intent. The two ancient graves trembled as they were engulfed, combined with the oppressive aura of the ghost realm, rendering any resistance futile. These were not mere relics weakened by intrusion. They housed an unyielding, vengeful spirit. And the very essence of the grave could silence it. He commanded 8 spirits, and the corpses of the graves were crucial to maintaining this balance. In an instant, they were subdued. The two at headquarters were left aghast, unable to react in time. They had contingency plans, yet in the moment of being buried, there was no opportunity to act. Even the restless, vengeful spirits within them fell into silence, their resurgence seemingly impeded. Tell me, who is your superior? What is the current state of the Yin family in Dying City? Zhang Ming inquired coldly, invoking supernatural coercion to extract the truth. We are under the orders of Captain Wu Feiyang from headquarters. If necessary, Yin Bing can be executed. The Yin family in Dying City is currently under house arrest, stripped of power, and expelled from headquarters. The two heads that protruded from the grave exchanged glances. They would not have spoken, but an inexplicable supernatural force altered their cognition, compelling them to reveal the truth. Headquarters had vastly underestimated Zhang Ming's capabilities. He was not an ordinary spirit master, his powers seemingly limitless. Only the captain could match him in strength. Those who dare to encroach upon my territory shall be buried here, Zhang Ming thought. The ancient graves engulfed the two up to their heads. And in an instant, not only did the vengeful spirits fall silent, but even life itself was entombed alongside them. 2 pairs of eyes dimmed in the darkness, losing all essence. The spirit masters from headquarters were doomed. The two ancient graves stood silently, while the true vengeful spirits within began to stir. From one grave came a dull sound, as if someone was incessantly bowing, knocking against a rust-covered iron basin. While the surface of the grave seemed to have been pressed down, becoming level, the other grave began to rise, producing a rustling sound, as if something within was stretching its form. However, these occurrences were trivial compared to the continuous outpouring of grave soil. Burying all traces of the supernatural in a brief span, the ancient graves reached a limit, unable to entomb any more spirits. Zhang Ming felt the soil cascading down his body, a reminder of the encroaching influence of the ghostly graves. This limitation, he deduced, could be overcome by continuously reinforcing the graves and layering additional supernatural elements, allowing for a terrifying number of entombed spirits. MOD stood by, dumbfounded. In just over 20 days, he had ascended to such heights. Ever since the two spirit masters were buried, he regained control, countless dark hands crawling over him, restoring him to his perfect state. This was an attack from a vengeful spirit so powerful that even he struggled to escape. Yet this individual had buried it so easily? No, he had entombed even the source of the awakening spirit. Even the old cloth shoes, which were of an unknown source, now lay still in the mist, seemingly devoid of their intent to attack. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. From Zhang Ming, MOD saw the shadows of true enforcers, individuals of genius, possessing the noble qualities of the vengeful spirit world. He abandoned any unrealistic notions regarding Zhang Ming. His eyes filled with awe and trepidation as countless black hands surged around him, urging him to flee rapidly. Zhang Ming's cold gaze fell upon him, within the range of the white mist. He sensed everything clearly and had long since detected MOD. Those familiar dark, chilling hands reminded him of a past encounter, when he had acquired the ghostly burial shroud. They were not vengeful spirits, but spirit masters, Zhang Ming swiftly concluded. Vengeful spirits wandered aimlessly, devoid of purpose. They would never display such a panicked retreat. With a thought, a golden box materialized, containing the old cloth shoes, suppressing the source of a vengeful spirit with ease, a most unexpected boon. It appeared that the miasma of ghostly fragrance had, to some extent, completely countered the murderous instincts of this spirit, though he had not delved deeply into this phenomenon. Such a spirit could either transform into a calamity point or provide an opportunity for those below to control the vengeful spirits, leaving the matter to his discretion. All of this transpired in an incredibly brief moment, and Zhang Ming's figure was already in pursuit of the ever-expanding black path. The black path moved swiftly, extending beyond the mist, continuously advancing. Given the current speed of the mist's expansion, it seemed impossible to catch up. Halt! Zhang Ming hurled the crimson staff in his grasp, declaring, "I say, this staff shall surely pin you to the ground." He did not hold back. This individual appeared to be acting alongside headquarters personnel. Since he ignored the warnings, he would not escape the wrath of his thunderous methods. Whoosh! The staff shot forth like a comet, piercing through the figure on the distant black path. This was no ordinary staff. It was a renowned supernatural artifact from a past life, capable of dismantling even vengeful spirits into fragments. The ensuing clash was terrifying. MOD fled desperately, unable to evade the staff that was destined to strike him, suddenly pinned down as countless dark hands hesitated in their advance. How is this possible? MOD trembled as the hands that crawled over his body began to disintegrate. The staff's assault was too fearsome. Even the source spirits he commanded were on the verge of collapse, derived from high-level blood-red phalanges. His body oozed a horrific black liquid, his form losing its shape, while the dark hands entangled him, barely maintaining a semblance of humanity. Among the countless pools of black liquid, a segment of blood-red phalange emerged, which he desperately grasped, recklessly consuming the supernatural power within. At the brink of life and death, he could no longer afford to consider the backlash. If he delayed any further, his essence would be shattered and cease to exist. Just a trace of the black hands underwent a qualitative shift, acquiring a foul, bloody hue. The staff trembled and began to fall. The multitude of entangled black hands stained with blood. MOD's crimson figure vanished from sight at an astonishing speed. Chapter 58. Riding the Clouds? The MOD Emperor's Downfall. Countless hands paved a path. Zhang Ming fell into deep contemplation. The vast white mist continued to spread, and the cold figure flitted within. His pursuit speed was hampered by the mist's expansion, approximately covering 10 miles in a moment. Should the mist condense further, forming a path, the speed of the ghost realm would reach a formidable limit. Inspired, Zhang Ming willed the dispersing mist to retract, creating a straight line, tall enough for him to navigate within. Viewed from satellite imagery, a straight line of white mist instantaneously traversed 2 cities. This was a finer control over the ghost realm, imposing a significant burden on ordinary spirit masters. Merely frequenting the ghost realm would rapidly accelerate the resurgence of vengeful spirits. However, for Zhang Ming, who commanded 8 vengeful spirits and maintained balance, this level of supernatural power was virtually effortless. The speed of the ghost realm surged to terrifying levels, reaching the adjacent city of Desu in an instant. The one he pursued was far from matching this velocity, left in his wake. With just a straight line, he lost the advantage of range and struggled to pinpoint the Spirit Master's location. If he could not find them on the ground, then he would take to the skies. Zhang Ming thought, condensing the ghost realm into a cloud-sized mass, the white mist swirling beneath his feet. Whoosh! In the next moment, the air erupted with a sonic boom as the cloud rapidly ascended. At an altitude of several thousand meters, a cold figure stood upon the ghostly mist, streaking across the blue sky like a white chalk mark that lingered. The glass of many buildings trembled from the shockwave. Drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, on the first day of the calamity, most remained hidden in their rooms, peering through windows to witness this scene. Am I seeing things? Is there a figure on the clouds? What a joke! That's several thousand meters in the air. This is simply unbelievable. It must be the legendary ability to ride the clouds. Many were left aghast, speechless, forever imprinting this moment in their memories. Mod dashed across the ground, a blood-red path unfurling beneath him, formed by countless blood-colored hands entwined. His speed had increased several-fold, covering miles in mere moments, his eyes filled with frantic despair. He dripped black liquid. The supernatural flesh peeling away, revealing a skeletal form that no longer resembled a human. It appeared as if a colossal blood-red hand was moving. He had not anticipated such severe erosion this time. Panic gripped Mod. Ever since acquiring the dark ghostly hands, he had never faced such terrifying degradation, and the worst part was that it stemmed from the source spirit of those hands, which he could not combat, leaving him entirely suppressed by this supernatural erosion. The grand displays of the past now seemed like a mere jest. In the next moment, it felt as though he would perish. In his world, the ghost tamers stood at the pinnacle of existence, reigning supreme as a long-lived species. He had never comprehended the terrifying nature of the powers possessed by malevolent spirits, nor realized that harnessing such forces would cost him his future. Yet, in an instant, a dreadful sonic explosion erupted overhead, revealing an astonishing sight that defied belief. A chilling figure, wielding a long staff and treading upon the clouds, rapidly approached from thousands of meters above, far exceeding his speed. The distance between them diminished infinitely, and in a fleeting moment, the once vast space between them was obliterated. This Demo Jai's pupils constricted sharply. This was no mere talent comparable to that of enforcers. The otherworldly mastery of ghost taming displayed here surpassed his understanding of the dreadfulness of malevolent spirits. It was a realm he had never encountered, but the horror did not end there. An icy white mist swiftly expanded, causing the earth to tremble, colossal rivers to relocate as if conjured from thin air, and mountains to rise abruptly, obstructing his path and forming a profoundly terrifying basin. Zhang Ming manipulated the ghost realm, altering the geological structure with a craftsmanship akin to nature's own divine intervention, a miraculous feat that would take countless engineering teams innumerable years to replicate. Of course, the abilities of malevolent spirits were diverse, and he did not expect to block the path through such simple physical alterations. I declare that the person before me cannot escape the ghost realm. Zhang Ming invoked the power of ghostly words. The ghost realm inherently possessed the capacity to seal, yet the individual before him had previously escaped, indicating a capability to breach its confines. As his words fell, the white mist underwent a peculiar transformation, the stench of burning corpses rapidly permeating the air. This supernatural accumulation seemed to reach a certain limit for Zhang Ming, who was also bearing the brunt of the malevolent spirit's encroachment. Suddenly, the sound of a ghostly phone ringing erupted, as an old-fashioned landline materialized out of nowhere, ensconced in a realm of utter darkness, devouring the surrounding light as if intent on enveloping Zhang Ming as well. With his cold, heavy-set eyes, Zhang Ming split another perfectly round, pitch-black pupil from his gaze, white liquid trickling down the corner of his eye, seeping onto the fallen earth, accompanied by the ominous toll of ghostly bells and the second layer of cursed suppression. These aberrations gradually subsided and began to dissipate. It appeared that this was the current limit. Zhang Ming had discerned the outcome. With this experience as reference, he could navigate encounters with terrifying malevolent spirits with composure. Yet, The supernatural accumulation of the ghost realm was a dire predicament for Emo Jai. The blood-red path beneath him ceased to extend, as countless blood-stained skeletal hands writhed and coiled, with endless smoke billowing upwards. Ah! Emo Jai cried out in agony. He felt a searing burn, the ghostly grasp falling silent, as a viscous crimson substance dripped incessantly, enveloping his body like a red candle, within which a colossal bloodied hand seemed intent on melting him. This temperature was targeted at the supernatural, its horror far too great, utterly suppressing him. In this moment, regret flooded him. Tears of blood flowed as he lamented his arrival in this world. This was not the realm of malevolent spirits as he had envisioned. Each spirit was far too terrifying, even for those who had only recently become ghost tamers, transcending comprehension. I recall having killed you once. It appears you possess some peculiar means of survival. You may try again. Wagering whether you can survive in my hands, Zhang Ming said coldly. He would not show mercy to those who dared to infringe upon the military district. Killing more meant nothing to him. And he held the headquarters of the ghost tamers in little regard. If it were in the hands of the Yin family, it could indeed be a worthy collaboration, but nothing beyond that. Numerous ghost taming factions would rise in the future, yet his military district had already seized a significant advantage and would soar rapidly, rendering such minor troubles no longer requiring his intervention. Emo Jai was rendered speechless. His head began to ignite silently, sparks flickering like an eerie incense. Occasionally, the crackling of burning bones accompanied a certain piercing scream, a sound not emitted by the living. His life force extinguished, Emperor Emo Jai's ambitious endeavors were abruptly cut short. Zhang Ming did not squander Emo Jai's corpse, transporting it back to the military district, for ghost tamers were also valuable sustenance. To be interred in the ancient grave, converting into disaster points. Additionally, a bizarre blood-red phalanx from his body was sealed in gold, awaiting the erosion of the ancient grave before having the opportunity to be buried. Chapter 59. The young man from the Bloodbone clan, headquarters in shock, beyond the endless stars, in a distant realm, human urban architecture soared. Enormous blood-red eyes roamed the skies, surveying the world and casting shadows of crimson light. In a darkened area lay the territory of the Bloodbone clan, a third-tier ghost taming family. The darkness enveloping it was of a supernatural nature, obscuring the gaze of the blood-red eyes, as rows of skulls floated in the shadows, colliding with a dull thud. Should an ordinary ghost tamer hear such sounds, they would perish instantly, let alone dare to venture into the darkness. Within the dark, the modern architecture of the Bloodbone clan stretched forth, seemingly situated upon a vast elliptical foundation. A blood-red ribcage hung in midair, glowing translucently as if flowing like water. Numerous supernatural artifacts, such as blood-bone clocks and wind chimes, adorned the family's residence, serving as commonplace items, with even a few malevolent spirits appearing, being controlled as servants. Families of the third tier lacked the strength to establish such arrangements. Only second and first-tier families, or even super-tier ghost-taming families, possessed the profound heritage accumulated over millennia, their extravagance and terror unfathomable even to those of third-tier families. At this moment, within the conference hall of the Bloodbone clan, a skeletal figure drenched in blood sat at the head of the table. Missing a segment of its ring finger, it hummed with a voice that seemed imbued with supernatural power, causing the hall to tremble and echo with eerie cries. I sense yet another malevolent spirit realm, in the stage of rebirth. Which young person is willing to venture forth? It proclaimed. Other malevolent spirit realms were rare resources and excellent training grounds for the young. Many families had risen from special malevolent spirit realms. At the far end sat several hundred young individuals, all under the age of 100, in their prime, still retaining a semblance of humanity despite the encroachment of Bloodbone. Yet, they hesitated in times past. This would have been a rare opportunity, but now the Bloodbone clan was being eyed by a second-tier family, and rashly crossing boundaries could mean losing the protection of their clan, potentially leading to untimely death in an alternate world. I am willing to go. One young man spoke up. His demeanor was gentle, and he treated others with kindness, yet within the realm of ghost tamers, he was often marginalized and oppressed. Nevertheless, he harbored boundless ambition within, having grown amidst hardship. To him, life and death were akin to witnessing the sun, with an endless joy amidst terror. Indeed, by Junjung, this opportunity is yours, declared the blood-red skeleton. With a wave of its hand, a crystalline blood bone and a human skin pouch filled with supernatural items soared into Bai Juanjing's grasp. This source of blood bone is bestowed upon you. The burdens of the clan now rest upon your shoulders. I trust you will not disappoint us, it encouraged. This is exceedingly precious. Many elders' eyes turned green with envy. Those who ventured into other malevolent spirit realms did not receive such treatment. This was the source of blood bone. The young men could hardly believe it. Remaining within the clan, they were accustomed to taking turns for a fleeting chance to interact with the source of blood bone. Yet, all these stirrings were effortlessly suppressed by the blood-red skeleton, as the clan meeting concluded, and all were compelled to obey. With a personal hand, it opened a passage for descent, watching Bai Juanjing depart. Before standing silently, lost in contemplation, he calculated various possibilities, hoping that the young man would draw fire, securing a period of stability for the clan and ensuring its future. After all, the terror of a second-tier family was something he wished to avoid facing head-on. Sitting in this position left him with no other choices. On Blue Star, in the City of Dying, at the headquarters of the Ghost Tamers, Captain Wu Feiyang summoned 12 Ghost Tamers back from the field. Together, they reviewed footage captured by satellites. Initially, there was only a blanket of white mist, obscuring any discernible image, as the satellites had been blocked. However, they knew that the hunchbacked youth and the wooden old man had met their demise within this white fog. Then, a terrifying transformation occurred. The supernatural white mist, like the hand of a deity, drew a line across the earth, instantaneously piercing through 2 cities. The administrator of the Malevolent Spirit Forum informed me that this white mist was Zhang Ming's ghost realm. Possessing such a terrifying scope, Wu Feiyang watched the footage a second time, still feeling a chill run down his spine. He too possessed a ghost realm, one of blood rain, capable of drenching only 2 streets at most. And he dared not use it recklessly. He was internally bleeding, suffering immensely from the encroachment, and any ordinary person would not have survived such devastation. Does this fellow not fear the resurgence of malevolent spirits? Gasped a swaying individual. He controlled a balancing spirit, perpetually maintaining a skewed posture. Yet even he was miserable, his spirit flagging, constantly at risk of malevolent spirits awakening. Do not rush. Let us continue watching, Wu Feiyang replied solemnly. Until Zhang Ming stood upon the clouds, ascending into the daylight, a spectacle that left nearly everyone speechless. What in the world? What terrifying malevolent spirit is he commanding? Stammered a person curled in a ball. They had prided themselves on controlling malevolent spirits, stepping into the extraordinary, aware that death could come at any moment, yet they no longer felt separate from the ordinary. Witnessing this horrifying scene was no different than encountering a fully revived malevolent spirit. As the mountains abruptly rose from the earth, the terrifying upheaval left everyone engulfed in silence. Was this truly a ghost tamer and not merely a malevolent spirit donned in human skin? After a long pause, someone rasped a question, yet no one could provide an answer. One knew that on the very first day of the malevolent spirit calamity, someone had commanded 8 malevolent spirits. Achieving a frightening equilibrium point, one individual alone could easily overthrow the headquarters. We have made a grave error in judgment, Wu Feiyang stated with difficulty. He hailed from the Wu family in Dying City. The order to expel the Yin family and capture its members had originated from him, never anticipating they would strike the coffin lid of a malevolent spirit. It has nothing to do with me. I am merely a member of the wavering faction. The path swayed unsteadily beneath my feet. I remain uncertain, for I am akin to a hedgehog, curled up in a ball. I cannot hear your voices. What deeds have you all accomplished today? A pallid, ghostly hand envelopes the ear of one person. Everyone is implicated. Do you truly believe that the exorbitant relocation fees and supernatural artifacts you have received materialized from thin air? Wu Feiyang slammed his hand upon the table. This situation, wrought from his painstaking efforts, had taken an unexpected turn, for behind the Yin family loomed a figure as terrifying as a vengeful spirit. No, a vengeful spirit possesses a semblance of order, a tenuous hope of survival, even a chance for retaliation, but such a formidable ghost master exudes a far greater intimidation. At any cost, one must forge an alliance with Zhang Ming. All matters concerning the headquarters must be swiftly returned to the Yin family. You should personally visit to acknowledge your mistakes. Perhaps then, a glimmer of survival may remain. One individual, fanning themselves with an enigmatic peacock feather, suggested as pale paper money fluttered away in the breeze. Acknowledging one's errors, I perceive you as gripped by the fear of death. Before the conversation could conclude, a dense white mist suddenly filled the room. Spreading forth, the chilling figure wielding a red staff emerged from the fog, flanked by a woman of unparalleled beauty, her demeanor as frigid as ice. Zhang Ming did not hesitate. He led Yin Bing directly to invade the headquarters. Chapter 60. The Blood Rain of the Fully Unleashed Ghost Domain. The eerie apartment. Zhang, Commander Zhang De. Wu Feiyang trembled with fear. There must be some misunderstanding between us. Everything can be negotiated. Negotiated? Retorted Zhang Ming. When the ghost masters from the headquarters invaded my military district, their demeanor was far more uncompromising than it is now. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming struck decisively. A sharp school bell rang out, followed by two resonant chimes, the sound resonating for miles around. This was a supernatural sound, aimed at the vengeful spirits, a combination of two curses that could suppress them without fail, posing no threat to ordinary individuals nearby. Yet, the ghost masters present felt a chill in their hearts. The majority of their vengeful spirits fell into a profound silence, unresponsive to any commands. This is truly terrifying. The curled figure unfurled, revealing a mass of exposed, rotting entrails, the supernatural force that had been eroding his body now stilled. Truly, Commander Zhang is formidable. No, perhaps referring to him as the Ghost Commander is more fitting. A pair of pale, ghostly hands clamped over a person's ears in terror. The supernatural entity he commanded could not fully block out the sound, which relentlessly invaded his ghostly hands, penetrating his ears with an echoing resonance that grew louder and more persistent. Is there truly no room for reconciliation? Ghost Commander, allow a sliver of mercy for future encounters. Wu Feiyang, filled with rage, reluctantly acknowledged this title. Blood seeped from his ears as he attempted to block the sound, yet it was insufficient. He desperately activated the Blood Rain Ghost Domain, drenching a small area above him. Only under the combined pressure could he barely withstand the encroaching curse. Observing the others, it was evident that only he and the ghostly figure could manage to resist the sound. Zhang Ming had not yet resorted to his true powers. A mere preliminary test had nearly rendered the entire headquarters devoid of resistance, and even the mightiest vengeful spirits had been incapacitated. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. What qualifications do you possess to demand my leniency? Zhang Ming remarked coldly, with no compassion. His ice-cold, three-eyed ghostly gaze rotated, a flicker of golden flame leaping forth to invade the blood rain. In an instant, a vast expanse of fetid blood rain began to evaporate, and within the blood puddles on the ground, a shadowy figure appeared to burn, though it remained eerily silent. Thus far, Zhang Ming had merely utilized 3 forms of supernatural power. You have forced my hand. Wu Feiyang's entire being ignited in flames, his figure grotesquely contorted, racked by excruciating pain that seared through his very essence. Yet, the reflection in the blood puddle remained unfazed. Even the flames extinguished, it seemed that the image was not his own, but that of a true vengeful spirit. Ghost Domain. Arise. Wu Feiyang invoked the next transformation of the Ghost Domain. His body was drenched in foul blood, which continuously dripped away, the blood rain intensifying, and the sky outside darkened, stained crimson for miles. The blood rain cascaded down, penetrating even the headquarters structure, a torrent of reckless blood flowing, inundating the building's upper levels. One could see the cold figures reflected in the blood. Even an ancient, dilapidated structure appeared, as if mirroring an entire world to die. All of you, perish. Wu Feiyang had succumbed to madness. Amidst his wretched laughter, his form began to dissolve. His face warped and collapsed, as if a fountain of blood gushed forth, leaving behind a withered piece of human skin floating in the blood, thus meeting his demise. His very lifeblood drained away. A terrifying, unfathomable ghost revived, unleashing a horrifying transformation within the blood rain ghost domain. The electronic clock on the wall, drenched in blood, halted for several seconds amidst the rain. All vengeful spirits fell silent in this moment of stasis. Even Zhang Ming, unbeknownst to him, experienced a few seconds of disappearance. This represented a profound level of the ghost domain. When developed to its peak, it could even reverse time. A typical ghost master could never attain such heights or withstand this dreadful erosion. This was a true vengeful spirit wielding the ghost domain. Zhang Ming, still exploring the depths of ghost domain knowledge, found himself at a loss regarding its formidable potential. Just as Zhang Ming realized the strangeness of this scene, he knew he must temporarily retreat, yet the ghostly mist that had lingered around him dissipated. His ghost domain had been completely suppressed by the blood-red ghost domain. Even the blood flowing on the ground bore a suppressive force against the supernatural, rendering the majority of vengeful spirits within him silent. This is no jest. This is a level beyond what a ghost master can achieve. Had the vengeful spirit within him completely revived, the ghost domain had become this terrifying. Zhang Ming, accompanied by Yin Bing, fled at great speed. Even without relying on the strength of vengeful spirits, his physical capabilities allowed him to cover 1,000 meters in an instant, enabling a swift escape. However, mere seconds later, regardless of how he darted away or the multiple directions he took, he remained ensnared within the blood rain, never having left the room. The other ghost masters at headquarters fared even worse. Suppressed by the blood rain, their bodies became immobilized as they helplessly watched the blood engulf them. Within the blood, Wu Feiyang's withered skin rose, dripping with blood, swiftly moving through the crimson tide. Yet, soon, hands emerged from the depths. Cold figures that dragged the human skin down into the blood, bubbling ominously as it sank beneath the surface. You must flee. I will attempt to grow a third face to buy time for our escape. Yin Bing urged as she released Zhang Ming. Blood trickled from her temples, her eyes tightly shut, wholly subdued. Given the terrifying level of this ghost, even upon revival, it too would succumb to the blood tide, let alone the prospect of manifesting a third face. Nevertheless, she refused to be a burden to Zhang Ming and sought to carve a path to survival from what appeared to be an impossible dead end. Look, while the others are engulfed in blood, they show no signs of vengeful spirits reviving. Perhaps it is not an absolute dead end, Zhang Ming pointed out, indicating the others that, of course, there remains the possibility that even the revived vengeful spirits have fallen silent. Beneath his feet, an ancient grave began to rise, lifting Yin Bing along with him. The body of the ghostly grave was one of the few vengeful spirits not suppressed. Otherwise, its earthen form would have crumbled into nothingness. In some sense, he still possessed a chance to resist this blood rain ghost domain. With a great splash, the blood surged, and a multitude of cold figures emerged from the crimson depths, the essence of vengeful spirits. Those reflective shadows 10, 20, 30. Seemingly limitless, they swiftly filled the room, some even crawling from the old grave. Zhang Ming and Yin Bing, expressionless, tread upon the heads of suspected vengeful spirits as the grave continued to rise. Reburrowing, isolating the vengeful spirits. His grave had reached a limit. It could only endure, large chunks of soil cascading away as they awaited the emergence of life. The blood rain intensified, and the air crackled with sound. Suddenly, all noise ceased, and the space flickered. Zhang Ming recognized this as an indication of the ghost domain's spatial displacement. A chance for survival had finally arrived. In the next moment, the blood rain in the room vanished, and the supernatural blood clouds dispersed. Zhang Ming and Yin Bing, along with the ghostly grave and the headquarters ghost masters, all disappeared without a trace. The thick, putrid scent of blood dissipated, revealing to Zhang Ming's eyes a dilapidated building beneath a gloomy sky. At this moment, most of the vengeful spirits within him had fallen silent, and Yin Bing was nowhere to be found. Farther away lay a thick fog, instilling a profound sense of danger, with the outline of a city barely visible. Where strange figures wandered, a gray stone tablet stood before the entrance, bearing faded inscriptions of XX apartment, though the other two characters were indecipherable due to years of neglect. The bitter cold wind howled, causing the apartment's windows to rattle, as if they might shatter. Chapter 61. Erosion of the gray mist, the ghost master's astonishment. The windows of the apartment swung wide open, resembling a multitude of lifeless eyes. Clinging to the pale walls, a cold, elongated figure appeared at the fifth-floor window, only to collapse to the ground with a resounding thud, splattering blood across the floor, yet it seemed unperturbed, not lifting its head. As its slender limbs dragged along the gray mist, leaving behind a shocking trail of blood, no one paid this scene any mind. As Zhang Ming arrived before the apartment, he found himself in the midst of a long queue, where each figure exuded a chilling indifference, devoid of any semblance of life. Akin to a procession of vengeful spirits, it was peculiar that the ghostly entities, which typically acted on instinct and adherence to rules, were lined up here, and even more curious was the silence that enveloped them. Zhang Ming gazed into the distant mist, faintly perceiving the vast outline of a city. Could an entire city be such a terrifying supernatural realm, teeming with vengeful spirits, yet also harboring powers that could suppress them, even compelling them to adhere to certain regulations? He entertained a bold hypothesis, one that increasingly felt like an undeniable truth, if indeed it is as he suspects. Who could be behind such a terrifying act? It is the very first day of calamity. Could it be a malevolent spirit possessed of intelligence? What could its intentions possibly be? A swirling fog envelopes the city. And despite Zhang Ming's keen intellect, he finds himself bereft of crucial information, rendering him incapable of forming a precise judgment. He refrains from rash actions, merely following the procession with a stiff gait. If even the malevolent spirits adhere to certain patterns, he would be ill-advised to make untimely moves among the throng. A curly-haired youth stands out, his face etched with anxiety, glancing about in a panic, terror threatening to spill from his countenance. Where is this? He stammers. He recalls encountering a particularly fearsome spirit that began to consume his very being, and in the blink of an eye, he finds himself here. Yet, no one responds. The procession moves forward like puppets, each entering the gaping maw of a dark apartment. Their expressions are devoid of emotion. Some appear as mere skins, while others are marred with ghastly patterns. And still others contort grotesquely, limbs twisted as they crawl along the ground. Spirits, spirits. The curly-haired youth cries out, abruptly retreating from the line. After he has dashed a considerable distance, the icy stares of his fellow travelers fixate upon him. This youth, with 7 or 8 mouths upon his face, seems oblivious to the fact that the room resembles an ordinary residence. Yet the furnishings within are remarkably antiquated. Redwood sofas, a redwood bed, and an old-fashioned radio. Xuan's voice emerges proactively. From the silhouette outside the window, everything appears normal. Xuan is moving about the room, investigating. Meanwhile, the malevolent spirit halts at the doorway, seemingly frozen in place. After a brief moment, it resumes its steps, venturing deeper into the abode, leaving 3 empty rooms behind. 3 minutes later, Zhang Ming speaks again. Well done. You may come out now and find an empty room to settle into. Each malevolent spirit actively enters a room, coupled with the bizarre fluctuations of light in the hall. All signs indicate that failing to secure a vacant room could result in some form of assault. More spirits ascend the staircase, some of which remain only partially subdued. From this perspective, residing on the ground floor appears to be safer. However, he glances at the lit kerosene lamp in the security room, hesitating for a moment before retrieving a golden box and sealing it inside. The lights in the corridor and rooms seem to suggest to him that light is of utmost importance. And this object appears to be a remarkable supernatural item, worthy of his daring venture. Fortunately, this did not trigger any lethal pattern. Everything remained as usual. Just after sealing the lamp, the light outside the door rapidly dimmed. The night descending in an instant, even the gray mist was engulfed. Under the flickering incandescent light, Xuan pushed the door open, while the spirit in the depths of the corridor was seemingly dragged into the air. As if by an invisible hand, the spirit was immobilized, beginning to vanish from its head before being consumed by its own body, as if forcefully yanked upward into the ceiling. Drip, drip. A dark, foul liquid trickled down from the incandescent light. It was the spirit's assault. Damn it. What is the pattern of killing? This scene instantly unsettled the exorcists on Lu Susu's side. That was a genuine malevolent spirit, with no room to struggle, simply disappearing like that. Zhang Ming's 3-eyed spectral vision clearly observed, amidst the flickering darkness of the incandescent light, a shadowy figure hanging upside down beneath it, unaware of where the spirit had been dragged away. The pattern of killing was nearly confirmed. When the light extinguishes, death follows. He chose not to share these thoughts with the exorcists, but promptly produced the kerosene lamp once more. The yellowed, rancid light offered a modicum of reassurance. Before Xuan could comprehend, his entire being was lifted, suspended in midair, his countenance reflecting utter terror, his body numb and immobile, entirely suppressed by a supernatural force. Drops of inexplicable foul liquid dripped onto his cheek, sliding down from the decaying body. "I'm sorry, Xin Xin, Xiao Liang." Despair filled his heart, realizing he had inadvertently violated some form of lethal pattern, tears of profound longing streaming down. In the next moment, Zhang Ming, holding the yellowed oil lamp, appeared before him. Chapter 63. The dark, silent corridor, the despairing bald man. Zhang Ming, clutching the rancid kerosene lamp, arrived instantaneously before Xue and the light-dimming spirit, whether in its assault on the previous malevolent spirit or on Xue, left others unharmed during this interval. Seizing the opportunity while Xue was under attack, he could test whether the lamp's light could affect the malevolent spirit. He raised the kerosene lamp, the previously spreading flames and brightness compressed to a faint glow. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to illuminate Xuan's face, which was marked by profound terror. The flames flickered, influenced by some supernatural force, as if on the brink of extinguishing. Zhang Ming's spectral eyes clearly discerned the shadowy outline of the light-dimming spirit. Motionless just beyond the yellowed glow of the lamp, the incandescent light flickered repeatedly, yet it made no subsequent move. Zhang Ming confirmed that the kerosene lamp, infused with supernatural power, indeed restrained the light-dimming spirit to some extent. "I retract my earlier statement. You still possess some value. Struggle to survive. The horrors of this apartment are likely far from over," Zhang Ming declared. He kicked Xuen, who was suspended in the air, into a nearby vacant room with remarkable accuracy, far superior to the national football team. Xuen, shaken to his core, found the door slamming shut behind him, the pale light seeping from an old-fashioned bulb, the narrow space immediately offering him a sense of safety. His face was ashen, blackened handprints crawling up his shoulders and back, seeping into his skin, cold and stinging. "Have I survived?" Xuen pulled out a blood-stained photograph. Trembling as he caressed it, his wife and child smiled sweetly. "I must survive." Zhang Ming calmly surveyed the shadowy outline, not rushing into the room but feeling an impulse to bury it with an old grave. This malevolent spirit was of considerable terror. He ultimately abandoned the thought, as the 3 spirits he had previously buried had yet to fully erode, and attempting to entomb another now would be excessively taxing. In this supernatural realm, one must conserve their strength. He entered room 105, which Xuen had previously explored. It felt somewhat safer. The door closed automatically, and the pale light flickered to life. Meanwhile, Lu Susu and her 3 companions watched in horror. Zhang Ming's seemingly reckless actions effortlessly saved one individual, even pausing with interest to scrutinize the dark unknown before slowly stepping into the room. This guy, a bald exorcist, gaped in disbelief. Doesn't he fear an attack from the malevolent spirit? "The kerosene lamp, it's that kerosene lamp," cursed a thin man, trembling. "No, this is bad. The light is about to go out." The feeble glow still provided a semblance of safety, but now the incandescent light hissed ominously. As if about to extinguish, plunged into darkness, the terror of the supernatural would amplify immeasurably. "There are empty rooms over there. You all should hurry," cried a limping youth, dropping remnants like burnt tree bark as he moved. In the dimly lit corridor, 2 half-open doors led to vacant rooms, yet no one dared to step forward, fully aware that a terrifying malevolent spirit had recently prowled there. "Since you are so eager to go, let me send you off." Lu Susu's beautiful face hardened. Seizing the moment of inattention, she viciously kicked the limping youth from behind. The sharp heel of her high shoe found its mark, sending him bolting forward as though his backside were aflame. However, he did not flee far before being dragged upward, his face frozen in horror, his throat constricted, emitting a silent wail as he gradually disappeared into the ceiling. Lu Susu had anticipated this scene, following closely behind the thin man as they rushed into the last 2 vacant rooms on the first floor. The bald exorcist, though slightly delayed, was now frantically knocking on the door. "Open up. Help me!" He exerted all his strength but could not break through the old door, which seemed to possess a supernatural strength, firmly locked against the wall. As you can see, even the malevolent spirits occupy 1 room each. "If I let you in, it may trigger some lethal pattern," the thin man coldly refused. Lu Susu remained silent. The bald man was on the brink of collapse. The lights in the corridor had completely extinguished, leaving only the deepest darkness. He could no longer see where the limping youth had been suspended, but was acutely aware that he would be the next to face an assault. In this life-and-death moment, he had memorized each face. You all better not let me survive. The bald man howled in despair, like a lone wolf howling at the moon. There were no other escape routes now. He would fight for his life. Seizing the fleeting opportunity before the limping youth succumbed completely, he charged up to the higher floors. Thud, thud, thud. Relying on memory, he ascended the stairs to the second floor. Where darkness blurred his vision, he took large strides upward, yet he distinctly remembered the stone steps. Underfoot, they emitted a squelching sound, as if stepping on layers of flesh, the texture soft and slightly sticky. What should have been a few steps now felt interminably long. After running for a while, he had yet to reach the staircase's turn. However, the terrifying malevolent spirit did not pursue him, granting him boundless motivation and a glimmer of hope for survival. That bitch and those scoundrels, if I survive, I will surely skin you alive. The bald man growled fiercely to himself, I in the silent corridor. A phrase suddenly echoed back, the source unknown, cold and hoarse, as if from a malfunctioning recording machine. Who? The bald man gasped, his voice trembling. Who? Who? Two identical, chilling voices reverberated around him. Behind him, two bloody figures began to speak, their indistinct features gradually taking shape, a layer of withered, bald human skin sprouting atop their heads. The bald man realized he had made a grave mistake, covering his mouth tightly, his eyes wide with terror, for his outburst may have violated some taboo. A terrifying malevolent spirit was about to attack him. It was too late that a third figure emerged, covering its mouth as well, emitting three soft sounds, its now animated eyes filled with dread. Summoning all his courage, he turned to look, freezing in place as the horrific supernatural attack took effect. For figures of the bald man became distinct in the darkness of the silent corridor, identical in appearance, standing in the pitch-black hallway, their gazes vacant and icy. He was being controlled by a malevolent spirit. Even the spirit within him was similarly dominated. In the silence, as if nothing had happened, the four bald men slowly sank down, disappearing into the staircase, leaving behind an expanse of empty darkness. At this moment, in room 105, Zhang Ming was inspecting the surroundings. The items were indeed as Xuan described, antiquated relics from the previous century. It seemed that, sustained by supernatural forces, they remained usable, not yet decayed. Welcome, tenant. The old-fashioned radio on the redwood table crackled to life. As if echoing from a distant past, this immediately heightened Zhang Ming's vigilance. He had not touched it from the beginning. Chapter 64. I am Zhang Ming, and I am already dead. Hello, tenant. The vintage radio atop the mahogany table crackled with a disquieting sound. Amidst the frigid greetings, the dilapidated mesh speaker oozed crimson droplets, as if intent on submerging the surface beneath it. Zhang Ming acted decisively, a mound of grave soil rising from the table to entomb the radio. In this terrifying realm of the supernatural, where the voices of the living emerged from a blood-seeping relic, he immediately initiated a countermeasure. I am Zhang Ming, and I am already dead, as the grave soil encroached. The radio's speech quickened, revealing that I had taken residence in a dread-laden, haunted apartment. 3 minutes later, a muffled knocking resounded at the door of room 105. I am dead. The sound gradually diminished. Buried beneath the old grave, yet blood continued to seep forth, the eerie crackling echoing through the ancient tomb. I am dead. I am dead. I am dead. The refrain echoed with a maddening intensity, resembling Zhang Ming's own voice. As if another version of himself transmitted messages from 3 minutes hence, the final utterances twisted into a deranged distortion. The horror of the old grave was insufficient to consume him. What manner of vengeful spirit was this? Zhang Ming regarded the scene with a cold gaze. He would not be swayed by the ghostly rhetoric. I attempted to use the grave soil to corrupt the radio, but I failed. I must cease this futile endeavor and heed the advice from 3 minutes ahead. Preparing for what was to come, the radio's static shifted. You have become addicted to role-playing, have you not? Zhang Ming brandished a red staff, his gaze icy. The staff itself was formidable, capable of scattering even the pieces of a vengeful spirit's puzzle. I wish to dismantle the ghostly radio's puzzle. Such an action, however, lacks wisdom. The radio's voice began to stutter, and I succeeded in dismantling the puzzle. I am dead. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming paused, weighing the terror emanating from the ghostly radio against the supernatural resistance it provoked and the encroachment of the red staff. Suddenly, a heavy, calm knocking resonated from outside the door. The aged wooden door trembled, as if something lurked within the layers of its structure, now stirring. Knock? The second knock followed, steady and forceful, akin to a cordial neighbor greeting him. The ancient door creaked ominously, splintering cracks spreading across its surface, decaying with debris cascading down. The entire door appearing corroded and aged, its rot creeping up the walls, peeling away the moldy wallpaper. The mahogany sofa near the door also succumbed to decay. A supernatural assault enveloping the entire room. The ghostly attack was linked to the knocking. Having endured numerous assaults from vengeful spirits, Zhang Ming instinctively made a precise judgment. Soil seeped into his ears, enveloping him in a thick shroud of grave earth, attempting to insulate him from the sound, simultaneously seeking to open the door, determined to silence the knocking. Yet, despite his extraordinary strength, the seemingly decayed door remained immovable under the spectral influence of the knocking spirit. After the third knock, the supernatural assault enveloped my body, extinguishing the room's lights, and the light-dousing ghost entered, compelling me to muster every ounce of strength to resist. I am dead. The radio in the grave bled forth blood. Be silent. Zhang Ming retrieved a golden box, extracting the oil lamp he had resealed, preparing a stack of ghostly talismans for ignition, bracing for the possibility that the lamp might extinguish. Dead, dead, dead. The blood seeped forth with increasing ferocity, the radio's deranged static echoing like a dreadful curse. Zhang Ming dispersed the grave soil shrouding the ghostly radio. This malevolent entity could not be allowed to interfere. He needed to conserve his strength for the impending peril. A more prudent choice at this juncture would be to seal it within the golden box. Just as this thought emerged, I intend to seal the ghostly radio with gold. This is a grave error. The radio's voice calmed at that moment, the static hastily conveying. From the ghostly radio's warning, I discerned the true cause of the knocking spirit's assault. The overwhelming number of vengeful spirits on my person exceeded the limit that a single room could contain. I had used the red staff to scatter the supernatural entities, retaining only 2 ghosts. The knocking spirit's attack ceased, and I survived. With a snap, Zhang Ming no longer heeded its incessant ghostly babble, the golden box closing to seal it away. After enduring countless trials, teetering on the brink of life and death, he had achieved a precarious equilibrium with 8 vengeful spirits. How could he heed the counsel of a single ghost to dismantle it? Moreover, he sensed that, should he attempt to scatter the spirits, several revived entities might breach the constraints of this place, becoming insurmountable horrors that would launch an assault against him. Knock, knock, knock. The third knock resonated as anticipated. The ancient wooden door disintegrating into sawdust, scattering across the floor. The walls and furniture within the room also succumbed to decay, shedding a pile of odorless ashes, as if brushed by the passage of time. The ghostly talismans in Zhang Ming's grasp ignited in an instant. He himself began to collapse, the grave soil slipping away, his form dissipating, leaving behind a mound of earth that sprouted too chilling. 3-eyed ghostly orbs, spinning restlessly down a red staff clattered to the ground, alongside scattered, tattered ghostly talismans he had endured. If not for relying on the grave soil for his corporeal form, giving the ghostly shroud to Yan Bing, he might have fared even better. The mound of ancient graves had darkened, the soil becoming parched and obscure, the duration of its burial unknown. Yet, this was the essence of a ghost. Ghosts cannot be vanquished. In some respects, he could no longer be deemed a living being. Phony ghost tamer. This would be a lethal supernatural assault. Yet, Zhang Ming, this anomaly, had survived. In the endless darkness, an aged figure stood before the crumbling doorway. Mottled with ghastly splotches, the pallid skin crawling with deathly specters, eyes void of life, hands still half extended, as if still knocking. Had the door not shattered, it would have been difficult to fathom the horrific magnitude to which the knocking would accumulate. The pale, ghastly light seeping from within ceased abruptly with the encroaching darkness, extinguishing the glow. A dark silhouette, hanging suspended in the shadows, swiftly entered the room, approaching the ancient grave, massive hands extending, yet halting before the flickering oil lamp. The flame of the lamp flickered erratically, the stench of decay spreading, supernatural clashes igniting the air. Zhang Ming understood that the oil lamp, under such unrestrained consumption, also had its limits. Xuan, come to 105. From the desiccated mound of grave soil, a deep, shadowy mouth emerged, devoid of teeth, emitting a faint whisper. This was the silence of ghostly words. He could not wield its supernatural power, yet the mouth that spoke the ghostly words could still convey its message. Chapter 65. The terrifying body of the vengeful spirit, the shock of Xuan. Come to 105. Zhang Ming's voice echoed in the oppressive silence of darkness. At this moment, his adjacent presence consisted solely of genuine vengeful spirits. However, from his observations, those residing on the first floor were suppressed, requiring little concern. His own level was already capable of suppressing a layer. Meanwhile, in Xuan's room, the ghost tamer required no sleep. He reminisced about the cherished past, tinged with sadness, yet also laughter. The pale, ghastly light permeated the cramped space, providing him with a sense of security. He contemplated staying longer in this suppressed state, believing it could extend his lifespan by a few days. All to spend time with family. Otherwise, in his original condition, the revival of the vengeful spirits was imminent, and death could claim him at any moment. Xuan, come to 105, Zhang Ming's voice reverberated. Yet outside lurked a dangling vengeful spirit. After a moment's thought, he chose to step outside, unconditionally obeying Zhang Ming's command, wagering his pitiful fate upon the latter. Lu Susu and the Gaunt Man, both present in the room, heard the voice, their expressions varying yet tinged with disdain. There was a vengeful spirit lurking in the darkness. This person calling out was surely up to no good. Only a fool would venture out, Lu Susu mused. However, after a breath, she heard the creak of a door opening. Undoubtedly from Xuan's direction. No. How could he be so dazed? Both Lu Susu and the Gaunt Man were taken aback. Xuan hastened through the dark corridor, enveloped in an otherworldly darkness that obscured visibility. He followed the direction of his memory, arriving before room 105, colliding with a frigid figure, causing a chill to grip his heart. Fear not. That is a vengeful spirit, one that kills with its knocking. You cannot violate its murderous pattern. Sidle in from the side. It was Zhang Ming's voice. Xuan looked up to see a flickering, yellowed oil lamp, the stench of decay wafting outward, alongside a mound of dried, desiccated grave soil beneath the flickering light. Massive, dark arms descended from the ceiling, poised in the sickly glow. Only a small area was illuminated, as darkness devoured all light, rendering even the space before him indistinguishable. Gritting his teeth, he brushed past the chilling body to enter the room. Excellent, prepare yourself. A vengeful spirit is about to assault you. The knocking had ceased for some time. At this moment, Zhang Ming had broken free from some of the suppression and was able to move. Before he could finish his sentence, Xuan felt that familiar tugging sensation, being lifted into the air. Catch it. The desiccated grave extended a muddy arm, accurately tossing the oil lamp into Xuan's grasp. A peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The vengeful spirit, having completed its assault, was entirely immobilized by the light, while the previously extinguished oil lamp's flames stabilized, thick liquid swirling around the dark wick, burning quietly. Even Xuan, resigned to fate, felt no trace of supernatural assault. I was correct. The target of the light-dousing spirit's attack was enveloped by the light. Should another individual remain in the darkness, it would shift its target. Yet at this moment, the assault had been completed, and I remained in the shadows, effectively trapping the vengeful spirit, achieving a state of paralysis. Zhang Ming stated calmly. The specter at the door did not meet with an assault. Perhaps there exists a pattern he fails to comprehend. Based on the current experimental results, it is surmised to be valid. This revelation left Xuan utterly astounded. Zhang Ming not only decoded the murderous pattern of the light-dimming phantom, but also managed to ensnare a terrifying and enigmatic specter into a state of paralysis. Relying solely on a supernatural kerosene lamp without invoking any ghostly powers, his understanding of the malevolent spirits and his precise judgments far exceeded Xuan's imagination. Of course, it seemed that such insights had been gleaned at the cost of his very life. Hold on, keep the lamp steadied, by dawn. The light-dimming phantom should vanish. Zhang Ming concluded, drawing this inference from the fact that the lamp had only just illuminated upon his arrival at the apartment. Prior to this, no one had been attacked by the phantom. At that moment, he felt a surge of intuition and summoned the system interface. The three malevolent spirits that had eroded the old grave were now fully consumed, transformed entirely into calamity points, totaling an impressive 1,900 points. As the clock struck midnight, He also gathered the daily automatic absorption of 100 calamity points, bringing his total to 2,000. Seeing this, he hesitated no longer and reinforced both the old grave and the will puzzle once more. The 2,000 points flowed away like water, but he felt no regret. Their arrival was timely. This place was perilous, yet it also represented a veritable treasure for him, with suppressed malevolent spirits lurking everywhere. Ripe for the old grave to devour. Strengthened, this foundational puzzle could elevate the number of simultaneous erosions to an unknown level. The old grave, now undergoing transformation, heaved up mounds of fresh soil, becoming even more profound. While an icy, dangerous aura began to spread, the ground of the haunted apartment was visibly deteriorating, quietly morphing into grave soil, and the encroaching darkness imbued with supernatural forces was being devoured by the old grave. Revealing its true nature even to Xuan, is this truly still the ghost tamer? Through layers of darkness, Xuan's gaze was drawn to the old grave, his voice quavering. His innards and flesh were being eroded. Yet he managed to survive under the influence of supernatural forces, barely holding on. Zhang Ming had transformed into a mere old grave. How could he still be alive in such a state? I command the grave soil to coalesce into a body, to manifest in my likeness. Zhang Ming invoked ghostly words. After reinforcing the old grave, he felt all the dormant spirits within his body break free from their constraints. In the next moment, the old grave coalesced into Zhang Ming's form and features, his cold silhouette reappearing. The horror of the ghostly grave exceeded expectations, effortlessly withstanding the erosion from the ghostly words. Akin to an ant biting an elephant, the other 6 malevolent spirits, he mused, what would their appearance be post-enhancement? The balance of numerous spirits, as he anticipated, bore the brunt without any strain. This surreal scene left Xuan utterly dumbfounded. Rendered voiceless by shock, engulfed in profound astonishment. Indeed, to soar through the clouds and weave small lies into reality was no trivial feat. It was as if his perceived heavens had been overturned and cast onto a griddle. Crisped to perfection, wrapped in a secret sauce with chives and eggs, then sold to the specters, who would face retribution if they dared to claim it was unpalatable. It was that absurd. Zhang Ming's actions continued unabated. In the next moment, a flurry of old graves cascaded down, burying the corpse of the elderly man with decaying skin who incessantly knocked at the door. This time, he did not intend to convert it into calamity points, but rather chose to absorb the ability of the knocking ghost. A lethal power that seemed to possess a capacity for decay over time. The terrifying old grave, further layered with various supernatural forces, he judged he could manage. Chapter 66. Clues from the Old Bus. Who are you really? The horrific old grave trembled as a pale figure, marred by corpse-like spots, became buried within, gradually submerging beyond sight. However, this erosion was not so simple. The dull thuds reverberated through the old grave. What nonsense! Is my grave to be treated as a door? Zhang Ming's expression turned frigid. The supernatural assault echoed, yet he stood resolute, easily withstanding the first wave of knocks. Meanwhile, Xuan, suspended by a massive arm, found himself unable to endure. Some of his decayed innards plummeted, and an overwhelming sense of despair enveloped his rotting body. The strength of the old grave far surpassed that of the apartment's door. Should the knocking ghost persist in its assaults, the cumulative pressure would reach unimaginable heights. I declare that the long staff shall pierce the hand of the malevolent spirit within the grave. Zhang Ming invoked ghostly words. He hurled the staff, tracing an eerie arc, and it precisely embedded itself into the old grave. Under the amalgamation of supernatural forces, the disturbances within the grave ceased, and the incessantly knocking hand was halted. Skewered by a crimson staff, the terror of the knocking ghost surpassed his expectations. The pressure exerted upon the old grave was even more taxing than when it had simultaneously consumed 3 malevolent spirits. Zhang Ming was measuring the strengths of various spirits. Yet inversely, the more terrifying the spirit, the more formidable the supernatural augmentation he would acquire post-erasure. Commander Zhang, may I request one favor? Xuan's condition was already dire. Teetering on the brink of spirit resurgence, he had merely encountered a single wave of knocking, yet it felt akin to the final straw for a camel. His voice was but a whisper. Strained and hoarse, his entire being rotting, seeping foul blood. Please, take my ashes home, He trembled as he produced a blood-stained photograph, his quivering eyes reflecting desperation. He lacked the strength to utter more. He believed that with Zhang Ming's power, finding his family would be effortless. Yet he never anticipated that he would perish like this. He had hoped to endure a few more days. Your strength remains too feeble. Thus, assist me in an experiment. Struggle to control a second ghost and cling to life. Zhang Ming offered no response. A layer of pallid mist materialized. He invoked the ghost domain, the white fog enveloping the dark silhouette grasping Xuan. And in the next moment, the shadow vanished, causing Xuan to fall to the ground with a thud. Zhang Ming reshaped the light-dimming phantom, twisting the ghost domain to imprison it within Xuan's body. I will seal the light-dimming phantom beneath your skin. Successfully mastering it will allow you to see tomorrow. Should you fail to survive, I shall personally bury you. Zhang Ming spoke calmly. He scrutinized the transformation taking place, recognizing that Xuan, in his frail state, was no longer suitable for testing the apartment's patterns. If he could control a paralyzed and unrestrained light-dimming phantom, he might barely qualify. Xuan's skin swelled and tore, resembling a taut sheet of paper, foul blood splattering as his eyes bulged like a dead fish. The robust human silhouette seemed to struggle to emerge, faintly visible through the rips in his skin. The excruciating pain, stemming from the encroaching supernatural forces, rendered every second a torment. He could not help but curl up, as a dormant supernatural force and the stilled light-dimming phantom produced a peculiar chemical reaction. It appeared that for an ordinary person to master a second ghost was no simple feat. Zhang Ming's keen perception led him to this conclusion. For Xuan to succeed, he would need to endure a relatively protracted period. Zhang Ming did not retract the ghost domain but rather extended it tentatively. However, both the ceiling and walls bore some supernatural essence, and his ghost domain had yet to reach a level where it could effortlessly penetrate. No longer observing the struggling Xuan on the ground, he retrieved the golden box and extracted the ghostly radio sealed within. This malevolent spirit had yet to initiate an attack, seemingly possessing a rare premonitory power. Something he had never encountered in his previous life. He intended to bury it with the old grave, layering it with supernatural erosion. I plan to bury the ghost radio in erosion. This is my most regrettable decision. 6 days hence, an old bus will pass by the apartment, offering a chance to escape the supernatural realm and return to reality. I boarded the bus. I am dead. The old radio crackled with urgency. What exactly are you? Zhang Ming paused momentarily. The radio displayed a semblance of human-like wisdom in the face of such erosion, causing him considerable trepidation. I am Zhang Ming. On the ghost bus 6 days from now. Remember, do not be cautious. The voice of the radio grew faint, as if some supernatural entity were throttling its throat. Still toying with nonsense, whatever you are, let us see if you can withstand the current old grave. Zhang Ming's tone was icy as he let some grave soil tumble onto the radio. Before dawn, he must ascend to the second floor of the apartment, as the city's gray mist inundated the ground floor. And an overwhelming tide of supernatural assaults became unmanageable. He heeded the radio's advice and ascended to the second floor, and I survived. The old radio divulged some valuable information, its words rushing forth as the soil continued to shift. Its voice growing weaker. The gray mist invaded the ghost bus. Zhang Ming gradually ceased the erosion, extracting the dilapidated radio, which continuously oozed blood. It was not due to its potential utility, but rather a deep-seated apprehension. It exhibited too much intelligence, unlike a malevolent spirit, resembling a true person trapped within the radio. Faced with Zhang Ming's erosive threat, it first revealed a way back to reality while concealing critical information regarding the bus. Moreover, had it not been under threat of his erosion, the radio would not have disclosed the invasion of the gray mist on the ground floor before dawn, as if it were lurking, awaiting his demise. The veracity of the information, in light of the assaults from the knocking ghost and the light-dimming phantom, corroborated parts of its account. Regardless, it was sufficient for him to take it seriously and prepare in advance for the impending gray mist invasion. If you are lying, I shall bury you 10,000 meters underground, never to see the light of day. You know I am capable of such. Under the scrutiny of Zhang Ming, there was no rush to erode, but rather a deployment of ghostly rhetoric and supernatural phenomena. I declared that the ghost radio would inevitably provide a genuine answer to one of my inquiries. Terrifying paranormal occurrences ensued, as Zhang Ming's body began to disintegrate into the grave soil. his visage dissolving. Even the activation of the third layer of the curse designed to suppress malevolent spirits through the ghost clock and ghost school bell showed no signs of halting this calamity. The static of the ghost radio ceased, and drops of blood fell, one by one, onto the enchanted ground, which oozed with haunting voids, seemingly bottomless. "Who are you, truly?" Zhang Ming asked, bearing the brunt of this horrifying erosion with an air of indifference. Chapter 67. The Disguise of the Ghost Radio, Invasion of the Gray Mist. "Who are you, truly?" Zhang Ming's detached voice echoed in the darkness. Mouths, dark as abysses, emerged from various parts of his body, clawing at his flesh as if losing control, but were soon silenced by the encroaching grave soil. The aged telephone rang incessantly, filling the room with an eerie cacophony as the haunted apartment trembled. The invasion from the ghostly rhetoric exceeded Zhang Ming's expectations. Even achieving a semblance of amplification and terror, the encroachment from the two spectral puzzles deepened the erosion of his body. Had it not been for the reinforcement of the grave and the will puzzle, the spectral forces would have surely destabilized by now. Even if he could withstand it, the situation would be utterly dire. "I do not know," the ghost radio replied, its voice no longer that of Zhang Ming, but rather a hoarse, unfamiliar middle-aged man, tinged with human confusion. With a swift motion, Zhang Ming utilized the golden box to seal it away. He appeared wretched, oscillating between human form and grave state, as the earth crumbled beneath him. Merely posing a single question, the erosion triggered by the supernatural collision proved more terrifying than the ghostly knocks at the door. Such a horrifying specter would fear his erosion. It was absurd. Had it been feigning all along? Zhang Ming felt a chilling terror. A thinking specter, capable of disguising itself like a human, was unprecedented and unsettling. The mere collision of the supernatural had incited such a level of backlash, if assessed correctly. The current grave was impervious to such erosion, for otherwise, the balance of the puzzle would shatter on the ground. Shui continued to writhe in agony, desperately attempting to control the second ghost, while the backlash of the supernatural forces against Zhang Ming did not seem to target him. The surrounding ghostly communications gradually ceased. Detached from the supernatural clash, the grave was now suppressing the restless puzzle, and everything returned to normal. A swirl of white mist danced in the suffocating darkness. A chilling figure emerged from the mist, halting before a room occupied by a malevolent spirit, the ghostly domain obstructed by a door. Further development of the ghostly realm was required. It could first enhance its terror or, without reinforcement, simply allow the grave's body to withstand it, enabling further erosion akin to the ghostly rhetoric. Zhang Ming pondered, gathering more inspiration. If feasible, the enhancement of disaster points could be reserved for the grave and the will, significantly conserving resources and accelerating growth, though the implications remained uncertain. What lay at the source of this supernatural realm, and what were its intentions? He stood at the pinnacle of ghost taming, yet the fog remained impenetrable. Supernatural forces inherently represented misfortune. To control malevolent spirits was, from another perspective, akin to being controlled by them. Zhang Ming reminded himself of this. He was simply left with no choice, traversing deeper down the path of despair. Pausing before the door, a pale light seeped through the crack, halting at his feet. Through the window, he glimpsed a cold silhouette with 4 arms, pressed against the glass as if spying in the next moment. The outline of a grave invaded the room, burying it, as the soil inexorably engulfed the window's shadow. No additional sounds were heard. It effortlessly buried a ghost, and after a while, it could transform into a disaster point. Judging by the previous rate of erosion, it would not exceed 24 hours. At this moment, still possessing some strength, 3 more silhouettes of genuine malevolent spirits emerged from the windows, sliding down to be buried. Zhang Ming sensed a limit. He retained some energy, reaping ample rewards. Coupled with the terrifying knocking ghost, 5 spirits were entombed, 4 of which were completely suppressed, requiring no effort at all. It was even easier than controlling malevolent spirits prior to a disaster. Next, the white mist surged toward the dark corridor but was thwarted by a supernatural force, unable to penetrate. Zhang Ming observed. Since entering the apartment, he had sensed danger lurking in the corridor. The darkness at the corridor's depths was impenetrable. Even for the eerie apartment's bright lights, he cautiously peered, attempting to discern some clue or pattern, but everything remained eerily silent, with no events unfolding. After a considerable time, before dawn broke, within a decayed, ash-covered, dilapidated room, a curled young man unfurled his body, as if Fo Lu Susu and the gaunt man were merely fortunate, for had either of them ventured alone into the corridor, they would have inevitably succumbed to a fatal fate. Terror gripped their hearts as they raced down the hallway, skimming past the numerous closed, aged wooden doors on the second floor, with only one door ajar, seemingly leading to an empty room. Unconsciously, they dashed into that room almost simultaneously. Yet in an instant, Lu Susu was flung from it, the door slamming shut behind her. I survived. I am still alive. The gaunt man bellowed in a fit of exhilaration. Outside, Lu Susu's graceful form collided against the wall. Crashing down with a look of sheer horror etched across her face, it was over. It was over. Despair filled her eyes. Based on her experience on the first floor, there were no vacant rooms awaiting her. Only a dead-end path. The layout of the second floor mirrored that of the first, with its pallid corridors and antiquated wooden doors, housing a multitude of rooms, from which an inexplicable dripping sound emanated. Yet, these rooms were restless, faint thuds reverberated, as if something were violently striking against the walls. In some rooms, foul, black liquid seeped through the cracks of the doors, while others emitted unsettling clattering sounds. The malevolent spirits on the second floor appeared even more formidable than those on the first. Seemingly unrestrained and active within their confines, Zhang Ming refrained from rushing in. Instead, he observed this scene with caution, deeming the corridor, where he had discerned the pattern of murder, to be comparatively safer than the second floor. At that moment, he and Xuan lingered in the dark corridor, untouched by any supernatural assault, as if the killing pattern of the corridor only triggered when one was isolated. The information provided by the ghostly radio was indeed truthful. He gazed at the swirling gray mist, which did not intrude upon the dark corridor, as if separated by an impenetrable barrier. Both the mist and the darkness seemed to form a realm of spirits. Transcending his OWNIT was unfathomable to consider the terrifying source that such a vast form of gray mist could harbor, containing endless malevolent spirits. His own realm of spirits was constrained here, compelling him to enhance its strength swiftly. If he could attain the level of the corridor's specter, perhaps he could obstruct the gray mist and find a way to escape this haunted domain. Zhang Ming was also in pursuit, seeking a means to extricate himself. Just then, the old wooden door of one room creaked open, and a frigid, humanoid silhouette emerged. Its emaciated hands were elongated, several times the size of an ordinary person's, while its body was only half as wide, as though it had been compressed by some heavy object. It paused momentarily, disregarding the terrified Lu Susu nearby, and began to meander deeper into the corridor. Its movements stiff and slow, the sound of its icy footsteps resembling the crunching of brittle twigs. Lu Susu trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide with terror, paralyzed by fear. In this state, she had yet to trigger the malevolent spirit's murder pattern. Any rash movement could invite an attack. The patterns of these vengeful spirits were unpredictable and ever-evolving, and amid her intense fright, she strained to remain vigilant. However, every chilling footstep sent shivers through her. As the specter of death loomed, her mind descending into chaos, relying solely on her survival instincts to hold on. The gaunt figure turned suddenly, grasping the old wooden doorknob, the ominous creak echoing like a scream as the door swung open. The door of the haunted apartment opened so effortlessly, Lu Susu could hardly believe her eyes, swallowing hard. This meant that the room was not a sanctuary. How could one possibly survive in this accursed place? Just like that, it opened. Xuan's eyes narrowed in the darkness of the corridor as he began to comprehend why Zhang Ming had insisted he remain in the shadows. The supernatural assault had likely commenced. Zhang Ming remained watchful. The door that the gaunt hand had opened led to a room filled with the sounds of lurking spirits, the clattering resembling many feet scurrying about in the next moment. The cacophony ceased, and the emaciated figure hesitated, shutting the door with a creak, its stiff footsteps echoing in the desolate corridor. A stream of putrid black liquid began to seep quietly from the crack of the door behind it. This was, Zhang Ming quickly deduced that in the brief moment of the door's opening, a terrifying spirit had been thoroughly suppressed, even leaking some form of liquid. Furthermore, several doors bore similar desiccated traces, suggesting that more than one spirit had been restrained, indicating a high degree of terror. it had been suppressed. Lu Susu's face turned pale with horror as she witnessed this scene, her mind clouded with confusion. Everything transpired too swiftly. What was the murder pattern? The foul smell and the footfalls were assaulting her senses, her delicate form beneath the vibrant qipao trembling with fear. She too had once commanded a spirit. Yet now, before this vengeful entity, she felt utterly powerless, as if a mere gesture could lead to her complete annihilation. Amidst the tense moments, the gaunt figure returned, its lifeless form halting before Lu Susu. Gripping the old doorknob leading to the gaunt man's room. Chapter 69. The corridor of wandering spirits is safe. Lu Susu's resolve. The gaunt hand of the vengeful spirit pushed open the door to the gaunt man's room. Creak. The old wooden door emitted a rancid, piercing sound, a relic from an indeterminate era, as if it could crumble at any moment. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, as though it had endured some unbearable torment, the hoarse voice trembling with intense dread. Lu Susu's eyes widened in terror, her pupils constricting as she stood before the door, witnessing the gaunt man's tragic fate. The instant the old door swung open, his expression fell into a void, his body freezing in place, allowing only a single scream to escape. Then, a cold figure, as thin as a monkey, resembling the vengeful spirit that the gaunt man had once commanded, emerged from within, bursting forth from his skull. Its face was a sickly shade of green, and as its dark eyes slightly shifted, torrents of black liquid began to seep forth, flowing steadily as its entire form rapidly withered into putrid black water. Even a genuine spirit, faced with the assault of this wandering malevolence, had no means of resistance and was utterly suppressed. Lu Susu was now gripped by the utmost terror. The disparity in strength between her and the gaunt man was negligible. Evoking a sense of shared despair, it seemed he had met his demise. The rules governing the second floor differed from those of the first, and hiding within a room proved futile. Hearing the harrowing scream, Shui An's expression grew grave. The terror of this spirit was substantial. He sensed that the ghost he commanded could not withstand such an assault and would be instantaneously subdued. Without discerning the pattern, he too would face a grim fate. It was now evident that the murder pattern was linked to the doors. The qipao-clad woman had not suffered an attack right under the spirit's nose. Zhang Ming was also analyzing the situation. The path to survival on the second floor did not lie within the rooms, but rather in the corridor. This defied all logic. One must remain in the corridor, where the spirits wandered, to survive. Zhang Ming refrained from attempting to suppress this vengeful spirit. Once the murder pattern was discerned, effective evasion would render the spirit no longer a threat. Acting recklessly could provoke unforeseen changes. And having experienced the terror of the ghostly radio, he was uncertain whether he could fully suppress it. Otherwise, he would face horrific repercussions. The depths of this haunted apartment were unfathomably complex. Just like the dark corridor he currently occupied, even the terrifying incursion of the gray mist could be resisted. He was profoundly envious of the corridor spirit's ability to replicate and amplify the number of vengeful entities, yet he could not recklessly intrude without sufficient certainty. In his deductions, only when the strength of the realms of spirits was comparable could one attempt to encroach upon such terrifying entities. The collision of the supernatural was fraught with unpredictable risks. At that moment, Zhang Ming's three-eyed spirit discerned something. From the oppressive darkness of the corridor, a wisp of gray mist began to seep in gradually, moving at a sluggish pace, yet its terror evidently surpassed that of the gray mist. The corridor was no longer safe. They had to exit into the hallway. We must evade the corridor spirit's attack pattern, Zhang Ming decisively stated. Together, they stepped out from the shadows, the atmosphere tranquil. The vengeful spirit that had been wandering the corridor towards the door now approached them. Shui An took a step forward, his expression resolute, positioning himself in front of Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming remained calm, surveying the entirety of the second floor. The staircase leading to the third floor also lay shrouded in complete darkness. Concealing whatever terrifying presence lurked within as anticipated, the spirit did not assault them. Instead, it leisurely retraced its steps back to its room, the door creaking shut behind it. You all, Lu Susu slowly rose, her face etched with fear for the apartment. Please, save me. I do not wish to die. She turned to Zhang Ming, her delicate form trembling, exuding vulnerability. Had it not been for the subtle contours of human faces beneath the vibrant red of her qipao, This scene might have appeared more aesthetically pleasing. Previously, I was ignorant of my own insignificance and dared to speak disrespectfully to you. I hope to earn your forgiveness. I am willing to sacrifice my life. To give everything. She had now comprehended why Shui made such decisions, relinquishing his very life to Zhang Ming's whim. When one's fate is utterly inconsequential, struggling for survival in this haunted apartment resembles a solitary boat amidst the terrifying waves of the night. While Zhang Ming's silhouette stood as a lighthouse, illuminating a glimmer of hope for life. Last night, she had mockingly regarded Shui for obeying Zhang Ming's orders to step out from his room into the darkness haunted by malevolent spirits. Today, witnessing Shui's demeanor, he seemed not only unscathed but also even more chillingly fearsome. It was clear that Zhang Ming was not simply leading others to their doom. You may be overestimating your own importance. Even if you were to sacrifice everything, no one would care. Zhang Ming replied, just as your apology holds little weight for me. Your meager offense is not worth my consideration. The two were on entirely different planes. How could one be bothered by the transgression of an insignificant ant? I doubt Lu Susu's complexion was ashen, and she could no longer present any further stakes. She merely lingered in proximity to the two men, unwilling to depart. Zhang Ming, however, paid her no mind, his gaze fixed upon the encroaching gray mist within the dark corridor, calculating the time it would take for the invasion to reach the second floor. On the second floor, would they only be able to hide for a few hours? Would they be forced to continually ascend, unaware of the horrors that awaited them on the upper levels? A chill coursed through Zhang Ming, instilling within him a sense of foreboding. At that moment, another door along the corridor creaked open. The three turned their eyes in unison. This was not the chamber of the ghost that manipulated doors. A gaunt, emaciated figure, scarcely thicker than human skin, crawled from the doorway along the wall, the particles of dust cascading down like brittle, dry remnants, reminiscent of some animal's fat. Damn it, could it be that the ghosts on the second floor were all venturing out to roam? Shui abruptly stood up. Yet before he could make further movements, Lu Susu clenched her jaw and stepped forward, positioning herself closer to the ghost. Mere inches away, I understand that my actions are of little consequence to you. I shall test the murderous patterns of all the ghosts, sacrificing myself before you. Lu Susu's face was etched with determination. This would surely bear no ill effects for you in her quest for survival. She resolved to forsake everything, standing resolutely before a ghost, rendering her fate akin to that of a sacrificial offering. This is my position. Do you think you can just take it? Shui retorted coldly. Regardless, I will perish before you. It is your style to utilize everything at your disposal. Lu Susu had thrown caution to the wind. If you possess such resolve, I can offer you the opportunity for your demise. But when confronting a ghost, the time to abandon yourself will come without warning, Zhang Ming stated. Shui had already reached a passing grade in Zhang Ming's estimation, capable of assisting in discerning the patterns of some ghosts, thereby alleviating certain troubles. In such a terrifying place, an additional Shui would not be unwelcome. Stop it, Zhang Ming commanded Lu Susu. Chapter 70. The murderous patterns of unaverted gazes, again inquiring the ghost radio. Beams of light pierced through the gray mist, illuminating the decaying corridor from the second floor of the dilapidated apartment. The corridor's incandescent bulbs flickered with a dim glow, the black tungsten filaments vibrating as if they were human eyes blinking. Seemingly peering into the abyss, the emaciated figure crawled along the wall, shedding dry, yellowed particles that fell like dust. Stop it, Zhang Ming commanded with unyielding authority. To engage with the ghost would undoubtedly heighten the likelihood of triggering its murderous patterns. After enduring some form of assault from the ghost, Zhang Ming would be able to render a more effective judgment. This was also a test for the qipao-clad woman, without the resolve to struggle on the precipice of life and death. Even if she could survive temporarily, she would ultimately meet a tragic end. Lu Susu trembled slightly, her eyes flashing with determination before she decisively reached out, making contact with the ghost's icy form. The ghost was no talisman. A mere touch would not ensure safety. It was laden with misfortune and calamity. Simply coming into close proximity would subject one to some form of terrifying erosion. An otherworldly collision ensued. Lu Susu's crimson qipao seeped with blood, droplets falling to the ground, the fabric fading layer by layer, beneath which ghostly faces began to stir, their outlines subtly shifting, tearing numerous fissures in the qipao. revealing pale faces devoid of eyes. These faces bore a striking resemblance to her own, and her own eyes began to melt away, shedding granular, dark substances as if she were on the verge of being erased. Becoming one among the many pale visages, even passive erosion hastened the ghostly corruption within her, breaking free from suppression. In this state, the revival of the ghost was nigh. Zhang Ming discerned the Qipao woman's condition. Yet, in the next moment, both Zhang Ming and Xuan felt their bodies wither violently, one crumbling into dust, the other disintegrating into fetid flesh. We triggered some form of murderous pattern, yet the Qipao woman who made contact did not. Where lies the crux? Zhang Ming pondered, swiftly enacting countermeasures. A dense white mist enveloped the entire corridor, distant echoes of ghostly bells and ominous chimes resonating, invoking curses that suppressed the ghosts. The state of Lu Susu, on the verge of the ghost revival, came to an abrupt halt. However, her eyes had already fallen away, replaced by a pallid membrane that cloaked her hollow eye sockets. Meanwhile, the conditions of Zhang Ming and Xuan showed no signs of improvement. The white mist of the ghost domain enveloped the withered spirit, yet it could not shift or escape, as if it had forcibly intruded into the ghost domain itself, sliding along the wall. My ghost domain's tier is too low. It urgently requires enhancement. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. A single ghost domain could isolate the spirits, even allow escape from this supernatural realm. Zhang Ming gained further insight into the state of the ghost domain. He produced an old, yellowed kerosene lamp, exuding a foul odor. It was a supernatural artifact salvaged from the apartment. Perhaps it might hold some utility. Unexpectedly, the moment the kerosene lamp illuminated, the speed of the withered ghost surged, its desiccated limbs racing along the wall, intensifying the assault on Zhang Ming and Xuan utilized the powers of the light-extinguishing ghost to extinguish the lights in the corridor. Zhang Ming instructed rapidly die in the following moment. The lights in the corridor flickered one by one, a suffocating darkness spreading, even sealing off the light from outside. The kerosene lamp in Zhang Ming's hand extinguished swiftly. Xuan, straining, felt the once dormant light-extinguishing ghost stirring, further eroding his body. His once human arms darkened to a bluish-black hue, resembling anything but living flesh. Were it not for the shared origin of the light-extinguishing ghost and the apartment lights, he would have been unable to influence the illumination, plunging them into darkness. The assault ceased. Xuan gasped for breath, the supernatural erosion weighing heavily upon him. Were it not for his mastery over a second ghost, wielding such a degree of supernatural power would have likely cost him his life. The murderous patterns of this ghost must be related to light. It could not be allowed to perceive or make contact with the gaze of the living. Zhang Ming handed the kerosene lamp to Xuan and constrict the darkness. Just cover our area. Your abilities complement the light well. I leave it to you to wield, and in critical moments, you may need to hold on a little longer. At this moment, with the cessation of the ghost's assault, he made a precise judgment. Lu Susu, whose eyes had been erased by her own supernatural corruption, had fortuitously escaped an attack, providing him with inspiration. After the trial with the kerosene lamp, he rapidly arrived at an accurate conclusion. Eye in the darkness, Lu Susu, stripped of her sight, trembled. Just moments ago, she had felt a sense of resentment, but now she realized her unexpected fortune in avoiding calamity. Though she had lost her eyes, her heightened senses of smell and hearing granted her a peculiar supernatural ability, enabling her to construct a hazy image in her mind. The assaults endured by Zhang Ming and Xuan were beyond her capacity to withstand. Merely her own supernatural erosion was on the brink of reviving the ghost. Following Zhang Ming's directive, Xuan flicked the corridor lights back on after a few flickers, leaving several lights extinguished, enveloping them in a shroud of deathly silence. The pressure from the supernatural diminished significantly. This time, they did not suffer further attacks, as the withered ghost, having crawled a circuit along the corridor walls, retreated into the darkness, slowly returning to its room, the door creaking shut behind it. Subsequently, Zhang Ming instructed Xuan to cease maintaining the supernatural force. The constant erosion was consuming the latter's lifespan. One by one, the lights flickered to life, the sound of dripping water echoing from an unknown source, everything shrouded in profound stillness. Yet Zhang Ming understood the lurking terror in every corner. Moments of respite were a rare luxury. The lower floors posed such challenges. What horrors awaited on the higher levels remained uncertain. The gray mist would soon re-emerge, pressing in on them within mere hours. They could not afford to be passive. Repeatedly ascending, inevitably, they would meet death on one of those levels. Zhang Ming retrieved the old radio sealed within a golden box, the icy gaze of its 3 ghostly eyes swirling. He contemplated the radio's seemingly prophetic function. Perhaps it could be of use. Despite its inherent danger, I intend to elevate the tier of the ghost domain. Future me, tell me how to proceed, Zhang Ming inquired. Sure enough, the ghost radio crackled in response, echoing what seemed to be Zhang Ming's own voice. The gray mist will invade the 2nd floor in 3 hours. I am eager to enhance the ghost domain's tier. Relying on the powerful erosion of supernatural forces may be a viable approach. Hence, I ventured into the dark corridor, where the corridor ghosts replicated my supernatural essence, resulting in 8 Zhang Mings emerging. Entombing me and the ghost mist beneath a terrifyingly stacked old grave, I perished. And the elevation of the ghost domain failed. Before my death, I will ensure that you fall into the clutches of the corridor ghosts. Your confrontation will certainly be more intriguing. Zhang Ming prepared to execute this plan. Such terrifying spirits deserve to clash against one another. Chapter 71. Uprising on the 2nd floor, a terrifying collision of supernatural forces in the corridor. After a brief pause, the old radio crackled back to life. Through the narrative of the ghost radio, I discerned that this path was a dead end. The horror of the corridor ghosts surpassed my capacity to endure. However, I conceived an alternative approach, stepping alone into the dark corridor. As the 8 corridor ghosts began their erosion upon me, I produced the Book of Life and Death, inscribing my name. I survived, seizing a fragment of the corridor ghost's supernatural essence, replicating another Zhang Ming, resulting in 2 overlapping ghost domains that broke through the constraints of the apartment. Was the fatal curse of the Book of Life and Death applicable to oneself? To Zhang Ming, this process felt profoundly terrifying. It was an inescapable death curse. Once the name was inscribed, one would simultaneously endure erosion and backlash, not to mention the supernatural assaults from the corridor ghosts. The information provided by the ghost radio was currently truthful, offering insight, yet could not be fully trusted. Zhang Ming remained vigilant. Shui and Lu Susu looked on in astonishment at the scene, a blood-soaked old radio seemingly conversing with Zhang Ming. Commander Zhang, the words of the vengeful spirits are not to be trusted. You must exercise caution. Shui and caution. I sensed a terrifying aura. This radio is more fearsome than any specter I have encountered. Lu Susu, her eyes erased, trembled with a different kind of perception from another realm. I am aware of the situation. After a brief adjustment, we shall ascend to the 3rd floor. We cannot linger here any longer. Zhang Ming replied coolly. The ghostly radio provided the precise moment when the gray mist would invade the 2nd floor. We must depart early to grasp some understanding of the 3rd floor. Just then, the sound of creaking echoed. 7 or 8 doors on the 2nd floor swung open, and terrifying figures emerged, including the long-fingered specter we had previously encountered and the desiccated ghosts that crawled along the walls. In the corridor leading to the 3rd floor, hurried footsteps approached from above, seemingly a horde of vengeful spirits trampling down. This is dire. Shui An's expression shifted as several lights in the corridor extinguished. He immediately utilized the ghostly ability to close doors, isolating part of our sight. 18. Lu Susu murmured, her eyeless face quivering, overwhelmed by the sheer number of ghosts descending from the 3rd floor. The sheer quantity of these terrifying spirits could not be resolved merely by her probing their murderous patterns. The old radio crackled again, revealing Zhang Ming's voice. I do not comprehend what has transpired in this haunted place, but the situation is exceedingly precarious. My companions and I have taken refuge in the shadowy corridor, awaiting a chance for the vengeful spirits to disperse. Yet fate is unkind. As the specters filled the 2nd floor corridor, the gray mist encroaching, I dashed out, exerting every ounce of strength. The old grave buried 10 vengeful spirits. I perished and all perished. You are far too dangerous. I even suspect these spirits are influenced by you, attempting to force me into the dark corridor and gamble my life for supernatural powers. Zhang Ming glared coldly at the ghostly radio. Regardless of your intentions, I shall not grant you any opportunities. Zhang Ming sealed it within a golden box, during which the radio attempted to move on its own, as if trying to escape. Nevertheless, it could not evade Zhang Ming's grasp. You must hold on. I will enter the corridor to deal with this ghostly entity. Wait for my call before you enter. He instructed, stepping into the darkness. Shui and Lu Susu swiftly approached the corridor, shrouded in a small patch of darkness. This proximity would allow them to enter immediately upon hearing Zhang Ming's voice. Hold on, even as the vengeful spirits revive, you must endure. Xuan asked no further questions. His thick, dark arms held a kerosene lamp, which too extinguished, deepening the surrounding darkness. I know. Lu Susu was determined. Already teetering on the brink of revival, her eyeless, pallid visage revealing blood from the rips in her cheongsam. Zhang Ming entered the dark corridor, where the gray mist had already infiltrated a small area. At this rate, it would fully invade the second floor within 3 hours. The solitary killing pattern of the corridor ghost took effect, leading to supernatural assaults. 6 Grotesque, bloodied silhouettes appeared in the corridor, their sizes mirroring that of Zhang Ming. If you wish for me to confront the corridor ghost, why not let you two spirits engage in a contest instead? Zhang Ming remained unhurried, waiting for the earth from the grave to fall from the corridor ghost. Replicating its supernatural abilities, the accumulated numbers now reached 8. However, the corridor ghost did not take on Zhang Ming's features. Instead, it was a series of earthy figures shedding grave soil. Pairs of three-eyed ghostly orbs emerged, revealing Zhang Ming's true form. A genuine grave specter, I declare. All the supernatural assaults I endure are entirely borne by the ghost before me. Zhang Ming opened the golden box, revealing the old, blood-stained radio. Employing ghostly speech upon it, he did not fully trust the radio's words. While the information provided was accurate, it had thus far concealed critical parts. For instance, the gray mist's encroachment on the first floor and ascent to the second did not disclose the terror of the corridor ghost. As if waiting for his demise, laying traps, the ghostly speech took effect, simultaneously inciting a backlash, as dark mouths erupted from Zhang Ming's flesh. This time, even the grave soil could not seal them. Consumed by the black maws, Zhang Ming felt his entire being tremble under the supernatural strain, reaching an extreme. No, it seemed to have exceeded it. The balance of the supernatural was shattered. Come, let us wager on whether I can survive in this terrifying apartment. Zhang Ming's gaze was frigid. He had a trump card, a horrific supernatural item, the Book of Life and Death, containing a fatal curse. Seizing the moment, he inscribed his name within the Book of Life and Death. Concurrently, 8 old graves fused into a singular, ominous grave, enveloping Zhang Ming and the ghostly radio, obscuring their forms. The encroachment of ghostly speech, the disturbance of supernatural balance, the lethal curse of the Book of Life and Death, and the overbearing presence of the amassed grave, combined with the multitude of supernatural forces, rendered Zhang Ming incapable of resistance, submerged in the terror of the grave. However, the fatal curse of the Book of Life and Death equally affected the 8 earthen figures that mirrored Zhang Ming, entombing a horrifying radio within the grave, resulting in a collision of supernatural forces. This left the corridor ghost in a stalemate, as one earthen figure after another emerged, the increasing numbers seemingly alleviating some pressure. Meanwhile, the old radio, under the oppressive weight of the accumulated graves, surprisingly retained its mobility, burrowing deeper, approaching Zhang Ming. Yet, just inches away from him, it came to a halt. The forced suppression of the ghostly speech redirected the supernatural assault. Now fully unleashed, infuriatingly close, the old radio oozed crimson blood. A middle-aged man's unwilling and faint rustling voice emerged, before succumbing to silence. Chapter 72. The Theft of the Supernatural. Zhang Ming's accumulated numbers. Come in. The old grave trembled as Zhang Ming's three-eyed ghostly gaze flickered. His voice emerged from the depths. The horrifying clash of supernatural forces materialized, as all assaults shifted to the ghostly radio. Zhang Ming, enveloped in layers of supernatural pressure, broke free from the deathly silence. He perceived himself in a unique state. The ghostly speech had fully revived, yet the puzzle remained balanced, maintaining a delicate harmony. The curse of the Book of Life and Death, the encroachment of the corridor ghost, the revived ghostly speech, and the terrifying supernatural assaults were all borne by the ghostly radio. The terror of this entity was unimaginable. It had withstood it all. Zhang Ming felt a deep apprehension. Were it another vengeful spirit, it would likely struggle to endure, and some supernatural attacks would still befall me. At this moment, the decaying Shui and fell into the corridor. An extinguished old kerosene lamp clattering to the ground, a shadowy figure, with outlines of massive arms, dangled above him, clutching a curled, cold form, seemingly attempting to escape from his torn body. He had reached his limit. The two spirits he commanded were reviving. In mere moments, Xuan would meet his end. Lu Susu likewise crashed into the corridor, her body adorned with eyeless, pallid faces, blood seeping from her ears and nose. Exposed from the torn Chong Sam, her body consumed by relentless agitation. Her visage was marred by countless dark handprints, corroding her ghastly countenance. Both she and Xuan fought desperately, driven to the brink. Had Zhang Ming not spoken, she would have prepared for the spirit's revival, ready to tear apart all traces of herself, battling the spirits to the limit. With their entrance, the corridor ghost's solitary killing pattern was interrupted. The escalating numbers reached 10. Yet they did not vanish, instead maintaining a stalemate with some form of supernatural assault. I declare. The states of the two before me reverted to a minute prior. Zhang Ming rose from the grave and spoke. The fully revived ghostly speech had reached a terrifying level. Upon uttering his words, the figure dangling above Xuan, clutching a curled, dark silhouette, was as if ground down by a millstone, sinking back into his body. Xuan's rotting injuries seemed to have been brushed back by time, reverting to his condition from a minute ago. Xuan trembled in shock. The state of his body had been reverted a minute back. Even time itself had been influenced. Such a terrifying method. This was mere moments before the revival of two spirits. He felt no supernatural power, a mere light phrase rendering the vengeful spirits powerless. Lu Susu experienced a similar transformation. The corrosive dark handprints on her face faded, revealing her pallid, eyeless visage. The faces beneath her torn Chong Sam fell silent, their mutilated flesh rejuvenating. Could this truly be the work of a ghost master? To what terrifying level has he ascended? Lu Susu was equally astounded, captivated by this formidable power. All of this transpired in an instant. The vengeful spirits flooding the second-floor corridor did not cease their assault. Several cold, terrifying figures invaded the dark corridor. Testing the newly acquired supernatural ability, Zhang Ming sought to ascertain the level of the ghostly realm he had attained. He made a further move, as a figure identical to him emerged from an unknown space. Amidst the encroachment of the corridor ghost, he unexpectedly siphoned a fragment of the supernatural, gaining the capacity for accumulated numbers. Currently, with the addition of a complete Zhang Ming, he felt a sense of limitlessness. The replicated Zhang Ming, with cold, three-eyed ghostly orbs, turned and addressed him. Hello, self. Perhaps that designation is inappropriate. I shall call you the original. I possess approximately 70% of your capabilities, and my existence is time-limited. Likely less than an hour, Zhang Ming replied. Then you should understand what I intend to do. Let us commence. The two individuals, sharing a mutual understanding, simultaneously conjured a dense layer of fog that coalesced into one place. Unleashing a terrifying aura, a searing golden flame and its accompanying scent emerged from the mist, seemingly intent on incinerating everything in its path. Even the dark corridor was illuminated, while the white fog continued to spread, permeating the second floor, the third floor, penetrating the walls and rooms of the apartment, revealing a multitude of overlapping ancient graves, each exuding an increasingly dreadful presence, as the fog buried all in its wake. An uncanny force was responsible for this astonishing spectacle. At this moment, Zhang Ming felt himself strengthened several levels beyond his previous state, while the clone, succumbing to this expenditure, rapidly grew faint. I attempted to summon another clone, but failed. The clone of Zhang Ming spoke calmly. You may continue to enhance this ability. We have time to explore the limits further. Clearly, he too was testing the cloning ability and had drawn his conclusions. We buried the corridor ghost, yet I could distinctly sense that this was not the source but merely a derivative phenomenon, likely incapable of eroding any significant power. Zhang Ming gazed at the additional piles of ancient graves in the dark corridor. When he buried those 10 Zhang Mings, he did not experience the same sensation of choice between transforming them into disaster points or overlapping with the spectral graves. It felt as though he had buried emptiness. The source of this phenomenon was likely beyond our current understanding. We must first stabilize our development. The malevolent spirits of this world are merely the sustenance for our growth. It is only a matter of time. The clone of Zhang Ming responded. The collision of two minds was a curious sensation. What is happening? Shui and Lu Susu were utterly astounded. The two Zhongmings conversed, and the terrifying fog and ancient graves enveloped everything, while the malevolent spirits that had just cornered them into despair were suddenly entombed. Moreover, the ghostly radio seemed to have entered a state of paralysis, falling silent. A blood-stained, antiquated radio appeared in Zhang Ming's hand. Its only sound the dripping echoes of blood. Have contended with the corridor ghost to such a degree indicated that it was either of a similar caliber or nearly so. It appeared to possess human consciousness, and thus was exceedingly dangerous. It must be sealed away. Without absolute certainty, it must not be released again. The clone of Zhang Ming reached a consensus with him. The golden box secured it firmly, embedding it within the ancient grave's body. This time, we gained a substantial number of disaster points. Should I be summoned again, the outcome should be vastly different. This power exceeded my imagination. I could scarcely envision the limits of my capabilities as a ghost master. The clone of Zhang Ming stated. The ghostly domain expanded only to the 4th floor, where 33 malevolent spirits were buried. All transformed into disaster points, yielding a bountiful gain. Let us proceed. The current capacity for transformation of the ancient grave has reached its limit. We should investigate higher floors, where we might uncover hidden information and clues regarding the supernatural. The two reached an agreement, though the white, misty vapors had not yet reached the level of invading gray fog. They now traversed freely within the haunted apartment. Chapter 73. The Elder from the Past. A white mist shimmering with golden flames rose, accompanied by waves of distorted supernatural heat, penetrating layer upon layer of the aged, cracked wooden floorboards, spreading throughout the haunted apartment. The aura of malevolent spirits on the 5th floor was far more profound and terrifying than the cumulative presence of the previous 4 floors. As the mist surged directly through, isolating the spirit's essence, the 6th floor was even more fearsome. To Zhang Ming, it felt several times more intense than the 5th. Nevertheless, his ghostly domain remained undisturbed as he intruded upon the 7th floor. The very top level, upon completing his exploration, Zhang Ming found it utterly vacant, devoid of any malevolent spirit presence. The layout of the 7th floor differed from the previous 6, being open and bright. Seemingly an entire floor devoid of rooms, merely separated by an array of old wooden furniture. Old wooden beds, cabinets, stools, traditional 8 immortal tables, and numerous wooden statues of varying sizes cluttered the space. The colors were vivid. A deep crimson, yet their surfaces bore the marks of time, giving an odd impression. A searing white mist enveloped the area, flickering with golden flames, and in the next moment, several cold figures emerged from the mist, revealing Zhang Ming and his companions. Compared to the other floors, this place felt safer, and for the time being, there was no need to worry about the encroaching gray mist. Why time has come, announced the clone of Zhang Ming, his form growing faint, flickering like an old television screen before vanishing. The ghost radio had provided credible information. In 6 days, an old bus would pass by the apartment. Though shrouded in unknown terrors, it could transport us back to reality. Zhang Ming said, if you survive, you can bring your families to my military district to assist me. He observed the reactions of Shui and Lu Susu, offering them an opportunity. Thank you, Commander Zhang. Shui and the others voiced their gratitude in unison. Zhang Ming's prowess far surpassed theirs, making him the ideal ally in this desolate world beset by resurrected malevolent spirits. As they rounded a corner laden with furniture, Zhang Ming's steps faltered. An icy elder sat warming himself by a fire, kindled with smooth, severed crimson sticks, indistinguishable from the terrifying supernatural item in Zhang Ming's grasp. The elder's complexion was ashen, his withered hands layered with wrinkles, grasping a rusted, blood-stained carving knife, which he held over the supernatural flames as if to derive some warmth. He was clad in antiquated garments, shorts and trousers of old fabric, with a profusion of fresh redwood shavings littering his attire, an archaic style that did not belong to this era. What a jest! Even my enhanced ghostly domain failed to sense this figure's presence. What on earth was he doing, using a coffin pole as firewood? Zhang Ming immediately sounded the alarm. Yet the elder appeared oblivious to their presence. Extending his frail hand, he summoned a terrifying spirit from the 6th floor, which arrived with hurried footsteps, shrinking to the size of a palm, obediently carved by that rusted, blood-stained knife. seemingly afflicted by some supernatural erosion, trembling as it transformed into a deep, wooden hue. "Young ones, this is not a place for you." The elder spoke as he carved, his voice gravelly and hoarse, as though constrained by a malevolent spirit. "We are here by accident," Shui Zheng replied at Zhang Ming's urging. "This is a realm of the supernatural. An apartment filled with malevolent spirits. How could there be an elder here? He must be a terrifying spirit beyond imagination." However, as the other party did not launch an attack, Zhang Ming refrained from acting rashly, allowing Shui Zheng to probe first. Even the most fearsome spirits must adhere to certain rules. The elder continued to carve, and in mere moments, a lifelike doll statue emerged, its surface oozing blood, taking on a vivid crimson hue. The elder squinted at it, seemingly unsatisfied, and tossed the wooden carving into the fire, where it crackled and ignited amidst agonized wails. "Young ones, do not fear. I did not expect you to reach the top floor so quickly." The elder smiled, his face of withered wrinkles spreading like ripples. "I come from the past, just like you, a ghost master." "You may call me Chen Lao from the past?" Lu Susu questioned, as this seemed to reveal some information. "In my time, there were no malevolent spirits. I occasionally visit to carve wooden sculptures, indulging my craft." The elder turned to Zhang Ming. "Your aura is peculiar. It does not belong to you. Allow me to assess whether you possess the qualifications." "No malevolent spirits?" Shui and Lu Susu were taken aback. The implications were staggering. Did malevolent spirits also resurrect in the past? Before Zhang Ming could speak, Chen Lao acted, extending his withered, yellowed hand, unleashing a terrifying supernatural assault. In the next moment, Zhang Ming felt as if he had lost control. Malevolent spirits fell silent, their forms crumbling into burial soil, while the surrounding objects rapidly expanded, and he was drawn into the elder's grasp. Confronted by a colossal, lifeless visage and a blood-stained, rusted knife. "You wish to grasp me? Regardless of which past you hail from, today shall be your grave." Zhang Ming's gaze turned cold, revealing a gaping, dark mouth as he invoked a terrifying supernatural force. Another figure of Zhang Ming materialized from the swirling mist. That was the clone. United in purpose, they began to amplify their supernatural might. Zhang Ming transformed into a mound of burial soil, breaking free from the elder's hand and swiftly regaining his form. Vanishing into the enveloping white fog of the ghostly domain. "Ah, it is that ancient grave. Your level is far too low. Having controlled too many malevolent spirits, you cannot venture far without tarnishing the reputation of the ancient grave." Chen Lao reflected wistfully. In the next moment, he again extended his hand, directly invading Zhang Ming's ghostly domain. The flickering flames and heat, seemingly incapable of inflicting harm upon him, on the path of a ghost master. He had traversed an extensive timeline. At the end of his life, having arrived in this era, he had not anticipated encountering such an intriguing youth, yet it seemed he could not bear the weight of destiny. How tragic! Eerie school bells and buzzing chimes rang out from the mist, mounting an assault. There was also the power of curses. Chen Lao chuckled, wielding the blood-stained, rusted knife to slice through the intangible air, severing both the curse and the sound, declaring, "The era of malevolent spirits' resurrection shall not befall you. You cannot bear it." His words held deeper meaning, yet in the next moment, his expression shifted. "I declare, the ancient grave shall undoubtedly entomb the person before me." The fully revived ghostly words ignited a surge of white mist from the overlapping ancient grave, the overwhelming force threatening to penetrate the apartment, causing tremors throughout all floors and shaking the supernatural windows as if they would burst open. "What? The young ones lack martial ethics." Chen Lao's withered hand extended, yet instead of propelling the ancient grave, it sank into it, followed by a cascade of dreadful soil, burying him. Chapter 74. An Unburied Past. Coins sealing malevolent spirits. Amidst the eerie sounds emanating from the haunted grave, that withered, yellowed hand was also buried, gradually falling silent. I had thought it was something of great significance, daring to measure my worth. Zhang Ming observed the scene with a frigid gaze. In the next moment, a noise emerged from a mahogany wardrobe, and an old man clad in a short shirt, long trousers, and worn-out cloth shoes stepped forth. "Young one, I retract my earlier assessment of your abilities. Reaching this stage before the malevolent spirit's resurgence renders you no less than a top-tier figure," Chen Lao remarked, a smile curling upon his lips. the thick wrinkles on his face unfurling. I had no inkling of when this transpired. An exceedingly perilous individual. Zhang Ming's expression remained icy. He struck again. A towering, terrifying grave descending mercilessly, entombing the old man once more. However, it was not so simple. The old man's figure re-emerged from the mahogany furniture. Young one, cease your hostilities. The past from which I hail is something you cannot bury. Several chilling figures emerged from various pieces of mahogany furniture. All resembling the old man. The mahogany furniture opened and closed, coins clinked as they fell to the ground. What is your true intention? Which era does your past belong to? Zhang Ming remained vigilant at this unfolding scene. The accumulation of numbers could incite a qualitative change in the supernatural. The old man refrained from further action. Continuing to press on would yield no benefit for Zhang Ming. An old man nearing the end? I have little left to live for. I arrived from the past due to specific reasons. The old man did not elaborate but revealed a meaningful smile. Your destiny is burdensome. However, I look forward to the moment you take that step. Those ghost tamers from his era had also ventured forth, still fleeing to this day. The terror they embodied could make even the annals of time tremble. He assessed and judged. Perhaps this young one possessed immense potential to reach that step. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will. In fact, I hope you grow more swiftly. The old man did not strike again but returned to sit beside the supernatural fire, somewhat contemplative. This step is not fair. Yet in every era, there are no choices. Someone must sacrifice everything. That does not sound particularly auspicious. You have dropped numerous hints, yet I still have a few questions, Zhang Ming stated. He found it difficult to ascertain the ghost tamer's stance. However, through their initial exchange, it was clear he was not a malevolent spirit, rendering the situation quite intricate, and there was no necessity to continue the conflict. You may inquire, but there are certain pieces of information I cannot divulge. Knowing too soon will not benefit you at this juncture. Chun Lao's profound gaze seemed to pierce through everything. How can I escape this supernatural city and return to reality? Zhang Ming inquired. City? This is merely the tip of the iceberg. It is a ghost realm so vast it defies imagination. Even if you traverse the gray mist, returning to reality is impossible. Chun Lao disclosed astonishing information. There are two methods. One is to elevate your ghost realm to an exceptionally high level, and you will naturally be able to breach it. The other is to board that bus, which will take you back to reality. As an apology for any offense, I can summon that bus to escort you home. Although the interior may pose some challenges, it should not be an issue for you. Several figures of Chun Lao each spoke a line, unraveling the doubts in Zhang Ming's heart. That will not be necessary. If you truly feel remorse, you may provide me with 70 to 80 supernatural items. Zhang Ming's three-eyed ghost gaze whirled. He still required a day or two to entomb all the malevolent spirits within this apartment, transforming them into disaster points. He would not miss out on this substantial gain. Chun Lao possessed numerous mahogany pieces, each imbued with supernatural power, and the sight of the mahogany sticks being used as firewood made him covetous. Young one, these are my lifeblood. Chun Lao refused. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, Chun Lao provided dozens of items. Zhang Ming utilized his ghost realm to alter their sizes and shapes, placing them into a golden box. The military district thus gained a new reserve of supernatural items. Some that Zhang Ming would not use could be allocated to his subordinates. Among the more peculiar items was a long stick akin to Zhang Ming's, its surface wrapped in gold leaf, revealing hints of blood through the cracks, shimmering brilliantly and catching the eye. Even Chun Lao felt a pang of regret when it was presented. Additionally, Chun Lao produced an old leather pouch that jingled with sound. My time grows short. The items I can leave you with are quite limited. This ghost money is rather precious. Keep it close. Zhang Ming opened it to find about 100 coins, ancient in style. Their era indiscernible. Ghost money. What supernatural item is this? His perception of the old man shifted. He was not only offering items but also ghost money, contrasting sharply with his initial intent to evaluate him. Now resembling a family elder bestowing treasured possessions. Ghost money is a universal currency. Each coin seals a malevolent spirit striving for perfection. You will understand once you reach this level. Chun Lao said no more. Zhang Ming then inquired about locating his companions who had also become lost in this supernatural realm. This is no place for the faint-hearted. Your companions are likely in peril, Chun Lao replied. The ghost bus stops at certain terrifying stations, much like this apartment, and may exist in such places. The next bus will not arrive for another 6 days. I can summon a bus now. Zhang Ming promptly took action, opting to forego some malevolent spirits as the old graves engulfed the more terrifying auras from the 5th and 6th floors. Based on his experience, the level of terror embodied by malevolent spirits determined the number of disaster points converted, maximizing his benefits through this approach. Given the urgency to depart, he had to abandon some spirits due to Yin Bing's presence. Although he had ghostly funeral garments on hand, he could not ascertain how many days Yin Bing could survive in this place's terrifying environment. In the real world, numerous malevolent spirits remained. As long as he maintained a daily saturation of conversions, Zhang Ming suffered no loss. His bond with Yin Bing made the value of some disaster points seem trivial. Chen Lao reached toward the endless gray mist with his withered, yellowed hand, and soon, a piercing yellow light penetrated through, causing even the gray mist to retreat. An old bus appeared swiftly, resembling an antique from the last century. Yet no one dared to underestimate this vehicle, for its ability to traverse between the supernatural realm and reality spoke volumes. It halted beneath the apartment, its yellowed light invading the building, creeping up the stairwell to the top floor. As if paving a road. Young one, go forth, Chun Lao implied. Many await you. He could not leave this place but would gladly accompany him to confront the malevolent spirits in reality. Chapter 75. The Ghost Bus's Pattern of Murder? The vehicle came to a stop. Zhang Ming and the others stepped through the yellow light. Arriving at the old bus, it bore a heavy, muted red hue, the engine emitting a low growl mixed with a series of thuds. As if several cold corpses were crammed within. The doors had already opened, a ghastly white light illuminating the interior, revealing a multitude of lifeless faces, some shadows already seated. Lu Susu was the first to board as usual. Her graceful figure clad in a qipao, her face covered in a pallid membrane, with features reminiscent of a malevolent spirit lurking beneath. Next came Xuan, his arms unusually thick, his chest fully opened like an empty shell, devoid of anything to spill. Finally, Zhang Ming, who appeared the most human, save for his restless three-eyed ghost gaze surveying the surroundings. There were 36 passenger seats, with over 10 figures occupying them, each exuding an icy aura. One figure was swathed in putrid white cloth, holding a black and white portrait depicting themselves, wrapped in the same white cloth. Against a backdrop of swirling gray mist within the ghost booth, an old woman with a rigid smile sat behind. Clutching a blood-soaked basket, faint cries emanating from beneath the filthy blue cloth. Another figure, hair obscuring their face, sat upright. One could only see their ghastly countenance upon closer inspection, their head twisted a full 360 degrees. Fixating on the rear, having just glimpsed the back of their own head, a straw hat adorned a figure dressed as an old farmer, splattered with bloodied mud. A faceless person stared intently at a tattered newspaper. A towering silhouette nearly touched the bus ceiling, and other figures devoid of life. The seating was relatively spacious, and the trio chose to sit at the back, maintaining distance. Both Xuan and Lu Susu thought similarly. Settling in without experiencing any supernatural attacks, indicating temporary safety. Just as Zhang Ming prepared to take a seat in the rear, the faceless man reading the newspaper buzzed, "Get off. It's dangerous here." Death could strike at any moment. He had once encountered a fully loaded vehicle, nearly meeting his own demise. Thus he now warned any ghost tamers seeking to board, hoping to avert the risk of overloading. "Are you speaking to me?" Zhang Ming replied coldly. Xuan and Lu Susu quickly rose to encircle the faceless man. At that moment, the bus roared to life, the doors slamming shut with a dull thud, akin to a coffin lid closing. "Sit down quickly, or you will trigger the murder pattern." A female voice suddenly rang out, belonging to the long-haired girl whose head had twisted. As she spoke, the icy passengers turned their lifeless gazes toward her, causing her to fall silent. Chu Yaya had been on the bus for nearly half a day, familiar with some of the ghost bus's rules, unable to bear the thought of witnessing anyone die horrifically. Xuan and the others hastily took their seats, a chill running down their spines, as if something had just locked onto them. Zhang Ming's gaze shifted to the bus's rearview mirror, where a pair of lifeless eyes lurked, seemingly the source of the recent sense of danger. "Do not provoke trouble. At the next stop, I will personally toss you off this bus." A burly man uttered a low, furious growl, with a pair of crimson feet perched atop his head. Blood seeping down. "You can give it a try." Shui immediately retorted, "What a fool seeking death!" He commanded 2 spirits, and any ghost handler confronting him would be crushed without mercy. Truly pitiable, Lu Susu lamented, her voice tinged with sympathy. Teodare threatened Zhang Ming, a fearsome ghost handler. One could easily surmise the dire consequences that awaited. Ignorant fool, do you think that by grasping a few rules, you can act with impunity? Zhang Ming spoke, his voice as cold as ice. If you wish to become a corpse, I shall fulfill your desire. However, aboard the ghost bus, he refrained from making a move, maintaining a degree of caution. From a certain perspective, the ghost bus, capable of infiltrating the gray mist, was even more terrifying than he was. Quite the imposing presence you have. I wonder if your voice will be so loud when begging for mercy. The burly man, known as Wang Qing, commanded the malevolent spirit codenamed Ghost Stomping Head, having already slain several ghost handlers, all of whom he had unceremoniously discarded from the bus. The faceless man, Kong Weijia, glanced back, signaling him to be silent. Excessive noise could provoke indiscriminate attacks from the spirits within the bus. The yellow light of the ghost bus illuminated a patch of gray mist as the scenery outside shifted rapidly. A phenomenon Zhang Ming was well acquainted with, akin to his use of ghostly domain teleportation. Thus, the ghost bus possessed a terrifying ghostly domain ability, traversing between the supernatural realm and reality, leaving Zhang Ming to ponder the identity and intentions of its creator. The yellow light brightened even the edges of the gray mist, passing by desolate buildings of great antiquity, their outlines illuminated as they brushed past. Occasionally, a thunderous bang reverberated, causing the bus to shudder. Though no anomalies ensued, it continued its journey as usual. After approximately half an hour, the exterior transformed into an ancient village, with a chilly smoke rising, and the road became a winding dirt path. At that moment, the ghost bus suddenly jolted, violently shaking within, as if it had rolled over numerous protruding graves, the undulations significant and unrelenting, showing no signs of abating. The burly man's expression soured. He coldly snorted. "Consider yourselves fortunate to live a little longer. We're entering a bumpy stretch now. At this time, all stations must refrain from making a move. Let me remind you, if you seek death, do not implicate me. Those who are sensible should disembark now." The bumpy stretch was perilous. Without the protection of the yellow light, disembarking would invite attacks from vengeful spirits, and he lacked the confidence to endure such an encounter. Moreover, the time spent at each stop was exceedingly brief, and any aggression could incite an uprising among the spirits aboard. Suddenly, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, the engine emitting a low rumble, while the ghost bus's horn blared thunderously, seemingly urging something onward. This is bad. The vehicle is about to stop. The burly man's complexion changed drastically as the blood-soaked feet above him stomped down, driving his head deep into his chest, a torrent of blood spreading, saturating his entire being. The faceless man hastily covered his face with a tattered newspaper, an indistinct and terrifying outline appearing beneath the paper. Chu Yea quickly warned, "The vengeful spirits on the bus are about to launch indiscriminate attacks. Stay safe." Her long, jet-black hair stretched out, enveloping her body, beneath which the sound of cracking bones echoed, her form twisting and contorting. Resembling a grotesque, mangled corpse, at that moment, Shui and swiftly retrieved a yellowed, putrid oil lamp, extinguishing it in an instant, plunging the trio into an eerie darkness. Simultaneously, an array of vengeful spirits rose within the bus, seemingly freed from some form of restraint, wandering through the carriage. Chapter 76. The unperturbed Zhang Ming, ghost bus at full capacity. Within the desolate gray mist, the ghost bus's horn pierced through the silence of the ghostly village. Awakening the surroundings, on the dilapidated bus, cold, spectral figures stood, their presence chilling. An elderly woman with a rigid, blood-stained smile lifted the soiled blue cloth, and a piercing wail erupted from a blood-soaked basket, the faces of the vengeful spirits now displaying expressions of sorrow. Some even shedding tears. However, these were true vengeful spirits. The wails that would spell doom for ordinary ghost handlers merely caused them to pause. The burly man trembled slightly amidst the cries, the bloodied feet above him continuing to stomp relentlessly, threatening to consume him whole. The newspaper held by the faceless man crumpled ominously, revealing a patch of charred skin, as if it were about to be torn asunder. Wrapped in her dark hair, Chu Yeye's contorted form twisted further, the cracking of bones ceaseless, a deluge of blood seeping forth, as if she were on the verge of shattering. The intensity of the supernatural assault surpassed their imagination. Yet, amidst the encroaching darkness, Zhang Ming and his companions still heard a faint wailing, its intensity gradually amplifying, though within their tolerable limits. One by one, the vengeful spirits began to act without triggering the murderous patterns. Perhaps influenced by some peculiar state of the ghost bus, Zhang Ming speculated. Simultaneously, the sound of school bells and chimes rang out in the darkness, effectively drowning out the spectral wails. The third layer of suppression could resolve the terror posed by these ghostly passengers, keeping it within manageable bounds. Zhang Ming's expression remained calm. The wails persisted for approximately 3 minutes before the ghost bus resumed its journey, continuing along the bumpy dirt road, as the figures once again fell silent, returning to their seats as if nothing had transpired. Shui and dispelled the darkness, holding aloft a rancid oil lamp, its yellow flame flickering dimly. The three of them appeared unperturbed, having endured the terrifying assaults of the vengeful spirits in the haunted apartment. Such a level of threat was insufficient to compel them to employ their true powers. Conversely, the burly man and the faceless man looked utterly disheveled. One protruded his head, looking as though it were deflating like a punctured soccer ball, while the other removed his newspaper, revealing a half-charred, putrid visage, the features barely discernible, as if a face were trying to emerge. They had resorted to life-saving measures, yet had still nearly perished. Had the stop lasted any longer, the consequences would have been dire. They hadn't anticipated the terrifying presence of the elderly woman who boarded after them. Chu Yeye's pallid complexion reflected her anxiety. Her hair had retreated, yet her body felt as though it might collapse. Her head twisting in the turbulence, as if it might detach at any moment. Hand over the supernatural items you possess, and I may spare you. Let's leave the past behind and not seek further trouble. The faceless man suddenly turned, his voice sharp and resolute. The old newspaper in his hand had previously shielded him from several deadly assaults, but it was nearing its limit. I didn't expect you to hide such supernatural items. Bring them forth. Wang Qing chimed in. Both men had barely escaped death, while Zhang Ming and his companions appeared unscathed, their fiery gazes swiftly turning towards the dimly lit oil lamp. You two pathetic creatures. I doubt your lives are resilient enough to last until you can grasp that oil lamp. Xuan scoffed. That newspaper of yours is quite intriguing. Hand it over, and I might grant you a swifter demise. Lu Susu sneered. The supernatural power of that newspaper seemed capable of suppressing the myriad ghostly faces upon her, making it a fitting match, and no need to waste words on those destined for death. Xuan, you handle it later. Don't dirty my eyes. Zhang Ming remarked indifferently. That girl over there, your condition won't hold for long, will it? Let us exchange information about the ghost bus. Within reason, I will ensure the safety of the two of them. As they conversed, some of the vengeful spirits aboard grew restless, as if intending to rise, but after a moment, they settled down once more. Chu Yeye's pale visage revealed her struggle. She was in poor condition, and had the ghost bus not been suppressing her, she would have succumbed to the vengeful spirit's resurgence. All right, I agree, but don't treat me as a liability. I will contribute wherever needed. She maintained a sufficient calmness. Having witnessed her family perish at the hands of vengeful spirits and unexpectedly finding herself embroiled in the ghost bus ordeal, she had undergone a quiet transformation after enduring several life-and-death trials. Her warnings to Zhang Ming and the others stemmed from a reluctance to witness further tragedies, yet now she found herself seeking protection. She was determined to demonstrate her worth, striving for a chance to survive. Observing Zhang Ming and his companions' composure, it seemed they did not regard this terrifying ghost bus with any trepidation. Her long hair enveloped her, as the impending resurgence of vengeful spirits emanated an icy aura. Rolling through the bus like corpses, some of the spirits cast glances her way, yet no further action followed. Ultimately, Chu Yeye seated herself beside Zhang Ming and his companions. Within the bus, if one maintained the aura of vengeful spirits, they could move within a small range without facing attacks. She then remarked, there are additional rules you ought to know. Halting midway during a bumpy stretch is perilous. As she spoke, the ghost bus came to a sudden stop once more. This time beside an old bus station, a blood-stained signpost standing, its inscription corroded and indecipherable. The yellow light did not extend outwards, illuminating only the frigid figures standing beside the iron sign, several of whom boarded the bus. While the towering vengeful spirits opted to disembark here, such ordinary bus stations were also unsafe for disembarking, as one would face dreadful assaults. Chuyeye seemed to recall something, her eyes filled with terror. These were avoidable situations, yet when reaching certain terrifying stations, all vengeful spirits would disembark, leaving those aboard to face the ghost bus's lethal attacks. No one would survive. She spoke with utmost seriousness, her voice trembling slightly. I have experienced such a station. 3 hours later, the ghost bus's yellow light spread, illuminating a path, allowing me to escape from there, having narrowly evaded the grasp of a vengeful spirit. This was invaluable information. Zhang Ming nodded. The girl had previously expressed goodwill, thus he chose her as a means to swiftly obtain useful intelligence. Otherwise, he might inadvertently trigger the ghost bus's murderous patterns, leaving him with no absolute guarantee of survival. At present, he determined that the girl was indeed speaking the truth. The fragmented conversations of the few individuals aboard the bus served to evade the oppressive, lifeless gazes that lingered within. After several jolting stops along the bumpy road, Lanyeye noted that there were still 10 empty seats remaining. It seemed unlikely that they would encounter a fully packed scenario. Yet, a terrifying assault loomed. The bus must retain vacant seats, for once it became fully occupied, it would trigger a horrifying cycle of death, from which even vengeful spirits could not escape. Her eyes widened in terror as she recalled the memories. The ghostly bus rattled as if it had traversed over countless corpses, halting once more at a platform. This time, no malevolent spirits disembarked. Instead, a procession of cold, decaying figures ascended the dilapidated steps, 11 in total. Chapter 77. The trampling of Zhang Ming. The ghostly bus came to a stop. 11 malevolent spirits boarded the aging vehicle, yet only 10 seats remained unoccupied, with no one settling into them. The engine of the ghostly bus emitted a low, ominous hum, accompanied by the sound of incessant tapping. As if countless hands were striking the underside of the vehicle, the noise growing clearer, causing the entire compartment to sway. The yellow lights dimmed, heralding an impending supernatural assault. The burly man and the faceless figure exchanged glances before rising abruptly. This was a treacherous stretch of road. Should they allow the bus to reach full capacity, the terror would far exceed that of the ordinary route. It was imperative to eliminate Zhang Ming and his companions, thus creating more vacant seats. They took action. Bloodied footsteps descended from the burly man's head, splattering the ground with putrid blood. For every ghost hunter trampled underfoot met an inevitable demise. The faceless figure's charred visage was slowly unveiled by an invisible hand, revealing a gradually distinct contour of features. Yet they were not his own. The encroachment of the vengeful spirit deepened. As the unfamiliar visage fully manifested, he sensed that he would soon be replaced by a genuine malevolent entity. He launched an attack on the sightless woman, Lu Susu, while the burly man targeted another, determined to subdue at least 2 of them before discarding the ghostly bus. All unfolded in an instant. However, Zhang Ming's decisiveness exceeded their expectations. The compartment became suffused with swirling white mist, and an eerie school bell began to resonate ominously. What was this? The burly man and the faceless figure found themselves outside the bus in the next moment. Their spirits plunged into an utter silence. They wished to voice their thoughts, yet their expressions froze in shock, their cadaverous faces reflecting profound disbelief. Stripped of their supernatural powers, the 2 putrid corpses collapsed outside the bus. Consumed by the encroaching gray mist, bloodied footsteps emerged from the corpses, fully revived, and aimed to board the ghostly bus. But the doors clanged shut with a finality reminiscent of a coffin lid. A terrifying silhouette stood outside the window, its features shifting and indistinct, unable to board the vehicle. One by one, the malevolent spirits abandoned their seats, advancing towards Zhang Ming, a terrifying aura radiating from them. Zhang Ming acted amidst the tumultuous journey, touching upon a certain pattern of the ghostly bus, inciting a dreadful supernatural assault. The grinning old crone, a pitch-black paper figure gasping like a bull, and a straw man adorned with tattered stitching, all emerged before him. Zhang Ming maintained his composure, invoking ghostly words in a whisper akin to a demon's. I command all malevolent spirits before me to return to their seats. No attack shall occur. An astonishing spectacle ensued. After a brief moment of tense stillness, The spirits, as if chastised by a stern teacher, returned to their original positions. Nothing transpired. The vehicle began to move slowly, its yellow lights sweeping across the desolate outlines of the village. You. Chu Yeye, prepared to fiercely resist the assault, was taken aback. She gazed at Zhang Ming, her pallid face filled with horror. Throughout the journey, the faceless figures had dispatched ghost hunters with ease, yet Zhang Ming's intervention revealed an insurmountable chasm in their abilities. The very malevolent spirits they had so feared were utterly subdued by Zhang Ming's prowess. She found herself grappling with an incredulous thought. Perhaps the combined strength of all the malevolent spirits aboard the bus could not rival Zhang Ming's terror. With this realization, her body twisted uncontrollably in tremors. You fools, the commander has shown mercy. In my grasp, I shall torment you for 7 days and nights, Lu Susu scoffed. The ghostly bus is no ordinary vehicle. Do not introduce complications. One misstep, and I too may find myself ensnared. Zhang Ming replied coldly. His current abilities were insufficient to penetrate the gray mist, yet the ghostly bus could traverse this realm freely. A testament to its terror. Had it not been for the imminent triggering of the full capacity cycle, he would not have intervened. Nevertheless, he had gleaned certain insights. At present, the malevolent spirits aboard posed no threat to him. A brief engagement elicited no further reactions from the ghostly bus. Once they reached the next stop, he would unceremoniously expel all the spirits to prevent any unforeseen complications. Zhang Ming subsequently handed Lu Susu the tattered newspaper left behind by the faceless figure. I have no use for such items. Your conjecture holds some merit. It should align with the facial contours you possess, allowing you to enhance your powers swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame others if you perish here. Thank you, Commander. I feel as if I am hopelessly enamored with you, Lu Susu replied coyly, though her emotions were tinged with exaggeration. Zhang Ming paid her no heed. Hopelessly enamored? Who's responsible for your entire body being a tapestry of faces? It is enough to make one shudder. Xuan interjected unexpectedly. Hello? Your body is rotting away, more grotesque than a malevolent spirit. You drone on about your wife and children. Returning home would give them quite the fright. Lu Susu retorted. Since becoming a ghost hunter, surviving a few more days has become a luxury. If I could just see them once more, I would willingly embrace the resurrection of the malevolent spirits. Xuan's voice was grave. Lu Susu paused, uncertain of her family's predicament, unsure if they would survive. She dismissed further thoughts and began examining the tattered newspaper and the myriad faces upon her body. The deeper the encroachment of the malevolent spirits, the more it represented hope for life. As the road gradually smoothed out, they exited the bumpy stretch, the yellow light illuminating the ashen outlines of the buildings as they transitioned into a more urban landscape. Since boarding the ghostly bus, they had traversed distances surpassing that of a single city. The realm of the supernatural was vast and terrifying. The bus stopped once more, passing a dilapidated red platform that remained merely a temporary stop. Devoid of the yellow light that would pave the way, some cold figures approached the window, as if they had been waiting for an eternity. However, this time, it was destined that no malevolent spirit would board. Zhang Ming whispered, his words echoing like a sinister chant from the depths of hell. I declare that the malevolent spirits before me shall be expelled from the bus by the domain of the ghosts. I decree that the spirits below shall be barred from boarding. The wave of white mist surged forth, empowered by the ghostly words, swiftly sealing off the entire compartment, as the bus prepared to depart again. The mist dissipated, and all malevolent spirits vanished, no one able to invade or board. Xuan and Lu Susu had anticipated this scene. Having witnessed the buried spirits in the haunted apartment, they were no longer surprised. Only Zhang Ming could achieve such a feat, casting out any spirits that might incite unexpected chaos. Wait, it can be done like this? Chu Yeye exclaimed, her head twisting in disbelief as if it might detach. From this moment on, she gained a more tangible understanding of Zhang Ming's terror and felt immensely relieved that she had previously warned him. Otherwise, she had no doubt that she would have been cast out alongside those malevolent spirits. The vehicle continued its journey for several hours, passing temporary stops, with no malevolent spirit breaching the mist's barrier to board. Chu Yeye's astonishment dulled into numbness, tinged with a hint of confusion, at this juncture. The ghostly bus came to a halt once more, the doors clanging open, the yellow light casting a path into a 3-story structure of gray and white. We're disembarking. The ghostly bus may stop for 3 hours, Chu Ye said nervously. Without needing to elaborate, Zhang Ming sensed the fading yellow light as the gray mist surged toward the ghostly bus, strange sounds emanating from beneath, validating Chu Ye's concerns. Chapter 78, The Trail of Yanbing. Zhang Ming appears before the desolate gray and white 3-story building. An old bus came to a stop, its yellow light extending like a path into the depths. The building appeared ancient, its cold yellow light illuminating a pale, decaying sign that trembled precariously, poised to shatter. The letters had been eroded to an indistinct state, leaving behind deep brown stains. A swirl of white mist followed the yellow light, invading the structure. Within the domain of Zhang Ming, he swiftly gleaned some information about this building. The space was far larger than that of the haunted apartment, cavernous like a vast tomb built upon the earth, from within which the sound of glass spheres rolling echoed ominously. In a frigid room where the white mist seeped in, Zhang Ming discovered the trace of Yan Bing, just moments earlier. Fearless souls, come and try your luck. Yan Bing's cold, beautiful visage bore an unsettling calm. She carried a white cloth-wrapped figure, its silhouette stirring uneasily, as if a corpse within was poised to awaken. The room she occupied was peculiar, with blood-stained white single beds scattered throughout, and a rusted steel cabinet dominating one wall. Exuding a chilling aura, the scent of decay lingering in the air. There were a dozen individuals in the room, all fiercely vying for the ominous item wrapped in the white cloth, their supernatural powers brimming with anticipation. Ready to clash with Yan Bing. Hand it over, newcomer. You lack the qualification to vie for your life. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses declared, his expression grim. 5 others had already wrapped themselves in the white cloth and ascended to higher floors. Considering the remaining ghost hunter's abilities, it was only fair that it should be his turn. Should he fail to escape the first floor, he feared facing an imminent supernatural assault. Already, a dozen had perished at the hands of some malevolent spirit. As he spoke, a shadow as dark as night surged forth from beneath him, lunging toward Yan Bing. All it needed was to touch her, and the deadly supernatural force would take effect. With so many individuals present, one must deliberate with utmost care. A temporary compromise would indeed be the sagacious choice. The man with the golden-rimmed glasses scoffed softly, engaging in incessant conversation merely to divert his opponent's attention. Yan Bing had naturally prepared herself thoroughly. From the moment she acquired the white cloth shrouding the corpse, she had no intention of departing unscathed. The visage of a dark, bruised face loomed behind her, curling into a chilling smile, its dry, hoarse laughter reverberating throughout the chamber. He. The supernatural laughter unleashed a multitude of hidden apparitions, all colliding at that very instant. A decayed young man, whose hand was in close proximity to Yan Bing, momentarily froze, a stiff smile etched upon his face as the essence of life ebbed away. His rotten hand fell away, oozing a bubbling crimson liquid, heralding the awakening of a terrifying malevolent spirit. The supernatural assault was horrendous. 2 others nearby involuntarily began to smile, their expressions reflecting sheer terror, as they were caught off guard by the extent of Yan Bing's malevolence. Rendered powerless in an instant. No, please, the man and woman pleaded, but it was already futile. Their faces contorted into rigid, frozen grins, and their lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. An aura of dread enveloped them, signaling the impending revival of 2 more malevolent spirits. Yan Bing's ghostly laughter was indeed terrifying, particularly within the confines of the cramped room, where echoes compounded upon one another, leading to an almost uncontrollable wave of horror. The third face, inescapably, emerged, but curiously, it did not materialize from above. Instead, it descended upon the white cloth shrouding the corpse on her back. The trembling outline of the shroud ceased its quivering, succumbing to an eerie silence. A dark, stiffly smiling face emerged from the torn fabric with a tearing sound. The third visage had appeared. Having long been influenced by Zhang Ming, her perceptiveness had reached remarkable heights, and she was prepared to command the second malevolent spirit. Boldly taking a daring step in this desperate situation, causing the 2 encroaching supernatural entities to clash. Fortunately, her decision proved correct. She successfully subdued them, rendering both spirits silent. Even though 2 ghostly faces smiled simultaneously. For a brief moment, The burden of imminent revival dissipated. The shadowy figure that had been drawing near from the darkness came to a halt. Moreover, all individuals present exhibited involuntary, rigid smiles, as they were gradually consumed by the echoes of the two ghostly visages. The room trembled with the weight of despair, as one corpse after another fell to the ground. In that fleeting moment, only the man with the golden-rimmed glasses remained, desperately struggling. A pallid, decaying hue crept up his cheek, tugging at the ever-expanding arc of his smile, while a metallic tang of blood sprayed forth, warping and distorting his features. Most of the corpses on the floor, harboring reviving malevolent spirits, had been subdued into silence. Yet a few terrifying figures rose. The resurrected spirits exuded an overwhelming horror. They paused momentarily amidst their chilling laughter, their rigid smiles emerging unrestrained, triggering a collision of supernatural forces that propelled them toward Yanbing. The rusted iron cabinet against the wall. Cray, who we are is of little consequence. You should remain well-behaved and refrain from harboring inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take action and bury you here as well. Zhang Ming's calm gaze seemed to penetrate the very hearts of men. The few pairs of eyes flickered with a furtive glint. By his estimation, their intentions were far from noble. It would be best for both parties to coexist peacefully. For Zhang Ming had no fondness for needless slaughter. His actions were always driven by a profound purpose. You, all of you, a seemingly frail youth, whose complexion resembled that of a corpse long frozen, exclaimed in shock. How did he manage to ascend to the second floor without being wrapped in a shroud? The three exchanged glances, fully aware of the perilous nature of the haunted elevator, and the presence of two revived spirits within it. How could they have come up so easily? We seem to have no obligation to provide answers. Perhaps you could enlighten us about the patterns of murder on the second floor. As a form of exchange, Xuan suggested, his tone somber, fully embracing the role of a pawn. There indeed existed a horrifying pattern of killings on the second floor, and in consideration of our shared humanity, I may divulge it to you. A corpulent youth's eyes flickered momentarily. His distended belly bore an unsettling hue of dark blue, as if something peculiar stirred within. It is imperative to knock before entering. Otherwise, the terrifying spirits in the elevator shall assault those who fail to do so. The rotund youth's expression grew grave. Two of our companions perished precisely for this reason, and thus we acquired this knowledge. His speech was cunningly crafted, a blend of truth and deception, easily misleading if one were not vigilant. Indeed, come and knock on the door. In such dire straits, we must aid one another to survive. A burly man rumbled, an almost imperceptible rattling echoing around him, his gaze seemingly sincere. Chapter 80. Knocking on the mahogany door, the figure emerging from the mirror. Some among the three began to sweat profusely. Others subtly shifted their gazes, while one unconsciously rubbed the tip of his nose. These micro-expressions were decidedly unnatural. If merely failing to knock would result in an assault, avoiding this pattern should not incite such panic. If that is the case, then let us all knock together. With that, Zhang Ming invoked the essence of ghostly words, his voice deep and resonant as a demoness. I declare that the three before me shall inevitably strike the wooden door. The trio's expressions froze, their previously feigned amiable smiles morphing into menacing grimaces. Those capable of snatching a shroud from among a host of spirit tamers were not innocuous. Upon realizing their ruse was exposed, they were ready to cast aside pretense. Do you not wish to knock? Zhang Ming and his companions would not allow it. Yet in the next moment, they were horrified to discover that the bodies which had intended to attack had become rigid, irresistibly drawn towards the wooden door, their hands striking it uncontrollably. Bang, bang, bang. This is not a power typically possessed by spirit tamers. My spirits have fallen silent. The ancient wooden door quivered under the barrage, its sound echoing like a death knell, rendering the trio's faces ashen, despair etched in their eyes. What to do? What to do? The spirits had been known to strike every 2 hours. Now it was over. All was lost. Just as the words trailed off, the bloodied, decrepit elevator's floor indicator suddenly illuminated, exuding a ghastly crimson light, its eerie creaking ascending like a coffin scraping against the shaft. Death, it was certain. The three, paralyzed by fear, found their feet once more, but the oozing red light petrified them, forcing them against the wooden door, their bodies trembling. They had witnessed the tragic fates of the two who had perished and had attempted to unite against the malevolent spirits of the elevator. Only to fail, they appeared alive but were, in truth, already dead. Indeed, there are spirits. Zhang Ming observed the scene coldly, eager to discern the nature of the horrors lurking on the second floor. Those unworthy would be buried without hesitation. He refrained from acting rashly, as the swirling white mist enveloped his companions, shielding them from potential harm by the spirits. Seizing the opportunity presented by the trio's impending assault, he sought to further analyze the spirits' patterns to make an accurate judgment. Thud! The bloodied elevator ascended to the second floor, a dull crash resonating as the rusty doors creaked open, a sudden burst of crimson light flooding forth, even invading Zhang Ming's layered ghost domain. A flood of crimson blood seeped across the floor, continuously gushing from the elevator, threatening to submerge the very floor itself. The malevolent spirits were of an alarmingly high caliber. All remained on high alert. For should an attack occur, Zhang Ming held no absolute assurance of their salvation. He focused intently on the blinding red light. The white mist repositioned them, elevating them above the blood, avoiding unnecessary contact. He had a premonition that, bolstered by his myriad hidden cards, his own terror would surpass that of the spirits, though the confrontation would undoubtedly be brutal. Go discern the murderous patterns of the spirits and selectively evade them was the optimal solution. A shadowy figure composed of blood emerged amidst the red glow. This method of movement was all too familiar to Zhang Ming. It dawned upon him that the red light was a form of ghost domain, possessing a greater terror than the white mist, and had easily infiltrated. Zhang Ming maintained his composure, preparing all his hidden cards, but the elevator spirits did not engage them, as anticipated, instead targeting the three who had knocked. The collision of the supernatural forces ensued. Splatter! The fetid blood surged forth, effortlessly engulfing the trio. Though it seemed only an inch high, it completely submerged them, their pale arms sinking lifelessly beneath the crimson tide. The next moment, the dull thud of the elevator doors closing echoed, and all traces of red light and blood vanished as if nothing had transpired. This spirit is dreadfully terrifying. The red light swept through, and I remained shaken to my core. Lu Susu swallowed hard. Such a creature transcended her understanding by several levels. Merely being brushed by its domain could leave a lingering impact. I share this sentiment. These three cowards had ill intentions and have effectively dug their own graves. A fitting end for them. Schwant spat. The speed of the spirit's assault was alarmingly swift, and the clues gleaned thus far were scant. It seemed that not knocking would result in safety, yet it appeared more intricate than that. He cautiously assessed the situation, sensing the ominous undercurrents, but lacking further clues. Someone had recently knocked, revealing that the spirits attacked every 2 hours, suggesting a fixed pattern unrelated to knocking. Chu Yeye endeavored to demonstrate her worth, engaging in discussions regarding strategy. However, with a direct correlation to the wooden door, it appeared that the door's cracks widened with each knock, suggesting that a little more effort could push it open. Yin Bing, with her icy beauty, pondered aloud. From the information gathered, it follows that even without knocking, an attack would occur after a certain duration, whereas knocking would undoubtedly render us targets for the spirits. Furthermore, considering the random patterns of murder on the first floor, it is likely that the elevator spirits adhere to a similar pattern. If we truly wish to evade an attack, we may need to ascend to the third floor, and the key to that lies behind that door. Yin Bing's deductions were astutely constructed, inching closer to the truth. Under Zhang Ming's influence, her understanding of the spirits had deepened significantly. Her innate intelligence facilitated such an inference. Indeed, avoiding direct confrontation with the spirits was paramount. The time before the spirits' next assault was limited. We must delay our actions and push open that door before the next attack. Zhang Ming stated. He had already tested that his ghost domain could not penetrate beyond the wooden door and likely could shield against the red light of the elevator spirits. In any case, disturbing that door would invite an assault, and maximizing the time of safety was crucial. The group remained poised, drawing near to the door for observation as the 2-hour mark steadily approached. Thud! The sound of the elevator resumed, resembling a coffin being dragged heavily upward, a faint red light seeping forth. The spirit's assault was imminent. Xuan, Lu Susu, Chu Yeye, give it your all to open the door. Zhang Ming commanded coldly. He was uncertain if they could succeed in a single attempt, but he could provide backup. If they failed, He would shift the ghost domain to transport everyone to the first floor in an effort to evade the attack on the second floor. Indeed, this mahogany door was far from simple. Its supernatural fortitude seemed to far exceed that of the spirits haunting the apartment. The trio exerted all their supernatural might, yet the door remained unyielding, not even emitting a sound. Rather, the knocks from the three who had perished had merely widened the door's cracks. Knocking or pulling proved futile. Perhaps only knocking held a glimmer of hope, based on previous observations. Zhang Ming promptly adjusted his instructions. This endeavor appeared perilous, yet Xue and the others understood that only Zhang Ming could lead them to safety. Though he was aloof, he would never abandon them when he had the means to save them. Bang, bang, bang. Xue and the others poured their strength into knocking on the door. One thick arm employed a portion of the ghostly powers of the light-extinguishing ghost. One graceful figure pressed tightly against the door. The contours of faces writhing beneath the tattered newspaper that adorned her qipao, seemingly exerting every ounce of strength to push it open. The last, a head that swayed precariously, struck repeatedly against the door. Through their concerted efforts, the mahogany door finally responded, trembling with a more intense rumble, culminating in a shrill creaking sound as it truly began to yield, revealing a gap wide enough for a half-person to see through. Suffused with a rich dark red glow, the bloodied elevator had opened at some point, and the red light of the elevator spirit surged forth behind them. Zhang Ming did not hesitate. The swirling white mist, imbued with golden flames, flowed through the gap, and the group vanished in an instant, the door creaking shut behind them, sealing the terrifying red light of the elevator spirit outside. Emerging swiftly from the white mist, the group found themselves in a dimly lit chamber awash in dark red hues, adorned like the boudoir of a bygone noble lady. Half-draped curtains hung, wafting the sweet scent of rouge throughout the room. Various pieces of mahogany furniture brought a sense of foreboding to Zhang Ming. He recognized these styles all too well, crafted by the hand of old Chun, each a supernatural artifact of exceptional quality. An extravagant choice for room decor. Under the watchful gaze of his three-eyed ghostly vision, he hesitated momentarily, as indeed, a figure appeared before him. One that was distinctly visible to his eyes yet eluded detection within the ghostly realm. She was seated at an ornate redwood vanity, her reflection shimmering in a polished brass mirror, revealing a captivatingly alluring woman, adorned with delicately drawn brows and tinted lips. Her presence exuded a ripe sophistication reminiscent of the beloved concubines of the old Shanghai elite. Brimming with charm, clad in a strikingly crimson qipao, so vivid it seemed to bleed, her slender form was enchanting, barely graspable within one's hands. Yet, this scene bore an unsettling air of unreality. The makeup on her face appeared almost as a viscous substance. Trickling down her delicately arched, pale toes, the woman remained engrossed in her grooming, seemingly indifferent to her visitors. But within the brass mirror, the enchanting figure stood and, with a soft chuckle, stepped forth from the glass. Materializing behind the woman, her voice, dripping with an unnerving theatricality, echoed, "What brings you into my abode? One and all. What folly drives you to seek your demise?" This theatrical tone bore an otherworldly power, causing the room to tremble. Porcelain objects clinked together in disarray, and the redwood furniture creaked ominously, as if on the verge of splintering. Xuan, Yin Bing, and the others were momentarily stunned by the force of her voice. Their spiritual essences suppressed into a profound silence, rendering them immobile, each engulfed by a profound unease. Even Zhang Ming felt as if he were shedding the very soil of his grave, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of it all. The simple theatrical voice had nearly extinguished the spirit of all present. "We harbor no intent to oppose you. Are you, too, a ghost master from the past?" Zhang Ming inquired calmly, judging by Elder Chen's terrifying caliber. This woman's level was likely comparable. Even should he exert all his strength, he would be severely constrained. The past, it seemed, could unfurl endless invaders, compounding terror beyond imagination. "The past? Are you referring to that old wretch?" She retorted coldly, her theatrical resonance booming once more. "The past cannot withstand the relentless march of time, and I exist within memory. As time is immortal, so too am I." Qin Shiling regarded Zhang Ming. She had encountered individuals of his ilk before, burdened with the weight of the world, yet he was still so young. How could he bear such a load? "You little upstart, how dare you be so audacious?" No matter the fate you carry, today, I shall end you. Your life is forfeit. Her visage appeared to melt away, droplets of liquid seeping down, as her features began to morph. A flash of sanguine radiance illuminated her countenance. And in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a mirror image of Zhang Ming. The metamorphosis did not cease there. Beside her, a white mist coalesced, giving rise to yet another duplicate of Zhang Ming. The theatrical tone faded, and the copy spoke with the same chilling voice as Zhang Ming. Come now, if you cannot conquer yourself, then perish here. What a horrifying masquerade. Had she truly assumed my form? Even siphoning a portion of my abilities? Zhang Ming gazed at the melting visage before him, an unknown substance undulating with tiny flesh-like particles. He remained oblivious to the intentions of this ghost master. Presumably from Elder Qin's era, but he was now acutely vigilant. In the face of a supernatural assault, he would unleash his full might. A terrifying cascade of ancient graves enveloped the Zhang Ming before him, while simultaneously, a similar weight descended upon him, submerging him in darkness. Their movements were curiously synchronized, nearly in perfect unison. Yet, the oppressive force of the ancient graves was easily dispelled by both, as they were manifestations of the same origin. A gilded crimson staff materialized in Zhang Ming's grasp, channeling the power of ghostly incantations as he intoned like a demon from the abyss. I declare, this staff shall undoubtedly pierce your corporeal form. The crimson staff, already formidable, was further augmented by one recently acquired from Elder Qin. Its terror magnified severalfold, elevating it above all other supernatural artifacts in his possession, coupled with the resurgence of ghostly incantations. This was now his most potent combination, destined to shatter the malevolent assault from the mirrored Zhang Ming. The specter of Zhang Ming brandished a matching staff, devoid of gilded embellishments but emanating a comparable aura of dread. Invoking the same ghostly incantation, the crimson staff arced through the air like a comet of blood, piercing Zhang Ming directly. The simultaneous strikes obliterated their physical forms, leaving only mounds of ancient graves in their wake. As the spectral body of the vengeful spirit succumbed to the weight of the staff, regardless of the nature of the supernatural onslaught, it ultimately fell back upon me. What a terrifying ability! This was merely a figure stepping forth from the mirror, and her true form had yet to engage. Zhang Ming recognized his precarious position. Yet, at that moment, he distinctly sensed the ancient graves coalescing into a form of supernatural energy. The essence of the earlier graves had completed the haunting. Did you acquire my abilities upon masquerading as me? Zhang Ming attempted to experiment, invoking the essence of the door-knocking specter. As their powers converged, a single door-knocking spirit could tip the scales in his favor. Knock, knock, knock. A calm knocking resounded from the redwood door, reminiscent of a neighbor's casual visit. Knock, knock, knock. The second knock reverberated, possessing the ability to corrode the vengeful spirit's abode. Yet at this moment, it was merely a sound, a mere tickle to both Zhang Ming's. Knock, knock, knock. The third knock caused the door to creak open, revealing trails of corrosion spreading across the floor and walls, as if time itself had eroded them, shedding flakes of decay and ash. The knocking persisted, the supernatural intensity of this wooden door far surpassing that of the vengeful spirit's abode, remaining intact. The fourth, fifth, and sixth knocks. The cacophony of knocking escalated to a level of terror, causing the room to tremble violently, as the marks of temporal erosion climbed the walls. The ghostly figure of Zhang Ming displayed an expression of unexpected surprise for the first time. Chapter 81. The True Crisis of Blue Star, The Stopped Ghost Bus. The visage painted by the ghostly figure dripped a ghastly white liquid, amidst the vivid red glow. The body that had emerged from the mirror began to dissolve, and the knocking ceased. The figure, still facing away from Zhang Ming, finally halted her meticulous grooming, turning around. Her features were exquisitely seductive, her skin bathed in an otherworldly glow, her lips curving into an almost imperceptible yet breathtaking smile, capable of bewitching the heart. You possess the privilege of knowing my name. She spoke without the theatrical tone, her voice languorous, reminiscent of the affluent ladies of old Shanghai, extracting a hint of sweetness from a life of luxury. Qin Shiling, you may call me Sister Ling. Her enchanting gaze scrutinized Zhang Ming, noting that a portion of his supernatural essence could not be replicated by the ghostly guise. A rarity indeed, as few could achieve such a feat on Blue Star. Thus, she refrained from further assaulting Zhang Ming, opting instead to share her own information, allowing a memory tainted by the supernatural to surface. Life and death held no significance for her. As long as memories of her persisted, Qin Shiling would endure. Those surrounding Zhang Ming regained their composure, no longer ensnared in a standoff, evidently due to Sister Ling's cessation of hostilities. Why do you remain in this supernatural realm with such power? Witnessing the resurgence of vengeful spirits and the ensuing tragedies without taking action, Zhang Ming inquired calmly, having invoked ghostly incantations to restore his human form. The strength of Qin Shiling was no ordinary matter. He lacked confidence in confronting her directly. The 6 successive knocks of the door-knocking spirit had been effortlessly erased, rendering him unable to discern how it had transpired, like swatting a mere mosquito. He sought to prolong the conversation, as the ghost bus's arrival was imminent, and survival still lingered as a possibility. Indeed, you speak truthfully. I too harbor thoughts of ending the era of the supernatural. Since the ghost bus has arrived, let us hitch a ride and invade the realm of reality. Qin Shiling divulged information of monumental significance. "TON the era of the supernatural?" Xuan questioned incredulously. Suspecting he had misheard, I asked that truly feasible? Lu Susu's pale eyelids fluttered, envious of the powerful spirit clad in a qipao, a figure she could only dream of embodying. Chu Yeye and Yin Bing were equally taken aback. And even Zhang Ming felt a sense of absurdity. Such an accomplishment seemed nearly impossible. As time progressed, the vengeful spirits grew increasingly formidable, while the ghost masters possessed no infinite capacity to resolve the crisis. Unlimited potential came at an immeasurable cost. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had never heard of such a phenomenon. The conclusion of the supernatural era remained a mystery, with no one knowing how it ended, followed by the onset of various calamities. Your levels are insufficient. Do you genuinely believe that vengeful spirits are the crisis faced by the inhabitants of Blue Star? Once a generation of ghost masters rises, the resolution is merely a matter of time. Qin Shiling's gaze shifted toward Zhang Ming. We are perpetually insignificant. Within the vast cosmos, endless darkness looms. I have said too much. This topic weighed heavily. Blue Star was merely a planet teetering on the brink of collapse, where every life flickered as briefly as a mayfly, scarcely glimpsing the grandeur of the universe. She concluded the conversation, and at that moment, a beam of yellow light unfurled like a path, extending into the room. Clearly, the ghost bus had been reactivated, its timeline hastened by her influence. A rich crimson glow flashed, and Qin Shiling vanished from the room. Her words rang hollow. Speaking of ending the supernatural era, they had nearly been annihilated by her hand. Zhang Ming remained skeptical. A surge of white mist enveloped them, and in the next instant, they emerged from the thinning fog aboard an ancient bus. Meanwhile, Qin Shiling had already taken her seat in the front row, seemingly intent on hitching a ride to conclude the supernatural era. Maintain your distance. Minimize contact with her, Zhang Ming urged, seating himself in the rear, with Yin Bing and the others following suit. Though sharing the same bus was perilous, he had no choice. Failure to board the ghost bus might result in permanent entrapment in the supernatural realm. The ancient bus roared to life, accompanied by an unsettling clamor, reminiscent of dozens of corpses churning within the engine. The noise, even I no longer recognize it. A vengeful spirit is a vengeful spirit, and its inherent nature cannot be altered. Qin Shiling suddenly remarked, as if conversing with the vehicle eye in the shattered central rearview mirror. Another Qin Shiling emerged, her face streaming with a ghastly white liquid as her features morphed and transformed. By the time she fully entered the car, she had become an elderly figure clad in pitch-black attire. This was the former driver of the ghost bus, long deceased for decades, yet under her ghostly makeup's supernatural influence, a figure from the past seemed to have revived, casting a gaze upon her. The elder nodded vacantly, making no unnecessary movements, as his bony arm seized a blood-soaked shadow in the driver's seat, unceremoniously tossing it out of the vehicle. This action appeared to trigger some arcane phenomenon, as blood began to seep from all the windows, even obscuring the yellow light. From atop the ghost bus, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed. Just as Xue and the others were engulfed in confusion, the elder took his place in the decayed driver's seat, which was fashioned from an unknown material as dark as his attire, seemingly sinking into the chair. Then, the elder grasped the steering wheel, and all anomalies vanished. The door slammed shut with a clang, and the scenery outside transformed at an alarming rate. The vehicle's speed increasing exponentially. In approximately half an hour, they would breach into reality. And for the little ones, there was no need to fear Lingjia's wrath. She was an ancient monster from an unknown year, her tone still as beguiling as ever. After all, you all have earned the right to remember me. It would be a pity to kill you. Her power was formidable, and her demeanor was one of superiority, yet this was reality. It would indeed not be difficult to claim the lives of the little ones. The group fell into silence, the interior of the bus heavy with gloom, as countless lifeless edifices were momentarily drawn far behind them. Thus, they traveled for over 10 minutes. This speed should have allowed them to pass numerous stations and stops. Yet they were all bypassed. Among the myriad of lifeless structures, a sprawling amusement park flickered in the darkness, its towering Ferris wheel seemingly propping up the supernatural realm, soaring high, with gray mist kept at bay. Zhang Ming merely noted this scene, an instinct urging him that this amusement park was terrifying. Even if he ventured inside, there would be no favorable outcome. Soon after, the ghost bus entered an exceedingly narrow passage, flanked by ancient town scenery shrouded in gray mist. However, after but a breath's time, the speed suddenly diminished, followed by a series of thudding sounds, and the vehicle came to a halt as if it had stalled. The yellow light dimming, threatening to extinguish, before the bus, cold, human-shaped outlines appeared, densely packed, illuminated by the yellow light, extending to the horizon and beyond. Stop! A hoarse voice resonated amidst the gray mists of the supernatural realm. Chapter 82. A terrifying collision of the supernatural, driving the ghost bus? Cough cough, Qin Shiling, your intentions are far too perilous. Every era gives rise to different choices. You are forbidden from intervening. A rasping cough broke the air, urgent and reminiscent of a consumptive patient. From the depths of the gray mist emerged a figure, the rush of coughing parting the mist to create a vacuum around him. He was indeed the speaker, appearing as an ordinary elder in the twilight of life. Indeed, you have become quite audacious. You caused much trouble in the past, and this era cannot allow your interference. Another voice, that of an old woman, rang out, leaning upon a golden-laid redwood cane, which thudded heavily against the ground, akin to a weighty sphere. Perched upon her shoulder were two tattered, doll-like figures, their lips crimson and teeth white, emanating a long festering stench as the gray mist naturally divided around her. With each rhythmic strike of her cane, the dense cold outlines blocking the ghost bus began to stir, stepping forward, forcing the ghost bus to tremble, sliding backward amidst the cracking sounds. The figure in the driver's seat suddenly released a torrent of ghastly white liquid, which dripped from his dark attire onto the vehicle, his visage and form swiftly dissolving, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Hee, Hong Wei, Cheng Xiu, you two old fools are still alive, and yet you dare to obstruct my path? If you wish to die, just say so. Qin Shiling's melodious laughter was intermingled with a chilling intent that raised the hairs on one's neck. Her eyes glinted with malice. Previously, they had looked down upon each other, and it was unexpected that after the passage of time, they had not perished and were now fixated upon her. The numerous vengeful spirits sewn together by Cheng Xiu, combined with the suppressive power of the consumptive spirit Hong Wei, truly confined the ghost bus's movements. Even dealing with these two was a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, she took action, as one after another, Qin Shiling figures emerged from the ghost bus's glass, quickly summoning over 100 forms. Their faces obscured by a viscous fluid that rapidly transformed, revealing the visages of two top-tier ghost tamers who had perished in her memory. One was a ghost eye that countered Cheng Xiu, the other a ghost ear that subdued Hong Wei. Yet, for these elite ghost tamers, the power she manifested through her ghostly makeup was only at 70%. Only through sheer numbers could she hope to compensate for the disparity in quality. After all these years, you have made no progress. You have fallen to us time and again. This time, we shall seal you for 100 years, through the tides of time, who will still remember you. Cheng Xiu's aged voice echoed. They were arch-rivals, having clashed numerous times, and moreover, Qin Shiling had defied the will of that figure, and thus she must bear the proper consequences. The redwood cane struck the ground, and the two dolls on her shoulders swiftly descended to the ground, emitting a pair of startled squeaks as they scurried towards the ghost bus. The multitude of ghost eyes and ghost ears reached out to hinder them. A throng of lifeless spirits advanced, colliding together, the numbers on both sides ever increasing, seemingly limitless. The collision of the supernatural unleashed tremors upon the bus, causing it to sway slightly to the side. The cough of the consumptive spirit Hong Wei grew increasingly intense. Layering upon itself, the terrifying supernatural assault echoing throughout the ancient town, shaking the very ground beneath them. There are still some little ones aboard. I apologize, but you shall perish alongside her. The old woman remained unperturbed, her ancient voice chilling. The two dolls crept ever closer, their grimy little hands brushing against the ghost bus's door, which they opened with a gentle swipe. Tickle, tickle. The dolls laughed, their bodies oozing thick, rough stitches that seeped with blood, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, yet they climbed aboard, step by step, as if impervious to all. Undoubtedly, the dolls were terrifyingly powerful, possessing the potential to slay Qin Shiling in their grasp, and now one was headed straight for Zhang Ming and the others, leaving behind a long trail of tiny blood handprints. The most ridiculous occurrence unfolded. You all profess to uphold that figure's will, yet you cannot even perceive the lives of the little ones aboard. He, how splendid! Qin Shiling laughed joyously. How ironic it was to maintain the order of the next era while extinguishing the very flame of hope. Nonsense. Since we share the same vehicle, we are not on the same path. I have awaited this day for too long. Let us settle the grievances of the past. The old woman's voice was hoarse yet resolute. He, others may look down upon you, but that is not my fault. I look down upon him as well, just a mere man, and you still cling to the memory of him. How laughable! Qin Shiling's voice sharpened, transforming into a chilling, ethereal timbre. A cacophony of gongs and drums began to play, punctuating the air with rhythmic beats. You ask why that heartless man has ensnared your very soul. Qin Shiling unleashed her full arsenal. Yet the tattered dolls aboard merely hesitated, their speed diminishing slightly. Oh no, this is truly terrible. She maintained a playful demeanor. What a joke. Zhang Ming's gaze turned icy. The magnitude of the supernatural clash was overwhelming. Vengeful spirits were being torn apart outside the window, some melting away, their numbers far too terrifying to comprehend. Moreover, the coughs intensified, sweeping the gray mist of the ancient town aside. The ghost bus's windows began to emit faint cracking sounds, threatening irreversible damage if this continued. The doll's supernatural power was equally formidable, their presence staggering. With each inch they crawled, the ghost bus trembled violently. If not for the ghost bus's protection, the occupants would have long since succumbed. The current situation was perilous. Qin Shiling was being mercilessly assaulted by the two, and their oppressive force even disregarded the lives of those sharing the vehicle. The clash of supernatural powers was beyond Zhang Ming's capacity to intervene at this moment. Higher-level forces would require a gamble. Zhang Ming's gaze quickly returned to the ghost bus. Young man, do you wish to drive that ghost bus and carve a path to survival? A commendable idea. But alas, it is futile. The 70% of the former driver's supernatural prowess has been sealed. At this moment, you cannot even start the engine. It would be more dignified to perish at the hands of the dolls. Qin Shiling saw through Zhang Ming's thoughts. She remained calm, having made thorough preparations. Even if sealed for 100 years, she would retain her memories and would not perish. Yet Zhang Ming was undeterred. Her taunts fell on deaf ears. Accepting death was not in his nature. As long as a glimmer of hope remained, he would resolutely pursue it, even if it meant wagering everything. He took his place in the ghost bus's driver's seat, grasping the slick steering wheel, pressing the accelerator. In the next moment, a violent wave of erosion surged forth, causing him to collapse into a pile of ancient graves, sliding down from his seat. Chapter 83. Supernatural Theft. Zhang Ming's foreseen vision. Within the dilapidated bus, a heap of ancient graves cascaded from the driver's seat, flowing into the crevices of the cabin, the grave mounds steadily diminishing as if being devoured. Indeed, the toll of driving such a terrifying vehicle exceeded all expectations. A pair of three-eyed ghostly orbs struggled to emerge from the ever-diminishing grave soil, coldly rotating. Zhang Ming had suffered such severe erosion that parts of his grave soil body had vanished. With numerous vengeful spirits sinking into silence, subdued by an insurmountable force, even the ghostly eyes wept white liquid, melting and dripping continuously. His consciousness blurred, his vision obliterated, as if he were on the brink of vanishing entirely from this world. Were it not for the willful puzzle, he would have perished the moment he took the driver's seat. Yet, thoughts still lingered in Zhang Ming's mind. At that instant, a stroke of insight struck him as he sensed the multitude of vengeful spirits he had buried earlier in the ghostly apartment had transformed into disaster points. The panel appeared in an instant. Disaster points. 12845 enhance me. Without hesitation, Zhang Ming commanded, and in the next moment, both the grave soil body and the willful puzzle underwent 6 enhancements, each. A terrifying aura emanated from him as a fabricated body of grave soil reclaimed its place in the driver's seat. At that moment, the strength of the vengeful spirit's body astonishingly resisted the erosion of the ghostly bus, and the various vengeful spirits began to revive, deepening their erosion of Zhang Ming. However, beneath the current overwhelming strength of the old grave body, all erosion was withstood, and the terror of each vengeful spirit escalated further. The youth's demise is truly tragic. Qin Shiling, with her enchanting gaze, observed this scene, her heart unperturbed, for she had long foreseen this outcome. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, and a ghost of a smile froze upon her lips. The terrifying aura emanating from the youth was withstanding the ghostly bus's erosion. How many days had it been since the vengeful spirits began to revive? A mere youth, and yet the terror of the vengeful spirits rivaled that of seasoned ghost tamers. A prodigious figure, perhaps truly capable of shouldering destiny and traversing the cosmos, she gasped, her attention riveted on this scene. As the tumultuous assault of the 2 formidable ghost tamers outside the window grew indistinct. Damn it! Let us see how far your erosion can reach. Unleash it. Zhang Ming resolutely slammed the heavy accelerator. The sensation beneath his feet was rigid, akin to stepping upon stiffened bones, as he activated the supernatural properties of the grave soil, producing a creaking sound in the distant rear of the vehicle. A pallid mist unfurled, faint echoes of coughing and the sound of canes striking the ground resonating through the air. 2 elderly figures swiftly approached, their forms flickering as if they were on the verge of catching up. Without needing a reminder, Zhang Ming naturally beheld this scene. However, the vehicle's speed had reached its limit, and the gap was gradually narrowing. There is no need for concern. The terminal is imminent. Those relics of the bygone era would never defy the will of that person. They cannot breach into reality, Qin Shiling asserted with certainty. To ensure his safety, Zhang Ming once again employed his precognitive abilities, marking the 4th time he had done so, and was immediately beset by an overwhelming burden. The power of this foresight was immense, even allowing him to glimpse a minute ahead, yet it came at a corresponding cost, rendering it unsuitable for frequent use in a short span. Nonetheless, the images he foresaw brought good tidings. The ghostly bus would invade reality in mere seconds. And as a minute elapsed, the 2 elders had not emerged in pursuit. With that, Zhang Ming's worries eased, and the sights outside the window grew increasingly bizarre, awash in a blinding yellow light as they traversed a winding, inverted dirt road, the colors twisting in a splendid yet eerie black-red hue. Suddenly, a somber light pierced through, revealing the gleaming modern architecture of a city, which sparkled vividly as the decrepit bus halted at an unremarkable bus stop. We have returned to reality. Let us disembark, Zhang Ming declared. The formidable nature of the ghostly bus also implied a harrowing erosion. Even though the ghostly words had diverted the attack, and the ghostly radio had devolved into a puzzle of the bus, a portion of the erosion still clung to Zhang Ming. This diminished power weighed heavily upon him as he vacated the driver's seat, the side effects of the erosion crashing over him like a tide. Apart from the enhanced body and will of the old grave, the remaining fragments amounted to this level. The supernatural equilibrium within him had been subtly disrupted. His 3-eyed ghostly vision dripped with a white liquid. The entirety of his eyeball hollowed out, subsequently siphoned away by a yellowed light. Through his prolonged driving, Zhang Ming had inadvertently siphoned the supernatural essence of the ghostly bus, a force capable of invading the gray mist of terror. The body of the grave crumbled, yet it swiftly reshaped into a humanoid form through ghostly words, the fragile balance within him destabilizing further under the infusion of such potent, supernatural energy. Zhang Ming calmly absorbed this newfound power. Despite the disruption of equilibrium, the rate of erosion suggested he could endure for several days at least, regardless of how ferocious the supernatural forces were. Under the infinite reinforcement of the old grave's body, he was destined to wield them unscathed, disregarding all balances. Next, he would sweep through the world, vanquishing vengeful spirits and interring them within the old grave. As the group disembarked, the city appeared vaguely familiar, resembling the architectural style of Daeshur, albeit now steeped in an eerie silence. Cracks in the streets stretched far into the distance, and the stench of decaying rats permeated the air. A somber sky enveloped the city, the surrounding towering structures tainted with a sanguine hue, liquid still dripping ominously. Was this a supernatural incident? It seemed there were scarcely any living souls in this city, and no one to take responsibility. During this time in his past life, every city had officials dispatched from headquarters, who, to a degree, stabilized the order during the early phases of vengeful spirit resurgence. In the next moment, a beam of golden light sliced through the sky, dispelling the dark clouds, bathing the heavens in a golden-hued, a frigid figure, stepping upon swirling mists, emerged against the golden backdrop. The entire city took on a yellowish tint, many intangible vengeful spirits becoming exposed within this ghostly domain. Individuals ensnared in dire straits gazed up in terror, their eyes wide with dread, fixated on the sky. Where it seemed a figure could be discerned, I declare, all vengeful spirits shall be interred within the old grave. The figure's voice thundered, akin to a divine judgment, sending tremors through Daeshur. Chapter 85. Seeking individuals, the despair of headquarters ghost tamers in Daeshur. Time rewinds to a day prior. Chu Wei was fortunate to have survived the horrific assault of vengeful spirits, yet in the county town he inhabited, all had perished. Parents, family, friends, all were relics of the past. Torn asunder by the malevolent spirits, the streets lay strewn with corpses, a veritable mountain of tragedy, blood seeping through. Chu Wei clawed his way out from the mound of dead, his complexion ashen, breathless and devoid of vitality. A supernatural force having sustained his life, he had harnessed a vengeful spirit, codenamed Ghost Corpse Thrower, capable of launching corpses imbued with terrifying supernatural power, even suppressing other vengeful spirits. He remained silent for an extended period. The sheer volume of corpses in the county town overwhelming. He displaced one lifeless body after another, the grotesque heaps of flesh and blood rendering them indistinguishable. A ghost tamer does not tire. Yet he felt an intense fatigue, dizziness assailing him, as the very fabric of reality seemed to sway, a sharp ringing echoing in his ears. That evening, a special aircraft arrived in the county town, summoning him to Dying City, where he entered a towering edifice, a luxurious marvel in this city where every inch was invaluable, despite the fact that wealth held little significance for him now. The reality was indeed astonishing. On a high floor of the building, an elderly gentleman with the surname Yin welcomed him, inquiring whether he wished to become a ghost tamer at headquarters, to uphold order in a given realm. The elder proceeded to make several promises, yet Chu Wei interrupted him, declaring, "I am willing." The agonizing world of vengeful spirit resurgence had inflicted deep suffering upon him. This was not the world as it ought to be. The grim, blood-soaked reality deserved a glimmer of light. Subsequently, under headquarters coordination, he and a perpetually serious ghost tamer journeyed to Daeshur to address the pressing vengeful spirit incidents plaguing the area. They were bestowed the title of city officials, commanding all local departments to submit to their directives, wielding immense power, a stark contrast to their previous circumstances. However, the sole positive aspect was their ability to mobilize police forces and manpower to seal off specific areas. Upon arriving in Daeshur, he enacted such measures as an incident codenamed Ghost Seeker rapidly spread throughout the city. Yet, within a day, all human-imposed barriers had crumbled. Initially, the vengeful spirit merely roamed vacant spaces within rooms. If discovered, it would perish. Many individuals concealed themselves in wardrobes, beneath beds, or within boxes, evading the established pattern of murder. A police officer reported, his face pale, swallowing hard, but nearly 2 hours later, the ghost seeker exhibited a change in behavior, actively opening wardrobes, boxes, and even slithering beneath beds, infiltrating hidden corners, cellars, and dark rooms without fail. The officer's voice trembled with despair, revealing that there was not merely one ghost seeker, but multiple. According to aggregated data, its presence had been detected across 50 of Daeshur, infiltrating the homes of 2 million citizens. Tio put it bluntly, they were not merely hiding. They were awaiting their doom. His voice cracked with sorrow and tears. For those were not just numbers, but lives teetering on the brink of extinction. His parents were also hiding in the corner of their room with his little sister, unable to find a way to escape as the vengeful spirit invaded their home. Local containment had failed, and the patterns of its spread remained elusive. They had now reached a perilous juncture, necessitating the complete lockdown of Daeshur. We must confront the source of the ghost seeker. The middle-aged ghost tamer, Oldly, stated calmly. Chu Wei nodded in agreement. At this juncture, to prevent further spread, we must make this choice. His gaze swept over the emaciated figures wandering the streets in the night. He could discern hundreds of ghost seekers, some dripping with blood. Having just arrived in Daeshur, he had not anticipated the situation would be so dire. Just then, a ghost seeker that had been roaming outside suddenly passed through a wall, intruding into the police station. The electrical system seemed unstable, the lights flickering ominously, as if they might extinguish entirely. Notify all personnel in the police station to take cover. The ghost seeker has invaded. Chu Wei immediately issued commands, then added, Oldly, prepare to deploy the golden bag. We must first contain this derived supernatural entity. With resolute determination, he took the lead, sealing all doors and hiding with Oldly behind an open police office door. This space would allow them to evade the ghost seeker's initial gaze, minimizing the risk of an active assault. Harnessing the supernatural power of Ghost Corpse Thrower, they aimed to ensnare the ghost seeker and cast it into the golden bag. Oldly, fully focused, held aloft a deflated bag, its surface adorned with intricate layers of gold foil. They both understood that this bag lacked substantial golden contents for secure containment, yet it sufficed as a means of imprisonment. Once transferred to headquarters after a period, the vengeful spirit would be entirely sealed away. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps of the ghost seeker echoed through the police station, as if it were treading through viscous liquid. The splashes growing ever closer, causing their hearts to race. This marked the first night following the resurgence of vengeful spirits, and, strictly speaking, it was also their inaugural execution of a headquarters mission. Faced with the terror of vengeful spirits, both were merely newly fledged survivors, fortunate to have siphoned supernatural power, rendering them somewhat inexperienced. Prepare yourselves, they exchanged determined glances, each harboring a resolute conviction, though they still trembled in the face of such innate horror. Still fearing death, someone had to step forward and bear responsibility. Otherwise, they would not have accepted the identities and duties bestowed by headquarters. A notably emaciated figure entered the room, its body gaunt and hollow. As if it had crawled forth from a sealed, narrow wall, putrid blood dripped from its form, leaving behind dark brown, sticky footprints. The ghost seeker did not immediately detect their presence. In response to its silhouette, Chu Wei activated the Ghost Corpse Thrower's supernatural power. A pair of inhuman, darkened arms erupted from his chest, tearing through flesh, blood sprang forth. Chu Wei disregarded the pain. Such bodily trauma posed no threat to a ghost tamer's life. In the next moment, the arms seized the ghost seeker, lifting it high above his head as the supernatural collision ensued. Chu Wei's pupils dilated sharply, and though he yearned to take the next step, he found himself utterly immobilized. The emaciated figure hoisted above him, twisted its head with a series of unsettling cracks, its sunken cheeks seemingly curling into a semblance of a grin, as if it had found him. Oldly, unwilling to remain a passive observer, recognized his companion's faltering strength and initiated a supernatural assault. A piece of pallid paper clothing materialized out of thin air upon the ghostly figure, as if conjured by a pair of deft scissors, swiftly tailored to its form. The spectral donning of the garment, combined with Chu Wei's own supernatural abilities, created a precarious balance that ultimately allowed them to confine the ghostly figure into a golden pouch, effectively sealing it away. The outline of the figure within the pouch remained motionless, as if plunged into a deep silence. Both Chu Wei and his companion were nearly drained of energy. The supernatural confrontation had inflicted waves of excruciating pain that gnawed at their very bones. Yet they had managed to secure their captive. This was merely a manifestation of the ghost's haunting, but the true source of such terror could only be imagined in its dreadful potential.